This is a normal square box that seals the monstrous giant demon. Just put it in the 3 lights divine water of Mount Shu, and you can completely kill the evil cultivator swallowing heaven demon lord inside. But at the same time, the master who loves you the most will also have his soul scattered. During this period, there will be several waves of disciples risking their lives to go forward. But unfortunately, all of them in the sect are unreliable people who only know about love. The eldest senior brother loves but cannot obtain, frequently getting emotional. The third senior sister goes through cycles of life and death, loving and fighting with the demon lord. Even your master often leaves the sect for love. They are all incited by evil thoughts at the critical moment, ending in failure. However, it's good that you are solely dedicated to pursuing the path of longevity, so you immediately held the box and came to the Sanqing divine water, asking the sect master ancestor to die. Seeing this, the demon lord swallowing heaven instantly felt a surge of crisis and shouted, "I once swore brotherhood with your ancestor, and we made a solemn vow to live and die together on the path. If I die, then the ancestor who raised you since childhood will also die. Can you bear to kill your ancestor?" But at this moment, you still have a firm gaze and say, "As a disciple of Mount Shu, it is my duty to eliminate demons and uphold the way. You, the demon lord of swallowing heaven, have harmed countless beings." The ancestor, as the head of Mount Shu, was entangled in personal desires. Now that he is dead, it can be considered a fitting end, making up for the sins of the past. The demon lord of swallowing heaven was stunned upon hearing this, immediately sensing your evil intentions. The demon lord of swallowing heaven must die. Kill him. The demon lord of swallowing heaven should be cut into 1,000 pieces. Killing him like this would be letting him off easy, although he realized that your evil thoughts were huge. At this moment he dared not provoke them at all, because if he did not provoke your evil thoughts, he would die, and if he did, he would probably die even faster. At this moment, you pinched the spell. Disciple Xuanxiao asks the sect leader to die. The next moment, the square box fell into the 3 lights divine water, and instantly a heart-wrenching cry of sorrow was heard. Meanwhile, the sect leader remained calm and composed as he ate the whole roasted lamb, thinking to himself, "I have raised the child since he was young. If he knew that killing the demon lord would also lead to my death, he probably wouldn't be able to do it." The 5 disciples witnessing this scene were not surprised at all. Xuanxiao is still young. I'm afraid he can't bear this great responsibility. Yes, not to mention the deep relationship between Xuanxiao and the sect leader. Just then, a burst of thunder sounded in the sky. Hearing this, the sect leader looked up at the sky in confusion. At that moment, an invisible force surged, causing the sect leader's body to tremble violently. In a short moment, the soul completely disappeared from the world, leaving only a dead silence and the terrified gaze of the crowd. After completing the task, you returned to Shushan and immediately saw Master Lingshu Daochang, but he patted your shoulder and said, "You did well." The other 4 senior brothers also cast approving glances. "Go and see the head. After all, he was the one who picked you up in the first place. Now that you have escorted him on his final journey, it can be considered fate." You nodded slightly and entered a thatched cottage. The sect leader was sitting on a chair with his eyes closed, as if he were asleep. And you suddenly remembered more than 20 years ago. This shameless old thief saved yourself when you were almost frozen to death, and tricked yourself out of your parents' hands, dressed as a beggar, wandering the world with you, roaring when you see injustice, then running away, stealing chickens and dogs, galloping on the grassland, lying on the mountaintop watching the stars, stepping on famous mountains and rivers, seeking the source of rivers and rivers. Thinking of this, you suddenly draw your sword. You have been practicing this set of 3 realms swordsmanship for a long time, and at this moment, the voice of the old thief seems to ring in your ears. Remember, we disciples of Mount Shu take it as our duty to eliminate demons and uphold justice. Even if we know it is impossible, we must do it. Even if the road ahead is extremely difficult and the outcome uncertain, we must use our swords to protect the people of the world. We disciples of Mount Shu must move forward bravely, sacrificing ourselves without hesitation, even if it means risking our lives countless times without regret. As your hand brushes over the sword, the sadness in your eyes is gradually replaced by determination, sweeping away the evil demons. One sword to slay the monsters. With the sword energy roaring out, the surrounding air is instantly torn apart. At the same time, the snowflakes in the sky, along with the stirred sword energy, begin to whirl and dance rapidly. This time, you clearly heard the old man's laughter. Looking up, you saw the old thief who should have died in front of you. Standing in front of you, he reached out and patted your head. "You didn't embarrass me." Then you knelt with a sword in the ground. Disciple Xuanxiao of Shu Mountain, respectfully sending off the sect leader. After a moment, you leave from the back mountain along the path. When you look up, you see senior brother Shuiyan sitting on the tree, drinking wine and saying lightly, "What I haven't done, you have done. You are stronger than me." You forced out a smile. thinking, senior brother is a genius of ancient times. Even the swallowing heaven demon lord personally admitted it. If I were in the same era as senior brother, I would definitely be overshadowed by his brilliance. Sometimes he shines so brightly that it makes you wonder if he is actually the son of destiny who has crossed over, while you are just a supporting role. The sect leader is dead. Although he was my biological father, I just couldn't bring myself to like him. Xuan said as he threw a jade box to you. This was originally left to me by the old man, but I don't deserve it. Take it. You took the jade box. And Xuan sighed again. Just lost my father, and my beloved woman is about to marry someone else. They say strong people can change everything. I am strong, but I couldn't save my father, nor could I win back the heart of my beloved woman. Xuanxiao, if it were you, how would you win back the heart of your beloved woman? You pondered for a moment and said, I will focus on practicing diligently, and then strive to achieve enlightenment and become immortal. Xuan clenched his fists. That's right, I'm going to take her back. Li Xianxiao, oh, that's not what I said. Xuan excitedly jumped down from the tree. That's right, too right, thank you Xianxiao, I can't live without her. After saying that, Xuan disappeared from Li Xuanxiao's line of sight. Li Xianxiao, eldest senior brother. It's not. Your father just died. This first 7 days have not yet passed. Chapter 3 can't meet someone too amazing at the start. Eldest brother, calm down. Li Xianxiao rode his sword on the wind and went, seeking the scent of his eldest senior brother Xuan until he chased out of Mount Shu. I've already lost my father. I can't lose her again. And that saying is so true. One only knows how to treasure after loss. My father did. And so did she. And I won't let myself regret it again. Li Xianxiao, senior brother, have you forgotten your original intention when you first started cultivating? You're right. I love her. Li Xianxiao. It looked like elder brother had completely already stopped listening to what he was saying. Xuan's cultivation level was too much higher than Li Xuanxiao's, and even if Li Xianxiao accelerated at full speed, he could not catch up. It didn't take long to get rid of the other guy. Li Xianxiao stopped in the middle of a dense forest and sighed helplessly. From the distance came the voice of the eldest senior brother. If we lose her, what's the harm in gaining the world? Li Xianxiao, oh, I'm in love with you, Mr. Big Brother. Li Xianxiao gave up on going after eldest senior brother and was about to go back and report this matter to the sect. Just then, the sound of killing suddenly came from below. Li Xianxiao looked down and saw a great battle rising not far away. A figure was knocked off its feet and crashed straight towards him. Li Xianxiao subconsciously reached out and catch it. The person was dressed in a black robe, a pair of fine white legs, and a face of stunning beauty. Sound of air sucked between the teeth, indicating hesitation or thinking over. It's a pain in the ass. Li Xianxiao was instantly in trouble. This plot, why do you think it's so lame and cliched set up? I don't know the identity of the woman, whether it's a positive or a negative. To save or not to save? I'm afraid I'll get into unnecessary trouble. Not saving but not in line with the concept of his own Shushan disciples. At this time, Li Xianxiao noticed the woman's injuries. It seemed that she had been hit by an attack from someone who practiced evil magic. Li Xianxiao narrowed his eyes slightly. After a slight hesitation, a decision had been made. Zhao Lu slowly opened her eyes as she looked around in some confusion. Found himself in a cave at the moment. She glanced at her body. Her clothes had been removed and the wound treated. You're awake. A clear voice rang out. Men? Zhao Lu's expression moved slightly, and a moment of panic appeared on her expression. At this moment, a lot of novels that she had once secretly read behind her father's back inexplicably appeared in her head. The hero and heroine. That's how they meet by chance. And by the sound of his voice, the other person must be a young man without a doubt. Zhao Lu turned her head. You. She froze for a moment, because it wasn't a person standing behind her. Instead, a paper man? Yes, it really is a paper man. Zhao Lu blinked. You are? The man and the woman had to resort to this. So where are you people? Zhao Lu looked around. Aside from the paper man, she didn't even notice any signs of anyone else in the cave. At this moment, with the help of the method of earth hiding, Li Xianxiao hid in the ground outside the cave, and again with the help of the paper man opened his mouth. I'm not in a position to show myself, so you can rest here at ease. I've already given you a poison removal pill. Do you know who the evil cultivator who attacked you is? Zhao Lu pondered for a moment. I don't know who it was. I was halfway there when they suddenly attacked me. A surprise attack? Li Xianxiao recalled that when he had just bandaged the other party, the other party's inner and outer clothing would not look like a normal person. The probability is that they are the children of the royal family. Are they 3 in all? Right. Zhao Lu nodded. Li Xianxiao added. Take a look. Is it these 3 people? Zhao Lu looked over in the direction of the paperman's finger, and that's when she noticed that there were 3 corpses in the cave. That's them. Zhao Lu was slightly stunned. She thought that her cultivation was already among the best in the younger generation. Otherwise it would not have thought of leaving the palace and venturing out into the world. Who knew that as soon as he left the house, he would be attacked and beaten without any power to fight back? Now these three were actually killed by the other party, thus showing the strength of the other party. Only after receiving an affirmative reply and determining that there were no fish that had escaped the net did Xuanxiao say, "That's good. Since the culprits have been removed, the girl can recuperate at ease. I'll take my leave." "Wait," Zhao Lu was busy saying, "the young warrior saved me. I can't repay you for your great kindness, but if you don't meet me in person, how come you're not even willing to leave your name and sect?" "My lord, in the future, how can I repay you?" "No need. It's just a part of chopping down demons and eliminating devils. No need for the girl to take it to heart." After saying that, Xuanxiao didn't wait for the other party to say anything else and vanished into the distance. The paper man, on the other hand, spontaneously combusted in front of Zhao Lu's face, and quickly turned into debris that passed away with the wind without leaving a trace. Zhao Lu watched the scene and knew that the other party had left. Zhao Lu looked at the white gauze on her body that was wrapped extremely delicately and perfectly. This shows that the other party must be an extremely meticulous person. Zhao Lu looked further down, and her pretty face couldn't help but redden with a few shyly ambiguous vibes, because she found gauze wrapped around her chest, inner thighs, and some private parts. The linen cloth seemed to be stained with a special potion that possessed the efficacy of stopping bleeding and dispelling poison. Suddenly Zhao Lu remembered something. She hastily removed an amethyst hanging from her chest. Retained shadow stones. This amethyst was so exquisite that no cultivator would think it was a crude contraption like a shadow retention stone if they saw it. Luckily, the shadow retention stone wasn't damaged in the battle, and Zhao Lu opened it. Soon an extremely handsome face appeared in the shadow retaining stone. The features are delicate and square, combined in just the right way. A Taoist robe as white as snow, his sleeves fluttering and moving with the wind. The robe was well cut, fitting his slender figure, making him look more upright like a pine. With an elegant and dusty temperament, the Taoist robe was embroidered with exquisite cloud and crane patterns, as if these auspicious objects were given life and danced around him. The whole person carries a rigid and upright and righteous aura. "He's the one. Saved me." Zhao Lu blinked. She couldn't help but blush again as she watched the other woman slowly remove her clothes. The other person did try to get the paper man to bandage her at first, but it was clear that the paper man wasn't able to do what he was told. Zhao Lu naturally wasn't the kind of woman who would die after having her body looked at, and there was an urgency to the matter. If it wasn't for the other party, he was afraid that he would already be dead. Looking at the attire should be Shushan disciples. He saved my life, why won't he even leave a name? Beheading demons and removing devils, being righteous, and doing good deeds without leaving a name. Extraordinary strength and this kind of heart. It's really hard not to feel good about it. This was the first time Zhao Lu left the palace. After that, she understood one thing. It's true that you can't meet anyone too amazing at the beginning of one's life. The head of Shushan is dead, but Shushan will not be greatly disrupted by this. The four major disciples under the master's door. The one with the most prestige and ability was the second disciple, Lingshu Taoist master. Over the years the sect master has been in seclusion, and it has always been Lingshu who has been in charge of the large and small affairs of the sect, arranging them in a well-organized manner. Now that the sect leader had died, Spirit Void had taken over, and no one on the sidelines had any objections. Xuanxiao returned to Mount Shu and reported the matter of his eldest brother word for word to his master. Taoist Spirit Void. Chapter 4, Coming to the Door So Soon. After hearing what happened to Big Brother, Taoist Master Lingshu sighed deeply. Alas, also a poor man for love let him go. Let him be? Xuanxiao was puzzled. Master's death, as well as Shui Yun's matter seemed to be causing Lingshu some sadness. Life is unpredictable. In fact, sometimes think about why live so tired. If I did not let go in the first place, maybe we will be together. Xuanxiao, Master, your Taoist heart is not too strong. After bidding farewell to his master, Xuanxiao returned to the mountain peak. Xuanxiao was worried. The most gifted and the leader of the younger generation of Shu Mountain's eldest senior brother was now deeply in love. How will this support Shushan in the future? Then he looked at Lingshu Daolong, his own master, who had taken over as headmaster, and his Taoist heart didn't seem to be too strong either. It was the best of times. To become an immortal and live forever. This is the dream that many people dream of. Can also be the worst of times. The weak are the strong, and the strong take the lives of the weak at will. Xuanxiao thought to himself. In fact, everyone is a protagonist. Only a few are the protagonists of the story of the hot-selling sealed god, and most of them are just the protagonists of a puff piece of bad storytelling. Xuanxiao wanted to do the former. In his previous life, Li Xuanxiao suffered from an incurable disease at a young age, tachyphylaxis. He had to leave school and was hospitalized. His condition worsened and he spent 10 years in bed. In the end, even the eyes were the only thing left to move in the whole body. At that time he thought hurry up and die. Death would be a relief. Living was nothing short of torture for Li Xuanxiao. The respirator gradually stopped moving, and Li Xuanxiao felt that his life would just end. Then he found himself reborn, came into the world. In this life, he then had only one wish, live and testify to immortality. He's going to see the wider world. He's going to be the leading man. However, Li Xuanxiao found that this wish, it seems, would not be so smooth sailing. Getting the news that the headmaster of Shushan Mountain had passed away, various sects came to Shushan Mountain sect to offer their condolences. The time came a few days later, and there was an endless stream of guests coming and going from Mount Shu. The Dexiao royal family also came to Mount Shu. It is said that this time it was Empress Changsun, who personally brought the princess to Shushan. One is to offer condolences to the departed headmaster. Secondly, it is also a request to Shushan to temper this indisputable daughter of his family. Li Xuanxiao was in charge of greeting the people from the great Xia imperial family, only to see that a dozen or so warhorses with a silver-white color all over their bodies had suddenly appeared in front of them, their bodies clad in a layer of thick and sturdy scale armor. These warhorses held their heads high and their hooves trod powerfully on the ground, making a dull but loud sound. Behind these dozen or so divine and incomparable warhorses, there was a luxurious and extremely luxurious dragon chauffeur steadily pulled. This dragon carriage was beautifully decorated and carved with various mysterious and ornate patterns, exuding an honorable and inviolable aura. Neatly lined up on either side of the dragon carriage were columns and columns of imperial guards dressed in golden armor and armed with sharp lances. Li Xuanxiao performed a Taoist salute. Greetings, Empress. The Taoist master is courteous. The Empress nodded slightly, giving enough face to the Shushan disciples. Master Sect Leader is already waiting in the main hall. Please ask Empress Dowager to follow the poor Taoist. Mother, that's him. Li Xuanxiao raised his eyes and saw that the sedan chair curtain had been lifted. The mother and daughter sitting inside the sedan chair were none other than Empress Changsun, and her favorite daughter Zhao Lu. Li Xuanxiao was slightly stunned, and his expression recovered as before. Regarding the matter of saving the Grand Xia princess, Li Xuanxiao did not want to make it known to everyone. Think of it as saving a normal person. Getting involved with royalty is not a wise decision. Accompanying a king is like accompanying a tiger. And the whirlpool of politics is so deep that it can swallow a person up if they are not careful. Inside the main hall, Empress Changsun said, "So you're the one who saved my family's lure." The master teacher, Taoist spirit void, and the other three master uncles all looked towards Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao's face did not change. The Empress should have misunderstood. I have not met the princess. Really? 1,000 times over. Zhao Lu took out the amethyst on her chest, the retention stone. The crowd looked at Li Xuanxiao's unmistakable face on the shadow retaining stone. Li Xuanxiao slightly narrowed his eyes. This, 4K Ultra HD? That thing is a shadow stone. It wasn't that Li Xuanxiao didn't notice it at the time. It was really because Zhao Lu's shadow retention stone was too fancy and too high-end. Royal stuff. I henna. Taoist Master Lingxiu smiled. Empress, forgive me. My family Xuanxiao is this indifferent to fame and fortune. Where is the word? It's me who should thank him properly. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid this precious daughter of mine would be separated from me in the netherworld. He's my daughter's lifesaver. Li Xuanxiao pulled out an uncomfortable smile. Empress Changsun said. Lingxiu Taoist said. The queen said it again. And the spiritual void said it again. Li Xuanxiao was a junior who didn't have much of a chance to speak, and he noticed that Princess Zhao Lu, who was on the opposite side of the room, threw her gaze at herself from time to time. When she looked over herself, Zhao Lu quickly put her head down again. Li Xuanxiao had a bad feeling in his heart. Yourself. It wouldn't be because of this matter that the princess has taken a liking to me, would it? This whole marrying the princess thing or whatever. Don't do it. Palace coups, dynastic upheavals, political struggles. Li Xuanxiao thought far away for a long time before bringing his thoughts back. A few days later, the funeral of the headmaster was over. Li Xuanxiao had drudged up these days to receive guests and had met with Zhao Lu twice, but Li Xuanxiao had hurriedly run away, like a mouse meeting a cat. When everything was taken care of, Li Xuanxiao directly returned to the middle of the mountain gate and continued to cultivate hard. Fourth senior sister came with her imperial sword and brought bad news. The master sect has promised the empress to take Princess Zhao Lu as her disciple. Li Xuanxiao sighed silently. Forget it. Soldiers come and go. Fourth senior sister smiled. I've seen that princess. She's really pretty. You kid is blessed. It's all just empty skin. Fourth senior sister chatted with Li Xuanxiao a few more times before leaving. Fourth senior sister's real name was Su Wan, and she was one of those standard white lotus flowers. The general existence of the heroine in a metaphysical romance puppet show, Dumb and Dumber. Several of her brothers and sisters took good care of her and were fond of her. This drew the displeasure of a few female disciples, who caused trouble for the fourth senior sister from time to time. However, no matter what she went through, fourth sister would also still maintain her optimistic and cheerful personality. Chapter 5, Doubts About Life. It didn't take long for Lingshu to bring Zhao Lu back to the mountain gate. Zhao Lu raised his eyes and looked, only to see the towering silver sword peak like a huge, incomparably sharp sword thrusting straight into the sky, with a magnificent momentum. The hills were green and full of flowers, and the birds sang happily in the branches. The breeze brings a gust of fresh floral scent to the air. The mountains are cloudy and misty, appearing and disappearing. This beautiful scenery made Zhao Lu sigh. This place is really like a fairyland. Taoist Lingshu brought Zhao Lu to Li Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao, in the future she will be your little sister, and you are no longer the youngest disciple in terms of age and seniority of this father. Remember to take good care of this little sister of yours in the future. The disciple obeys the master's order. You take your senior sister to familiarize herself with Mount Shu. Master still has things to do. After Spirit Void finished speaking, he vanished. Zhao Lu looked at the teenager in front of her somewhat shyly. He was different from everyone he knew in the palace. Greetings, elder brother. Li Xuanxiao nodded. Since you've entered Mount Shu, there are a few things you need to be instructed on. Cultivation is more than just the mana that one cultivates. It is the self that one cultivates. This is my Shushan's emotionless way. But unfortunately, the emotionless way is never short of students, short of graduates. Emotionless Dao? Zhao Lu was confused. Is it breaking off love? Emotionless. It sounds so cold. Li Xuanxiao explained. Great love is merciless, not just a small love, but one that benefits all living beings. Great love for the living beings, treating all beings as equal sentient beings, not as you understand it. Breaking off love and affection. Senior sister understands. Elder brother. So mature. Not at all like the sons of those royal court nobles. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand and stepped on his flying sword. Come up. Zhao Lu blinked and rode his sword. She doesn't know how to do that yet. Stay by yourself. Are you going to hug your senior brother's waist? It's either that or tug at the hem of your shirt. It couldn't be helped that the 3-foot sword was that long, and standing on it was surely unavoidable to get up close and personal. Zhao Lu stepped on the long sword. Li Xuanxiao's hand pinched his sword technique, and the next moment the 3-foot-long sword became capable of being more than 10 meters long. Li Xuanxiao stood at the head of the sword while Zhao Lu stood at the tail. The two seemed to be separated by the ends of the earth. Zhou Lu, oh. There are 7 peaks in Mount Shu, which are Silver Sword Peak, Little Qiong Peak, Tongtian Peak, Longzhou Peak, Loxia Peak, Big Bamboo Peak, and Little Bamboo Peak, of which Tongtian Peak is the main peak. Li Xuanxiao rattled off the basics of Mount Shu to Zhao Lu. Elder brother, I can't quite hear what you're saying. Zhao Lu stepped forward. The next second, the transmission entered his ears. Li Xuanxiao cast the spell. Did you hear me well enough this time? Listen. Listen well. Cultivation must remember not to be emotional. And since you are determined to embark on this path, you must be prepared. Now suppose there's a powerful cultivator who falls in love with you, and for your sake is willing to be the enemy of the world and brutalize countless living beings. What do you think of him? Could there really be someone like that? I think he's pretty smitten. Good. Then suppose you are now living an ordinary life as a commoner. Living an ordinary life every day. Not rich and famous, but good enough to live an ordinary and happy life. Your parents found you a good marriage, but on the wedding day, there was a mindless monk who came from nowhere and killed the entire population of the city, and you survived. Look at the dead bodies of your family. Look at your groom still in his big red suit. Zhao Lu was silent. Remember, this is no love. Behind this is the blood and tears of countless people, countless wives separated, and tired white bones. Immortals are moved, and the earth is restless. I understood. At this moment, close your eyes and conjure up this picture in your mind. A man with a straight posture and a handsome face. He was as if he had stepped out of a scroll. This handsome and dapper man had stepped up to the plate and saved you in a critical situation. At that moment, time seems to be frozen. All the surrounding noise and disturbance are shielded from the outside. Only his firm and powerful figure deeply imprinted in your heart. Since that thrilling encounter, the threads of your destinies have begun to intertwine and entwine. Every time the eyes meet inadvertently, it is like a flash of lightning that stirs up ripples in each other's hearts. Every whispered conversation is like a gentle breeze that refreshes the mind. Gradually, an unspeakable emotion spreads quietly between you. Li Xuanxiao's magnetic voice was like heavenly music as it slowly sounded. With that unique tone, he delicately described the scene, easily bringing Zhao Lu into that dreamlike situation. Zhao Lu couldn't help but think of her senior brother, Li Xuanxiao, who had saved her life. At this time, Li Xuanxiao's words changed. But one day, you find out that he is a member of the Devil's Sect, that he is an enemy of the righteousness, and that the corpses of the innocent people and the righteous who have died at his hands can be piled up into several huge mountains. So may I ask what you should do? Zhao Lu bit her lip and looked embarrassed. I should. It's okay, speak your true thoughts. Li Xuanxiao encouraged her. Zhao Lu took a deep breath. I should have killed him. Yes, that's the right answer that Sifu wanted. One couldn't act as if one was an innocent little girl crazy for love in front of senior. Wrong. Ha? Zhao Lu wondered. So I should let him go, cut him off, and kill him later on the battlefield? Still wrong. The correct answer is to tell him that you will take him back to meet the parents and prepare the dowry. You won't be able to kill him with your strength. The only way to deal with him is to trick him into the sect and attack him in a group, which is the most stable and correct way to deal with him. Zhao Lu. Never be blinded by your feelings. Don't be naive enough to think that the devil will always love only you. And don't aid and abet him even more. Don't act impulsively even after discovering the true identity of the other party, and plan ahead. I understand, elder brother. Zhao Lu took a deep breath. Today's conversation seemed to be one that could affect her for the rest of her life. Okay, now go ahead and visualize. 2 years later, Chapter 6. Pay attention. The woman in front of you with a heart of gold is named Su Wan. At this moment, she was kneeling in front of the main hall because she had been falsely accused. Fourth senior sister. I don't know what grievances I have with you, that you would do this to me. The beautiful girl who was crying and crying was named Jiang Luoshui. Only to see that Jiang Luoshui cried like a pear blossom destroyed by the wind and rain, tears flowing freely like a flood that broke the embankment, her delicate body trembling slightly, as if a flower swaying in the wind would wither at any time, causing people to feel pity. Looking at fourth senior sister Su Wan again, her face was ice cold and incomparable. She looked at Jiang Luoshui with disdain. It's her again. She's framing herself again. I'm annoyed and tired of explaining myself more than I'd like to. The law enforcement elder looked at Jiang Luoshui and then Su Wan. Su Wan, the wound on Luoshui's body is precisely the unique mark of your sword. What explanation do you give? All the onlookers looked at Su Wan. Su Wan, on the other hand, looked at her senior brother Murong Mor. She expected the other party to speak up and speak for herself, but Murong Mor was silent, and Su Wanxin died. Disciple. 100 mouths to feed. There was an uproar. The law enforcement elder said in a deep voice, Su Wan, do you know that Jiang Luoshui was in the critical moment of his breakthrough and was nearly killed by your sword? If you kill or injure a fellow disciple, you will be expelled from the division. I still have evidence of your collusion with the cult here. What is your explanation? The disciple does not want to explain and is willing to be punished. Su Wan doesn't want to argue anymore. When this was said, the surrounding murmurs became louder. How is this possible? Fourth senior sister is colluding with a cult? Usually Su Wan is jealous of Jiang's senior sister, but it is easy to understand. A moment went to the extreme. Yes, not only is senior sister Jiang's talent stronger than senior sister Su's, and she presses senior sister Su in every way, but most importantly, since senior sister Jiang's arrival, senior brother Murong seems to be treating senior sister Su less intimately. For a while, rumors swirled and opinions varied. Su Wan sneered. Su Wan, you have violated the rules of the sect. Abolish your cultivation by law and expel you from the sect. Su Wan noticed Jiang Luoshui's eyes. For a moment, she noticed a hint of smugness in Jiang Luoshui's eyes. Yeah, she made it. Back then, Jiang Luoshui was the one she brought back to the mountain sect with senior brother Murong. Saved her life. He himself was considered her savior. When he was just starting out, he himself gave her the best cultivation resources, taught her to cultivate, and even went down the mountain to find life-saving medicine for her when she was valued, thus suffering serious injuries. Now, Jiang Luoshui is being gracious. It even provoked the relationship between himself and senior brother Murong. What caused Su Wan to feel the most despair was senior Murong's attitude towards himself. Even if the whole world does not believe in themselves, but only you cannot not believe in me. Just then, a voice rang out. Hold on, I have something to say. 1 incense stick ago, Silver Sword Peak. Li Xuanxiao was practicing within the peak, the box that the previously deceased sect master had left to eldest brother, who in turn gifted it to Li Xuanxiao before he left the sect. Li Xuanxiao then opened the box. The box was a magic treasure similar to a storage bag of sorts. Inside was a sword case, which contained 4 swords in spring, summer, fall and winter, a sword manual and 2 marrow cleansing pills. With Li Xuanxiao's current strength, he could only master the spring sword out of the 4 spring, summer, autumn and winter swords. Spring symbolizes the growth and vitality of all things. Elder brother, something big has happened. A stunningly beautiful face broke into Li Xuanxiao's field of vision. That face was like a finely carved jade, The delicate and smooth skin exuded a faint luster, as warm as sheep's fat white jade, eyebrows like the distant mountains with a diaper. Eyes just like the autumn water is full. The nose is straight and small. Zhao Lu reached out to tug on Li Xuanxiao's sleeve, but the other party lightly swung it away. Something to talk about. Senior brother. Something has happened to fourth senior sister. There's never a day when fourth senior sister doesn't have an accident, Li Xuanxiao said rather helplessly, as the biggest pure white lotus flower of the clan. Dumb and Dumber. The Zhang Luoshui she had brought to the mountain gate many years ago. Li Xuanxiao had seen early on that his heart was not in the right place, and had even subtly reminded fourth senior sister Su Wan many times, but Su Wan didn't care. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but think of the female frequency text novels he had read before. According to the story's plot direction, the next thing that should happen is that the youngest sister falsely accuses her elder sister. Sister suffered from all the accusations and 1,000 accusations. They were deprived of their cultivation. Their roots and bones were removed, and they were subjected to thousands of tortures. It is still executed by the other's beloved man, brother Murong. Then sister left Shushan in despair. And then, sister's desperate rebirth to reverse her own destiny. Since the people of the world are negative towards me, what is the point for me to keep the righteous path? And then I turned around and threw myself into the devil's sect. Didn't you guys suspect me of colluding with the devil cult? Then I really colluded. Finally destroyed the whole Shu mountain. Then finally, brother Murong came out to stop fourth senior sister. The two love each other. As for Shushan, and his innocent self, he would probably have finished casting by then. Asked Li Xuanxiao why he knew so much about the content of the novel. Nothing else, just familiar eyes. In his previous life, paralyzed in bed, his greatest daily pleasure was reading novels. It's a plot he's all too familiar with. Even if there was 1 in 10,000 of such a possibility, one must do everything in one's power to stop it. They said that fourth senior sister sneaked up on senior sister Zhang Luoshui and colluded with someone from the demon cult. Zhao Lu said in a succession of words. I know all about it. Li Xuanxiao nodded his head calmly. Let's go. Go see what's going on. The clan really doesn't let itself be bothered day after day. With that, he headed to Tongtian Peak with Zhao Lu. I have something to say. Li Xuanxiao, who had listened to the whole thing, stood out at that moment, and the gazes of the crowd turned to him. Fourth senior sister Su Wan had originally all closed her eyes, but at this moment, she opened her eyes like autumn water again and looked at junior senior brother in puzzlement. Li Xuanxiao coughed lightly. Senior sister Jiang, when you were attacked, did you see with your own eyes that it was done by senior sister Su? Yes, I saw it with my own eyes, and the wounds on my body prove it. Yes, I saw it too. At this time, another female disciple said cautiously. When did you encounter the attack? Li Xuanxiao asked again. Today at Cinnabar. Today at Cinnabar time. Fourth senior sister was practicing in her cave and did not leave. Zhang Luoshui looked at Li Xuanxiao, who had jumped out halfway. With mischievous eyes, she gave another wink to the female disciple who had just spoken. The female disciple spoke. You can prove that she never left in the cave with your one-sided statement? Not to mention Su Wan herself admitted it. Senior sister Su apologizes. Li Xuanxiao said. Su Wan was uncertain about Li Xuanxiao's sudden apology. Li Xuanxiao held up a twin-life shadow retaining stone. I've been monitoring every move in senior sister Su's cave since 5 years ago, and her actions are all within my grasp. I can prove that senior sister Su didn't leave at the time of Een. Su Wan. Li Xuanxiao's words caused everyone present to fall silent. Chapter 7. Why can't it be me? Everyone in the room froze. Surveillance. Started 5 years ago. Doesn't that mean that everything that fourth senior sister did inside her cave, including bathing and changing her clothes, wouldn't it be another scum from Shu Mountain? Fourth senior sister Su Wan also quickly realized that something was wrong. Her pretty face instantly reddened as she looked at Li Xuanxiao with slight annoyance. Zhao Lu, on the other hand, looked at Li Xuanxiao with disappointment. Senior brother, snatched away by someone else. Brother is interested in women? Then why can't it be me? Li Xuanxiao didn't wait for the crowd to react and continued. Everyone, please see that this is all of fourth senior sister's situation today. Li Xuanxiao opened the shadow retaining stone and presented its contents before everyone's eyes. In the scene, Su Wan was preparing to undress. Li Xuanxiao's face did not change and his heart did not skip a beat as he directly reached out and skipped over the luscious picture. Some male disciples looked at Li Xuanxiao with displeasure. Can't you slow down your hands? The screen showed the time Chen hour. Su Wan was practicing in the cave with her eyes closed, and had not left the cave for half a step until the hour. This, Zhang Luoshui immediately defended loudly, but I saw it with my own eyes. And what's with this wound on my body? The female disciple on the side also chimed in. That's right. I've seen it with my own eyes as well. I won't recognize it wrong. Su Wan still didn't argue, only looking at Zhang Luoshui with disappointment. Li Xuanxiao expressed a whole big breathlessness. You can't beat a fart with 3 sticks, you are pure wimp. What's the point of saying something? Explain yourself. If people have wronged you, you explain. Thus, Li Xuanxiao had no choice but to say, fine. Then may I ask why 4th senior sister sneaked up on you? In other words, why would she sneak up on you in the open? Not even bothering to disguise herself, using her own saber. Assuming 4th senior sister really hates you with a passion, do you think she'd use such a stupid method? Even if she succeeded, would that do herself any good? If you really want to get back at you, wouldn't it be better to let you live and die without seeing your body when you go down the mountain with you on a mission? Zhang Luoshui was dumbfounded by the dislike. The rest of the disciples who were originally watching the show also nodded thoughtfully, feeling that Li Xuanxiao's words made sense. Su Wan glanced at Li Xuanxiao with a complicated expression. Li Xuanxiao then continued, so to summarize, the person who attacked you won't be 4th senior sister. Then who do you think it could be? Zhang Luoshui was furious. Perhaps there is someone who secretly wants to frame 4th senior sister. Li Xuanxiao looked as normal. This matter still needs to be investigated in detail by the sect. You guys think about the fact that this matter has appeared successively with the evidence of 4th senior sister's collusion with the devil cult. It's clear that there is someone who is making a setup for 4th senior sister. The law enforcement elder nodded, and it was actually not his fault for picketing the unknown. The main reason was that Zhang Luoshui had laid out the evidence one by one in front of his eyes, and when Su Wan asked anything, she had a cold face, as if the whole world owed her neither. And finally, there's nothing to say. Surprisingly, there are people who want to secretly provoke the disciples within my sect. This matter absolutely cannot be left unsettled. Su Wan has made you suffer a lot today. Zhang Luoshui, don't worry. The clan will definitely find the real culprit who attacked you. It looks like you misunderstood your 4th senior sister. Zhang Luoshui bit her lip, her heart hating this Li Xuanxiao who jumped out halfway. And I don't know where he popped up from. Obviously he had planned it all out. Su Wan was still the same as before, not willing to say a word more in the face of his false accusations. According to the plan, Su Wan would have been removed from her roots and expelled from the division by now. He himself had successfully risen to the top and had won the heart of senior brother Murong. Who'd have thought? However, Zhang Luoshui was a complete actor. Even if he hated it in his heart, he still squeezed out a smile and said to Su Wan, 4th senior sister, it's Luoshui who misunderstood you. Don't blame Luoshui. It's really because the person behind it is too cunning. But it's a good thing that we have senior brother Xuanxiao to testify for senior sister. In fact, Luoshui also believed that the 4th senior sister character, to blame on the people behind the malicious intentions. Su Wan coldly glanced at Zhang Luoshui and turned around. Zhang Luoshui dropped tears in aggravation. What should I do? Senior sister seems to be angry with me. The rest of the group saw this and comforted. It's okay. It's not your fault when it comes down to it. Yeah, little sis, after all you're a victim too. Senior brother Murong. You've always been on good terms with 4th senior sister. I know 4th senior sister must be angry with me. Help me apologize to her, okay? Zhang Luoshui looked at Murong Mor miserably. Murong Mor nodded. Don't worry, One Heir has always been generous. She won't be bothered with you because of this small matter. I'll go persuade her. Thank you, senior brother. Senior brother is the best. Watching the scene, Li Xuanxiao in the crowd stated, I just want to quietly cultivate a fairy. You cannot make this kind of trouble. The plot is clearly based on the development of women's literature. Li Xuanxiao was just about to leave. As for you, Li Xuanxiao. At this time, the voice of the law enforcement elder came. Spying on a senior sister within the sect and even installing a twin-like shadow-retaining stone in the other party's cave. What crime should you be guilty of? The gazes of the crowd were all directed towards Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao shrugged his shoulders. He had thought of today when he secretly installed the shadow retention stone in Su Wan's cave 5 years ago. So it's ready to be punished. 5 years ago. That's when Zhang Luoshui already had all kinds of tawdry maneuvers. And then look at the character of the 4th senior sister Su Wan, as well as the Murong Mor senior brother. It was hard for Li Xuanxiao not to associate it with the ancient puppet cultivation sets in various female novels and TV dramas. Su Wan was falsely accused by Zhang Luoshui and expelled from the division, then blackened and backhandedly destroyed Shushan. Just in case, Li Xuanxiao had made a lot of preparations. Li Xuanxiao said, I just want to quietly cultivate immortality and live in this world. But the wish didn't seem so simple. In the end, credit was given where credit was due because he was brave enough to stand up for himself at the last minute. Li Xuanxiao only received the punishment of being grounded for half a year. This punishment was just what he wanted, and he could cultivate in peace for half a year. On Li Xuanxiao's way back to the mountain peak, the gazes of the passing disciples looking at him were a bit strange. Apparently, the matter of him spying on Su Wan had already spread. However, Li Xuanxiao did not care about his reputation. As long as Su Wan doesn't black out. Thank goodness. Along the way, senior sister Zhao Lu also didn't say a word. Returning to the peaks they left in silence. Xuanxiao opened the door of the hut and hesitated for a moment, but still walked in. Not surprisingly, there was a flash of cold light. The sharp long sword was pressed against his neck. Chapter 8. In a flash of cold light, the blade of the sword was pressed against Xuanxiao's throat. An inch further and it would have pierced that weak spot. Su Wan was filled with shame and anger. If only you could be this tough when facing Zhao Lu. Xuanxiao said calmly. Su Wan said in a deep voice, "Can this be the same? Say, why did you place the twin life-retaining shadow stone in my cave?" Xuanxiao shrugged. Isn't this reason simple? You. Above Su Wan's originally fair and jade-like face, like a peach blossom in the first bloom of spring, a touch of intoxicating blush rose. It made her already handsome face even more delicate and attractive at the moment. Unfortunately, Xuanxiao was an uninterested person. His eyes were not slanted, and his breath was not even half disturbed. Su Wan felt that the relationship between her and this young master brother of hers was quite good on weekdays. But how could she not have thought that the other party would still have this kind of idea about herself? But I didn't see it at all before. It was even the case that he had placed the shadow retaining stone within his cave for 5 long years. I can't believe I didn't notice a thing. Of course I expected this day to come. From the moment senior sister brought Zhao Lu back to the sect, I warned senior sister not to just bring anyone back to the sect. Within a few years, I realized that Zhao Lu had a bad heart. Saying one thing and doing another. Saying one thing in front of his face and another behind his back. That's why it's a good idea to do it just in case. You're lying to hell, Su Wan said coldly. If it had been any other way, she would have known that someone had installed a two-handed shadow retaining stone in her cave, watching his every move for 5 years. Even the great probability has been to look at your own body. Su Wan had killed the other party with a sword long ago, but then the other guy came forward at a critical moment and testified in his favor. This was the reason why Su Wan was conflicted. Xuanxiao remained unperturbed. He was certain that he could subdue Su Wan, even if the other party's sword was at his neck at the moment. Xuanxiao looked weak in cultivation. That was because he wanted to make others look like he was mediocre in cultivation. No hang-ups though, not a child of the Qi. However, with the heart of cultivation that was unrelenting, coupled with the comprehension of the emotionless way, in the younger generation, Xuanxiao really didn't feel that he would necessarily be weaker than anyone in Mount Shu, except for eldest brother Shui Yun. Of course, that guy's a pure creep, constant wonder, but unfortunately a love brain. Su Wan's eyes showed a few moments of surprise. She didn't expect that already at this time. Xuanxiao could still not change his face, and his breath wasn't in disarray, even righteously explaining to himself why. I can swear the great Tao oath, Xuanxiao said. I have never spied even once on senior sister Su Wan in her cave before this, and I only did all this to prevent Zhao Lu from framing senior sister. When Su Wan saw that he spoke his mind, even going so far as to use the great Tao oath, she couldn't help but believe a few points in her heart. Why are you doing this? What? Why are you helping me? We're from the same sect. We help each other. Helping you is helping Shushan, as well as helping myself. Su Wan's expression moved slightly. Merely that. That's just it. And also I have to remind you, senior sister, that in the future when you meet something like this, don't just look at others with a cold face. Not everyone is going to believe you through your silent explanations. You have to explain yourself through defense, even if there is a slight chance. Otherwise what happened today will happen again. Su Wan lowered her sword. Xuanxiao smiled faintly. Senior sister, I hope you'll be more careful in the future. For today. Thank you. You're welcome. And no more installing twin life retention stones in my cave. Understood. Su Wan left the hut. Xuanxiao smiled and shook his head. Fourth senior sister. Senior brother Murong isn't quite what you expected. Be careful. On the way out of Silver Sword Blade, Su Wan's heart was in turmoil. Xuanxiao, will he like me? Yeah. Why would he do that for himself if he didn't like himself? The planning began 5 years ago. No, it was even earlier, when he brought Zhang Lu back to the clan. At that time, Xuanxiao had reminded himself of this, only that he hadn't paid too much attention to it. Now that I think about it more. However, from all the previous signs, it was not at all clear that Xuanxiao had any meaning for himself. Xuanxiao was the sect's recognized junior master of the inner scroll. Every day is nothing but practice. Later, he saved Zhao Lu, the princess of the great Xia kingdom, who in turn became his junior sister. Everyone in the sect said that Xuanxiao had earned his keep near the water, but for 2 years, the two were simply senior siblings. Even Zhao Lu, a stunningly beautiful-looking human creature, Xuanxiao was not offended in the fall. Of course, one's own looks weren't any worse than Zhao Lu's. Xuanxiao is secretly in love with himself and silently guards himself behind his back. This is a very valid reason, and from the evidence available now, it is. Thinking of this, Su Wan's cheeks blushed slightly. What an infatuated son or daughter. Even though he knew that he was very close to senior brother Murong, he would also have to silently guard himself behind the scenes, and as long as he was safe and sound, he would be able to rest easy. Su Wan couldn't help but brainstorm that in the dead of night Xuanxiao was pointing at the moon and letting out a pained roar. It was the voice of a man who missed himself, but sadly no one knew it. And during the daytime Master Xuanxiao had to pretend that nothing had happened and continue to cultivate hard. I'm afraid he's practicing so hard to protect himself. Thinking about this, Su Wan couldn't help but cry out. Right at this moment, a floating figure blocked Su Wan's body. Murong Mor was dressed in a long shirt as white as snow, his sleeves fluttering, a faint smile hanging on his handsome face, just like a warm breeze in the spring, making people feel incomparably warm and comfortable. There was a subdued confidence in this smile, and it seemed to contain endless tenderness and kindness. His eyes were as bright as stars, deep and mesmerizing, and when the gaze flowed, it was as if it could penetrate the most hidden corners of the depths of the human heart. Normally, when Murong Mor smiled, Su Wan's heart moved, but at this moment, Su Wan looked at Murong Mor expressionlessly. Senior sister, you wouldn't have gone to senior brother Xuanxiao, would you? You didn't do anything to him, did you? No, he protected me. I only went to thank him. I didn't realize that he was the one who spoke up for me at a critical moment. Su Wan had lost her usual gentleness. Senior sister, are you blaming me, not speaking up for you at the time? How can you have such childish thoughts? I'm upset. Su Wan took a deep breath, remembering what Xuanxiao had said to her when she was leaving. She looked the man in front of her up and down. When compared to Xuanxiao, the two treated themselves as worlds apart. A man who plots for his own sake, just to keep himself safe. One, however, did not say a word when he was falsely accused. The highs and lows are immediately apparent. Chapter 9, Rumor? Senior brother, I'm really disappointed in you. Disappointed? Murong Mor frowned slightly. For the first time he had a feeling that the family pet was out of control. This feeling made him feel bad. He stared at Su Wan and Su Wan, on the other hand, didn't bother to look at him. You know what? Senior brother Xuanxiao has been silently guarding me and secretly in love with me, but he has buried this heart in the bottom of his heart. While you, senior brother, really disappoint me. Xuanxiao? That pervert who placed the twin-life shadow retention stone into your cave? He's not a pervert. He loves me. He would even give up his life for me. At this time, the duo had not yet left the range of Silver Sword Peak. And again, this was under Xuanxiao's surveillance. Xuanxiao, confused-faced? I saved your life, and you're just trying to get back at me, aren't you? Making up rumors about me? In the end, Su Wan and Murong Mor parted on bad terms. As Murong Mor left, he glared fiercely in the direction of Silver Sword Peak. Xuanxiao was rather helpless. Sister, I saved your life. If you don't repay me, why do you want to hurt me? Xuanxiao had no choice but to take out a small notebook to write down that Murong Mo had become dissatisfied with himself on a certain day of a certain year and month, and to remove this dissatisfaction from him, Xuanxiao formulated several programs. 1. Try not to get involved with Murong Mor and Su Wan again. Secondly, keep surveillance on Murong Mor, because this person might very well have a grudge against himself because of Su Wan's words, and thus kill him. Third, in the future out of the mission must be away from Murong Mor and Zhang Luoshui. Their own take the task but also to avoid these two people. Fourth, understand Murong Mor and Zhang Luoshui's magic treasures, cultivation, battle cards, and so on. If there was a real possibility of fighting the other side in the future, make sure you can survive. Writing this, Xuanxiao could not help but shake his head. Sure enough, he hates trouble. In order to prevent senior sister Su Wan from potentially blackening, he had offended both Murong Mor and Zhang Luoshui in one breath. Xuanxiao sighed. Soldiers come and go. The next period of time was idle. The following evening, Xuanxiao returned to the hut from outside. He squatted wanting to take advantage of senior brother Murong Mor going out and place a twin-life shadow retaining stone in the other party's cave as well. But he didn't find the opportunity. From the mouths of bystanders, he learned about two of Murong Mor's common magic treasures on the sidelines. As for Zhang Luoshui, although her cultivation was far inferior to Murong Mor, but you can't be too careful. Who knows if she has any cards? It was common for chi refiners to have the most tactics, and it was common for them to pull out one or two magic treasures that could erase the gap in battle power without noticing. Xuanxiao pushed open the door of the hut. When you walk inside, you are greeted with a blood-curdling, heart-racing image. One could only see that the room was extremely luxuriously decorated, and the candlelight swayed, reflecting the entire room like a dream. The air was filled with a strong and charming perfume, which seemed to have a magical power. so that people could not help but be intoxicated by the smell of it. In one corner of the room, a beautiful incense burner was placed. Wisps of light smoke were drifting out of the furnace, curling up like a light veil, adding a few more mysterious colors to the space that was originally full of ambiguous atmosphere. As his eyes followed the smoke, a wide, soft bedstead was placed in the center of the room. On the bed, lying on her side, was a woman. She had a delicate figure and exquisite curves. Her body was only clad in a layer of light and transparent gauze, which vaguely covered her jade-like white skin, which appeared particularly tantalizing under the hazy light and shadow. Through the gauze, one could vaguely see her slender waist and long legs, as well as the slightly undulating breasts. Everything was so tantalizing, inviting infinite reverie. The woman turned her head slightly. "Senior brother." Li Xuanxiao's face remained unchanged. "Who let you into my bed?" "Senior brother. I seem to have been poisoned." "Poisoned?" Li Xuanxiao raised his eyebrows. "Well, dizziness, blurry eyes, and a hot body." Zhao Lu held her forehead with her hand. Li Xuanxiao sat on the chair. "Any other symptoms?" "The other. I don't know anymore. I'm so dizzy." "Senior brother, come closer and take my pulse." "Ah." After Zhao Lu finished speaking, she fell headfirst onto the bed as if she had fainted. Li Xuanxiao calmly picked up the teapot and poured himself a cup of tea. This acting is worthy of fresh meat. Li Xuanxiao snapped his fingers together and a black pellet fell precisely between Zhao Lu's lips. "Well, elder brother, what is this? Aren't you poisoned?" "This is the antidote pill," Li Xuanxiao explained indifferently. "It can pull out the toxins in your body by allowing you to use the method of excretion." Zhao Lu's face suddenly changed. "Senior brother, how can you give people this kind of food?" "I'm doing this to save you." Zhao Lu wanted to say something else, but her stomach growled. Zhao Lu covered her stomach. "Stinky senior brother, I'll never ignore you again." After that, he ran out of the hut. With a wave of his hand, Li Xuanxiao restored the house to its original arrangement. What he had given his little sister was naturally not some excremental elixir, but rather a face-nourishing elixir. It wasn't that Li Xuanxiao didn't know his little sister's feelings, but women are too much of a hindrance to cultivation. It wasn't as if Shu Mountain didn't have people trying the path of dual cultivation, such as Sixth Uncle and his wife. The result is a 3-day fight, a 5-day fight, always a mess. Instead, it will affect the practice, and you can quarrel over trivial matters. Not to mention that the youngest sister was also the princess of the Great Summer Kingdom, so that would be even more troublesome. Stinky senior brother. Bad senior brother. Zhao Lu angrily took it out on the Silver Sword Peak's big tree. If fourth senior sister can, why can't it be me? What's so great about fourth sister? What's better than me? Do I have a bad face? Had to spy on the fourth sister. After Zhao Lu returned from the main peak, she rummaged through her place 3 times. As a result, to her great disappointment, her own place of residence had not been placed by her senior brother with a shadow-retaining stone. "Why? Why don't you even look at it when I show it to you? You have to sneak off to see fourth sister?" Zhao Lu couldn't figure it out and even wanted to cry a little. It's been 2 years, and it hasn't even taken down Shifu. Now Shifu still has his heart in the right place. Could it be that there was something special about fourth senior sister? Zhou Lu thought left and right and looked down at her breasts. After all, it was normal to be younger and not as good as the fourth senior sister. Thus, turning her head, Zhao Lu went to the famous alchemy hall in Mount Shu, prepared to get some elixirs in this area to make up for it. Li Xuanxiao was still unaware that his junior sister had stepped onto a path of no return. Chapter 10 Sword-Holding Pavilion Quest. 6 months have passed in a flash. On this day, the Sword-Bearer Pavilion sent a message. Holding the Sword Pavilion is the task hall of Shushan. Each peaks to receive the task to go to hold the Sword Pavilion. Each year there is a certain quota of tasks for each peak, and holding the Sword Court is sending a letter today. Tell Li Xuanxiao that their mission targets have not been accomplished this year. A big reason for this was because eldest senior brother Shui Yun had gone down the mountain. There was no way around it. In the past, Shui Yun was the main force of Silver Sword Peak. It couldn't be helped that Silver Sword Peak was originally less crowded. He had to take it on himself. Li Xuanxiao came to the sword-holding pavilion to report for duty. Saw the people he didn't want to see on this mission. Murong Mor, Jian Luoxue, fourth senior sister Su Wan. Attempt to find an opportunity to speak. Li Xuanxiao's face remained unchanged. I've been hiding for so long, but I haven't been able to avoid it after all. Still met. I'm leading this mission. The target is the Sphinx snake in the Hopeless Mountain on the edge of the southern border. Murong Mor said as such. Li Xuanxiao hesitated for a moment. The moment he saw that Murong Mor and Jian Luoxue were also in the group, he thought of pretending to be sick. As long as he himself ate the elixir he had made, within a few moments, he would be foaming at the mouth and his breath would be disorganized. However, after hearing that this mission was to go to the Hopeless Mountain in the southern border, looking for the human-faced snake. Li Xuanxiao then gave up on the idea. In the Hopeless Mountains, located on the edge of the southern border, poisonous insects, poisonous snakes were all over the place, but at the same time they represented resources for cultivators, the organ puppets that one refined really needed to go to the materials, and Mount Hopeless was clearly the best choice. Moreover, this time, although Murong Mor was leading the group, because the place they were going to was the southern border's Hopeless Mountain, there was also a junior elder following them. When the group left the sword-holding pavilion, Murong Mor summoned his spirit pet, a large white bird. A large bird drilled out of the tumbling and surging sea of vast clouds, its wings gently waving, blowing the surrounding clouds away. When the large white bird was fully displayed in front of everyone's eyes, the silky feathers on its body shimmered with a faint silver light, just like the moonlight sprinkled on it. This spirit pet is something only senior brother Murong can afford to raise. Immediately, someone said with envy. Murong Mor greeted the crowd as they boarded their spirit pets. The southern border is a long way away, and the imperial sword is too exhausting. A group of people have gone up to the spirit pets. It was just that Su Wan seemed to be unwilling to sit in Murong Mor's spirit pet, but seeing that everyone had gone up, she silently followed. The young elder's name was Fong Yun, and he was getting close to Murong Mor. There were many junior elders like Fong Yun in Mount Shu. It is nothing more than simmering seniority, and at Fong Yun's age, the upper limit of this life is here, but Murong Mor was different. Young in age, with high natural talent and a good family history. There's a lot to be said for that. Seniorly, Li Xuanxiao glanced at fourth senior sister Su Wan. Su Wan looked at him. She hadn't seen Li Xuanxiao for a long time. Li Xuanxiao seemed to be avoiding himself on purpose. This didn't make Su Wan feel very good. She was worried if it was because of what happened to her that Li Xuanxiao didn't feel too good about daring to see her again, so she simply hid. Only at this moment, Li Xuanxiao was looking at her with his face as usual, without any imagined panic. Su Wan cannot help but think, really still this look, show on the pretense of indifference. In fact, inwardly because of their own talk with him, our excited heartbeat almost stopped put. If Li Xuanxiao heard what Su Wan had in mind, he didn't know what expression he would make. Sister, you really know how to make things up. Senior brotherly, when you arrive at the southern border, do you have anything you need? I'll help you look for it together. Su Wan said. Many thanks, senior sister. I won't bother senior sister with these trivial matters. Li Xuanxiao politely rejected Su Wan. He's still on edge. Su Wan said darkly. Li Xuanxiao, however, noticed that Murong Mor, who was conversing with junior elder Fong Yun, had been looking this way intentionally or unintentionally. Is he minding that he's talking to Su Wan? Sister, stop pulling hate on me. Li Xuanxiao's heart had some helplessness. 3 days later, they arrived over Mount Hopeless. The group left the large bird and landed in the middle of the forest path. The southern border region is wrapped in a poisonous miasma all year round. Although Hopeless Mountain was located on the edge, it was still not to be underestimated. Junior Elder Fong Yun was waiting for them in the sky above. Murong Mor simply distributed the formations. The task of opening the way was given to Fan Jiyu, Li Xuanxiao, and 3 other disciples, in the Hopeless Mountain because of the miasma, so the average cultivator would not be able to replenish their true essence in a timely manner. But on the way, there are always grasses and trees, poisonous insects, snakes and ants blocking the way, so someone needs to open the way. Murong Mor had the highest cultivation and was the main force against the Sphinx snake, so you can't waste your true essence on such things. Xuanxiao, pay attention. The first one to open the way was Li Xuanxiao. Murong Mor patted his shoulder and gave him a gentle smile. Li Xuanxiao nodded nonchalantly. Senior brother, my cultivation is weak. You must protect me. Zhao Lu said to Murong Mor in a petulant manner. Murong Mor then dotingly rubbed her head. Seeing this scene, Su Wan let out a cold snort. She turned her head to look at Li Xuanxiao. Senior brotherly, it's better for me to open the way. Although Su Wan was well-intentioned, why did Li Xuanxiao feel that something wasn't quite right? Am I part of your play? He shook his head and chose to reject Su Wan's good intentions. The group moved forward quickly. Li Xuanxiao opened the way, traveling at the front of the group. After walking for what could be half an incense stick, they met the first roadblock, a venomous snake with a turquoise body. It suddenly emerged and killed Li Xuanxiao. Look out! Luckily, one of the disciples behind Li Xuanxiao was quick on his feet, and with a handful of swords, he chopped the viper in half. Is everything okay? Nothing, thanks. As the few people behind him watched this scene, a sense of disdain inevitably rose in their hearts. The cultivation level of that turquoise viper was not high, and they all noticed it when it was hiding in the tree. It was just that Li Xuanxiao was running too fast. Su Wan blocked in front of Li Xuanxiao and took over the duty of opening the way. I'll drive next. Murong Mor watched this with cold eyes. The party continued on their way. meeting another attack from a slightly more capable spider immediately afterward. But with the cooperation of the crowd, the battle was resolved in 3 strokes, without waiting to attract anything else from the forest. Move on. With this speed, it only took them an hour of effort to kill the Sphinx snake's lair. Murong Mor, who had been holding his ground, finally made his move. With a flick of his wrist, the mighty thunderbolt sword in his hand instantly transformed into a dazzling and eye-catching light, as if it was as brilliant as the lightning that streaked across the night sky. In an instant, the lightning rolled and swept towards the human-faced serpent like a raging wave. That Sphinx was obviously not an idle person. It flickered with agility and managed to dodge Murong Mor's powerful and incomparable first sword, before it could breathe a sigh of relief. However, it found itself in a much more sinister situation. Murong Mor had already set up a sword she cage, and was waiting for it to throw itself into the net with teeth and claws. At this moment, Murong Mor, his right hand tightly gripped the surprising thunder sword, and each swing brought up a string of dazzling lightning. His left hand, on the other hand, kept changing its spells, and a mysterious rune flew out from his fingertips and merged into the surrounding sword chi, making that sword chi cage more and more powerful and overbearing. Come to die. Without waiting for the rest of the few people to make a move, the Sphinx snake had already collapsed to the ground under Murong Mor's attack. Several people let out exclamations of admiration in rapid succession. Worthy of being Senior Brother Murong. Senior Brother Murong is really still too comprehensive. We are ashamed of ourselves. We might just be accompanying Senior Murong to slip around. The task was resolved exceptionally well. Of course, the mission of this trip was over, and according to the rules the disciples who carried out the mission should do something of their own. Each had to search for the herbs they needed, or something else. Chapter 11 Hunt and Counter-Hunt. I'm going to search for a spirit herb and head deeper into the southern border, Murong Mor said. It's customary now, after completing a mission. Most of Shu Mountain's disciples would choose to separate, each searching for what they were looking for. However, because the depths of the southern border were treacherous, I'm afraid that only people of Murong Mor's cultivation dared to enter the depths of the southern border. Zhao Lu originally wanted to follow Senior Brother Murong without taking a single step, but when she heard that Murong Mor was going deeper into the southern border, she gave up on the idea. Senior Brother Xuanxiao, what herbs are you going to look for? How about you and I travel together? Although Hopeless Mountain was on the edge of the southern border, it was still dangerous. If you are unlucky enough to meet a ferocious grass and wood monster, it will be a problem if something goes wrong. Thank you, Senior Sister, but I still want to practice alone. Xuanxiao once again rejected Su Wan's good intentions. The rejection one after another made Su Wan a little puzzled as well. No matter how shy you are, you're not this shy, are you? It's been so long. Is the other person holding a grudge because of what happened before? One has clearly forgiven him. Senior Brother Xuanxiao, there's no need to be polite with me. Xuanxiao wore a smile on his face, but in his heart, he was a bit frantic. If possible, he really wished to stay away from this fourth senior sister. Someone on the side advised, Xuanxiao, it's better for you to follow fourth senior sister. With senior sister's help, you'll also be able to find all the herbs you need. Finding medicinal herbs is secondary. The most important thing is to practice on your own. You senior brothers and sisters don't have to worry about it, but you should be careful. After saying that, Xuanxiao did not wait for a few people to say anything else. Then he had already gone alone in the direction of the east with his sword. It was inconvenient to fly at high altitude in the southern border, so he practically stuck to the ground and was out of sight in the blink of an eye, leaving Su Wan in place with a big frown. What's going on with this Xuanxiao? Fan Jiyu was quite envious and jealous, and he was still not happy to be on the same road with senior sister Su Wan? Exactly. Don't be angry. Fourth senior sister. It's probably because senior brotherly has something difficult to say. Zhao Lu said deliberately. The meaning of those words was as if Su Wan had stuck her hot face on her cold ass and was now annoyed. Su Wan coldly glanced at Zhao Lu and didn't bother with her. Murong Mor said, Senior sister Su, why don't you and I head to the depths of the southern border together? Su Wan pretended not to hear, and seeing that Xuanxiao was really unwilling to travel with him, she gave up the idea of chasing after him. She hesitated and stepped in the other direction all by herself. Murong Mor looked deeply in Su Wan's direction and said softly, This is the last chance I've ever given. With that, they left as well. Zhao Lu, on the other hand, formed a small group with the remaining two and continued on his way. Xuanxiao quickly moved forward, his figure weaving through the forest. Interjection or grunt of agreement or recognition, e.g., yes, it's me. Swiping out more than 30 miles in one breath, Xuanxiao sighed softly and inaudibly. As for that, he really hoped he was overthinking it, but now it seems. Xuanxiao rested for a moment and continued on his way. After such a day, Xuanxiao made a simple spell formation in place. drawing circles on the ground with his sword. He then sat himself in the circle and closed his eyes to regulate his breathing. The bright moon hung high overhead, like a silver disk shedding its cool light, illuminating the silent and dark woods. Right in the midst of this darkness, Xuanxiao, who had been keeping his eyes tightly closed, as if he were in deep sleep, suddenly opened his eyes without any sign. There was a stirring glint in those eyes, as if they were able to penetrate all the secrets hidden in the darkness of the night. In an instant, a cold light sped from behind him like lightning. The speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to react. The cold light was an incomparably sharp flying sword that ran straight through Xuanxiao's body at an extremely tricky angle. Amazingly, even though this sword was incredibly powerful, the sword chi emanating from it was exceptionally sharp and extremely precise. Neither caused violent fluctuations in the surrounding air currents, nor did it make a big deal of destroying the surroundings, only to see that the flying sword easily pierced through the fallen leaves on the ground, just as easily as going through a thin layer of paper. It then silently disappeared like a ghost into the trunk of a thick tree not far ahead, leaving behind only a hole so tiny that it was hard to notice. From the beginning to the end, this thrilling attack process surprisingly did not have the slightest breath exposed, and not even a slight sound was made. It was as if the person who had struck was extremely cautious and careful, fearing that he would be detected by others because of the slightest movement of the unusual situation that had occurred here. The man who struck out slowly revealed himself. Murong Mor looked at Xuanxiao's corpse with a face full of indifference. But the next second, the corpse erupted into a cloud of poisonous mist. Murong Mor raised his eyebrows slightly, his hands behind his back, not half nervous. The barricade is good, but unfortunately, the cultivation is too weak. The poisonous mist didn't affect Murong Mo in any way. Hovering outside of Murong Mo's protective astral aura, Xuanxiao reappeared. Senior brother, is it as bad as killing? You disgusting scum. There are some things you shouldn't get involved in, but you went ahead and got involved. Robbing my woman. Aren't you just looking for death? Besides, you still have the marrow cleansing pill left behind by the sect leader in your hand. Give it to me. At this moment, Murong Mor completely lost the amiability he had earlier in Shushan. In the eyes of his brothers and sisters, Brother Murong was a gentle and elegant male, modest and courteous, polite and kind, even to the disciples of the miscellaneous peak. But look at the Murong Mor in front of him. He was a different person from his usual self. I can do without my stuff. You can't pick it up, much less to rob it. What kind of bully speech is this? Xuanxiao secretly spat in his heart. I was going to let you die a painful death, but unfortunately you're very insensitive. Murong Mor clearly knew Xuanxiao's strength. Even just a short while ago, one had seen Xuanxiao make a move that could only be described as mediocre in 4 words. Even if they were of equal cultivation, Murong Mo had 100% certainty of doing away with the other party, not to mention that he was 1 realm higher than his opponent. Your destiny is to die here. You have stepped into my trap from the moment you received the mission from the Sword Exchange Pavilion. If I don't explain it clearly to you, I'm afraid that you'll still be kept in the dark until you die. Murong Mor said faintly. You're also looking for death. If you were traveling with senior sister Su Wan, I really couldn't make a move. I didn't expect you to choose to travel alone. I've given you more than 1 chance, but unfortunately, the heavens won't let you go. Xuanxiao smiled faintly and didn't explain much. He reached down and unlocked the sword case on his back. Chun! There was a clanging of swords. A cold light swept out from the sword case. Senior brother, perhaps you've misunderstood something. I'm not weaker than you at all. Xuanxiao no longer suppressed his cultivation. Murong Mor's expression changed slightly. Foundation building. Seeing that the breath had even come to the late stage of foundation establishment, how could it be possible? Murong Mor rose his hand and tried to call back the sword. It's too late. The opponent's sword came very quickly. Murong Mor raised his hand and was about to offer his own magic weapon. Xuanxiao, however, looked as if he had expected it. In the thicket behind Murong Mor, that was a trap that Xuanxiao had carefully laid out. The 2 scorpion puppets fired their poisonous needles. Chapter 12, The Truly Strong. There are flying swords in front. Chun. After that, there were 2 puppet poisonous scorpions that had already been ambushed long ago, firing poisonous needles. At this point, Murong Mor hadn't realized the seriousness of the matter. He was just shocked at Xuanxiao's cultivation. Qi practicing stage, foundation stage, Jin Dan stage, Yuanying stage, God realization stage, harmonization stage, transition stage, Mahayana stage. The amount of aura reserves above the 3rd level of Qi cultivation can catalyze low-grade spiritual weapons and talismans. Above the 6th level, one can fly with a sword. The foundation stage, on the other hand, is divided into the early stage, the middle stage, the late stage, and the great perfection. After foundation establishment, a cultivator's lifespan would be up to 200 or 300 years. Looks also age. but can be maintained using elixirs. The shedding and absorption of aura to dispel the grain. No longer needing to eat. Generate divine sense. Sea of consciousness. Reliable divine sense to probe things around and manipulate objects. It was already possible to use middle-ranked spells and talismans, and for higher-ranked spells and talismans that required less aura, they could also be used. It can be said that there is a qualitative change between building the foundation and practicing qi. If anything, an idle martial artist could still kill a qi refiner under certain circumstances. However, when faced with a cultivator of the foundation establishment stage, he was powerless to fight back, and Murong Mor felt the other party's aura at the moment, only a little weaker than his own. Hide the clumsiness. The other party must be wearing some kind of magic treasure to hide their cultivation. Otherwise one could not have been unaware of it at all. Murong Mor sensed the killing moves before and after, and the magic treasure in his hand was just about to be offered. The poisonous needles behind him had actually stabbed at his body first. So fast. It's even faster than a flying sword. Murong Mor was about to activate his true essence, when his right hand fell down all of a sudden powerlessly. The toxin from the poison needle closed the 3 acupoints of his right arm. Liquid gate. Zhengzhu and Yangqi. These 3 acupoints happened to be in the same direction as the flow of true essence that Murong Mor had activated the magic treasure. This, if you compare a person's meridians to a river, the acupoints are equivalent to the hurdles, waiting for the flood of true essence to impact and activate. Once the true essence successfully traversed these acupoints before the corresponding mana could be activated. But at this moment, Murong Mor's key 3 acupoint barriers were temporarily blocked, and the flood of true essence could not flow through. It was only then that Murong Mor finally panicked. The other side is prepared. Where would Murong Mor know that he had made a temporary plan to kill Xuanxiao at the Hopeless Mountain in the southern border when he knew that the disciples of the Silver Sword Peak had a task quota that had not been completed? He was also complacent that he was a hunter. Unaware that the Real Hunter had ruptured his relationship with Su Wan more than half a year ago, Murong Mor glared in the direction of the silver sword blade. Since that time, Xuanxiao had been guarding against him. More than half a year. By all means. Even what flavors of meals Murong Mor likes to eat on a regular basis and what color underwear he wears out on a regular basis. Xuanxiao knew it all. Not to mention his usual spells. According to Xuanxiao's prediction, there was a 70% chance that the opponent would habitually use that silver-ringed magic treasure. At the same time, this was the best magic weapon to deal with flying swords and defend oneself. Then another 20% probability was added. And the scorpion puppet's poison needles had been modified by Xuanxiao, exchanging power and toxins for speed. Only 3 acupoints. Liquid gate, Zhengzhu and Yangqi, can be briefly paralyzed. But it was precisely these 3 acupoints that were the key to catalyzing the magic treasure. Murong Mor's biggest mistake was arrogance and contempt. After striking out in the beginning, he didn't call back his flying sword at the first opportunity. For the second time, facing Xuanxiao's attack, and because Xuanxiao no longer concealed his aura, and froze for a moment, missing the opportunity to dodge and confidently utilize the magic weapon. And then, he didn't stand a chance. He was facing an opponent who had been preparing for a full 6 months and knew all about him. Spring Thunder, known for being fast. The flying sword penetrated Murong Mor's brainstem. The light in Murong Mor's eyes froze for a moment, then quickly dissipated. The entire fighting process of the two, minus Murong Mor's nonsense at the very beginning, was actually just a short moment. Murong Mor fell to the ground on his back with a muffled sound. The fallen leaves on the ground were vibrated out. Murong Mor probably didn't understand until he died. How did he die like this? He was still stuck in the moment when the other party's cultivation suddenly stopped hiding his strength. Resolving the battle, Xuanxiao quickly collected his breath. That dead sect master had once taught him a secret to defeating a strong enemy. It's simple to act ordinary so that your enemies despise you and everyone mistakes you for a minion. There was never a shortage of powerful cultivators in this world who lost their lives because of a small oversight. Make the opponent misjudge their strength, and use the perceived error to deceive and kill them. This is the easiest way. Xuanxiao lightly exhaled a breath. He took the spring sword back into the sword case, and the 2 poisoned scorpion puppets banged softly and turned into 2 wisps of green smoke. As for Murong Mor's body, it must not be placed here just like this, or else it would be discovered that the other party's wounds were made by his own sword. That's a lot of explaining to do. Even if he could explain it clearly, Murong Mor's family, the masters and brothers who had befriended him, were all threats. That's when one is in danger. Xuanxiao sprinkled the powder that attracted ferocious beasts and poisonous insects on the other party and then hid. Not long after, a black panther appeared. Xuanxiao concealed his breath and watched as the black panther ate Murong Mor's corpse dry. The body of a cultivator was undoubtedly the most tonic for these ferocious beasts. Seeing this scene, Xuanxiao tracked the black panther for 2 more days before striking out to kill it. In this era where you can kill the whole world and take countless people to be buried with you at the drop of a hat because of love, you really have to be careful to live and cultivate. Careful and careful. Li Xuanxiao headed in the opposite direction. Traveling here, the most important thing was to look for important materials for making puppets. So after 2 more days, most of the materials that Li Xuanxiao was looking for were collected according to the map. On this day, Li Xuanxiao was standing in a valley. Habitually, I start the trigrams with 3 copper coins, 1 line at a time, 6 times a trigram. This time, just on the 5th. Suddenly, an extremely strong energy fluctuation swept over like a surging wave, and it was as if that power was going to tear the entire world apart. At the same time, from a distant place came an earth-shaking, deafening roar as if it were a thunderstorm in the flat earth, which made people not help but be chilled by it. Looking around, one could see that the glow of that energy almost filled half of the sky, so bright and dazzling that it was impossible to look directly at it. It was like a cloud of burning fire that spread with an unstoppable momentum. With such a shocking burst of energy and loud noises, could it be that a powerful person was engaged in a thrilling life and death struggle? A real powerhouse. Chapter 13, Heaven is going to kill me. Li Xuanxiao's face changed greatly. This kind of killing between strong people is the most terrifying. Because of the difference in cultivation, the aftermath generated during the opponent's fight could take the life of an ordinary cultivator. Killing you is as easy as killing an ant. Li Xuanxiao hadn't counted on the fact that he would meet 2 strong people fighting here at this time. See what's going on? Doesn't exist. That is purely looking for death. In that instant, the powerful aftershocks from the intense battle between the 2 sides began to spread rapidly in all directions, only to see an incomparably huge blazing fireball cross the sky like a meteor, and then fall straight down towards the earth with a heart-pounding whistling sound. When the huge fireball collided violently with the ground, an earth-shattering roar instantly erupted, as if the entire world had trembled for a moment. Immediately after that, with the point of impact as the center, a violent and extreme energy shockwave spread rapidly in all directions like ripples. The ground that was hit by the fireball couldn't withstand such a terrifying impact, and in an instant it was blown out into a huge crater that was bottomless and tens of meters in diameter. Inside the pit, dust flew up, debris splashed everywhere, and the originally flat and solid land turned into a scene of wretched ruins in the blink of an eye. Li Xuanxiao's back was covered in cold sweat. Scary as hell. This was simply not a fight that one could engage in at their level. As the online game Big Brother kills, the newcomers should not think of going up to pick up the equipment. Li Xuanxiao aimed at the location of the fireball not far away. According to the crater theory, it is unlikely that the shell will blow up in the same crater again. Li Xuanxiao directly dodged and ran over, casting the evasion technique. Dig, 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 dig. Li Xuanxiao put a recluse talisman on his head. Keep digging in the dive line. It didn't stop until much later. The world of cultivation was indeed too cruel and brutal. Even so, Li Xuanxiao still felt unsafe. A sword to move mountains, topple oceans, to pick stars, to break rivers, to destroy cities, to open up the heavens? It's too menacing. And so it was for a full day and night's work. The commotion outside finally stopped and Li Xuanxiao still concealed his breath, not daring to go out. The little elder sent to supervise this time was not very strong, and it was estimated that at this time, like himself, he was also hiding in the, so it can't rely on anyone else at all. In this case, it's better to hide it. Waited another half day or so. Only then did Li Xuanxiao carefully burrow out of the ground like a groundhog. Li Xuanxiao only revealed a single head. Looking around 8 weeks, around 12 weeks, making sure it was safe, he dug out. Only he had just walked out some distance. A silhouette appeared not far away. Li Xuanxiao's footsteps came to an abrupt halt. So bad. Is God going to kill me? It was a beautiful woman dressed in red, like a blood rose blooming in the darkness of the night. Blood was constantly flowing from her body. Those scarlet liquids made her originally bright and colorful red clothes even more crimson like a haze at this moment, as if they had been scorched by a blazing fire. The tightly pursed lips were flushed with a trace of bruises, and a few strands of messy hair were attached to her sweaty forehead, gently fluttering with the breeze, adding a few more poignant feelings. Li Xuanxiao turned around and ran. Run! Run! This monstrous demonic aura. Definitely a siren. And an extremely powerful demoness. I can't. Never. Don't look at the other side as if they are going to die in the next second. But just 0001 before she died she was able to kill herself. Swordsmanship. Spring thunder. The sword flashed with a dazzling light in midair, as if a bolt of lightning had cut through the sky. And at this moment, Li Xuanxiao's face was grave as he fully activated the true essence in his body without leaving the slightest bit of residual strength. In that instant, the air around him seemed to be stirred by the powerful aura emanating from his body, and sped towards his target at an astonishing speed. Run! There was only one thought. Run! The next moment, Li Xuanxiao then fell headfirst to the ground. The red color appeared. It's over. My life is over. The woman in red stared at the sword case behind Li Xuanxiao. The sword case constantly vibrated and emitted a humming sound. Disciple of Mount Shu? You're that old guy's disciple? Li Xuanxiao only felt his heart and mind shaken. Just the mere fact that the other party opened his mouth and spoke, interspersed with faint energy, was too much to support himself. The difference is so great. The clouds are so different. This was not something that a flying sword, a puppet poison needle could make up for. The newbie village is still out. Meet the big boss. Li Xuanxiao was lying on the ground, and suddenly that extremely strong feeling of oppression disappeared. The red-clothed demoness lunged straight towards Li Xuanxiao like a kite with broken strings before falling heavily on top of his chest. After this fall, she lost consciousness and fainted. Apparently it's the result of the injuries. Li Xuanxiao only felt a scent mixed with a light aroma and a strong smell of blood hit his face, and that unique flavor instantly filled his nostrils. At the same time, he also clearly felt the woman in his arms that was so soft that it seemed to have no bones in her body, and the warm touch transmitted through the thin clothing made his heart not help but tremble slightly. Li Xuanxiao froze for a moment. What kind of setup was this? Fainted. In the next second, Li Xuanxiao jumped up. Demoness. Suffer death. Li Xuanxiao drew his sword and slashed at his opponent's neck. Compassion? Who knows what ugly face is underneath that skin? With such a great demonic aura. I don't know how many things have been done to harm heaven and earth. Li Xuanxiao raised his sword and chopped at his opponent's head without hesitation. Chopped. Chopped. Li Xuanxiao chopped again. Clang dash. Li Xuanxiao only felt his tiger's mouth vibrate numb. Keep chopping in a different part. Stab. Still useless. That's the difference in strength. You can't do anything to her without moving. Okay. You're good. You're a cow. Li Xuanxiao turned his head and ran. If I can't kill you, why don't I run? Li Xuanxiao's heart beat wildly. Just then, something rested on his shoulder. The corners of Li Xuanxiao's mouth twitched slightly and he eventually stopped his imperial sword flight. His afterglow caught a glimpse of the figure behind him. Waking up again. She's not going to suck me dry, is she? Take me somewhere safe. A voice came from behind him. Understood. Li Xuanxiao agreed without hesitation. At this point, if you dare to say a word of no, it's kill or bury. A hidden cave. The woman in red removed the inner armor from her body. Tend to my wounds. Good. Li Xuanxiao took out a bunch of colorful pill bottles with labels on them. He reached for a vial that said hemostasis. Hemostasis hurts a little. Cut the crap. Li Xuanxiao pursed his lips. The name is Stop Bleeding Bulk. It is actually a 5-poison scattering. As for why the labeling is stopping the bleeding and dispersing. Because I don't want people to be able to use my stuff at will after my storage ring is picked up by someone else. Chapter 14 counts you as hard to kill. Li Xuanxiao poured as much of the 5-poison scatter on top of the other party's wounds, then asked thoughtfully, does it hurt? The woman in red answered his question with silence. Li Xuanxiao picked up another bottle of sterilized water. Corrosive water. Jab la la. The woman in red shivered slightly. It's working? Li Xuanxiao began to reach out and remove the inner armor from the woman's back. Reaching out and touching the inner armor, one could feel the residual warmth as well as the powerful aura that remained on it. The woman's bare back was completely presented in front of Li Xuanxiao's eyes. If you don't look at the wound, the lines of the back are beautiful and smooth, and every inch of the skin exudes a charming luster, so delicate that one can't help but want to reach out and touch it, but is afraid of desecrating this beauty. The curve was just right as it extended from the slender neck all the way down to the surplus waist. Li Xuanxiao, however, didn't have the heart to appreciate it as he held a small green bottle in his hand and sprinkled it on the wound. Anesthesia scatter. A pinch can make an elephant faint, but half the bottle was poured into the wound and it still didn't help at all. I'll give you a big one. Li Xuanxiao mixed several pill bottles together. What is it? The woman in red suddenly spoke. You're too badly injured. These medicines need to be mixed together. The woman in red then stopped talking. Li Xuanxiao rubbed the colorful ointment right onto the other party. Then wrap it in gauze. I can't poison you. The woman huffed backward, slowly after a moment. Front. The woman in red fluttered her eyelashes slightly as she turned around. It was then that a tantalizing blush rose to the woman's cheeks. The layer of blush seemed like the delicate peach blossom petals in spring, gently covering her fair jade-like skin, making her originally delicate face even more charming and moving. Li Xuanxiao's face remained unchanged as he thought to himself, I don't believe I can't poison you to death. With Li Xuanxiao's action of applying medicine, the woman's moth eyebrows were furrowed and her delicate face was slightly twisted at the moment, as if she was suffering great pain. From within her upturned nose, a low and suppressed moan involuntarily escaped. 30 years of cranberry, 50 years of peacock gall, 60 years of broken heart, hemlock. Li Xuanxiao mixed these things together and silently crushed another poisonous scorpion. Sprinkle it evenly on top of the wound. then take out some gauze and wrap her wound. Phew! It's finally over. The woman in red seemed relieved. She lay on a rock in the cave, her eyes shifting slightly upward to land on this teenager who had helped her. Count you hard to kill, Xuanxiao thought hatefully. It was then that the woman in red remembered and reached up to tug at the clothes on her back. The wound has been treated. Pay attention not to make any big movements recently, and try not to fight with people again. As for the internal injuries, forgive me, really can't do anything about it. Then you can rely on yourself. All I can do is to help you stop the bleeding first. Get some rest. I'll leave first. No need to see me off. The rules of the Jianghu. Meet is fate. Xuanxiao spoke to himself before lifting his feet and heading out of the cave. Wait. The red woman in red parted her red lips. Xuanxiao's face remained unchanged. No need to be polite. And there's no need to say more words of thanks. It's all in your heart. Stop. This time the tone was a little colder. Xuanxiao then did not move. I didn't say you could leave, the woman in red said coldly. Xuanxiao very sensibly resumed his seat. May I ask, what else can I do for you? Don't go anywhere until I leave. That. It's necessary to clarify that we came to the southern border this time for the purpose of practicing. If I don't go back for a long time, the elders within the sect will search the mountain on a large scale, and I'm afraid that it will be troublesome at that time. Xuanxiao reminded the person behind him from the side. It's just a small elder of the Jindan stage. The red-clothed woman's tone was condescending. Gotta. People are getting to the bottom of this. Xuanxiao obediently shut his mouth. I never owe anyone anything. Don't worry about it. The woman in red closed her eyes after saying that. Xuanxiao didn't know if she had fallen asleep or was testing herself, not daring to act rashly for a moment. And so it was after about a day or so. The woman in red woke up again, this time with a much rosier face, and the blood on her body had stopped a long time ago. The wound is recovering nicely from whatever medicine you gave me. The corners of Li Xuanxiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he can only say that it was a good medicine from Mount Shu. Damn it! She can't be the body of 100 poisons. Any poison can be absorbed as sustenance. The woman in red sat up, looking like she was running her energy to recover from her injuries. Li Xuanxiao a head too big. Now the other parties seriously injured are already this horrible. If the recovery of injuries still have to. Thinking of this, Li Xuanxiao stood up. I'm going to go outside and get something to eat. After all, he was still a small tsuchikage, and the reason he needed food to replenish his energy was too normal. And by the way, I'll collect some more dew for you. Dew stained with aura. Cultivators like the woman in red were probably unable to look at dew on a regular basis, but now that it's injured, that's a different situation. The woman in red nodded. Only after obtaining the other party's consent did Li Xuanxiao walk out of the cave. However, he had no intention of running away. Are you kidding? Just this big god sitting there. Let yourself run for a day first, and both could easily catch yourself back. As for asking others for help, don't even think about it. The young elder leading the group, a Jindan stage, was not enough to look at in the eyes of the other party. Li Xuanxiao walked out of the cave and took out a blue bottle from his storage ring and scattered it around. This medicinal powder attracts ferocious beasts and poisonous insects in the forest. After spreading them all, Li Xuanxiao slipped away, collected the dew and waited another half hour this time before pretending to return to the cave. Inside the cave, Li Xuanxiao looked at the red-clothed woman sitting on the rock. Take another look at the corpses of several large and powerful ferocious beasts. What happened? You went out hunting? Li Xuanxiao quickly accepted the fact that his plan had failed, and his acting skills were top-notch. That's about right. Just in time to replenish your body, the woman in red said indifferently. Thus, the weak-minded Li Xuanxiao took the initiative to take on the task of dissecting the ferocious beasts, as well as cooking them. The little bottle with the chili peppers attached to it pours out a red powder as well, not unlike chili peppers, even with a slightly pungent odor. Actually, then it's macaroni. After a long time, a pot of fierce beast meat soup was ready. Under Li Xuanxiao's cooking, it looked very appetizing. The woman in red glanced at Li Xuanxiao. I didn't think that young people nowadays had a hand in cooking. Chapter 15, Don't Play Me. The red-clothed woman was under the impression that most cultivators at this age had high eyes. Anyone willing to learn how to cook. When he once again cast his eyes on the pot of broth in front of him, the rich aroma came to his nose as if it carried a kind of magic power that could instantly awaken people's sleeping taste buds. Upon closer examination, you can only see that the soup in the pot has an attractive brownish-red color and a thin layer of oil glistening on the surface. The chunks of meat in the soup were of uniform size and texture, and had become tender, juicy and melt in your mouth after a long time of simmering. The side dishes were also cooked just right. It maintains its own texture and nutrients while fully absorbing the delicious flavor of the gravy. Mind you, this is a delicacy that was concocted under extremely humble conditions. There is no high-end kitchenware, no rich and diverse seasonings, but with the chef's exquisite skills and precise grasp of the characteristics of the ingredients, it is possible to cook this pot of ordinary broth so delicious. The woman in red nodded. It's delicious. Then eat more. You eat some too. The woman in red seemed to be thinking that it wasn't good for only herself to eat. It's okay, you eat first. You eat when you're told to. Xuanxiao blinked and looked at the broth in the pot. What? Nothing. Luckily I had anticipated this and took the antidote ahead of time. Xuanxiao picked up the meat and ate it. By the way, your name? The woman in red said. Murong Mor. Xuanxiao did not hesitate. The woman in red nodded, and after a moment of silence, asked again. You don't ask me what my name is? Well, my master taught me not to ask what I shouldn't ask when I'm out and about. Your master is that old guy named Juan? He's my master teacher. Xuanxiao said truthfully. The woman in red looked towards the sword case Xuanxiao was carrying. He gave you the sword case? It looks like he highly values you. I'm just keeping it for my eldest senior brother. Xuanxiao said modestly. He was afraid that in the next second, the other person would come with a sentence. This son is expected to inherit the throne, and must not be kept. Why? I suddenly feel so hot in my body. The woman in red suddenly said. Xuanxiao, confused-faced, is that the right line? Where did you meet? In an instant, a blush as vivid as the evening sun was as if by magic, rapidly creeping up that woman's fair and delicate cheeks at a speed visible to the naked eye. The blush seemed like a red plum blooming on a snowy mountain, delicate and exuding an enchanting luster. It began to spread out from the base of the woman's ear and gradually covered her entire face, making the already beautiful and attractive face even more shy and charming at this moment. You, what's going on? Is it because this meat is too full of qi and blood? Xuanxiao asked tentatively. The woman shook her head. You, what kind of seasoning did you put in it? Only then did Xuanxiao remember that when he had administered the medicine just now, he seemed to have put the medicine for the good of male-female amity in it as well. Good man. I gave you so many poisons and nothing happened. The good medicine of acacia. One pill makes you work. Xuanxiao made an immediate decision, and an antidote was sent into the woman's mouth. The woman in red's eyes had gotten a little misty. However, the antidote was delivered into the mouth. After a few moments, the dry heat receded. Xuanxiao let out a sigh of relief. His own body of pure yang was almost unprotected. 2 whole days passed in this way. These 2 days were extremely long for Xuanxiao. He kept simulating in his mind how to kill the woman, but the final simulations ended in failure. In the red-clothed woman's opinion, Xuanxiao had just taken good care of himself for 2 days. It was an experience she had never had before. It seemed that it was because of the severe injuries that caused the woman in red to put down her previous nobility and indifference, and Xuanxiao was extremely concerned about the wounds on her body, and even helped her change the gauze once during the period. Parasites, tetanus, I just don't believe it. Thus, under Xuanxiao's efforts, the red-clothed woman's external injuries healed even faster. Xuanxiao resisted the urge to smack his own mouth. It's not enough to make things happen. Xuanxiao would intentionally leave behind some clues when he went out these days. Since the woman in red was injured, the person who injured her must be near the southern border. Xuanxiao hoped to lure the other party over and eliminate the roots as soon as possible. The emperor is not responsible for the hard work. On this day, as usual, Xuanxiao came out to look for opportunities in the name of collecting spirit fruits in the wild. At that moment, his gaze was drawn to a figure in the waterfall. A woman dressed in black was seen slowly raising her head. The woman spat blood from her mouth and muttered, "Damn it, I can't believe I've been trapped by this asshole for so long." The black-clothed woman and Xuanxiao, who was not far away, looked at each other. The evil aura on this woman in front of her was not weaker than the woman in red at all. Xuanxiao, God, can you stop playing with me like that? Xuanxiao turned his head and ran. The next second, no surprise, he was pulled back by the woman in black. The rope with mana trapped Xuanxiao in a knot. With that, the woman in black led Xuanxiao to find a hidden cave. Disciples of Shushan? The woman in black took off her clothes and turned her back to Xuanxiao. Can you heal wounds? Help me with my wounds or I'll kill you. Xuanxiao said. Why does this plot look a bit familiar? Has it happened before? Xuanxiao took out his own small pill bottle from his storage ring. Still 5 poisons. Piercing cream. The combination of it still doesn't help at all either. Xuanxiao was very helpless at the moment. The woman in black was even more grumpy compared to the woman in red. The mantra is, don't around or I'll kill you. Keep your eyes to yourself or I'll kill you. Get you killed. I'll kill you. What are you looking at? I'll kill you. This woman in black wouldn't be in league with the woman in red, would she? Xuanxiao secretly pondered in his heart. So, once again, under the false pretense of going out in search of dew, Xuanxiao returned to the previous cave. The woman in red raised an eyebrow slightly when she saw him return. I thought you ran away? Where have you been for so long? Oh, nothing, just ran out of dew in the neighborhood and went to find some farther away. Li Xuanxiao first pulled some have-nots, and then sidestepped and asked the woman in red if she had any companions nearby, and who had injured her. The woman in red shook her head and said in a deep voice, "For you, the less you know the safer it is for you." Li Xuanxiao could only give up prying information from the woman in red. So, another excuse to run out. Turned back to the cave of the woman in black. As he walked, Li Xuanxiao suddenly had a feeling. How one seems like the dogman who was torn between a mistress and a mistress. Chapter 16 Emperor's Daughter Phoenix. In the middle of the dark and deep cave, the woman dressed in black leaned silently against the stone wall. She hung her head slightly and squeezed her eyes shut. Unlike the woman in red, this woman in black's face carried a strong sense of aggression. Those eyes, even when they were closed, allowed one to feel the sharp light contained within them. Under the high nose, the lips are slightly thin, but the lines are extremely distinct, and the slightly raised corners of the mouth always seem to be hung with an imperceptible sneer. Such looks made her whole person exude an aura of danger and mystery. More importantly, it's big. The woman in black opened her eyes and looked at Li Xuanxiao, who had gone out to collect dew. "You do have a heart," the woman in black said. "Smart, articulate, and most importantly, good-looking." The woman in black nodded. "From now on, you will be my slave girl." Li Xuanxiao, I'm not worthy. I'm not worthy. Li Xuanxiao hastily refused. "If Lone says you're worthy, you're worthy. This is a chance you won't be able to obtain in several lifetimes. Count yourself lucky." The woman in black snorted lightly. Li Xuanxiao was inwardly speechless. "Lone's storage ring is gone too. Do you have any other clothes?" The woman in black glanced at the torn dress she was wearing, revealing large swaths of skin. Of course, that wasn't the most important thing to her. On top of that, the real clothes were stained with blood, and mud, and smelled, and were dirty. This was a little too much for the woman in black to bear. Li Xuanxiao thought that if he had known this, he would have brought more clothes to go out. His tunic had been given to the woman in red. The woman in black gave him a look. "Give me your clothes, lowly slave girl." Li Xuanxiao had no choice but to take off his inner lining as well, revealing a small undershirt of his own design inside. The woman in black hissed as she looked at Li Xuanxiao's undershirt. "You lowly slave girl, you have quite a taste. This dress, take it off." Li Xuanxiao hesitated and took off his undershirt as well. "It's over. I've met a hooligan, and a very strong female rogue." The woman in black took off the black robe on her body and replaced it with Li Xuanxiao's undershirt. "Well, pretty good." The woman in black looked left and right. "By the way, slave girl, what is your name?" "Murong Mor." Li Xuanxiao still did not hesitate. "What a lowly name. My name is Empress Phoenix. For the sake of you helping my father, I will allow you to rub your head against my father's foot." Li Xuanxiao, now the magic religion are playing so perverted? What? Not enough? Empress Phoenix rested her cheek with one hand. "Humph, greedy fellow. Well, a little more for you. My father will put his foot on your head as hard as he can." "That's all right. Of course, I'm going to be careful so I don't stomp your little head off. That would be dirty." Li Xuanxiao hastily refused. "It's not necessary. It's already an honor for me to be able to serve you left and right." Empress Phoenix nodded, lifting her chin slightly, her face overflowing with delight. Li Xuanxiao realized that this which is very easy to coax. 2 compliments and you're floating like this. Imperial Daughter Phoenix. As a disciple of Mount Shu, Li Xuanxiao naturally knew this name. Imperial Maiden Phoenix. The Hall Master of the Heavenly Fury Hall. The 4 great devil cults of the Central State. The Heavenly Fury Hall. The 9 Spectres Mountain. The Shura Hall. And the Red Blood Mansion. And the Empress Phoenix was the owner of the Heaven's Fury Hall, whose cultivation was said to be unfathomable. The righteous people who died at her hands were even more capable of piling up a mountain of corpses, and their blood could gather a long river. Li Xuanxiao had to lament his luck. If he didn't go out, he met an evil cultivator of the level of Empress Phoenix as soon as he went out. "I'm not going to hide it from you. I've long heard of the great name of Imperial Phoenix. I never thought that I would meet you here. It's really a blessing of 3 lifetimes. And my ancestors' graves are smoking. Oh, I can't imagine that Lone is this famous." The corners of Empress Phoenix's mouth were harder to suppress than AK, and it was obvious that she was really eating this up. Li Xuanxiao judged the other party in his heart. Well, boobs don't matter. Not very intelligent. Better than the woman in red. Short-tempered and one-dimensional. Empress Phoenix hands around chest, carrot. The more she looked at the young man in front of her, the better she felt, not to mention that he had helped himself. The Imperial Nymph Phoenix's fingers slightly clasped. A pill fell directly into Li Xuanxiao's mouth. Looking at Li Xuanxiao's confused expression, Empress Phoenix explained, "This is the life and death pill that Lone refined. After taking it your cultivation will increase greatly, but at the same time you will be under Lone's control. In cycles of 1 year, all must get the antidote from loan, or else they will die. Xuanxiao swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Sure enough, this is the demoness. Even if you've helped her, there's just as little hesitation when it comes time to go after you. Don't fantasize that something will happen with the other person. If you are not careful, you will not be able to do anything. Now that's trouble. Xuanxiao's face did not change and his smile remained bright. You need to change your name. Murong Mor is a name I don't like. From now on you will be called Wang Kai. Wang Kai? It's a dog's name. Don't worry. Follow loan to mix. Guarantee to make you comfortable. Much better than in Shushan. Wang Kai thanks your highness. Xuanxiao quickly accepted this new name of his. Empress Phoenix nodded, feeling very satisfied. Wang Kai dares to ask, by whom was his highness injured? What's the point of asking? Empress Phoenix was asked about a sore spot and said coldly. Xuanxiao was busy explaining. I just want to know who on earth would dare to harm Imperial Maiden Phoenix-sama. This will never be tolerated. I will break him into pieces. Empress Phoenix nodded in relief and shook her head again. You're no match for her. But it's enough to have this heart of yours. It's Shura Hall's Lu Qiushui. Shura Temple Lu Qiushui, another famous demoness. According to legend, she had a passion for the color red and often appeared in a red dress. But legends are legends, after all. Xuanxiao's brain spun rapidly and asked tentatively, could it be the legendary Lu Qiushui who was beautifully dressed in red no matter when or where? Ha! Upon hearing this, Empress Phoenix was anxious. One jump up. Beautiful as hell. Is she as pretty as me? Where is she prettier than me? Her face? Look what it is. And look at my boobs. Empress Phoenix straightened her back. And look at my legs. And my waist. While saying that, Empress Phoenix took off her clothes and had to prove it to Xuanxiao. Where does she look better than me? Tell me. Xuanxiao hurriedly stopped her. Chapter 17, Nothing New? It was hard to coax Empress Phoenix to say a bunch of bad things about Lu Qiushui. Xuanxiao took off from Empress Phoenix and hurriedly went to find Lu Qiushui again. Now he was certain that the one who had ed with Lu Qiushui was Empress Phoenix. It's a dog-eat-dog situation. There is no such thing as a decent person exterminating the duo. Then one wants to live between these two. Thinking of this, Xuanxiao was already standing outside of Lu Qiushui's cave. Lu Qiushui slightly raised her eyes, which were as clear and moving as a vast expanse of autumn water. Between the flow of her gaze, it was as if there were thousands of stars flickering in it. And when her line of sight inadvertently swept over Xuanxiao, it was only a momentary intersection, yet it seemed to contain 1,000 words. Xuanxiao was waveless and still had a smile on his face. In the next second, a black elixir fell into his mouth. Xuanxiao covered his throat. This is an elixir I made that can increase your cultivation greatly, but at the same time it is also poison. Lu Qiushui said faintly. Xuanxiao, confused face? Again, can't you devils do anything new? They're all playing this game, aren't they? Xuanxiao felt a bit uncomfortable. It would be strange to be comfortable after taking 2 elixirs with side effects that could also boost one's cultivation in a short period of time. It's normal to be uncomfortable. You'll be fine after a few moments of digestion. Lu Qiushui said, don't blame me. It's not that I don't believe in you. This is just an insurance policy. It's the same for those who have joined my sect. However, this dan I gave you is only qualified to be taken by those who are close to my father. You saved my father's life. So from now on, you will serve by my father's side. Xuanxiao was currently lying on the ground. He clearly felt the pills that were fed into his mouth by Lu Qiushui and Empress Phoenix respectively. At this moment, it was just like 2 bombs with ignited fuses, exploding inside his body. These 2 powerful and mysterious energies, like 2 well-trained and well-equipped armies, launched a thrilling life-and-death battle on top of this narrow battlefield of his body. They entangled, collided, and tore at each other, triggering a violent tremor with each clash. A wave of energy blazed like fire, as if it was going to burn everything to the ground wherever it passed. The other was as cold as frost, and everything it touched was instantly frozen into an ice sculpture. These 2 shares of energy went back and forth, not giving way to each other, and for a while it was difficult to distinguish the winner from the loser. They were rampaging between his meridians and acupoints, wreaking havoc on the originally smooth-running flow of qi and blood. He only felt that his internal organs were being pulled to the point of raw pain, and the bones in his entire body seemed like they would fall apart at any moment. My life is over. Xuanxiao was no longer capable of speaking. Save. Save. Save, save, save. That's it. Xuanxiao opened his eyes. His little eyes were big and suspicious. What's the situation? He felt the raging power in his body quickly calm down. One's cultivation level was quickly plucked up. However, the side effects brought about in the middle of the elixir, also known as toxins. 2 elixirs of poison against each other, offset each other. Oh, Xuanxiao was pleasantly surprised. The heavens are not against me. The two pills not only raised his cultivation level, it was equivalent to forcefully pouring a large amount of power into him. It was even very thoughtful to get rid of the side effects, sparing Xuanxiao's heart. He couldn't help but laugh out loud at this moment. However, bringing in a large amount of cultivation himself would still require time to digest the cultivation in his body. It's not like a martial arts novel where the masters imbue the protagonist with 100 years of kung fu. The protagonist then possesses 100 years of kung fu. If they did do that, odds are the protagonist would explode and die. Like this, just breaking through a small realm. Xuanxiao all needed enough time to digest it, so the next few days, Xuanxiao was hovering between Empress Phoenix and Lu Qiushui while digesting the cultivation within his body. Empress Phoenix is more like a Yakuza big sister, more brainless and more gullible. Although Lu Qiushui is cool to fire red, but it is not hot. On the contrary, it is more calm. Due to Li Xuanxiao's attentive care, both of them gradually became familiar with Li Xuanxiao's relationship. During that time it was easy to see that both had more or less let go of their previous high profile. Actually, the drawbridge effect explains it quite well. The drawbridge effect is the involuntary increase in heart rate when a person crosses a drawbridge with fear. If he or she happens to meet another person at this time, then he or she will mistakenly interpret the accelerated heartbeat caused by this situation as a physiological reaction to the other person's heartbeat, and thus develop feelings of love for the other person. Empress Phoenix and Lu Qiushui, both of them were usually on a roll. It's almost like saying he's an emperor on a regular basis, never without an entourage around him, now badly wounded, lying in a cave. The only person who took care of them was an unfamiliar Shushan disciple, so naturally they would be quite favorable to him. This is why many movie and TV drama bridges have the male and female protagonists settling down in this way. After a few days of living peacefully, Li Xuanxiao ended his cultivation, although he hadn't completely digested his cultivation, but he had temporarily reached a saturated state. It's time to start the next step in your own program. That day, Li Xuanxiao changed the medicine for Lu Qiushui. Li Xuanxiao carefully lifted up Lu Qiushui's arm and placed a clean white cloth next to it for backup. He then slowly removed the gauze that had been wrapped around the wound, revealing the still not fully healed scar underneath. Lu Qiushui couldn't help but frown as a stinging pain came from the wound as it was tugged, but the pain in her heart seemed to ease a bit when she saw the focused and serious look on the teenager's face. The injury recovered faster than I thought, Li Xuanxiao said. Lu Qiushui nodded. Get some rest then. Li Xuanxiao went out again as usual. Lu Qiushui is all used to it. Off the top of her head. Come back early. As soon as the words left her mouth, Lu Qiushui felt strange. Li Xuanxiao glanced back at her with his usual expression and left the cave. Half an incense stick of work had passed. A figure staggered back from outside the cave. Hurry! Run! It's people from the Heaven's Fury Hall. After saying that, Li Xuanxiao fell headfirst to the ground. Heaven's Fury Hall. Lu Qiushui's face changed and she hurriedly supported Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao had already lost his breath. Lu Qiushui froze in place like a statue for a long while without any reaction. The lake of her heart, which was originally as calm as water, suddenly had an imperceptible ripple, followed by a slight tremor. That teenager, that energetic, vibrant teenager. At the moment, she was lying lifelessly in her arms, as if sleeping quietly and peacefully. His body was gradually becoming cold, and the breath of life was draining out of him bit by bit. Thinking back to these few short days together, even though it wasn't long, for Lu Qiushui, these days were so different and unique. Every day is so simple and pure. It was even a bit monotonous and boring, but for some reason, this mundane life gave her a sense of satisfaction she had never felt before. I remember when they first met, they kept an embarrassing silence with each other, neither of them willing to break the peace by speaking first. However, with the passage of time, the two gradually familiarized themselves, began to quietly look out together at the beautiful sunset in the distance, sharing the joys and sorrows of their respective hearts, talking and laughing. Clunk! Sheath your swords and be ready to fight. Lu Qiushui clenched her silver teeth. Just then, another figure broke in. Chapter 18, Have you lost your head to a donkey's fart? Empress Phoenix looked at Li Xuanxiao, who had collapsed in Lu Qiushui's arms, and was first stunned, then the eyes glazed over. Asterisk 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 asterisk. It's you again. Li Xuanxiao had lost his breath at the moment. There was no doubt that it was Lu Qiushui who had done it. He had promised this teenager that he would enjoy all the glory and riches, drink the strongest wine, play with the prettiest chicks, ride the fastest horses. Imperial Phoenix has always been a man of her word. Not to mention she was impressed with the teenager. Lu Qiushui stared at Empress Phoenix with the same anger. Die and come. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two killed the cave. Only Lu Qiushui's hands tightly gripped the long sword that flickered with cold light, and the sword slightly trembled, as if it was connected to her mind. In an instant, A dazzling sword-light violently erupted out like a blazing fire, instantly illuminating the entire battlefield. That fire contained endless blazing heat and majestic power that one did not dare to look directly at. At the same time, a fire dragon roared and rose up from the swordlight. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and danced its huge, powerful claws as it lunged towards the Empress Phoenix with a thunderous force. This fire dragon was surrounded by flames. Its aura was like a rainbow, and wherever it passed, the air was scorched and distorted. In the face of this incoming attack, Empress Phoenix was fearless. With a flick of the magnificent feathered wings behind her back, her entire body flew up like a lightweight fairy, holding a lotus lamp that emitted a soft glow in her hand. That lotus lamp blossomed with colorful haze, setting off the Emperor's daughter Phoenix in a more and more noble, elegant and transcendent manner. It wasn't the first time the two sides had fought. The former grudges once again came to the forefront at this moment, making this battle more and more intense. Both of them went all out, vowing to separate the winners from the losers. Hopeless Mountain kept swaying from side to side, as if it was standing unsteadily like a drunken giant. Along with this violent shaking, countless huge rocks rolled down the steep mountainside, and they crashed into each other with a deafening roar. For a while, rocks were flying and smoke filled the air. The flying birds, poisonous insects and ferocious beasts inhabiting the mountains fled in all directions in search of a safe refuge. Just as the two of them were fighting hard and in full swing, no one noticed that the originally deadly Xuanxiao had disappeared. Quietly executing the evasion technique, he quickly disappeared towards the distance. Fight! 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 It's better to lose both. Xuanxiao fled towards the previously agreed upon meeting point. In one breath, he ran for 3 days and 3 nights and ran out of Mount Hopeless. It's starting again. Su Wan looked worriedly at the hopeless mountain in the distance. When the rest of the Shushan disciples saw this scene, their faces changed. They're not going to fight it out, are they? And destroy us in the process? Xuanxiao and senior brother Murong haven't come out for so long. They wouldn't have already. It won't. Don't you be ridiculous. Zhao Lu puffed out her little face. The disciple who said the wrong thing hastily hit himself in the mouth. Bah. Senior brother Murong and senior brother Li's auspiciousness will surely be fine. As he was talking, he saw a silhouette swept out from the ground not far away. Senior brother Li. Su Wan's eyes lit up. Junior elder Fong Lioli was relieved to see Xuanxiao, but when he saw that there was no shadow of Murong Mor behind Xuanxiao, he couldn't help but get nervous again. Murong Mor is not with you? Xuanxiao shook his head. I didn't see Senior Murong. It was Empress Phoenix and Xuanxiao. What? Upon hearing these two names, several of the Shushan disciples present, including Junior Elder Fong Lioli, all had their faces changed drastically. Imperial Daughter Phoenix of the Heavenly Fury Hall, and Xuanxiao of the Shura Hall. These two are first-class devils, not only in the Central State, but even outside of the Central State. It was a famous name. Junior Elder Fong Lioli made an immediate decision. Flying Sword sent a message to Mount Shushan. Come and surround the two devils at once. 3 days later, the chief palmers of the 3 peaks of Mount Shu, as well as the 5 elders, and the 36 disciples of Mount Shu arrived at Mount Hopeless. However, by the time they arrived at Hopeless Mountain, Empress Phoenix had already finished her battle with Xuanxiao. It was not known who won or lost this battle, and both of their traces disappeared into Mount Hopeless. The undeterred chiefs searched the southern border some more, but the depths of the southern border even the chief of the mountain peaks is not quite dare to go deep, and finally only to be left unsettled. As for Murong Mor, no trace of him could be found after searching all over Mount Hopeless. Roughly, maybe, could have died in the Hopeless Mountains. Of course, this was all to be blamed on Empress Phoenix and Xuanxiao. With Murong Mor's strength at the edge of the southern border of the Hopeless Mountain, and with the distress talisman on his body, it was unlikely that he would be killed without a word. So there was a high probability that it was either Empress Phoenix or Xuanxiao who had made the move. Shushan wrote down this blood account, and the duo had another Shushan disciple's life on their hands. So in the midst of Zhao Luoshui's cries, the group ended this trip to Mount Hopeless and returned to Mount Shu. Along the way Zhao Luoshui kept crying. Su Wan quietly gazed into the distance, her heart filled with mixed feelings. This man, who had been someone she had loved deeply, though today, they are strangers to each other. But even so, Su Wan's heart couldn't help but hurt vaguely when she learned that the other party had died. The bits and pieces of the past come to mind like a tide, and those sweet and warm memories seem like yesterday. They strolled together in front of the flowers and poured out their hearts to each other. They spent countless hours of joy together, sharing the joys and sorrows of life. Every smile, every hug was deeply engraved in the depths of Su Wan's memory, indelible. But what about now? Everything has changed. There's no going back. Su Wan let out a long sigh, and that sigh contained endless helplessness and sadness. Perhaps this is the arrangement of fate. There is a destiny, but not the fate of the end can only be an episode in life. Although the heart still retains that love, but can only be silently buried in the bottom of the heart, so that time to slowly smooth out this painful past. Su Wan looked towards Li Xuanxiao as she walked over. Just give me a moment. Li Xuanxiao turned his head and looked at her inexplicably. Give me some time. After all, I was with him once. It's all a story of the past, but it's still hard for me. So give me a little time to heal my wounds, and then I'll think about your feelings for me. Li Xuanxiao, confused-faced? Fourth sister. At the risk of sounding presumptuous, have you lost your head to a donkey's fart? Chapter 19, you scare me a little. Fourth senior sister. Did you misunderstand something? Li Xuanxiao really couldn't help but ask. Su Wan looked at him suspiciously. Could it be? Exactly. Li Xuanxiao thought that Su Wan had understood his meaning. You're a bit too self-absorbed. Fourth sister. Could it be that you killed Senior Murong just to get me? Su Wan said in shock. Upon hearing this, Li Xuanxiao was even more alarmed. Granted, all of Su Wan's inferences were wrong, but it turned out to be right. What makes her think with her little brain that she would kill Murong Mor for her? But she happened to actually guess correctly. It was indeed myself who killed Murong Mor. Li Xuanxiao was somewhat broken inside. Epileptic. This is too epileptic. That's something you can't explain yourself if someone else knows about it and believes it. Li Xuanxiao hurriedly said. Senior sister, how could you have such thoughts? Su Wan took half a step back. Taking advantage of the chaos, he killed Murong Mor, and then pushed it onto Empress Phoenix and Lu Shui's body. With my strength, how could I be a match for senior brother Murong? Su Wan reacted, which was true, and suddenly added, could it be that you lured Empress Phoenix and Lu Shui to kill Murong Mor? By someone else's hand? Li Xuanxiao. Sister, you're abstracted. It scares me a little. Elder sister, how did you get this crazy idea? It's not me. I'm sorry. Su Wan thought of Li Xuanxiao's previous actions of secretly spying on her in order to protect her. If he had killed Murong Mor for himself, it could be explained. Fourth senior sister. What I mean is that you seem to have misunderstood something. I don't like you. Ha! Su Wan directly froze in place, as if she had heard something unbelievable. What did you say? Jian Luoshui, who was crying, quietly lifted her head up and perked up her ears, stealing sensation in full force. Li Xuanxiao, elder sister. I don't have any other thoughts about you. My previous intention of placing the twin life-retaining shadow stone inside your cave was to protect you, because you as a person, how can I put it? Fourth senior sister. I'll be honest. Don't be angry. You're a natural-born sufferer, and in our old country's parlance, you can't get a fart out of 3 sticks. When people falsely accuse you, you won't say a word more than sulking and then leaving tears. Even when others falsely accused you of colluding with the devil cult, you didn't dare to say a word to explain. So when I first came forward, it was solely because I had already seen through this point, that I did my best to protect my senior sister in advance in case she suffered false accusations from others. As for the affairs of men and women, senior brother, I am dedicated to Xin cultivation and do not have any plans to do so. On the other hand, it was also Xin Zhao's self-awareness that he was gifted with stupidity and mediocre looks. And senior sister, you are gifted and beautiful. It is really not Xuanxiao this kind of person can be worthy of. So for the senior sister, only admiration. Do not dare to overstep. If senior sister can one day not list the Mingtai and ascend to the Tao, and still remembers Xuanxiao, that would be Xuanxiao's blessing. Li Xuanxiao performed a Taoist salute. After a few words, Su Wan was left dumbfounded in place. In a few short days she was hit by 2 separate storms. The first blitz was the death of Murong Mor, a lover who had once adored each other but had never crossed the line. The second time was when the young master, whom he had always thought deeply adored him and guarded him behind his back, made his feelings known to him, not liking her, but simply wanting to help her. A few days later, the group returned to Mount Shu. After delivering the mission, Li Xuanxiao returned to the Silver Sword Blade. As for the matter behind Murong Mor, it was naturally handled by Shu Mountain. Returning to Silver Sword Peak, Li Xuanxiao could not help but feel a pang of fear when he thought about the experiences of these days. First, Murong Mor stabbed himself. Although this was long within Li Xuanxiao's expectations, and easily countered Murong Mor. However, meeting an existence of the level of Empress Phoenix and Lu Shui was completely beyond Li Xuanxiao's expectations. But it's good to have a scare. The cultivation world is too cruel. Working hard to improve your cultivation is the right way to go. Senior. As soon as Li Xuanxiao landed in front of Silver Sword Blade's hut, he heard a pleasant voice. Senior brother, you're finally back. Egu. Zhao Lu covered her head and sat on her butt. Senior brother, you're bullying me again. Have you practiced properly in the past few days while I was away? Of course I have. I smelled disengagement on you. How? I've obviously practiced properly. Zhao Lu defended. Li Xuanxiao backhanded a pill and shoved it into Zhao Lu's mouth. This is my newly refined elixir. If you tell a lie, you'll get foot odor. The kind that lasts a lifetime. Zhao Lu's face changed. The little fairy had smelly feet. Not alive. Is it a good practice or not? I'm sorry, senior brother, I was wrong. Zhao Lu sat on the ground unwilling to get up. Don't make my feet smell. Please, don't leave your room for half a month. After dismissing his senior sister, Li Xuanxiao returned to the hut. Meditating and practicing, he continued to digest the cultivation he had gained, unwilling to waste a single second. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of Empress Phoenix and Lu Qiushui. Thinking back on those few days, they were brief but memorable enough. One must remember this shame. Li Xuanxiao shook his head again and muttered, and I don't know, did they die together? Are they dead or not? If they didn't die, they won't come to seek revenge on me, right? Li Xuanxiao naturally wasn't worried about the other party finding Mount Shu. But one can't stay in Shushan for the rest of one's life and not leave. I can't sleep or eat in peace. As soon as he thought of this, Li Xuanxiao's entire body instantly became bad. It all boils down to being too weak. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't have to worry about these things at all. As it was half a month later, Li Xuanxiao had just ended his own short journey of seclusion when he saw the willow tree outside the hut. Only that delicate figure stood there silently, one jade hand gently fiddling with the dark green silk that hung down like a waterfall in front of her. She wore a beautifully fringed gown with a wide skirt. The texture of the long skirt is soft and smooth, and as the breeze gently flicked, the tassels at the hem of the skirt swayed and shimmered with a bit of light. The long dress perfectly outlined the curves of her shapely figure. Her slender waist was not too thin, and her slender legs were hidden. It wasn't Su Wan, nor was it little sister Zhao Lu. Instead, it's Kong Lo Shui. Why is she here? Chapter 20, You Two Are True Love. Senior brotherly, you finally came out. People have been waiting for you for a long time. Zhang Luoshui enthusiastically walked over and was intimately about to take Li Xuanxiao's arm. However, it was dodged by Li Xuanxiao with a dodge. Senior sister Jiang? What is it that you are looking for me for? Zhang Luoshui didn't feel embarrassed either, and her smile became even brighter. Can't we find senior brotherly if there's nothing wrong? To be fair, Zhang Luoshui is really good looking. The small, powdered, jade-like face was like fine porcelain, delicate and smooth. As if a gentle touch could feel the soft touch from the delicate protein that filled it. Exquisite features were appropriately distributed on this small face, with eyebrows like faraway daisies, slightly curved like two rounds of curved crescent moons, a pair of large eyes clear and bright, dynamic and charismatic, high nose under the bridge, cherry mouth without pointing in jus. She put her hands behind her back and leaned forward slightly. Senior brotherly, if you were an ordinary person, you would be afraid to take out all your coffin money if this sound went down. Li Xuanxiao's heart was ringing with alarms, wondering what this little masterpiece was up to. Could it be that she's here to avenge Murong Mor? Zhang Luoshui is deeply in love with Murong Mor. Knowing that Murong Mor was dead was a deep blow, and then retaliation unfolds. As for the target of the retaliation, Su Wan, herself, and others, whoever is possible anyway, their kind of relationship brain can't even be understood in a normal human mindset. In an instant, Li Xuanxiao brainstormed countless possibilities. The other party's cultivation was weaker than his own, but it was hard to guarantee that he had some kind of magic weapon. However, this is highly unlikely, and at this distance, even if the other party had any magic weapon, it would be too late to cast it. Unless it's poison. That's right, poison. Li Xuanxiao's eyes narrowed slightly and his expression was grave as he held his breath. His hands, which were hidden within his wide-sleeve robes, also began to move carefully and silently. Only its fingers were seen to turn over nimbly. Like an agile little beast exploring something, he managed to fumble a poison barrier charm that emitted a faint glow from his sleeve. This poison barrier talisman didn't look inconspicuous, but once it was activated, it was able to quickly form a short-lived but incredibly strong defensive barrier within a 3-foot radius of one's surroundings. This barrier is specially designed for all kinds of poisonous gases, and can effectively keep those deadly poisonous gases out, buying valuable time and safe space for yourself. Senior sister, what exactly is it that you are looking for me for? Li Xuanxiao aggravated his tone. Nothing much going on. Just wanted to talk to you. Chat? Suddenly go down on yourself while you're chatting? Li Xuanxiao took half a step back. I want to have dinner with senior brotherly. Zhang Luoshui blinked her pretty eyes. Poison me during dinner to avenge Murong Mor. Li Xuanxiao took another half step back without moving. Green bamboo snake's mouth. Wasp's tail on the needle. Both are possible. The most poisonous of all. Senior brother Murong has left. And there isn't even anyone to talk to me. So, let me go down to accompany Murong Mor. Li Xuanxiao's eyes were glaring like bronze bells, and he was already ready to strike at a moment's notice. Immediately after that, Zhang Luoshui whispered, "Senior brother Li, I took the liberty of asking. You and senior sister Su Wan." Inside Li Xuanxiao, is this her suspicion that I conspired with senior sister Su Wan to kill Murong Mor? Thinking about this logic also makes more sense. Zhang Luoshui interfering in Murong Mor and Su Wan's relationship. Then in the eyes of outsiders, he himself stood up to defend Su Wan. It was having feelings for Su Wan and even silently guarding Su Wan behind her back. So in order to punish Murong Mor, himself and Su Wan teamed up to kill Murong Mor. Li Xuanxiao brainstormed here and became even more certain of what the other party was going to do. You and senior sister Su Wan don't have any special relationship, do you? These words caused Li Xuanxiao to freeze, but then he firmly replied, "No." In that case Zhang Luoshui smiled easily. "That's a relief. I thought you liked senior sister Su Wan." Confused face? Zhang Luoshui smiled wryly. "That would be great. Senior sister Su Wan has told us that you have always liked her." It looks like senior sister Su Wan misunderstood. Really? I have to explain this matter to them properly. Otherwise, it will make senior brother Li very disturbed. In fact, senior brother Li does not like senior sister Su Wan at all, right? Oops. I'm going to tell everyone that senior sister Su Wan is really something too. Going around saying that senior brother likes her. Senior sister Su Wan is really self-absorbed. This bothers senior brother, isn't it? Li Xuanxiao. Senior brother Li. Then I'll come back to you some other time. We're all from the same sect. From now on you can call me Luo Shui. It seems closer. Don't call me senior sister Jiang anymore. Soon after, Zhang Luoshui happily left Silver Sword Peak, leaving Li Xuanxiao at a loss for words where he was. Li Xuanxiao quickly analyzed the current situation. It looked like Zhang Luoshui wasn't here to avenge Murong Mor. Or rather, Zhang Luoshui had already left Murong Mor behind. The reason why she came to find herself today was because she suspected that Su Wan was interested in her, and then came to seduce himself. Li Xuanxiao frowned greatly. Su Wan likes Murong Mor, and Zhang Luoshui goes to seduce Murong Mor. Angry at Su Wan, now he suspected that Su Wan liked him. So Zhang Luoshui came to seduce himself and gaslight Su Wan. This Zhang Luoshui couldn't be interested in Su Wan. I think you're really in love with Su Wan. Murong Mor and I are both a part of your play? The world is so upside down. Li Xuanxiao decided to return to the furnace for another half-month of seclusion. But there is clearly no end to this matter. When she went back, Zhang Luoshui spread this comment of adding fuel to the fire. That's right. It's senior sister Su Wan's own wish. Right. Die stalking senior brother Li. That's right. Su Wan likes senior brother Li, but senior brother Li likes senior sister Luo Shui. Oh, so that's it. No wonder senior sister Su Wan looks at Zhang Luoshui with a nose that isn't her nose and eyes that aren't her eyes. That's jealousy. This is a statement from a passerby. There are also die-hard fans of Zhang Luoshui and Su Wan. Li Xuanxiao, get out. Death to Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao doesn't deserve senior sister Luo Shui at all. Li Xuanxiao doesn't deserve senior sister Su Wan. Who is this Li Xuanxiao? I'm going to find him to fight one-on-one. The same Shu Mountain disciple. Why should he be able to embrace people left and right? It's not fair. Go find Li Xuanxiao. Don't let me see him. At this moment, Li Xuanxiao, who was at Silver Sword Peak, stated, be unable to make any sense of the matter. Can't figure it out. Can't figure it out at all. What went wrong? I heard that the rumors outside had spread to the version that he had a child with Su Wan and an illegitimate child with Zhang Luoshui. If I can't afford to mess with you, I can't afford to hide from you. Thus, Li Xuanxiao decisively abandoned his hut and temporarily moved to the back of Silver Sword Peak to hide. Prepare to wait until the wind has passed and everyone has forgotten about it before you leave. More than 3 months passed like this. Li Xuanxiao had been practicing in the back of the mountain while using the materials he had collected from this trip to Hopeless Mountain to strengthen the poisonous scorpion puppets. Chapter 21, Weihu Mountain. 3 months later, Silver Sword Peak, in a cave in the back of the mountain. Li Xuanxiao took a deep breath and looked at the 3 puppet poisonous scorpions in front of him. Under the urging of his mana, the puppet poison scorpion moved quickly. The biggest problem with poison scorpion's puppets right now was that they weren't agile and fast enough. The poison that Li Xuanxiao had refined nowadays was already capable of harming a Foundation Establishment stage Great Circle cultivator. But the question was, how could one make a cultivator of the Foundation Establishment Great Circle fall under one's poison? After all, not everyone is as brainless as Murong Mor. Li Xuanxiao drew a big question mark on the schedule. And again, about your own swordsmanship. The Shushan sword scripture itself had only been cultivated to the 4th layer. It had been stuck for half a year. And during this half year his own Shushan sword scripture had not progressed at all. I really did slack off after all. Peers say, stressful. If the 4th level of your sword scripture counts as slack, then what do we count as? Eat, drink, whore and gamble every day? Suddenly, Li Xuanxiao sensed an intruder in the arranged maze. In the next second, Li Xuanxiao disappeared into the cave and came outside the maze. Potato potato, I'm a groundhog. In the midst of the maze, the voice of the youngest senior sister was heard. Li Xuanxiao unlocked the maze. Elder brother, as you commanded, I got the quest for you. Zhao Lu shook her hand, and in her palm was a jade tablet. Li Xuanxiao nodded and accepted the jade tablet. A line of small letters appeared on the jade plate. Mission content. Weihu Mountain to eliminate the tiger demon. It also has a full roadmap on it. Alright, I get it. Report back to me on what's been going on within the gate lately. Zhao Lu pursed her lips and took out her little book. Latest news from within the gate. The whereabouts of eldest senior brother Xueyun have been revealed, and it is rumored that someone had seen him in Yunzhou while he was getting drunk on wine alone. Recently the rumor discussion about you within the sect has decreased, and after senior sister Su Wan's seclusion, Jiang Luoshui stopped obsessing about finding you. Li Xuanxiao nodded. He was even more certain that this Jiang Luoshui just liked Su Wan. Can't see Su Wan liking someone else, but after he talked to Su Wan, Jiang Luoshui shouldn't pester him. At that point the rumors will be self-explanatory and no one will care. Zhao Lu continued. There's another thing. Third senior sister came back from outside after finishing her travels. Only she brought someone else back with her. What man? I don't know. Even third senior sister doesn't know his true identity. It's rumored to be amnesia. Amnesia? Men? Zhao Lu nodded. And good-looking men. Of course. Not as handsome as senior brother. Li Xuanxiao ignored the second half of her sentence. Strange men with amnesia. Sounds like a bit of a problem. It's rumored that he lost his memory because it had something to do with third senior sister, which is why third senior sister brought him back to Mount Shu. Li Xuanxiao's eyes rolled slightly as he instructed Zhao Lu a few more words. Then he left the back of Silver Sword Peak. He went straight to the third senior sister, wanting to see the so-called amnesiac man with his own eyes. The amnesiac unidentified handsome man. These few combinations always made Li Xuanxiao a little less at ease. He came to the residence of Silver Sword Blade's third senior sister, only to learn that the third senior sister had been called by the sect master. Li Xuanxiao waited until the evening, also did not see the third senior sister's trail, and did not want to go to Tongtian Peak to see the other disciples to spread gossip. Thus, it was decided that it wouldn't be too late to come back to third senior sister to find out more about the situation after finishing the task at hand. Afterward, Li Xuanxiao left Silver Sword Peak alone. Weihu Mountain, lofty and treacherous, surrounded by clouds. It is said that in the middle of this Weihu Mountain, there are two powerful tiger demons that have already cultivated into essence. Back then, these two tiger demons were ordinary beasts in the mountains, but by chance, they were lucky enough to meet an immortal who was passing by. Seeing that they were quite spiritual, the immortal casually gave them the method of cultivation and the way to open up their spiritual wisdom. At first, these two tiger demons also know how to be grateful, honestly according to the method taught by the immortal to cultivate, trying to restrain their own wildness and desire, and only want to cultivate as soon as possible to achieve the right result. However, as time passed and their strength grew, the ambition and desire in their hearts began to grow wild like weeds. Gradually, they became more and more reckless. Today, Weihu Mountain has become a forbidden place. Any passing merchants and travelers who are unfortunate enough to step into this area will most likely be brutally killed. Those two tiger demons mercilessly treated these innocent people as food in their mouths, enjoying the pleasure of killing to the fullest. A deafening thunderclap sounded in the sky, and beams of rain poured down from the cloudy sky. This made the already rugged mountain road even more difficult to navigate at the moment. The rain flowed down the hillside, gathering into a rushing stream that continued to pound the legs of pedestrians. Senior brother, let's go to the mountain god temple over there to take shelter from the rain. This mountain path is too difficult to travel, the woman in green said. The tall man's name was Zhou Yan, and the woman in green was named by Shui. Both of them were disciples of the Xiantian sword sect. Although the Xiantian sword sect was not as deep as Shushan, its strength was not bad either. The two of them came here to kill the tiger demon. The two of them walked into the dilapidated mountain god temple, and saw that there were already people inside the mountain god temple who had first taken shelter from the rain. It's two young monks, Xiantian sword sect Zhouyan, by Shui. The two young monks also introduced themselves, one with the Dharma named Qingfeng and the other with the Dharma named Qingming, from the Dharma temple. With this deep forest and the legend of demons and ghosts, coming here in the middle of the night naturally wouldn't be a way to enjoy the scenery. A brief exchange between the two sides revealed that they were all here for the same goal. Anyway, they were all here for the mission. As long as they killed the evil tiger demon, there's no need to fight for it either. More people are more of a guarantee instead. So the four of them sat down and talked to each other. The moon was in full bloom and the storm was raging outside. None of the four had noticed that within this dilapidated mountain temple, the lifeless clay idol was secretly peering at them with its eyes. Li Xuanxiao, who was disguised as a clay idol, was slightly moved inwardly. He had already learned about the identities of several people through their conversations, as well as the purpose of their coming here. As for Xuanxiao hiding here, it was naturally because he was the first to arrive at the mountain god temple. Originally, he wanted to stand guard and wait for a rabbit, waiting patiently here for the 2 tiger demons to move. I didn't expect that instead of waiting for the tiger demon, I first waited for 4 fellow travelers. Still, that's not a bad thing. Not exactly a good thing. Of course, Xuanxiao was not used to fighting side by side with other people. Besides, these 4 are all good in strength, so they should be more than enough to deal with those 2 tiger demons. Thinking of this, Xuanxiao decided to observe some more. If the other party was able to successfully resolve the tiger demon, he himself would leave without moving. If it was the other way around, he himself could catch the tiger demon off guard from the shadows. Chapter 22, A Bright and Sneaky Attack. At that moment, the door to the mountain temple was once again pushed open. This time walking in was a group of traveling merchants passing through the area. Look at their dress, should be from the field. If not from the field, even a detour would not dare to enter this Weihu mountain. Zhou Yan took the initiative to climb up with them, chatting in the process of asking each other, do not know that this Weihu mountain has a demon? The man at the head of the line of merchants wiped a handful of rainwater from his face and said, I can't, if I don't speed up my journey, I won't be able to sell everything, and then the whole family will have to drink the northwest wind. Bai Shui, who was dressed in green, curiously said, since we can't sell them, let's do something else for a living. There's no capital. Won't you borrow a few hundred taels of silver? From relatives or friends? It should be easy. The traveling merchants' men looked at the pretty little girl with blank faces, hidden in the shrine. Xuanxiao glanced at the talking Bai Shui. Why not eat meat loaf figuratively? Zhou Yan gave Bai Shui a look and smiled apologetically at the walkers. I'm sorry, this little sister of mine is not versed in the world, so I hope you all won't be offended. The traveling merchant man waved his hand. Zhou Yan continued. A few hundred taels of silver is enough to do what? To borrow should also borrow a few thousand taels, only enough to do business. Otherwise I think you could rent out your mansion, and your family's fields, and let someone else plant them, and you collect the rent, which is what my family does. Rowdy business hunks. Xuanxiao said, you and your senior sister big brother don't say second brother. The traveling merchant man smiled awkwardly and was about to say something. Just then, the sound of a low growl suddenly resounded from outside. The sound seemed to come from ancient times, traveling through layers of wind and rain and burrowing straight into people's ears. Under the raging wind and rain, this roar actually seemed so clear and audible, like a sharp sword cutting through the sky. The line merchants were shocked. What's wrong with you? Did you really meet that tiger demon? Zhou Yan and Bai Shui, Qingfeng and Shangming were calm as usual. It was even a little bit of a surprise. After all, they were supposed to be running towards the tiger demon. I thought it would take a lot of wasted effort, but I didn't expect the tiger demon to come to the door on its own so quickly. The gate of the mountain temple, which had already appeared to be rickety and broken, was now being torn apart by the violent blowing of the gale. A cold wind mixed with the scent of rain and earth whistled in, causing everyone present to shiver. The crowd's eyes were drawn to the door in unison, only to see that in the midst of the torrential rain that was pouring down like a torrential rain, an immense tiger's head suddenly poked out from the darkness. It was large and imposing, as if it were a moving hill. Above that tiger's head, a pair of eyes the size of copper bells flashed with a chilling cold light, and above the head of this giant beast, a huge thunderbolt broke through the dark night sky from time to time, illuminating the surroundings as bright as day. With every flash of lightning, the fur on that tiger's body would reflect a dazzling light, making it look even more hideous and terrifying. The line merchants had long been scared bloodless. Where had they ever seen such a large tiger? The tiger's figure suddenly paused, and then a light of contempt flashed in its eyes. Another insouciant cultivator. Zhou Yan lightly grunted and stepped forward to block in front of the walkers. Whether or not it's not self-conscious, try it and you'll know. Qingfeng clasped his hands together. Tiger scholar. The sea of bitterness has no end to turn back to the shore. Put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha on the ground. Amit Ba Buddha. The white-fronted tiger let out a roar. Stop nagging. Take your life. 4 figures swept out from the temple almost simultaneously, fighting with the tiger demon. The series of sword strokes may seem overwhelming, but a closer look reveals that there are quite a few breaks in them. Although this movement was considered sharp, the articulation between each move seemed a bit hasty and not composed enough. Especially when performing some of the more complicated sword styles, it was even more obvious to reveal the weakness that his power was still shallow and his foundation was unstable. The essence of the Xin Tian sword sex sword technique lay in the consistency and stability of the sword. However, the sword art performed by this person in front of me, although it has a few resemblances, it fails to truly comprehend where the mystery lies. Xuanxiao watched the battle while keeping an eye on Zhou Yan. who had the strongest swordsmanship. The palm technique of Manhwa Temple really lives up to its name as well. Under the righteous siege of the four, the white-fronted tiger was losing ground. The white-fronted tiger roared angrily. Clouds from the dragon, wind from the tiger, gale force winds swept around them. Xuanxiao's divine sense moved. The two tiger demons of Weihu Mountain. And now another tiger demon has shown up. The moment this tiger demon appeared, it exuded a powerful aura that was hard to ignore, causing everyone present to be in awe, only to see that it was snow white all over, as if covered with a thick layer of snow, without a trace of stray hairs, crystal clear, emitting a faint cold light. Compared to the tiger demon from before, its size was even more immense, more than twice as big. What kind of youngster dares to hurt my husband? The field was suddenly formed, 2 against 4. Hiss! Zhou Yan's face changed slightly. The situation was not right. The information said that the cultivation level of these two tiger demons were both in the middle stage of foundation establishment, but now that tigress had already reached the foundation establishment great perfection and half-step Jindan, this tigress was even more ferocious, relying on her powerful physical body to attack recklessly. Even more difficult to deal with, its battle intelligence was also too much stronger than that male tiger. He made a false move before pouncing on by Shui, who had the weakest cultivation of the four. Senior sister, be careful. Zhou Yan wanted to turn back to save him, but it was too late. White Snow held a long sword and stabbed towards the ferocious tigress. However, the order tigress reacted with extreme agility, swinging her huge and powerful claws and slapping the sword hard. The long sword in Bai Shui's hand was like a light feather as it was easily slapped away. At this critical moment of close call, suddenly, a snow-white shiny sword light shot out like lightning. This sword light was extremely fast, carrying a stern and incomparable aura as it rushed straight towards the tigress. Xuanxiao and the idol broke out of his body. This sword light came extremely fast, and the tigress couldn't dodge in time. He was pierced through the chest by the sword light and flew out backwards. Xuanxiao struck out at the main event with a no-show. One shot. Steady and accurate. A bright and bold sneak attack. A sword one without the slightest bit of nonsense. A talisman seal in his hand, which was poised to be launched, flew out in a smooth manner. Caged bird. The seal forms a cage and traps the tigress. At the same time, another sword stabbed out. Right at this moment, a bellowing cry rang out. Don't hurt my lady. A figure blocked before Xuanxiao's sword peak. It's the male tiger. Xuanxiao's sword pierced through its body. Chapter 23, Why are you so cold? Xuanxiao didn't expect this male tiger to be this sentimental. The hand movements, however, didn't stop at all and kicked the male tiger away. A female tiger is too much stronger than a male tiger. Kill the female tiger first. Don't harm my mother. Kill me if you have to. The male tiger roared. Don't worry. Smooth things. Not a single one of them is going to get away. Xuanxiao turned a deaf ear and clenched his hand on his sword. Come to die. The peak of the sword pointed straight at the female tiger trapped in the birdcage. Just then, a sword stabbed from the side and resisted Xuanxiao's blade. Wait. Xuanxiao frowned slightly. The one who stood in front of him was Zhou Yan. This kind brother has mercy under his sword. And listen to my words. Xuanxiao thought that the other party wanted to kill the mother tiger with his own hands so that it would be easier to deliver. He didn't argue about this. As long as the female tiger died, he himself would be considered to have completed his mission. So, quickly, he said, then do it. By this time, the male tiger had pounced on the birdcage. However, with its cultivation, it was unable to break through the birdcage for a while. The female tiger in the birdcage was seriously injured because of the sword that Xuanxiao had sneak attacked her with. Nyoko! Mother, how are you? Are you alright? Mother, my dear husband. Run. This group of people is very powerful. Run. Don't mind me. No. Mother, I'm not leaving. It turned its head and stared angrily at Xuanxiao and the others. You are going to kill me. Let my lady go. Amitabha Buddha. Heaven has its ways, and immortals have their rules. Even though heaven and earth are unkind and take everything as ruminants, I don't realize that demons also have true feelings. Qingfeng folded his hands to the side. Senior brother Qingming also chanted Amitabha Buddha. When Bai Shui saw this scene, she couldn't help but be moved as well. This kind brother, dare I ask what sect? Zhou Yan arched his hand. Shushan disciple Xuanxiao. So it's a disciple of Mount Shu. Thank you for coming to the rescue of this senior sister of mine. No need to be polite. Now is not the time for idle chit-chat. We'll talk about it in detail after the demon is removed. Zhou Yan glanced at the pair of tiger demons and sighed lightly. Could it be that fellow Taoist Li? Upon seeing this scene, doesn't feel moved? Touched? What a niche word. Kill me if you have to. Please spare my wife. The male tiger knelt down following the human stance, bumping his head against the ground in all his sadness. Sangha, don't. You run. Make it happen for both of you. Li Xuanxiao swung his sword to stab. Then, once again, he was stopped. Ba Buddha. She sure is slow. Li Xuanxiao. No, when you guys fought just now, you didn't seem so fast. At this moment, Li Xuanxiao was even a bit skeptical that this was a setup for himself. The strength shown by Qingfeng just now wasn't this strong. Why did you stop me? Scholar. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. And the same is true for demons. Buddhist compassion lies not only in loving those you love, but also in being able to forgive and love your enemies. And such generosity comes from the wisdom that man and I are one. And that man loves his neighbor as himself. If you want to kill me, kill us together as a couple. The male tiger begged bitterly. Sagittarius, don't be stupid. You run. The mother tiger hissed. You have to live well and take care of our children. Mother, without you, I live in this world with nothing but pain. Li Xuanxiao, don't worry. I will let you and your children die without pain. Guru. Fellow Taoist Li, please stop. You people, how can you be so cold? Li Xuanxiao blinked. Indifference? Me? He looked over to Snowy, who had spoken. Bai Shui wiped the tears that flowed from the corners of her eyes because she was moved. Don't you feel sorry for them? Seeing this scene, can you still lay your hands on them? Give them a chance. Zhou Yan said. You too should remember today. Remember not to do evil in the future. See in your husband and wife love. Today will spare you. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. My husband and wife will definitely change their ways in the future and never commit another killing. The pair of tigers bowed and thanked him, their faces full of sincerity. Zhou Yan turned his head and said to Li Xuanxiao again, Fellow Taoist Li, there is naturally nothing wrong with getting rid of demons and defending the way, but sometimes you have to be methodical. Killing can't solve everything. Look at it now. Isn't it a happy ending? Li Xuanxiao looked at the 2 tiger demons and then at the 4 people blocking his way, and helplessly put away his long sword. At this time, I heard the mother tiger say, Several immortal masters. There was also a secret message sent to me by a Deva follower in my cave earlier, inviting me to join them. Now that my husband and wife have decided to abandon evil and promote good, we would like to give this secret letter to you all. You may use this letter to sneak into the demon sect and help a few immortal masters exterminate the demon sect. Is this matter serious? Zhou Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. Seriously? That's great. Zhou Yan was delighted. This mission was not only successfully completed, but it was also a great achievement to find clues to the demon cult. A few of you. This tiger demon's words cannot be fully trusted. Not to mention that I've already poked around. This tiger demon has been a scourge here for many years, killing and devouring no less than 300 men, women, and children. If the butcher's knife can be put down with a single word, what are these 300 or so people who died? Li Xuanxiao said in a deep voice. Gong Hu immediately said, Immortal Master, I have no choice. My mother was pregnant with 6 armors and seriously injured. I had no choice but to renew my mother's life with a blood meal, which was really a helpless move. If the Immortal Master wants to kill, let me go and pay for those people's lives, and spare my mother and my children. No, Sangha, it's all me. It has nothing to do with you. Zhou Yan sighed. Also 2 bitter demons, but since people are dead, they can't come back from the dead. After this, you 2 will go down the mountain and apologize to the families of those who died in vain. Qingfeng hastily agreed. When will injustice be resolved? As Monk Shou is deeply righteous, I have no problem with it. What do you think about it? Master Li, what do you think about it? Li Xuanxiao understood that there was probably no use in opposing himself. Seeing that a few people still had to follow the tiger demon to get the secret message, Li Xuanxiao did not follow and instead excused himself and left. Looking at his departing back, Bai Shui gave a belly laugh. Senior brother, I've long heard that the disciples of Mount Shu cultivate the emotionless Tao. I didn't expect that the disciples of Mount Shu are really hard-hearted. Zhou Yan shook his head. If we really let him kill this tiger demon, we will have no way to learn about the secret message and we won't be able to search for the demon sect. So it's called, do good deeds and have good results. Well, I understand, elder brother. For immortal masters, please follow me. The male tiger picked up the seriously injured female tiger and led the way. Chapter 24, There is no greater cruelty in the cultivation world. They carefully followed the 2 huge and imposing tiger demons, slowly traveling through the dense and deep mountain forest. Along the way, it was so quiet that the only sounds to be heard around were your own footsteps and the occasional birdsong. I don't know how long I'd been walking, but finally a huge hole appeared in front of me. The 2 tiger demons took the lead and walked into the cave, and they followed closely behind. As soon as they stepped into the cave, the crowd couldn't help but be shocked by the scene in front of them. The entire interior of the cave was decorated with gold and blue, beautiful and magnificent, and could simply be described as opulent and magnificent. The walls of the cave were inlaid with countless sparkling gemstones, The floor was covered with soft and luxurious carpets, and an exquisite crystal chandelier hung above the head, illuminating the entire space as bright as day. Walking further in, one could only see many dazzling array of strange and exotic treasures placed in the depths of the cave. Some of them emitted strange light, while others were uniquely shaped and skillfully crafted. Obviously, this tiger demon couple hadn't gone around scavenging and looting treasures from all sides over the years in order to accumulate such a staggering amount of wealth. Zhou Yan raised his eyebrows slightly. You guys have a lot of treasures here. The male tiger busily said. My husband and wife are willing to offer the treasures in the cave together to the four immortals, just to pay back for their previous sins. Zhou Yan nodded, feeling that the other party still understood things. Four of you. This way please. I also have a supreme immortal treasure here. A Jedi immortal treasure? The four came to be interested and followed the tiger demon to the end of the cave. Where are the immortal treasures? Immortal master, please take your eyes. The male tiger took a step back, then another. The next instant, flash out. The cage leapt up from the ground and instantly wrapped the four in it. Zhou Yan immediately reacted. You two demons are so deadly that you're playing tricks. Amitabha Buddha. The young monk is angry and furious. You guys are so bad. For me to trust you so much. Snow stomped her foot in exasperation. It's just that you guys are too stupid. The mother tiger laughed. You cultivators are stupid and naive. So your defeat at our hands is not unjust. You think you can trap us with that? Zhou Yan snorted coldly and swung his sword. One sword into 100 swords. This was the unique study of the Xiantian sword sect. And in the end, one sword could even transform into thousands of swords. However, even if Zhou Yan had executed such a powerful sword art, but the vines around that were not half damaged. The mother tiger laughed. Don't waste your efforts. This vine is a magic treasure formed from a seed left behind by those two immortals of today. Not to mention you. Even the Jindan stage great perfection has no way to break through this vine when they come. Zhou Yan didn't believe in evil, and waved his long sword while running his true essence. The breeze and the clarity, and the snow joins in. But the truth is really as that female tiger said. Even if they use all kinds of spells, magic treasure, but there is no way to break open this cage. The four of them couldn't help but panic for a moment. Bai Shui threatened. Demon, you let us out now. There is still a way back. Otherwise when our division arrives, we will definitely thwart you. She was halfway through her speech when she suddenly felt dizzy. Soon, the remaining three felt it as well. The two tiger demons let out disdainful laughter. This vine will emit a corrosive poisonous gas. In less than half an hour, you'll all be dead. Slowly wait for your deaths. Upon hearing this, the four people's faces changed again. But no matter what they did, they couldn't destroy the vines. In the end, he even went so far as to put down his dignity and begged for mercy from the two tiger demons. But how could a tiger demon be like them and give his enemies a second chance? Half an hour passed in a flash. The four men fell to the ground with no breath. There is nothing more cruel in the world of cultivation. The two tiger demons quickly packed up all the belongings in the cave. If these four people died here, their sects would definitely locate this place through the special marks on each other's bodies. This is a place that should never be stayed in. Alas, it's a pity about this cave. The male tiger was filled with pity. As long as the life is saved, it's better than anything else. The mother tiger's breath was still a little unstable. The sword that was sneaked by Li Xuanxiao earlier had really hurt its foundation. Don't worry, my lady. When I have the chance to meet that cultivator in the future, I will definitely skin him. The she-tiger smiled. Well, come on. The two tiger demons quickly headed down the mountain. The sun was slipping in the west, and when the last sliver of sunset disappeared, only darkness remained in the mountains. The two tiger demons sprinted along the mountain road. Just then, a silver-white light suddenly appeared. It directly shot through the male tiger's body and nailed him on top of an ancient tree. The mother tiger was startled and let out a tiger whistle, but it couldn't find the other side at all. It was surrounded by breath. There were no less than a dozen people on the other side. Wind! The wind whistled and swept in, and it was no ordinary wind, but a hurricane of the utmost fury. The hair on the mother tiger's body danced wildly in the wind. Controlling the wind is a necessary skill after a manticore becomes an elf. With an earth-shattering roar, boom! The entire space seemed to tremble for it. Hurricane! The wind centered on the mother tiger and swept wildly in all directions like an unstoppable torrent. Wherever it passed, sand flew, grass and trees were uprooted, and even the earth was lifted up by a thick layer of mud. In the blink of an eye, the area within a 5-foot radius had unexpectedly become barren, with not an inch of grass growing, leaving only bare land and the dust that filled the air. And, of course, the puppets that were torn apart. The mother tiger's face changed, but it was too late. Two sword lights struck its body, and the female tiger fell to the ground with a wail. Li Xuanxiao appeared from the shadows. Wait, immortal master, you promised to spare our lives as a couple. the male tiger wailed. They promised you. Not me, Xuanxiao said calmly. Our couple has already discussed with those 4 immortal masters, and we are now ready to leave the mountain peak and go down to atone for our sins. If immortal master really wants to kill us, please at least let us atone for our sins before doing so, the male tiger pleaded. The way to atone for your sins is to suffer a quick death here. Xuanxiao raised his sword. Wait. The female tiger panicked as well. The man had nothing but the desire to kill them in his eyes. Can't see half of anything else at all. We still have countless treasures in our cave, as well as magic weapons left behind by immortals. If the immortal master is willing to spare us, all of these things can be given to the immortal master. Xuanxiao chopped down with his sword. Confused. Kill you all and those things will be mine as usual. Female tigers. This is a famous family. A sword chopped down, and the mother tiger's breath was all gone. The male tiger was in a rage. Nyangzi, you bastard. I'm going to kill you. Don't worry, it'll be you soon. Xuanxiao didn't say much as his flying sword came out of his hand. A sword pierced the male tiger's head. The male tiger's head lolled and he quickly lost his breath. After Xuanxiao killed the 2 tiger demons, he collected the storage rings that the other party was carrying, and then searched all the way along the path that the other party came from. Chapter 25, No More Tiger Demons in Weihu Mountain. A way to find the tiger's cave by following the traces of the 2 tiger demons descending the mountain. Xuanxiao walked in, and there were many other treasures within the cave that neither of the 2 tiger demons were able to take away. Xuanxiao swept a general glance and came to the end of the cave, frowning slightly. At the end of the cave at the moment, there were 4 white bones lying. Their bodies were missing a bit of flesh and blood, as if they had gone through the erosion of countless years, eventually turning into white bones. It was the 4 of them, Zhou Yan, Bai Shui, and Qingfeng Qingming. Xuanxiao was puzzled. He originally thought that all 4 had left. I didn't expect that those 2 tiger demons would kill them here. It was reasonable to say that even if those 2 tiger demons were in their heyday and fought with these 4 people, it was unlikely that they would be able to win, not to mention still in a seriously injured state. There are organs, phalanxes. Xuanxiao carefully searched for it, quickly allowing him to discover the vine spells hidden within it. Self-contained spells. Hiss. Xuanxiao drew in a breath of cool air. Looking at the aura on it, I'm afraid that even a Jindan stage cultivator wouldn't be able to break through. No wonder these 4 men planted their heads. Xuanxiao couldn't help but shake his head, somewhat feeling sorry for these 4 people. After all, they are all righteous people. The probability is that they have read too many books and read stupidly, and they have never seen that the hearts of people are sinister, and the hearts of demons are even more sinister. It was also at the same time seeing the cruelty of the cultivation world once again. The slightest misstep will be the end of the world. There's not even room for regret. This fine magic weapon 2 tiger demons did not take away, and thought that there was no way to take it away. This fine magic weapon cannot be harnessed unless there is a person with a vast and righteous spirit in his heart. The 2 tiger demons were killing people, so naturally they could not be taken away. Xuanxiao carefully put away the vine seed phantasmal artifact as a way to lay a trap, undoubtedly giving himself another weapon for defense. Raising his head again to look at the bones of those 4 people, Xuanxiao shook his head once more. It was estimated that soon, the people from the Manhwa temple and the Xiantian sword sect would come over to collect the corpse. To prevent the bones of the 4 from being gnawed on by wild animals, Xuanxiao purposely sprinkled medicinal powder to expel wild beasts outside the cave. At first glance, the name Taiping County gives the impression that it must be a place of peace and tranquility, but the truth is quite the opposite. Instead of being peaceful, this place is full of all kinds of dangers and uncertainties. And one of the reasons for this situation is that it is just too close to the mighty Weihu mountain. Every year, no less than 100 lives are mercilessly taken away as victims of the tiger. Some of these unfortunate people may have just stumbled upon a tiger attack while working in the mountains, while others have met their fate while out hunting or chopping firewood. What's more, it's women with children laboring at home. It was devastating to see that once the husband returned, only the bones of the woman and child were left in the house. Especially frightening is the fact that the legendary Weihu mountain is not just about ordinary tigers. According to some of the local elders, it seems that there are also 2 huge and ferocious tiger demons hidden on this mountain. Its size is so large that it is said to exceed that of an ordinary horse. Imagine the horror of such a behemoth haunting the mountains and forests. Today's daybreak, the night watchman yawning, holding a gong just walked out of the county office. There seemed to be something ahead of him, and he rubbed his eyes. My mother! The shifter sat on his ass and looked ahead in horror. That's 2 tigers? No, I should say 2 tiger skins. Soon the word spread. The people of several nearby counties scrambled over to the only 2 tiger demon skins. It's just too scary. However, after that, there was no more tiger demon in this Weihu mountain. Just this tiger demon is who removed. And who will be the tiger demon skin in this place? is an unsolved mystery. Taiping County became the real Taiping County. Some years later, the sea changed. With the change of dynasties, a peasant rebel came out of Taiping County and eventually ascended to the throne. But those are afterthoughts. Mt. Shushan. Li Xianxiao returned to Silver Sword Peak to hand over the mission jade slip to his senior sister Zhao Lu, asking her to help go to the sword-holding pavilion to resume her orders. And it would be inappropriate for him to go out for the time being. Be sure to avoid fourth senior sister Su Wan and Jian Luoxue before doing so. Third senior sister, can you be at Silver Sword Peak? Li Xianxiao asked. In. Zhao Lu nodded. Li Xianxiao exhorted Zhao Lu one more time, and then went to find his third senior sister. Third senior sister, named Lin Wanqing. The family lineage was very ordinary, but judging from just a few words from his master's mouth, Li Xianxiao felt that third senior sister Lin Wanqing didn't seem to be ordinary. She seems to be the reincarnation of an ancient immortal. Of course, it's all speculation. No empirical evidence. Soon, Li Xianxiao found third senior sister Lin Wanqing. At that time, Lin Wanqing was playing the zither in the bamboo forest. Li Xianxiao didn't directly just step forward, but instead observed in the shadows for a moment. Soon he saw a man. It was a man who was a sight to behold, and his face carried a bit of a demonic aura, as if he could seduce people's hearts. Its skin was as white as snow, as delicate as sheep's fat white jade, and shimmered slightly in the sunlight. Dressed in an indigo blue robe, the collar and cuffs of the robe were elaborately embroidered with piping in a flowing cloud pattern edged in silver. This piping was like flowing clouds, while the waist was bound with a green auspicious cloud broad-bordered brocade belt, which was embroidered with exquisite patterns, and the robe reflected each other, making it even more gorgeous. Looking at his long, shiny black hair, which was tied up high, he wore a small silver crown embedded with jade on his head, setting off his entire person as more and more handsome and extraordinary. Good, beautiful man. Li Xianxiao frowned. Sis. The moment this man opened his mouth, he was a sister, jumping up and down and running to Lin Wanqing. Sister, I caught a butterfly. Lin Wanqing smiled and said, well, the butterfly is beautiful. Let's release it, shall we? The man winked and sold his eyes. Lin Wanqing touched his head. Good butterfly also has a life. It will also be afraid of pain. We see it is very beautiful, but it is not allowed to say that it is very afraid now. Can't say for sure. There are people waiting for it too. So, let's let it go, shall we? Aha! The man nodded obediently like a 3-year-old and let the butterfly go. I'll listen to my sister. Li Xianxiao couldn't help but shiver and get goosebumps. Can't be beat. I can't stand it. Who's where? Lin Wanqing suddenly said. Li Xianxiao organized his emotions and walked out with a smile. Third senior sister, you're back. It's little master. Seeing that it was Li Xianxiao, Lin Wanqing also had a smile on her face. Chapter 26, The Mysterious Guy. Sister, who is he? The man saw that Li Xuanxiao's face was full of caution and even hid behind Lin Wanqing. He's sister's little brother. Shifu? What is it? Well, it's just sister's brother. Lin Wanqing explained. The man beamed. He's his sister's brother? Then who am I? How can a sister have a brother? Lin Wanqing said dotingly. Good boy. He's senior sister's senior brother. Your sister's brother. It's not the same. Well, so who's closer to your sister? Lin Wanqing helplessly pinched his little cheeks. Of course you're the closest to your sister. The man smiled from the bottom of his heart. Only then did Lin Wanqing remember. Senior brother. What are you looking for me for? Li Xianxiao covered his chest and lowered his head, his face unsightly. Senior, what's wrong with you? It's nothing, just a little nausea all of a sudden. Nausea? Is it bad food? It should be. Li Xianxiao skipped over the topic. Senior sister. He is. Oh, just call him Vanyu. Vanyu? Li Xianxiao searched the name in his mind and did not find any corresponding information. Lin Wanqing explained. I met him half a year ago. At that time he was lying by the river. He had lost his memory and was still calling me sister one after the other. I had no choice but to bring him around for the time being, and incidentally wanted to go back to Shushan to see if I could help him recover his memory. So he's a cultivator too? Li Xianxiao asked a crucial question. Lin Wanqing shook her head and nodded again. He's a cultivator. Only his cultivation is very low. He can barely feel any cultivation, and his whole body's meridians seem to be blocked. He should have suffered some kind of sealing technique. Oh, Li Xianxiao raised his eyebrows and couldn't help but slander in his heart. Unidentified. From an unknown source, and definitely not a roadkill character from the looks of it. There are still sealing spells on the body. How can you just bring this kind of person into the sect? What did Master, his old man, say? Master is closed. I didn't see him when I went yesterday. Favorably closed at this time. What about the other elders? Perhaps they can have a solution. Most of the other elders don't have time either. It's too much of a coincidence. Li Xuanxiao hesitated for a moment. Senior sister, I happen to know some spiritual spells, so perhaps I can try to help him recover his memories. Lin Wanqing nodded, not surprised that her youngest senior brother knew this. Li Xuanxiao had been practicing since he was young, traveling all over the world with the sect leader, and had learned a wide variety of things. He is also said to be pro-god up. What's on your lips? Sunset is dark. Li Xuanxiao arched his hand and bowed. Then wait for me to prepare. Good. Lin Wanqing agreed in one breath. Fan Yu, quickly thank brother. Oh, thank you brother, Van Yu said somewhat timidly. Li Xuanxiao revealed a kind smile. Oh, by the way senior sister, did you give him the name Fan Yu? Or did he tell you himself? He told me himself. He said that's the only name he remembers. Li Xuanxiao nodded once again and took out a wooden eagle from his storage ring. Then in a tone of voice that you would use to speak to a small child. Will big brother give you a toy? It's... What? Li Xuanxiao activated the switch of the wooden eagle. Without any mana urging, the wooden eagle unfolded its wings and flew, circling the sky and returning back to Li Xuanxiao's shoulder. Van Yu brightened up. Buzz, degree asterisk. Want it? Aha! Come and get it. Big brother gave it to you. Fan Yu hesitated for a moment, looking at Lin Wanqing and then at Li Xuanxiao. Seeing Lin Wanqing nodding with a smile, only then did Van Yu run over and take the wooden eagle. Thank you brother. Li Xuanxiao smiled and reached out to rub his head. Then, he took his leave, returning to his own hut at Silver Sword Peak. The smile on Li Xuanxiao's face then disappeared. He raised his hand, and there were already 2 more strands of Van Yu's hair in his hand. Van Yu. Li Xuanxiao recited the name. With a wave of his hand, the bookshelves inside the hut were displayed in front of him. Li Xuanxiao opened a book and put up his pen to write these 2 words. After writing, the penny drops. Swish, swish, swish. A few moments later, the looks of Fan Yu were sketched out on the paper, then closed the 2 hairs with a book. As the spell was spat out from his mouth, in no time at all, the page spontaneously combusted without fire. This spell is connected to the 100 events ceremony of Shushan. It is like the Baidu encyclopedia in the previous life, covering all kinds of information and records of all sizes and shapes up and down the territory of Kyushu. As long as Shushan had ever kept a record on someone, through this marvelous spell, it was able to be easily looked up. Shushan is so deep, there's hardly anyone or anything you can't find. Li Xuanxiao frowned tightly, the corners of his eyes twitching slightly as he merged his thoughts into this vast world of spells. In an instant, in the depths of his mind, a thick book emerged like a tidal wave, piling up like a mountain. Some of these books are old and yellowed and smell ancient. Some are brand new as new, flickering with a faint aura. The books tumbled up quickly and simultaneously, as if big data were searching for them. However, time passed by, had gone through countless dense books, but had never been able to find even a tiny bit of information related to the other side. Instead of finding it, it's even more chilling. Li Xuanxiao frowned and pondered as if he was facing a great enemy. Cam, what the hell did third senior sister bring back here? But it's just that no one cares except yourself. Li Xuanxiao made 2 preparations for this. In one hand, he first used a wooden cicada made by the Majia organ technique to spy on Fan Yu. The benefit of the Majia organ technique is that it doesn't require the use of spiritual energy, so it's hard for cultivators to detect it. The other hand was to write an anonymous letter to the law enforcement elder, as well as the vice sect leader respectively, telling them to beware of the person that third senior sister Lin Wanqing had brought back. The reason for choosing the duo. It was because although there were 7 peak masters, there was again no one who was willing to get involved in the affairs of the disciples of other peaks. It is a thankless task. The original peak master of Silver Sword Peak, who was also Li Xuanxiao's master, became the new sect master. The Silver Sword Blade has no headmaster for the time being, while the law enforcement elder is in charge of Shushan's laws. The vice sect leader acts on behalf of the sect leader during the sect leader's seclusion, so writing to both of them was definitely the best option. Do all that. Li Xuanxiao went back to find junior sister Zhao Lu. Zhao Lu was counting the treasures that her senior brother, Li Xuanxiao, had brought back to her this time, all of which had been scavenged from the Tiger Demon Cave. According to the rules of Shushan, whoever carries out a mission goes to whoever carries it out. Li Xuanxiao chose some tonics that were suitable for Zhao Lu, along with 2 magic treasures. Li Xuanxiao gave Zhao Lu a key task, asking her to pretend to have a chance encounter with third senior sister, and then intentionally or unintentionally chat about where, and when third senior sister and Fan Yu met. If Li Xuanxiao inquired too meticulously on his own, it would easily arouse suspicion. It's different when you hand it over to Zhao Lu, and it's easier to talk girl to girl. Zhao Lu took the order. With regards to these strange actions of her senior brother, Zhao Lu no longer found them strange over the years. He even took the initiative to join among his senior brother's gang. Chapter 27, Sweetheart Zhang. Law Enforcement Hall. The law enforcement disciple took the letter out of the mailbox. The letters were put in by disciples from each peak and were sent anonymously. You can speak freely and write about people or things that are out of line in Shushan. Of course, anonymity is never more than talk. Every day, the law enforcement disciples would hand over all the letters to the law enforcement elders. The same is true today. After the law enforcement elder drank a cup of morning tea, he opened today's report letter. Someone pooped in the back of Xiaoqiong Peak and was stepped on by a certain disciple who was passing by. The law enforcement elder put down the pastry in his hand and continued to watch. It has been reported that Xuanxiao's disciple is flying his sword at excessive speed within Mount Shu. Some people report that some disciples within the gate have deliberately destroyed the flowers and plants they planted. Some people report whoever has an improper relationship between men and women. And even some people report whoever says bad things about whoever. Most of it is just small, petty stuff. Keep reading. Silver Sword Peak disciple Lin Wanqing returned to Mount Shushan with an unknown person. And I hope the law enforcement hall can investigate carefully. Fan Yu, the law enforcement elder had already met before. Could this person be a problem? It's so handsome and looks like it makes people a little wary of moving. The law enforcement elder coughed lightly and patted his white cheeks. Love at first sight? Can't say. But it was indeed seductive. Especially the other's deep peach eyes. A mouthful of sister. Calling the heart and soul. Van Yu. The name is also very nice. It's a pity how it wasn't met by himself. But instead it was met by master nephew Lin Wanqing. It was true that if you stayed in the sect, you wouldn't be able to meet love. I'm getting old. The law enforcement elder picked up the small mirror and looked at it. And so it was that Shui Ling Ling ignored the anonymous letter provided by Li Xuanxiao. Seeing that neither the law enforcement elder nor the vice sect leader had replied, Li Xuanxiao then knew that he needed to make his next move. He checked the wooden cicada that was monitoring Van Yu. The wooden cicada was intact and undetected. There was nothing out of the ordinary about Van Yu. When Zhao Lu came back, he easily poked around to find out about where Fan Yu and third senior sister Lin Wanqing had met. Zhao Lu looked proud. Senior brother, how are you going to reward me? Close the door behind you. An elder brother will reward you properly. Zhao Lu was slightly stunned. Then her pretty face flushed. After spending so much time with Sifu, Sifu finally manned up for once. Zhao Lu waved her hand and closed the door with a spell. Boom! A moment later, Zhao Lu's voice came from the hut. Elder brother. Elder brother. No way. Absolutely not. Senior. I can't take it anymore. Senior. Zhao Lu collapsed to the ground, breathing heavily. His body was glowing red, and he only felt as if the meridians in his body were about to explode. His qi and blood rolling like a river. In these days, you will digest this tiger demon pill. The tiger demon pill was refined by Li Xuanxiao using those 2 dead tiger demons. There were 4 in total. And at this time, one was fed to junior sister Zhao Lu. It was able to increase her qi and blood power. With that, Li Xuanxiao left Mount Shu. The imperial sword went straight to the location where Lin Wanqing and Fan Yu met. The journey was uneventful, and we didn't meet any more injured women. Instead, they saved a merchant caravan from being robbed by mountain bandits. A few days later, Li Xuanxiao came to the riverside where the 2 of them met. Li Xuanxiao performed the water avoidance technique and disappeared directly into the river, trying to find the river god of this river. However, it was soon discovered that not only was there no river god here, but even the slightly refined living beings in the river were gone. Li Xuanxiao tried to look for the mountain gods of this place again, or the land, but the mountain gods and land were all gone as well. Li Xuanxiao stomped 1 foot and was about to perform the spell detaining god. Call up any adult spirits within a radius of dozens of miles to come and ask questions. Just then 3 silhouettes suddenly fell into the range of Li Xuanxiao's divine sense. 1 early Jindan stage and 2 foundation establishment perfection. Evil and evil. The 3 are well hidden. However, the sword box behind Li Xuanxiao's back. The sword in the box left behind by the former sect leader sensed the demonic qi and was buzzing. 3 against 1. With a Jindan stage among them. It is not advisable to have a head-on conflict. Li Xuanxiao immediately hid himself. He didn't vanish immediately, vaguely feeling that these 3 evil cultivators that suddenly appeared weren't that simple. This is the place. The Jindan stage cultivator swept a glance. This is where the signposts lead, and where June left his last breath. How? The palace master told us to look for the monarch, but the scent disappeared as soon as we got here. Your Majesty? Could it be Fan Yu? Li Xuanxiao immediately connected Fan Yu. What a guy! The Jindan stage cultivator suddenly drank. Come out. Li Xuanxiao did not move as a silhouette suddenly swept out from the distance. Want to go? It's not that easy. That Jindan stage cultivator reached out and pointed in the air. The silhouette immediately fell from the air, spitting out blood. The 2 foundation establishment stage evil cultivators immediately took control of the man with one on the left and the other on the right and brought him over. A monk? Nope. Just a simple bald guy. Who are you? Golden Thunder Sect Zhang Sweetheart. The three evil cultivators, including Xuanxiao who was hiding in the shadows, were silent. Good. What a shameful name. Stalking me? Out of your depth. The corners of Zhang Sweetheart's mouth tugged slightly. How do you know this isn't my reckoning? Including being brought to the front. Oh, boom. Zhang Sweetheart violently stormed up and threw a punch. Golden lightning flashed on his body. He was clearly at the foundation establishment stage, but in an instant, he had erupted with a strength that was no less than that of the Jindan stage. Even Li Xianxiao was a bit surprised. Zhang Sweetheart forced back the Jindan stage cultivator with one punch and quickly tangled with the two foundation establishment stage cultivators. Golden Thunder Sect cultivators specialize in the Golden Thunder body forging method. The disciples under the door were scarce, but it was said that every one of them was a person of extraordinary talent. The Golden Thunder body forging method is practiced to a great extent, and it is very good. Now it seems that this Golden Thunder body forging method really lives up to its name. A foundation establishment stage had actually beaten a Jindan stage and two foundation establishment stage evil cultivators to a standstill, but the Jindan stage was still the Jindan stage after all. Even if Zhang Sweetheart was as brave as he was only at the foundation stage. When that Jindan stage evil cultivator reacted, he quickly stabilized the battle. Li Xianxiao reached out and held down the stupidly moving sword case, prepare to find the right opportunity to sneak in bright and early. Looking at the current situation, that Golden Thunder Sect's Zhang Sweetheart could still hold out for a little while longer. However, right at this moment, Li Xianxiao suddenly changed his face slightly. The rest of the hilts in the sword case also shook violently. This was not a shock that a Jindan stage could trigger. Chapter 28, Heavenly Tribulation Descends? 3 Jindan Great Rounds. N.A. Seemed to be a Yuan old devil. Cold sweat broke out on Li Xuanxiao's back. If one Jindan stage, plus 2 foundation stage cultivators. Although Li Xuanxiao was at the foundation establishment stage himself, he had complete certainty that he would be able to retreat in one piece. It even managed to kill that foundation stage cultivator. But if he added these 3 Jindan great perfections, as well as the Yuan old devil, he had no chance of winning at all. One's own shielding talisman could only be useful to the Jindan stage at the highest. If it was a Yuan old devil, he could easily discover himself by simply using his divine sense. Zhang Sweetheart obviously also detected this terrifying aura, and his face immediately changed. With a heartbeat, he took out a golden pill from his storage ring. Take it for yourself. This was the life-preserving elixir given to him by his master when he went down the mountain. It could forcefully raise his cultivation to the Jindan stage in a short period of time, but at the same time the side effects were large. If an ordinary cultivator were to take it, the damage to his foundation would be a small matter, and I'm afraid that his cultivation would stagnate for the rest of his life. After taking the elixir, Zhang Sweetheart's cultivation skyrocketed. The old Yuan devil was a white-haired old man, and he only lightly glanced at Zhang Sweetheart. With just this one glance, Zhang Sweetheart, who had gained a lot of confidence at this moment, instantly lost his ability to resist. Jindan stage and Yuan stage. Although there was only a difference of one realm, they were worlds apart in existence. Has the scent of the king been found? The Yuan old devil no longer paid attention to him. The breath of the monarch has disappeared from this place. Then why are these two people here? The Yuan old devil asked again. The Jindan stage evil cultivator froze. 2. The Yuan old devil snorted coldly. All these years of cultivation, you've really fed the dogs. The Yuan old devil turned his head to another Jindan stage great perfection cultivator and said, tell him where the other one is? The great perfection cultivator blinked and pointed at Zhang Sweetheart. I get it. He's pregnant. So it's 2. The Jindan cultivator came to a sudden realization. Donate if you don't use your brain. The Jining old devil slapped him across the face. Are you coming out? Or am I going to help you out? As soon as the words fell, Li Xuanxiao's figure burrowed out of the ground, and then without saying a word, he sent his sword away, trying to escape. The Jindan stage cultivator was slapped in the face just now, and with anger in his heart, he immediately chased after him. He was extremely fast, but Li Xianxiao was not slow either. Don't go, only to see that Jindan cultivator's face sinking into the water. He raised a hand and gently shook it. In an instant, the trees that originally stood quietly on both sides of the road twisted violently as if they had been given life. Their branches quickly lengthened and thickened, like a nimble python, sweeping towards Li Xianxiao with a swift momentum. In the blink of an eye, these thick branches were tightly wrapped around Li Xuanxiao's body, binding him to death and rendering him unable to move in the slightest. It was as if that tremendous force was going to rub Li Xianxiao to pieces, making it difficult for him to even breathe. The Jindan stage cultivator walked to the Yuan old devil as if inviting credit. Caught it back. Pop. The old Yuan demon backhanded another slap. Jindan cultivator. Why did you hit me? Rubbish. Catching a fake back? With a wave of his hand, the captured Li Xuanxiao was instantly transformed into a paper figure. The paper man erupted into a cloud of poisonous mist. Look out! Hidden in the shadows, Li Xuanxiao frantically fled. If only these 4 Jindan stages were present, Li Xuanxiao would have really escaped today. However, it could not be helped by the fact that there was a Yuan old devil present at this time. A small ant, no matter how much it exerted its tactics, it was irrelevant in the eyes of the other party. Thus, Li Xuanxiao was dragged out of the ground in a watery manner, tied together with Chang's sweetheart. Jun's aura disappeared here for no reason. These 2 brats might know something. Bring it back to the venerable lord. The Jindan cultivator asked. This little matter. We can just ask. Why bother your holiness? Confused. If you can't ask and you lose the clues to the monarch, then his holiness will say we're incompetent. Give these 2 to his holiness, and if we get a clue all will be happy. If we don't, it's none of our business. In the workplace, you learn what to do and what not to do. The Jindan cultivator came to a sudden realization. Second uncle. Then what exactly should be done and what shouldn't be done? How many times have I told you to call it a job title at work? The remaining 4 Jindan cultivators also looked at the Yuan old devil expectantly. The old Yuan demon spoke eloquently. What you would do in the devil's church you don't do because you can't learn anything new. How can you do it if you don't know how to do it? What you don't do in a hurry. You can easily make mistakes in a hurry. What is not done in a hurry is not done in a hurry. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but applaud. Bad. Got him learning the real thing. Golden Thunder Sect Zhang's sweetheart, Li Xuanxiao of Mount Shu. On the way to their captivity, the hard-luck couple climbed into conversation. Zhang's sweetheart said, brothers, it looks like we're in for a rough ride. Li Xuanxiao also sighed helplessly. The chances of going out and meeting a Yuan cultivator, and that cultivator being a member of the devil sect, were smaller than being struck by lightning. That being said, why did you follow these few people from the devil cult? Zhang's sweetheart hesitated. Actually, it was me who traveled down the mountain and heard an old fortune teller say that there was a heavenly calamity descending into the world, following the guide all the way there. And I ended up meeting them. The apocalypse is coming? Li Xuanxiao slightly raised his eyebrows and was about to ask a closer question. Suddenly light returned to the surroundings. The 2 were in the middle of a palace, each tied to a pillar. Zhang's sweetheart took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, fellow Daoist Li, although you and I are meeting for the first time, I see that you are righteous and not someone who is greedy and afraid of death. Today, even if you and I face the 10,000 tortures of these evil devils and foreigners, we must grit our teeth and persevere to the end, so that we can show the righteousness of our righteous people. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but be moved by his words and nodded heavily. Yes, right at this moment, a dense mass of demonic chi suddenly surged up around them, rapidly converging like rolling black smoke. In the blink of an eye, the mass of demonic chi surged straight towards their location and eventually came to rest above a chair in front of them. As the demonic chi continued to surge and coalesce, a humanoid gradually became clearly visible, only to see that the humanoid figure was delicately shapely, with long and white legs, and at the moment was comfortably crossing her legs, with a slender jade hand gently lifting up one side of her cheek, and the whole person appeared to be lethargic and incomparable. Finally, that humanoid shape fully coalesced into shape. She raised her head slightly, and her beautiful eyes slowly opened, revealing a faint hint of weariness and carelessness in her eyes. As if he had just woken up from a nap, he lazily gazed at the duo in front of him. Murong Mor. Empress Phoenix was pleasantly surprised. Surprisingly, you're still alive. Li Xuanxiao, Omega. The worst case scenario than falling into the hands of a demonic cult came up, and that was falling into the hands of the head of the demonic cult, or the head of a demonic cult who once counted himself out. Chapter 29, Inhumanity. Murong Mor. You're actually still alive. Empress Phoenix looked incredulously at Li Xuanxiao in front of her. Li Xuanxiao blinked. Never in a million years would I have expected to see the Empress Phoenix again in this way. As expected, she didn't fight with Lu Qiushui in the same place, that day at Hopeless Mountain. After seeing Li Xuanxiao being killed by Lu Qiushui with his own eyes, Empress Phoenix and Lu Qiushui engaged in a melee, causing their injuries, which had just recovered a bit, to worsen again. And then a third party stirred the pot, so the 2 sides had no choice but to withdraw from the battlefield in silence, so as not to be exploited. After returning, Empress Phoenix also set up a clothes grave for Li Xuanxiao. He even swore in front of the other party's grave that he would definitely bring Lu Qiushui's head to worship him in the future. I didn't expect that I would meet Li Xuanxiao again today. Li Xuanxiao forced a smile. I'm actually still alive. Empress Phoenix raised an eyebrow and looked towards the old Yuaning devil who had brought Li Xuanxiao and Zhang's sweetheart back. The Yuaning old devil hurriedly explained. Your Holiness, both of these 2 are related to the disappearance of June. I suspect that June has been captured by them. Empress Phoenix nodded thoughtfully and looked at Xuanxiao again. You're alive. Why don't you come to me? Oh, you. Back to Shushan again. All promise to be my little brother out of the blue. This respect most hate out of the blue people. The Empress Phoenix crossed her arms and stood up from her seat, walking around. Ha, thanks to me. I even set up a clothes grave for you and let people worship you. You heartless. Where did you take our sovereign on the orders of Shushan? To tell or not to tell? Xuanxiao forced a smile. Boss, please ask who is this Xuanxiao? Knowingly, Empress Phoenix said in a cold voice. She had an extra red whip in her hand. Pow! A whip went by and there was a scream. Say no! Say no! Say no! I'll make you talk tough. Aha! Xuanxiao blinked and glanced at the violently beaten Zhang Sweetheart. Zhang Sweetheart's mouth twitched as she stared. Hit the wrong person, right? What are you hitting me for? If he won't talk, you hit him? Dead ducks are tough, aren't they? The red whip seemed to be imbued with mana, and this was evident from Zhang Sweetheart's even more mournful screams. This one hurt even more. Xuanxiao gulped. Inhumane. He felt that if the fight continued like this, Zhang Sweetheart would be killed. Boss, I really don't know who the Xuanxiao you're looking for is. I'm just passing through. Passing through? It's nothing to do with me. Zhang Sweetheart's wailing became more and more mournful. Empress Phoenix ended up even rolling up her sleeves and pumping. Zhang Sweetheart was beaten and spat out acidic water that splashed onto Xuanxiao. In the end, Empress Win seemed to be a bit tired from the fight and stretched her back. Come on, lock them up and interrogate them properly after my father rests. Yes, Zhang Sweetheart and Xuanxiao were locked up in two separate cells. Zhang Sweetheart was thrown on the wet ground, and she kept huffing in pain. Fellow Daoist Zhang, are you alright? Xuanxiao's voice came from the opposite cell. Sweetheart Zhang, do you believe me when I say I'm fine? Xuanxiao said in admiration. Fellow Daoist Zhang, worthy of being a truly renowned sect. He didn't even say a word about his household even after being beaten up like this. I admire him. The corner of Zhang Sweetheart's mouth twitched. She didn't ask me either. Light hit me. I'd like to talk. Did she ask me? Smack me hard. Zhang Sweetheart looked at Xuanxiao with grudging eyes. Who is that woman? Xuanxiao slowly said. Empress Phoenix. Empress Phoenix. Zhang Sweetheart's face changed drastically. It's that Emperor daughter Fong from the Heavenly Fury Hall? It's her. Xuanxiao nodded. It seems that you and I have absolutely no chance of survival. I have heard that this Emperor female Phoenix kills like a man, loves to abuse the disciples of the righteous sect to death, and then watches them bitterly begging for themselves, and then gives them hope, and finally lets them despair. Zhang Sweetheart glanced at the wounds on his body. It looked like today was just an appetizer. That being said, it seems like you and that Empress Phoenix know each other. Sort of. I have a problem with her. A holiday? No wonder he only hit himself today. I guess this is a psychological tactic to make Xuanxiao fearful and scared and emboldened. Keeping the thought in the back of your mind of when it's your turn is much scarier than the pain in your body. It's as if a slap in your face is simply not on the same scale of terror as a slap in your face at some unknown time. Having figured all this out, Zhang Sweetheart turned around and looked at Xuanxiao in the opposite cell. He was just about to open his mouth to comfort the other man for a few moments when he froze. The cell where Xuanxiao was in, a large soft and comfortable bed was placed inside the spacious and bright space, and that bed was covered with a thick velvet blanket. Not far from the bedside was placed an exquisite and incomparable table, its surface polished as smooth as a mirror, its four legs carved with exquisite patterns, just like a work of art. An ornate chandelier hung above his head, its sparkling crystal pendants glittering brightly. The corner of the room actually has a dresser. Zhang Sweetheart looked at his cell again, and the only tool he had was a bucket, to hold his feces. Sweetheart Chang, oh, you're a spy of the demon sect, aren't you? Xuanxiao calmly explained. Fellow Daoist Zhang, this is a trick of the demonic cultists to separate you and I. Don't fall for their tricks. Zhang Sweetheart nodded thoughtfully, suddenly realizing, the people in the devil cult are indeed sinister. Dinner. At this time, a devil disciple came over and casually threw a bowl of rice to Zhang Sweetheart's cell. Foundation establishment stage cultivators didn't have to dispel the grain and still needed food to sustain their lives. Zhang Sweetheart glanced at her meal. It had meat and vegetables. Not too good but not too bad either. Then look at Xuanxiao. He didn't have any food, and the demonic disciples just left. Now Zhang Sweetheart was even more convinced of what Xuanxiao had just said, that the other party was trying to provoke the relationship between the two of them. Fellow Daoist Li, you should eat some too. Zhang Sweetheart wanted to pass her meal to Xuanxiao, but realized that the distance was too far to reach. Xuanxiao shook his head. Fellow Daoist Zhang, you've suffered such heavy injuries today. It's better to replenish your strength first. It doesn't matter if I starve for a few meals. Zhang Sweetheart nodded and no longer pushed back, taking a big bite. The food did feel better as it went into the belly. At this time, the demonic sect disciple went and returned pushing a small food cart over. Hey, here's your food. Chapter 30, Swearing to Follow the Boss. The food truck was a dazzling array of food. All kinds of strange, weird and different forms of ferocious beasts' meat were either roasted to a golden crisp, emitting a tantalizing aroma, or it is carefully braised and the meat is tender and juicy. There was also a jade liquid as crystal clear as agar, served in an exquisite glazed cup, shaking slightly with a charming light. In addition, brightly colored vegetables are paired with tasty meats, crunchy cucumbers and spicy bean skins. Finally, it was the steaming pot of thick soup that was even more striking. The creamy white broth was thick and mellow, with all kinds of ingredients floating in it, and the aroma was overflowing. It's the product of some kind of precious herb blend. Zhang Sweetheart took a deep breath. The devil sect disciple looked deeply at Xuanxiao, as if he was also unable to understand why these goodies would be given to a captured disciple of the righteous path to enjoy. Zhang Sweetheart instantly felt that the rice around his mouth didn't taste good anymore as he stared at Xuanxiao with glazed eyes. Xuanxiao was silent for a moment. You see, I'm right. These devilish people have such sinister intentions, using this means to separate you and me, Sweetheart Zhang. So, let's both stop eating as a way to fight them off, Chang Sweetheart said. Xuanxiao was silent once again, then said, not eating is for nothing. We are eating their food to be able to fight against them, and by eating their food we are consuming the resources of the demon sect, so why not? What you said makes sense, but why am I so uncomfortable? Fellow Daoistly, be careful of them poisoning you. Zhang Sweetheart gripped the bars of his cell with both hands. There's no need to worry about me. If she wanted to kill you and me, why go to such trouble with poisoning? Xuanxiao ate in silence. Well, that's a good one. This one's not bad either. Soon, Xuanxiao realized that all these things he ate were worth the resources he had put together in Shushan Mountain for half a year. The devil's treatment. So good? Xuanxiao couldn't help but give himself a slap and silently recited the Shushan Heart Sutra 100 times. How can you think like that as a Shushan disciple? I am eating their food with a critical eye. After all the food was swept away, Xuanxiao contentedly let out a loud burp. He slowly sat down with his legs crossed and began to close his eyes to calm the surging energy in his body. At the beginning of the tasting, he had sensed the pairing between these ingredients. As a matter of common sense, as a cultivator, swallowing so many great tonics in one go in a short period of time would definitely be counterproductive. After all, excessive tonic not only can not bring benefits, but also very likely to damage their own body. However, the ingredients in front of us have been carefully selected and have a wonderful connection with each other. Each ingredient finds a partner among the rest that complements it and makes it work. When they merge with each other, the resulting chemical reactions are just enough to counteract each other's potential negative effects. This combination is not considered seamless, but extremely expensive for sure. Xuanxiao couldn't get this resource anyway. Zhang Sweetheart looked at a scene. Not you. You still cultivate? Day 2. Zhang Sweetheart and Xuanxiao were once again pulled in front of Empress Phoenix. Tell me or don't tell me, where exactly has my sovereign been taken by you? Xuanxiao looked at Zhang Sweetheart and then at Empress Phoenix. Boss, I really don't know who this Xuanxiao is. How about you introduce me? I think you're a stone in a latrine, it's smelly and hard. Empress Phoenix copied the whip and swung it around. The day just went by. Empress Phoenix slowly exhaled and threw down her whip. It's a fight, and you still don't say anything. So it looks like you really don't know. Zhang Sweetheart, confused face, may I ask? You beat me up like this. He wouldn't say anything even if he knew. Empress Phoenix explained. Jun Shang was the first master of the Heaven's Fury Hall, and it was also he who personally created the Heaven's Fury Hall. It's just that he's been dead for tens of thousands of years long ago, and this time he was recompleting his reincarnation. Who knew that he had disappeared by accident? Xuanxiao's small eyes were greatly puzzled. Is it possible to talk about such confidential information? Imperial Phoenix really doesn't have a high IQ. It looked like this missing Jun Shang was the Fan Yu who had been brought back to Mount Shu by third senior sister Lin Wanqing. Xuanxiao secretly pondered. I didn't realize that he was the first palace master of the Heaven's Fury Palace, the last epoch of existence. Xuanxiao felt a sense of crisis. The bigger trouble, of course, is the situation at hand? Empress Phoenix stared at Xuanxiao's eyes as if she was trying to see through his soul. You really don't know the news of my family's ruler? Boss, I have absolutely no idea. With a casual finger, Empress Phoenix untied Xuanxiao's bonds. Empress Phoenix walked up to Zhang Sweetheart again. What about you? Do you know about my sovereign? I don't know. Zhang Sweetheart is crazy. He really doesn't know. Inexplicably captured. Inexplicably involved with the Heavenly Fury Hall. He also met a legendary level female devil. Even if his master ancestor came, he probably couldn't beat this female devil. The Empress Phoenix snorted coldly. Humph, trying to deceive this honored one. Do you think this honored one is so easy to deceive? Drag it down and continue to fight. Zhang's sweetheart struggled frantically. Oh, I really don't know. Xuanxiao glanced at Zhang's sweetheart, who was being pulled away, and silently prayed for him in his heart. As for saving people in front of Empress Phoenix, I guess his master here should be able to do it. Boss, since there's no more business for me, can I leave? Xuanxiao asked weakly. Go. Empress Phoenix squinted at him. You saved my father, and you've seen my father at his worst, so you only have two paths. One is to follow my father, and the other is also to follow my father. Xuanxiao reminded. Boss, this adds up to a road. The Empress Phoenix was silent. Xuanxiao was silent. Empress Phoenix, I'll add one more, and that's death. Swear to follow the boss. Xuanxiao immediately took a stand. Once again, Chang's sweetheart is thrown back into the cell. The physical torture was nowhere near as brutal as he thought it would be. It was simply a whipping. But what struck him mentally was this double-standard attitude of the devils. Fellow Daoist Zhang, are you alright? Zhang's sweetheart looked outside the prison cell, and at this moment, Xuanxiao had already changed into the devil cult's teaching uniform. You kid is really an undercover agent of the devil cult. Zhang's sweetheart shouted angrily. Xuanxiao explained. Fellow Daoist Zhang, I understand how you feel right now. Everything is a stopgap measure right now. I've already blended in with the demonic sect in an effort to take you with me to escape. Zhang's sweetheart calmed down a bit and felt that right now in the devil's cult, there was no need for the other party to lie to him at all. So he tearfully nodded his head. I believe you. At that moment, a disciple of the devil cult walked by. See the protector? Well, you go. Xuanxiao waved his hand. Sweetheart Zhang. Chapter 31. That's my escape plan. Xuanxiao became the protector of the demon sect. Well, he didn't expect the story to take this form either. He himself, a disciple of Shushan with the right roots, had become a demonic protector. Xuanxiao consoled himself that this was all an expedient measure to stay alive. As a protector, he certainly wasn't protecting Empress Phoenix. Have you ever seen an ant trying to protect an elephant? His main task was to serve the emperor's daughter Phoenix, serving tea and water and all that. Luckily, Emperor Girl Phoenix was not good at inhaling this bite of pure yang. After a few days of observation, Xuanxiao realized that Empress Phoenix had not fully recovered from her previous injuries, so most of the time, she rested in her cave. The only pleasure of the demon sect master was actually playing chess with Xuanxiao all day long, and a lion-hairy guy who likes to play hard to get, fidgeting and repenting, secretly using mana to move pieces. For all of this, Xuanxiao could only pretend not to know. After all, Xuanxiao understood very well. Once she got serious, Empress Phoenix would most likely copy the chessboard and beat herself to death. Winning the game beyond the chess game, he wouldn't be because of the Emperor's female Phoenix's attitude towards himself. Just drift off and feel like you're some kind of special being to her. Think you're playing a love game? The red dust breaks the waves of the two blank. Endure humiliation is a wonderful way to soften. The string of a hard crossbow is broken first, and the mouth of a steel sword is easily wounded. People are greedy for money and lose their bodies first, and birds die early for food. Let you be cunning and tricky, but you can't help but hide in the yellow scorched earth. Xuanxiao slapped the wood and spoke aloud. The story we are going to tell today. Not now. It is hard to say exactly which dynasty. It happened a long time ago. This is called the official fight. Across the room, the imperial daughter Phoenix nibbled on a fragrant fruit and listened with great interest. With an idle posture, she crossed her legs and reclined lazily on top of her beautifully soft mat that seemed to be woven from clouds. Those eyes that were as clear and bright as autumn water were currently glittering. The guards on the side cast envious and jealous gazes at Xuanxiao. As soon as this man arrived, he took away all of the godfather's attention. The godfather will never look for them to game again. Naturally, there were no more rewards, and it was known to be a very relaxing and enjoyable thing to play with the godmother, Empress Phoenix, because all you have to do is coax her, give in to her at every turn, and make her happy. Empress Phoenix was generous and casually made a move that benefited them endlessly. Empress Phoenix was very satisfied with Xuanxiao and brought him with her everywhere she went. Of course, this attitude is more like treating your own pets. Or rather, the entire congregation in the Devil's Cave were pets of Empress Phoenix. Empress Phoenix also has a couple of human dogs. What does it mean to be a man-dog? It's actually people, and they're all once powerful and powerful. Now that the Emperor's daughter Phoenix has wasted her cultivation, she has been kept in the Devil's Cave and domesticated into a dog, chained to the doorway. Whenever the Imperial Phoenix passes by, the two man-dogs would then woof pleasingly and stick out their tongues. Empress Phoenix was also very kind to them, throwing each other a fruit or a snack when she was happy. Watching them fight for their food puts a happy smile on their faces. Of course, there were times when Empress Phoenix was unhappy. For example, one day when she was recovering from an injury, she grimaced in pain. As she walked out the door again, a mandog's drool accidentally splashed on the corner of her coat. Empress Phoenix expressionlessly stomped the human dog's head with her foot. And all of this, Xuanxiao, who was serving him left and right, was able to take in all of this. The next day, Xuanxiao realized that the dead mandog at the door had a new face. Empress Phoenix lazily reclined on top of the soft couch, one jade foot high in the air while the other gently swayed. A gorgeous brocade dress with the hemline spreading out like a flowing cloud, further accentuating her graceful posture and elegant temperament. Xuanxiao, on the other hand, respectfully sat at the position underneath Empress Phoenix. His hands gently held Empress Phoenix's jade feet and carefully started to do a foot massage. His movements were skillful and delicate, and as Xuanxiao massaged her, a smile of satisfaction gradually surfaced on Empress Phoenix's face. Those narrow phoenix eyes narrowed slightly, and between the waves of the eyes was all flirtatious and flavorful. Empress Phoenix gazed at Xuanxiao with a smile like this. Being a subordinate of this honored one is much better than being a disciple of Mount Shu, isn't it? Of course, it's an honor to follow the boss. Xuanxiao understood very well what that look represented. Unfortunately, he didn't want to be a dog. He is a disciple of Shushan. On this day, Xuanxiao, who was highly appreciated by Emperor Fong, once again came to visit Zheng's sweetheart in the prison. Fellow Daoist Zheng, you've suffered. Zheng's sweetheart glanced at Xuanxiao's gold and silver-clad attire and said rather grudgingly, "Why do I get the feeling you're a bit of a fish out of water? This is all an illusion to confuse them. I've gotten a topographical map of the entire demon sect, and the two of us will be able to escape tonight." Oh, Zheng's sweetheart was delighted. Really? Naturally, I will come to you at 3 o'clock tonight. Xuanxiao lowered his voice. Zheng's sweetheart nodded heavily, tears in her eyes. Fellow Daoist Li, it's me who misunderstood you. Zheng's sweetheart couldn't help but slap herself when she thought about her previous thoughts. I'll be damned. How can you doubt Taoist Li, who was still making efforts and enduring humiliation up to now? That night, at 3 o'clock, Xuanxiao left the Empress Phoenix's chambers. The Empress Phoenix huffed and puffed. Xuanxiao, on the other hand, placed the sound-retaining stone, which had recorded his voice, on the table. The sound-retaining stone was continuously playing the sound that Xuanxiao had recorded in advance. Subsequently, Xuanxiao went to the cell and tricked the guards, using the key he had copied earlier to open the door of the cell. Everything went very well. Zheng's sweetheart saw hope in his eyes. Fellow Daoist Li, where should we go now? Xuanxiao smiled confidently. I have discovered that there are many dark passages in the Devil's Cave. These dark passages are intricate and complex. The slightest carelessness will trigger the mechanism and all will be lost. However, I've already gotten the map from Empress Phoenix, so you and I can just sneak out through the dark passage. Zheng's sweetheart nodded his head and was busy saying yes. What are you waiting for? Let's go. I can't stay a day like this. Who knew that the two of them had just walked out not long ago when the footsteps of the demon sect disciples came from behind them? There it is. Go after them. Zheng's sweetheart's face changed. Fellow Daoist Li's path doesn't seem right. We've been discovered. They seem to be at a dead end, and the only way back was being rushed over by the demon sect disciples at the moment. Zheng's sweetheart didn't mean to blame Xuanxiao and sighed lightly. Fellow Daoist Li, it seems like the heavens are not helping you and me. It's just, since I'm going to die in battle. Pull in a few cushions. Zheng's sweetheart tore the clothes on his body, and the lines of his firm and robust muscles were visible as if they were sculpted. Broad shoulders, thick arms, and tight abs, all emphasize his powerful physique. Fellow Daoist Li, I'll see you in hell. Zheng's sweetheart looked towards the charging demon sect disciples with a look of determination in his eyes. Zheng's sweetheart of the Golden Thunder sect, we will fight to the death with you today. In the next second, Xuanxiao gave him a big flying kick to the wall. This was followed by an unrelenting barrage of punches and kicks. You unrepentant prisoner, how dare you escape? Brothers, give me a fight. The demon cult disciples who came after him rushed over without hesitation and kicked up a Zheng's sweetheart circle. When the fight was almost over, Xuanxiao stopped the crowd. A Jindan stage disciple said angrily, "Come on, lock him up in the heavenly room and let him feel it there. And he dares to escape." Yes. Immediately, there were demon cult disciples dragging Zheng's sweetheart, who had been beaten so badly that he didn't even recognize his own mother, to the heavenly cell. Zheng's sweetheart, on the other hand, barely opened his eyes and looked at Xuanxiao, his lips quirking. Ooh, I'm mother. Xuanxiao wiped the beads of blood splattered on his head. Why do I vaguely hear voices greeting my mother? The heavenly cell. Zheng's sweetheart was lying half dead on the ground. The torture Zheng's sweetheart had suffered before was nothing compared to the heavenly prison. Here he could feel the cruelest torture in the world. It could bring back all the memories of his past life. Empress Phoenix looked clumsy, but she was never soft on her enemies. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made the Heaven's Fury Hall the most ferocious demonic sect with the most ferocious reputation in the central state. At this time, Xuanxiao appeared again. Fellow Daoist Zhang, are you alright? Sweetheart Zhang, you guess? Fellow Daoist Zhang, our plan is halfway there, Xuanxiao said as such. Chapter 32, Broken Defense. Zhang's sweetheart climbed up and looked at Xuanxiao with a piggy face. What? Xuanxiao said. Actually, this is my real plan. Although there are many entrances to the dark passage, as far as I know we can only be sure of escaping from here if we go in through the entrance of the heavenly cell. He opened the cell and pulled Chang's sweetheart out and walked to a corner in the cell. Meditate on the mantra. The Emperor's daughter Phoenix is the most beautiful in the world and has the biggest breasts. Shura Temple's Lu Qiushui is a despicable villain. Son of A. After the password was recited, the entrance to the dark tunnel slowly opened. Chang's sweetheart froze for a moment. Xuanxiao handed him a spirit fruit. Seeing this, Zhang's sweetheart couldn't wait to receive the spirit fruit and opened his mouth before biting down hard. The sweet and savory juice instantly fills the entire mouth. In no time, the spirit fruit was eaten cleanly by Zhang's sweetheart. Not even the core was left. And just as he swallowed the last bite of the fruit flesh, a cool and soothing sensation suddenly rose from his abdomen and quickly spread to the meridians of his entire body. The aura that was originally slightly atrophied due to overconsumption, at this moment, like a long drought, began to surge wildly. As the aura continued to flow through his body, Zhang's sweetheart felt his strength gradually recover. Follow me. Zhang's sweetheart nodded his head like pounding garlic, no longer having any doubts about Xuanxiao. Zhang's sweetheart followed Xuanxiao as he swiftly traveled through the dark passages, his heart incomparably nervous. If you don't know the key to it, in the middle of the dark passage even a yawning stage will fold here. I don't know how long it took, but Zhang's sweetheart seemed to be hearing the sound of waves. Further on, there was a sudden light in front of us. What appeared in front of them was the sea, and the hole they were in was spacious and open, allowing them to take in the entire sea. Fellow Daoist Li, let's go. Zhang's sweetheart couldn't wait and saw that he was about to escape from the devil's den. It's a wonder he's not excited. However, Xuanxiao stopped him. This is the rumored Dead Sea. The Dead Sea. Zhang's sweetheart looked remotely at the mysterious sea that was not far away. The Dead Sea. It is said that no bird can fly over this place. Since ancient times, there have been all sorts of horrible legends circulating about this sea. Cultivators who were flying in the air, once they got close to this Dead Sea, they would be affected by its strange power, losing control of their bodies and involuntarily falling down towards the surface of the sea. No matter how these cultivators cast their spells and utilized their divine abilities, it was difficult to get rid of the powerful and mysterious attraction of the Dead Sea. Xuanxiao took out the sword case behind his back. To Zhang's sweetheart, he said, later on, I'm going to release a flying sword. It will take us away. It's just that it's a bit difficult to control, so you should be prepared. Fellow Daoist Zhang. Zhang's sweetheart nodded. Xuanxiao's hands quickly formed a sword trick. At that very instant, it was as if a mysterious and powerful force in the underworld resonated and echoed with the sword skill in his hand. Immediately afterward, the sword box that had been quietly placed aside suddenly emitted a deafening roar. The voice was like a thunderclap, resounding through the clouds. At the same time, a sharp and ear-piercing whistling sound suddenly rang out. In an instant, countless channels of powerful and incomparable sword chi gushed out from the sword box, raging around like a surging torrent. These sword chi intertwined and collided with each other, forming a sea of brilliant and eye-catching light. Zhang's sweetheart was shocked and hurriedly dodged. He noticed that even Xuanxiao was injured by the sword chi he summoned. One of the sword chi was especially dazzling and eye-catching. It was like a long white rainbow, running through the sky with an unstoppable momentum. Wherever the sword chi passed through, the air was torn apart, leaving a clearly visible trail. A cold and glittering sword shot out from the sword box, like lightning cutting through the night sky, so fast that it was dazzling. Xuanxiao sprayed blood from his mouth. It had to be said that this period of time within the Devil's Sect's great tonic had improved his body tremendously. Xuanxiao reached out and barely grasped the flying sword. The harsh sword chi seemed to be destroying his own meridians. Xuanxiao didn't let go and grabbed Zhang's sweetheart with his other hand. The flying sword sped off into the distance, completely ignoring the effects of the stagnant water. Run away? The Empress Phoenix, who had been awakened by the movement of Xuanxiao's flying sword, had at first thought that the old men of the righteous sect had killed the door. It was only when his subordinates came to report that they learned that it was their own protector, Xuanxiao, who had run off with Zhang's sweetheart. The Imperial Maiden Phoenix was expressionless, clenching her fist with one hand. The veins on the back of her hand were all rippling as if they were about to break through the skin. The subordinate trembled as he took out a letter. This This is the letter that the traitor left for you. Empress Phoenix waved her hand and the letter appeared in her hand. Since I was a child, my master taught me to help the world and the people. Good and evil have always been at odds, so I'll leave you here, and I hope to never see you again. Lastly, Lu Shui is much prettier than you. Empress Phoenix, W.W. Li Xuanxiao's last sentence directly caused Empress Phoenix to break her defense. Asshole. I'm going to kill you. Lu Shui, I'll fight you. Empress Phoenix directly killed out, blaming the source all on Lu Shui's head. I'm going to rip your face off. Chapter 33 The Plan. Boom 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 boom. The flying sword was eventually retrieved by Li Xuanxiao with great difficulty into the sword box. After this incident, Li Xuanxiao realized that he was not lightly injured, and as for Zhang's sweetheart, he wasn't any better off than himself. The two determined where they were. Then they bid farewell to each other and Li Xuanxiao returned to Mount Shu. This descent is dangerous, though, but one thing was established. Fan Yu was actually the first master of the Heavenly Fury Hall, the master who created the Heavenly Fury Hall, and it was an old monster that had lived in the previous epoch, reincarnated and reborn. This news should be reported to the master immediately after returning. Reporting to the master? Li Xuanxiao's heart flooded with mutterings. Mount Shu, Silver Sword Peak, senior brother, why did you just come back? You scared me to death. Seeing that her senior brother had returned, junior sister Zhao Lu's tears fell. After being missing for so many days, I thought you were dead. Li Xuanxiao consoled her for a few moments, only uttering a little accident. The specific accident was not specified. What about third senior sister's side? How about that man called Fan Yu? Everything is normal. Zhao Lu said. Almost every day with the third senior sister stick together, and also looks very handsome. The third senior sister seems to be also not to mind. Saying this, Zhao Lu hurriedly changed her words. Of course, he's no more handsome than elder brother. Li Xuanxiao ignored his little sister's horse's ass. Any other information? Zhao Lu shook her head and asked curiously again. Is there something wrong with that person that senior brother third sister brought back? There's nothing wrong with it. I just always feel uneasy not checking it out. Li Xuanxiao didn't tell Zhao Lu the truth. Zhao Lu was simple-minded, and when she came into contact with the third senior sister again, it was inevitable that she would slip up or cause any unnecessary accidents. Turning his head, Li Xuanxiao arrived at the main peak, Tongtian Peak. Master was closed. But if there was something important, Li Xuanxiao would be able to go directly to the sect master. Li Xuanxiao wandered around Tongtian Peak, mulling over how he was going to explain to his master. Then again, in your mind, envision what will happen after the explanation. There was a high probability that the master would believe himself, and even if he didn't, he would still check Fan Yu's identity. At this point it's going to be split into two scenarios. 1. Master has a way to be able to find out Fan Yu's true identity, and then step in to kill Fan Yu? Will Fan Yu, who was reincarnated, awaken strange powers? Unknown +1. Would third senior sister Lin Wanqing hold a grudge against herself? Unknown +2. Will there be a next reincarnation when Fan Yu is killed this time, specializing in ing yourself up? Unknown +3. Will Lin Wanqing be blackened by Fan Yu's death? Unknown +4. Secondly, the master had no way to find out Fan Yu's identity or to believe his own side of the story, so he could only expel Fan Yu. Then third senior sister and Fan Yu were clinging to each other, which would most likely lead to Lin Wanqing leaving the division. No matter what, Fan Yu would hold a grudge against himself for breaking up third senior sister and him, and then himself to death. Li Xuanxiao leaned on his chin with both hands and frowned. There is so much uncertainty. He casually threw down 3 copper coins with great ferocity. Tisk. Just then, Li Xuanxiao suddenly raised his head. His eyes fell on Fan Yu and third senior sister Lin Wanqing, who had arrived at Tongtian Peak in the distance. The moment Fan Yu appeared, she attracted a lot of attention. If Li Xuanxiao blended into the crowd, it was like a bean blending into a group of beans. Extremely inconspicuous. Then Fan Yu as a watermelon suddenly appearing among a bunch of beans. There was really no way around it. Fan Yu's outstanding appearance was simply breathtaking. The degree of handsomeness seemed to have transcended the boundaries of the real world, as if he had stepped out of an exquisite painting. Every line, every contour was just right to outline his charming face. No matter which way you look at it, Fan Yu is so flawless that you can't help but fall in love with it. Fan Yu timidly followed behind Lin Wanqing. Suddenly, the water Qilin, the divine beast of Shu Mountain, suddenly jumped. The water Qilin was the one who traveled the world with the founding ancestor of Mount Shushan back then, who then created Mount Shushan. The water Qilin then stayed in Mount Shu because of its extremely long lifespan. It has been used as the sacred beast of Shu Mountain. The water Qilin had always been docile in nature, but at this moment, it suddenly came over and blocked in front of Lin Wanqing. Li Xuanxiao instantly became nervous. Could it be that the water Qilin had also discovered the abnormality? As a divine beast, it made sense that he would be able to discover Fan Yu's identity. If this is the case, Li Xuanxiao frowned. Lin Wanqing reached out and stroked the water qilin's large nose. The water qilin had always been docile, something that everyone in Mount Shu knew. It wouldn't mind even if a disciple rode on top of him to leave a photo with a shadow-retaining stone. However, at this moment, the water qilin was serious, and after it circled around Fan Yu twice, then he scratched his head with his paw, his long whiskers moving. Then again, the water unicorn stepped aside and continued to huff and puff. This appeared to onlookers as the water qilin's vigilance against outsiders. And then no abnormality was found, proving that this Fan Yu was not someone with a bad heart. Lin Wanqing turned her head and smiled at Fan Yu, the trace of doubt in her heart gone. Fan Yu also gave a bright smile. Sister. Lin Wanqing reached out, patted her feet, and rubbed his head. Fan Yu bowed her head and gave a big smile. Sister, play with me. Good girl, wait for your sister to finish her businesses first. Seeing this scene, Li Xuanxiao completely gave up the idea of reporting to his division. Third senior sister Lin Wanqing's eyes that clearly carried love. It's over. She's fallen in love. It looks like it will have to be a different set of programs. Reincarnation of the temple master of the Fan Yu Heavenly Fury Hall. An old monster who had lived for tens of thousands of years. He definitely wouldn't be a match for him by himself. The only thing that can suppress all evil spirits in Mount Shushan is the famous Mount Shushan Sword Formation. The Shushan Sword Formation is centered on the Shushan Sword, with the 7 peaks of Shushan as the main trunk. A huge sword formation was constructed. The outer sword array is estimated to be not powerful enough, and must use the innermost core of Shu Mountain's sword array. Sister, transmitting her voice into her ears, Zhao Lu was speaking outside her senior brother's bedroom. She had her latest purchase of ecstasy powder in her hand, ready to sprinkle it under elder brother's pillow. This way when the Sifu sleeps, he will be unaware of it. Who knew that at this time? Senior brother's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhao Lu. He was busy putting his hands behind his back and straightening his back. Elder brother, I was preparing to help you spread the quilt. Nothing else. Li Xuanxiao ignored her explanation. I'm probably going to be in seclusion for a period of time. During this period of time you have to cultivate properly. Don't run around and don't cause any trouble. Remember? Senior brother, you're going into seclusion again? Zhao Lu's eyebrows wrinkled slightly. Well, remember, if anyone asks you just tell them I'm in seclusion. Understood. Senior brother, then you'll come out early. Chapter 34. Even if the world is against you. As time passed, it was already 2 months later. Fan Yu had already adapted to life in Shushan. And anyway, wherever his sister was, he was there. Only his sister is good to him in this world. He remembered how cold it was every winter. But he had nothing to fear as long as he was by his sister's side. As long as I have my sister. Ah! Fan Yu covered her head and woke up from her dream. Ouch! It hurts too much. It was as if something was awakening inside. I'm going to kill everyone. I'm going to destroy Kyushu. This is my path to immortality. The sight that unfolded in front of us was chilling, as if the whole world was plunged into an abyss of doom. The earth had completely collapsed at this moment, with huge cracks like the mouths of hideous beasts, mercilessly devouring everything. The blazing fire swept in with the momentum of a prairie fire, and the flames were so intense that they dyed the sky a crimson red. And in this land covered in flames and ruins, piles of corpses were everywhere. Some limbs were mutilated, some faces were twisted and gruesome, and blood stained the ground beneath their feet, creating puddle after puddle of shocking blood. Countless lives perished in this catastrophe, and their dying wails and screams were intertwined like a sad elegy, echoing in this dead space. However, right in the middle of this hellish scene, a figure stood out. Fan Yu was standing in the center of the sea of fire and laughing maniacally. His laughter was like the hissing of a night lord, sharp and piercing, full of madness and insanity. His eyes were empty, as if they had lost their soul, and were only obsessed with and thrilled by destruction. No! Fan Yu reopened his eyes and let out a large, ragged breath. He found himself back in Shushan, back with his sister. Fan Yu cried and ran back to her sister's side, diving headfirst into her arms. Lin Wanqing blushed slightly, but it was fleeting. It seems to have been used to physical contact long ago. What's wrong? Another nightmare? Aha! Fan Yu cried and nodded. Good boy. It's fine. There's sister. Lin Wanqing comforted. Sister, what about Fan Yu's dream that he killed so many people? Is Fan Yu a bad person? Not at all. Fan Yu is the kindest person under the sky. If Fan Yu really killed someone, then they must be bad too. So what if it's good people that Fan Yu kills? What if it's innocent people? What if they're going to come after Fan Yu for revenge? Everyone will bully Fan Yu and hate Fan Yu. Will sister still like Fan Yu? Lin Wanqing was silent for a moment and pinched Fan Yu's nose favorably. Even if everyone in the world is an enemy of Fan Yu, sister will still be on Fanua's side. Well, favorite sister. Fan Yu hugged Lin Wanqing even tighter. Sister will protect Fan Yu with her life. Lin Wanqing added. As long as Fan Yu is around, she won't let anyone harm her sister. And if anyone dares to touch a single hair on her sister's head, Fan Yu will kill everyone in the world to avenge her sister's death. Lin Wanqing smiled. Sister didn't hurt you for nothing. Well, go to sleep. Lin Wanqing and Fan Yu's relationship is heating up day by day, because of the fear that when he practiced, Fan Yu would get bored. So from time to time, Lin Wanqing found some small toys in Shushan to bring to Fan Yu. For example, this time, Lin Wanqing had bought a mercurial organ puppy. Shushan had a grocery market where disciples gathered exclusively, and you could buy a lot of knickknacks there. Many disciples like to sell things they don't need at the grocery market. And this mercurial organ puppy is from a little Qiongfeng disciple. He tried to learn the Mahist organ technique a few years ago as a hobby. A lot of gadgets have been created over the years and are often sold at stalls. The easiest item to sell is this puppy. So he made many of them in one sitting. What he didn't know, however, was that just unbeknownst to him there was a man who had mixed an organ puppy into the mix? Not unlike the other puppies he had created. It was a breezy, sunny day. Fan Yu was alone at Silver Sword Peak playing with the organ puppy. That's when the organ puppy suddenly ran uncontrollably. Seeing this, Fan Yu rushed to chase after him, but the organ puppy ran faster and faster. Seeing that the distance to the other party was getting farther and farther, Fan Yu had to speed up. Don't run! Stop! Suddenly the puppy unfolded a pair of wooden wings behind its back and actually flew. Fan Yu's mouth dropped open in surprise at seeing a puppy fly for the first time. He wanted to go after it, but he didn't know how to fly himself and was struggling. Suddenly he noticed a flock of cranes passing not far away. This is the immortal crane captive in Shu Mountain, which flies around Shu Mountain every time this time of the year. With a slight hesitation, Fan Yu found the right moment to jump onto the crane's back in one go. The crane did not struggle, as some disciples of Shu Mountain who were still in the refining stage often liked to do. Some of the disciples accidentally fell off the crane, and the crane would go and drag them back up. Fan Yu had once seen that big brother called Xuanxiao do this, so she had also learned at this moment. The white crane carried Fan Yu up through the misty clouds. Fan Yu stood on the back of a white crane and watched a mountain peak pass before her eyes. Today is Shushan's annual retreat day, which is a system that has been passed down from the early years. Although not many people were abiding by it now, they tried their best not to leave their mountain gates to go out and run around in case they were caught by the disciples of the law enforcement hall. So Fan Yu did not see any sign of the Shushan disciples along the way, and there was no shadow of the puppy, so he was inevitably anxious for a moment. Just then, Fan Yu's eyes lit up. He leapt off the white crane in a long jump, landing on top of a mountain peak. Thanks, he exclaimed to the white crane. The whooping crane returns the call loud and clear. The wooden organ puppy seemed to have lost all energy by this point and fell to the ground. Fan Yu hurriedly picked it up, checking to see if it had been broken. Only after confirming that the organ puppy was intact did Fan Yu reveal a smile. He looked up, which made him notice his surroundings. Where is this? It was so foggy around us that we couldn't tell where was where. The back mountain of Tongtian Peak would be shrouded in thick fog every year as soon as it entered a specific season. The mist was rising from the depths of the earth, wrapping the entire back of the mountain. In this fog, all the scents seemed to be completely obscured. Both the breeze of the mountains, the breath of the trees and the traces of birds and beasts disappeared without a trace in it. There had been more than one occasion where a disciple had gotten lost in the back of the mountain, unable to find his way out, and had to stay in it. You can't leave until the fog lifts after a few months. And then every season, Mount Shu will have a mountain guard here to prevent disciples from entering by mistake. Keeping the mountain is extremely boring, so the keepers often like to run out and steal a drink. Fan Yu scratched his head. Just then, suddenly the flute sounded. It's as if it's pointing the way for someone who's lost their way. Fan Yu followed the sound of the flute all the way there. Chapter 35, Why did you rush over shouting about bound love? The sound of the flute was melodious and seemed to be carrying the magic of penetrating the heart. Fan Yu followed the sound of the flute all the way over to the flute player. No, it wasn't a person but a ghost. You, who are you? Fan Yu asked cautiously. The ghost beckoned. Come with me. Your sister Lin Wanqing asked me to come over to look for you. At the mention of Lin Wanqing, Fan Yu's eyes lit up and she took 2 steps forward. Did my sister ask you to come to me? Suddenly, he stepped on the ground. Didn't even notice that there was no way out from underneath his feet. He was just wrapped in the mist and couldn't see the path underneath him. Coupled with the fact that there was someone in front of him, he naturally assumed that there was a road ahead. Fan Yu didn't know how long she had been falling before she finally landed heavily on the ground. After a moment's reprieve on the ground, he lifted his head and looked around. What is this place? In front of him was a huge jade door, which was currently open. The only person who can open this jade door in Mount Shu is the current master of Mount Shu, because only the successive sect masters knew the recipe for manipulating the Shu mountain sword formation. Except, of course, for the old master who was dead. Back then, Xuanxiao, who had followed the old sect leader in his travels through the 8 wildernesses of the 9 states, had also been taught this set of mantra. It was just that there was no way for anyone other than the old sect master to know about this matter. Van Yu walked in curiously. In the center of an empty land, a huge and incomparable sword was stuck across the ground like a lofty mountain. The sword flashed with a cold, chilling light, as if it was able to slice through the void. And around this huge sword, it was densely covered with all kinds of swords. These swords are long or short, wide or narrow, some with hilts inlaid with dazzling gems, while others are engraved with mysterious and complex runes. This place looked like a sword pool dedicated to storing treasured swords, with each sword exuding a unique aura and power. Since the beginning of the establishment of Shushan, the collection of famous swords in the world as well as the people in Shushan, where all the swords of those who died in the road will be here, to bring them together in this place. After countless years of accumulation and precipitation, this sword pool had already become a remarkable spectacle. The sword chi in this place was crisscrossed and majestic, as if it was a vast and boundless galaxy that crossed the sky. Van Yu suddenly seemed to remember something. He covered his head and planted himself on the ground in pain. A figure blurred into view, and that figure took one step forward. It was like crossing the river of time and light, shaking a golden stream of light. Why? Why do you want to split us up? Fan Yu shouted. I've clearly decided that I'll return to the deep forest in this life and bring her son with me to live a life of male farming and female weaving. Yeah, obviously he'd decided to quit the demon cult, put down the butcher's knife and turn around. Those decent people had already promised to forget about it, but it was this persistent sword cultivator in front of him who had been chasing and hacking at him for 3 days and 3 nights. Fan Yu, you have sinned deeply. In the beginning you blood-slaughtered 6,000 miles and sacrificed hundreds of thousands of people in order to cultivate the magic treasure. Ever thought about those people who are also the fathers, mothers, wives, sons of anyone? Now you dare to speak out of turn. Suffer death quickly. The golden sword light cut through everything. Looking at that Shushan sword, Fan Yu gradually remembered everything. Mu shirts. No, it's Chao Xue. It's Lin Wanqing. 3 lifetimes. I've come for you. It's all you. They're all you. He covered his head and tried to get out of there. Facing the Shushan sword that had once killed him, he only felt fear from the bottom of his heart. The jade gate was tightly closed. That formation that had originally trapped the sword pool showed signs of loosening. No! No! Silver Sword Peak Back Mountain. Li Xuanxiao's lips began to wriggle rapidly, and as his lips moved, one obscure word after another came out of his mouth one after another. The words were like fireflies flickering with a faint glow, floating slowly in the air. Even though he was currently on top of Silver Sword Peak, this did not affect him in the slightest from activating the deepest sword formation of Mount Shu. Old man, help me one last time. Li Xuanxiao took out a talisman seal. Judging from the mana contained in this talismanic seal, this was definitely not something that a cultivator at Li Xuanxiao's level could possess. Swing across the devil and evil, and cut down the group of demons with one sword. The Shushan sword formation is activated. Fan Yu wanted to escape and blast open the jade gate, but he was clearly not strong enough right now. What's going on? Who's counting on me? That old guy should have been dead a long time ago. The good news, recovered memories. Bad news, inexplicably appeared in the middle of Shushan's sword formation, only to see that in the calm mirror-like sword pool, an incomparably sharp sword that emitted a cold light trembled as if it had suddenly been awakened. They seemed to be able to sense Van Yu's presence, and like sharks that had smelled blood, they instantly became unusually restless. In an instant, these peyote swords were like wild horses that had taken off their reins, raging madly towards Fan Yu. For a time, sword light flashed and sword chi crisscrossed. The entire space seemed to be torn apart by this overpowering aura. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Fan Yu's face changed dramatically. His right hand swung violently, and a dense black breath suddenly rose from his palm. This black chi was like a hideous black dragon, pouncing on those flying swords that were the first to rush over with teeth and claws. Only heard a loud bang. The first few flying swords that approached Fan Yu were like kites with broken strings, and were directly knocked out by the powerful black gas. However, more and more powerful flying swords came one after another, one handle after another, one stronger than the other. Van Yu struggled hard. Mu shirts, Asahi. In this life your name is Lin Wanqing only. I can't die here. I haven't introduced myself to you yet. Yeah, you don't know me yet. You've forgotten me. How can I die here? You are the one who can't break the bond between us, even with the sharpest sword in the world. Muttering to himself, Van Yu's power skyrocketed, and his demonic aura flourished to force back the rain of swords. Li Xuanxiao frowned. How come you're shouting about bonded love and your power skyrockets? Are you the hero of a hot anime? Without hesitation, Xuanxiao backhanded the talisman seal onto his forehead, matching his unique dance steps and shouting from his mouth. The sun sets in the west and darkens the sky. Families close their doors. Traveling gentlemen run to the inn. Birds run to the mountains. Tigers return to the mountains. Birds run to the mountains and forests to have a place to rest. And tigers want to return to the mountains to have peace. With the 7-star glazed tiles on the head and the 8-pronged purple and gold bricks on the feet. With the feet on the ground and the head in the sky. Taking big steps to walk in a chain. Chapter 36, not for one person, but for the people of the world. Stand firm on both feet against the camp. Set up incense and invite the gods. Invite the fox to come first, then the yellow, and invite the python and the sable to bring the king of sorrows. The fox family is the head of the marquee. The yellow family is the vanguard. The long python is the station. And the king of sorrows is the hall. Xuanxiao also didn't understand why the old man, who was the head of Mount Shu, was teaching him this kind of invocation technique, invited or the old man himself. Soon, Xuanxiao felt another power enter his body. Immediately afterward his own body moved uncontrollably. The only way to activate the Shushan sword is to be pure in the way of emotionlessness. If one's heart is not pure enough, one will definitely be injured by the Shu mountain sword. The old man's words rang in his mind. Xuanxiao opened his eyes. And at this moment, they were already shining with golden light. The right hand makes a sword point and is raised above the head. Then it slipped cleanly. It was like chopping something off, while softly drinking under his breath. Death comes. At the same time, in the sword formation, the sword chi crisscrossed across the board, coming at Fan Yu like a blistering wind and rain. Fan Yu repelled those countless sword rains one after another. However, right in the middle of this intense exchange, the Shushan sword suddenly erupted with a powerful force, and the sword buzzed, instantly transforming into a ray of radiant and dazzling golden light. No, don't kill me, I beg you. Fan Yu knew that he was powerless to struggle at this moment, and he had tears in his eyes. I'm only begging you to let me see Lin Wanqing once. I'm only begging you. This honored one has never begged anyone else, and you still refuse to let me go? I've already paid the price for this, even if I had done something wrong, but why can't I be given a chance? You say I kill innocents indiscriminately, but all they lost was their lives. What I lost was love. I've paid for my sins, so why can't you just leave me alone and give me a chance? There was no unnecessary nonsense. Only heard a muffled poof sound. The golden light pierced through the body of Fan Yu without any obstacles. There was no blood coming out of Fan Yu's body. Instead, strands of golden silk slowly penetrated from the wound. As if these golden threads were alive, they quickly spread out and wrapped around Fan Yu's body. As the golden threads became more and more entangled, Fan Yu's originally solid body unexpectedly began to peel and fall off piece by piece like broken porcelain. Each fragment flickered with a faint light, gradually dissipating in the air and eventually turning into nothingness. Xuanxiao took off the talismanic seal and pinched his magic finger. The wisp of ghost in the back of Tongtian Peak dissipated into the world without a trace. This wisp of ghost was originally the ghost of the devourer he had caught earlier. If you are killed by the tiger demon, you can become a ghost to help the tiger demon lure more innocent people. As for the organ puppy, it also turned into pieces in the explosion, and the corrosive liquid inside flowed out. Not even the pieces remained. After removing all traces left by himself, Xuanxiao spat out a mouthful of blood from finally. The Shu mountain sword formation is really powerful. If it wasn't for the old man's upper body, plus the fact that Xuanxiao's emotionless Tao was purely through and through, even if one knew the recipe of the Shu mountain sword formation, one would still be devoured by the sword formation. Xuanxiao took the prepared pills and didn't rush to leave. Instead, he continued to review the operation in his mind about 7 or 8, 10 times or so. Well, it shouldn't be a problem. This time, the plan went smoothly beyond Xuanxiao's imagination. Originally, he made 5 more backup plans. Hundreds of scenarios of accidents were also simulated. After all, not everything goes according to plan. If it so happened that Fan Yu met a Shu mountain disciple on the way, and casually helped him catch the organ puppy. If Fan Yu had arrived at the back of Tongtian Peak and hadn't been obsessed with finding the organ puppy. If Fan Yu ignores the sound of the flute. There was also the unknown about whether or not the Shu mountain sword formation could kill Fan Yu. Anyway, there were a lot of surprises, but the execution went surprisingly well. Xuanxiao didn't show his face from the beginning to the end, and didn't even leak out his breath. 3 reincarnations. Will there be a 4th reincarnation? Do your best. The Shu mountain sword formation shook, startling the entire Shu mountain hierarchy. By the time the vice sect leader arrived with his men, he was completely unaware of what had happened. I thought that the sect leader had entered the middle of the Shu mountain sword formation. After all, Only the sect leader in Mount Shu knew the recipe for the sword formation. He had no choice but to have someone go and call the sect leader, Taoist Master Lingshu, who was in seclusion. As Taoist Spirit Void opened the Jade Gate, he soon discovered the abnormality in the sword formation. There are obvious signs of a battle here, but there were only traces of the battle, and nothing else. Spirit Void checked inside and out, and it was certain that someone had broken into the middle of the sword formation. But besides the sect leader of Mount Shu, who else could enter the sword formation? It can even invoke the Shushan sword. Taoist Spirit Void was full of questions. In order to find out what happened, Shushan was under martial law for more than 3 months. Can't say it's nothing, but it really didn't turn up any useful clues. The man named Fan Yu that Lin Wanqing from Silver Sword Peak had brought back had disappeared and was nowhere to be seen. Some of the disciples said the last time they saw him seemed to be on a white crane. Didn't pay much attention after that. And the Shu Mountain sword formation did not suffer any damage, and there was nothing unusual within Shu Mountain. The matter was left unsettled. But after this incident, Shu Mountain then had specialized disciples guarding outside the Shu Mountain sword formation. The daily Xuanxiao ended his seclusion. It was just in time for third senior sister Lin Wanqing to come down from the mountain. Lin Wanqing felt that Fan Yu must have gone down the mountain. What if he's so stupid and simple to be cheated by others? I'm going to find him, Lin Wanqing said as such. Li Xuanxiao, on the other hand, comforted his senior sister. Senior sister, it might be that he suddenly regained his memories. And forgetting your memories from the period of amnesia, you naturally forget why you are in Shushan. So that's why he went down the mountain in a hurry. Isn't that how things work in this world? Some people come and some people go. Everyone has a mission and journey that is unique to them. Some of us meet and know each other, perhaps just the god of fate in a certain moment gently strumming the strings. And when they turn to leave, it's just a blip in this grand movement, since it is fate that makes each other meet. Then even if they are eventually separated, why do they have to be overly obsessive, bitterly demanding? After all, life is meant to be filled with countless variables and unknowns. Just let everything take its course, and believe that what comes will always come, and what goes will not stay. In the face of Li Xuanxiao's persuasion, Lin Wanqing only shook her head. You don't understand. He's been my only hope since we met. Li Xuanxiao was silent for a moment. Senior sister, then when you first traveled thousands of miles and went through great pains to worship the immortal sect, was it just to meet someone you could commit your life to? Shu Mountain disciples never work for one person, only for the living. Lin Wanqing smiled bitterly. I don't have a firm heart like yours. It seems that I am truly unsuitable for cultivation. In fact, being able to spend my life according to my heart's desire, even if it is short, is still very impressive. Li Xuanxiao said no more, only saying a precious word. Chapter 37 Gold and Silver Blood Serpent. Shushan Mountain. Book Pavilion. Li Xuanxiao rummaged through books on reincarnation and such. Only cultivators who had reached the Mahayana stage after the tribulation could possess this type of divine ability. Thinking about what the other party said when they killed Fan Yu before, they had already searched for Lin Wanqing for 3 lifetimes. So, third senior sister is also the reincarnation of a certain immortal? What a head scratcher. Li Xuanxiao reviewed his operation from start to finish again, and it was perfect. Even if Fan Yu could still be reincarnated, he shouldn't have guessed that he was the one who had counted on him. But who knows what a Mahayana cultivator would be capable of. I don't know if I can fool him with this tactic of my own. Just as Li Xuanxiao was brainstorming, suddenly the jade pendant at his waist moved. Li Xuanxiao left the book pavilion, found a hidden place, and opened the jade pendant. The jade pendant opens and there is a hidden box in the center. It's a double-born parasite. The other one is with third senior sister Lin Wanqing. This twin life compass was obtained when traveling to the southern border back then. Originally, the twin life compulsion was a compulsion to live and die together. When girls in the Southland get married, they like to put this kind of compulsion on their husbands. For both husband and wife, if one of them dies, the other compulsion will penetrate the heart of the other. But that was all in the last epoch. Nowadays, the twin life compulsion has been improved and has become gentler. It's more like a remote sensor that senses the state of the other half at all times. At this moment, from the compulsion, Li Xuanxiao learned an important piece of news. Something happened to Lin Wanqing. After hesitating for a moment, Li Xuanxiao quickly left the mountain gate. Because of the existence of the twin lives compass, there was no worry about not being able to find Lin Wanqing. At this moment, it was only a little more than half a month before Lin Wanqing descended from the mountain. In the middle of a deserted forest, Li Xuanxiao, who was lurking in an ancient tree, was full of stealing senses. He saw Lin Wanqing not far away. At this moment, Lin Wanqing was still alive. Li Xuanxiao dared to be sure. Only her breath was a bit weak. However, the body is not visible with any external injuries. It seems to be poisoned, attacked, or discovered the existence of the compulsion and assassinated himself? Xuanxiao didn't rush to the rescue first. Instead, brainstorm like crazy. Suddenly awaken memories of 3 lifetimes because of the grief over Fan Yu's death? Xuanxiao released a puppet scorpion. Now Xuanxiao had refined 3 puppet scorpions. One of the puppet poisonous scorpions already had a cultivation level of the first level of the chi refining stage. The scorpion crawled over towards Lin Wanqing and confirmed it. It is indeed poisoned, and the wound at the ankle looks like it should be snake venom. In the very next instant, a black shadow flashed by with a swish. The speed was so fast that even Xuanxiao did not capture the other party's aura at first. It was a venomous snake the length of an arm, but only as tiny as an earthworm. A bite on the poisonous scorpion. It's a good thing that puppet poisonous scorpions are immune to toxins. Gold and silver blood snakes. Xuanxiao recognized the poisonous snake at a glance. Gold and silver blood snakes are said to grow only among exotic treasures. Therefore, before the last epoch, it became a thing of contention for cultivators. With it, you can find treasures, except that gold and silver blood snakes cannot be artificially bred. It knew that after it was captured, it wouldn't be long before it would die without eating or drinking, and then the gold and silver blood snakes would be extinct. This snake is extremely long-lived and has an unusually violent toxin. After 100 years of cultivation, one can poison a Jindan stage cultivator. Seeing blood sealed the throat, and this gold and silver blood snake in front of him had probably lived for hundreds of years. Xuanxiao had a moment of fear. Fortunately he did not act impulsively. This gold and silver blood snake was extremely good at concealment, and could not be discovered by himself. If you are bitten by it, you will surely die. Xuanxiao controlled the poison scorpion puppet to launch an attack on the gold and silver blood snake, which quickly fled when it failed to land a single blow. The gold and silver blood snakes had little combat power of their own, relying only on concealment and toxins. Xuanxiao controlled the 3 puppets to quickly block its retreat. The puppet grabbed the gold and silver blood snake and prevented it from escaping. Xuanxiao still hadn't left. There's one, and there's likely to be a second one here. The wind comes. In an instant, the gusts of wind raged from all directions like a reined-in wild horse. Only the fallen leaves around them were swept up by the gale, and the dirt that had been lying quietly on the ground were not spared, and were lifted up by the gale, forming a yellow wave of dust that rolled forward and pushed forward. Even those thick trees were collapsing in front of the gale at the moment. A mile in every direction was enveloped by this powerful wind. A chaotic scene. Eventually everything disappeared into the distant sky. All that was left around was empty land that had been plowed by the gusty winds. In this way, the gold and silver blood snakes had no place to hide. Xuanxiao kept his feet away from his flying sword in case the gold and silver blood snakes came out of the land. He first forced the gold and silver blood snakes to eject their venom, collecting it in specialized jars, then kill the gold and silver blood snakes. The gold and silver blood snakes themselves had no value, and though rare, were not even worth as much on their own as the undeveloped animals. Xuanxiao incinerated the gold, silver, and blood serpent with a single fire. Check Lin Wanqing's condition again. Lin Wanqing's condition was much better than he had imagined. In fact, just now, Xuanxiao had noticed that although Lin Wanqing was poisoned and her breath was weakened, but the scent was not like a candle in the rain or a leaf in the wind. Instead, there are signs of recovery at any time. No harm done. Lin Wanqing was already unconscious, and Xuanxiao helped her to the side. Why is she here? Xuanxiao checked all the items in Lin Wanqing's storage ring, neglecting the multitude of magic treasures. Elixirs. Xuanxiao found an out-of-place object, a very crudely drawn map. It's Fan Yu's handwriting. Xuanxiao had seen Fan Yu's writing and recognized it. Sister. Here. Fan Yu was drawing on the ground with a tree branch by the river. Lin Wanqing glanced at it, and what Fan Yu had drawn seemed to be a map. Where is this place? Lin Wanqing asked casually. Fan Yu shook her head. Fan Yu doesn't know. She only remembers that this place seems to be some kind of important place. Important place? What's that? I forgot that too. Lin Wanqing smiled and didn't care. Good. Wait to accompany sister back to Shushan. When that time comes, sister will take you there when she has time. Okay? Aha. Fan Yu nodded and added. It doesn't really matter what's important or not. As long as you're with your sister, that's all that matters. Lin Wanqing reached out and couldn't help but rub Fan Yu's head. Chapter 38, 3 Lives, 3 Times. The sealed door slowly opened in front of Xuanxiao. The opening of the gate requires blood, and the blood of a specific person. That would undoubtedly be Lin Wanqing. The truth was just as Xuanxiao had predicted. What appeared in front of Xuanxiao was a huge space. At first, Xuanxiao suspected that there were organs inside, but he soon realized that he was the one who thought wrong. It seems to be a place where whoever lived in it. A faint sandalwood fragrance, if any, filled the air, as if wrapping one in a serene and mysterious atmosphere. As far as the eye can see, the open-work carved window tallow is exquisite. The room was furnished with a soft and comfortable wooden bed covered with finely embroidered brocade bedding, with beautifully carved designs at the head and tail of the bed. In one corner of the room, an ancient and elegant guqin stood quietly. A bronze mirror was placed on a wooden dresser, which was equally well carved. Xuanxiao suddenly covered his head as a large number of memories surfaced before his eyes. This was not a memory that belonged to him, but one that belonged to Fan Yu and Lin Wanqing. No, I should say the memories of the duo's former past lives. Xuanxiao instantly understood. The reason why Fan Yu drew this map was because it was something he had planned before. As long as Lin Wanqing was brought here, Lin Wanqing would regain her memory and recall everything that had happened before. But he miscalculated. He didn't expect that he himself would accidentally lose his memory. And he didn't expect that he would be counted by Li Xianxiao and Shushan. In the end, Lin Wanqing was attacked again by the gold and silver blood snakes hiding here. And the person who entered this place by mistake would be Li Xianxiao. Li Xianxiao saw the memories that Fan Yu had left here. One was the temple master of the Heavenly Fury Temple, a devil known to all. One is the world's first female sword cultivator and the leader of the sword path. In a siege, Fan Yu killed everyone except Lin Wanqing. Lin Wanqing hunted down Fan Yu for 3 months. Lin Wanqing, who originally had a firm sword heart, gradually realized that she had developed a special feeling for Fan Yu. In the end, she decides to give up her life to penitentize Fan Yu, hoping that he will put down the butcher's knife and leave this way of killing. In order to save Lin Wanqing, Fan Yu had to reincarnate her in an attempt to find Lin Wanqing's reincarnation. In the second life, Lin Wanqing worshipped Mount Shu and became famous and stunning at a young age. And then he was entangled by Fan Yu, and they experienced many lives and deaths together. Lin Wanqing eventually retrieves her memories. In the midst of pain, he gave up his cultivation, became immortal, and left Mount Shu. Fan Yu also promised her not to do evil again, and the two of them returned to the deep forest together. It's just that the first head of Shushan back then, carrying the Shushan sword all the way to the chase. In the end, in order to protect Fan Yu, Lin Wanqing died under the Shu mountain sword. Watching his best disciple die by his own hand, the headmaster did not hesitate to immediately execute Fan Yu. Afterwards, the headmaster was trying to save the face of Mount Shu, erased all records of Shu Mountain regarding Fan Yu and Lin Wanqing. Seeing all the memories, Li Xianxiao slowed down for a moment and gently exhaled a breath. So that's the whole story. I really can't understand why a generation of heavenly pride, the leader of the sword Dao, would fall in love with a murderous devil? Li Xianxiao shook his head. In addition to leaving memories in the house, Fan Yu also left 3 magic treasures. That's why it attracts gold and silver blood snakes. Everything was meant to be. Spiritual weapons lower grade, middle grade, upper grade and extreme grade. Fabulous lower, middle, upper and extreme. Spiritual treasures are divided into acquired spiritual treasures and innate spiritual treasures. An acquired spiritual treasure can be endowed with specific attributes and functions according to the refiner's wishes. However, since they were artificially refined, latter-day soul treasures often required constant warming and upgrading before they could exert greater power. In contrast, innate spiritual treasures are the ultimate treasures that have existed since the beginning of the heavens and the earth. Born with unparalleled spirituality and power, it can evolve all kinds of magical effects on its own without any artificial processing. And the 3 magic treasures left behind by Fan Yu were all magic treasures prepared for Lin Wanqing. One was a Hotian spiritual treasure crafted by Fan Yu. Armor of the Dragon. Silver white attached armor. It can be worn without regard to cultivation. Even Li Xianxiao had to say that it was sweet. Too sweet. Wearing this armor could drastically increase the speed of absorbing spiritual qi and restore the true essence in the body. Its superior defense allows you to survive during a fight as long as your head doesn't get blown off by another cultivator. The second magic weapon is the Wind Rider. The body is small enough to be taken out of a storage ring. It'll turn into a car. The axle is a crossbeam on which the Makashi is mounted, and the wheels are set on each end. The ends of the shaft are exposed outside the hub, with a 3 or 4 inch pin sticking out of it. It is incredibly fast and is used to escape to catch the road. The third magic weapon, Heaven Mending Pill. After swallowing it, it can slowly improve a cultivator's physique, allowing him or her to soar in cultivation. It can compensate for the impurity of the spiritual root and refine the innate spiritual root. Again, there is no cultivation limit. The Yuaning stage can eat it, and so can the foundation establishment stage. The stronger the potency of a pill when it was being refined, the greater the demand on the taker's self. That's why pills can't be taken lightly. Minor damage to the body can kill you. As for mortals, don't even think about it. But this heaven-mending pill, however, had no limitations. Mortals who eat it will greatly increase their lifespan, which is no different from the lifespan of a Jindan stage. It looked like Fan Yu was afraid that Lin Wanqing would become immortal after her reincarnation, so she had specially prepared this heaven-mending pill. As could be seen from the 3 magic treasures, they were all carefully selected by Fan Yu to leave to his beloved. Warm, so warm, well, I'll take it. Xuanxiao took all 3 pieces of magic treasures away and scrutinized them again inside and out. It was naturally impossible to leave these 3 magic treasures to Lin Wanqing. They couldn't even let Lin Wanqing see them. God knows what she would remember. Rumble dash. Moments later, the space in the cave collapsed and drowned in ruins. What is impenetrable on the outside is easily destroyed from the inside. The burning true fire engulfed everything. Feeling that this wasn't enough, Xuanxiao executed the evasion technique to dig a large hole underneath, drill straight down into the ground, then perform the earth escape technique to flood everything, then bring in boulders to fill in the top. After doing so, Xuanxiao brought the still unconscious third senior sister Lin Wanqing to a safe place. After making sure Fan Yu left nothing else behind, Xuanxiao erased the breath he had left behind and quietly left. If we hadn't met Fan Yu in the first place, if the third senior sister hadn't developed feelings for this devil at the beginning, and was even so absurd as to give up her life and cultivation for her third senior sister, perhaps it's better for you to just be an ordinary person than a cultivator. I hope you don't meet Fan Yu again. After Xuanxiao left, Lin Wanqing gradually came to her senses, the toxin still lingering on her body, making her head dizzy. She didn't know how she had ended up here, having spent several days recuperating in a cave. Only then did she walk out and follow the map to find the location Fan Yu had left her. But there's nothing there anymore. Lin Wanqing sighed lightly and headed off into the distance alone. Chapter 39 Preparations for the Transition. After a series of events, the days are finally quiet again. For Xuanxiao a happy, ordinary, and fulfilling cultivation life was enough. 3 months later, Xuanxiao decided to break through the foundation establishment stage. He had suppressed his realm twice before. 1 more, 2 more, no more 3. At first, it was the 2 poison pills from Empress Phoenix and Lu Zhou Shui that entered the abdomen. Then there were the many great tonics that were eaten at Empress Phoenix's place. Now that he had taken the heaven-mending pill that Fan Yu had carefully prepared for Lin Wanqing, with such a supplement, Xuanxiao couldn't even break through if he didn't want to. A breakthrough naturally couldn't be a breakthrough within the gate, and he had long ago searched for a safe place for himself to cross the threshold. Before leaving, he admonished his little sister some more. Are you finally going to become a foundation establishment stage cultivator, senior brother? In the eyes of Zhao Lu and the other disciples within the sect, Xuanxiao had always been at the great circle of the qi refining stage. Senior brother, I can protect you. Xuanxiao refused without hesitation. Your task now is to cultivate well and strive to become a cultivator of the 7th level of qi refining this year. Don't cause any trouble during my seclusion. And don't leave Shushan. And don't casually bring strangers back to Shushan, especially men. Got it, senior? Zhao Lu blinked. You're worried I'll be taken by another man. After instructing his little sister, Xuanxiao went to see his second senior brother again. Nowadays, Silver Sword Peak has no peak master. The eldest brother left the clan and his whereabouts are still unknown. That's why Silver Sword Peak is temporarily under the stewardship of second senior brother. Ouch. It hurts too much. Ha ha ha. Tell a joke. I used to believe in love. The second elder brother was drunk on wine alone in the house. Seeing him in this state, Xuanxiao silently retreated, asking his junior sister Zhao Lu to speak with his second senior brother when she was free, and went down the mountain to cross the tribulation himself. The second brother broke up again. It's all been the norm for a while now. In Xuanxiao's opinion, second senior brother was the least dangerous, because love comes and goes quickly. New love and old love always go hand in hand. It was said that wherever he went within a 50-mile radius, there was sure to be an ex-girlfriend of his. The favorites also always claimed to be pure love. The soul returns. The spirit returns. The temple of the heavenly fury. Empress Phoenix was recalling Fan Yu. Your true name is recited under the 9 heavens. Empress Phoenix had already sensed that Fan Yu was dead, but she didn't know how. Will there be a 4th reincarnation of Fan Yu? This made the Emperor's female Phoenix very worried. Hurry up and destroy him, so as to save this honored one from worrying all day long. Come back soon, monarch, and we will continue to follow you. The Imperial Maiden Phoenix seemed to be conversing reverently with Fan Yu across an endless river of light. Fan Yu didn't say anything and just ran away. You put down the soul-destroying magic weapon in your hand first. Fan Yu cut off the contact with Empress Phoenix. Empress Phoenix sighed lightly. Truly, the remnants of the old times are still this obstinate. Fan Yu regrouped his soul, wandering the world like a lonely ghost. His true soul no longer allowed him to reincarnate again. The 3rd time around, the loss of all memory is the best evidence of this, and by the 4th time, he will only be able to reappear in the world in the form of a soul. His cultivation was all but exhausted. Damn it! Who the hell is counting on me? Then you didn't understand who was counting on him. The third reincarnation is clearly coming soon, but it was counted at the last minute. However, in retrospect, then you simply couldn't figure out who was behind the killing of himself. The soul cannot remain in the world for long, the way is rejecting itself. One must find a usable body. But where to find one at this time? Xuanxiao left Shushan mountain and disappeared all the way. He didn't go straight to his place of transmigration, but deliberately circled around a few times to make sure that no one was following him behind him. Only then did Xuanxiao dive headfirst into the mountain, heading straight for the place he had set up earlier for the tribulation. In the huge hole in the ground, the first level appeared to be an ordinary cave. Elixirs were placed around it. Of course, you're going to be out of luck if you try to touch these things, because all of them had hidden organs behind them, such as the one that appeared to be a Peiyuan Dan that would explode at the slightest touch, emitting a dense poisonous mist. Then there's that spirit stone, which is actually connected to the Mahist organ technique behind it. A flick of the wrist fires a poison needle. Xuanxiao came to the second level of the hole in the ground. A person who looked exactly like Xuanxiao was sitting here. This was created by Xuanxiao with a paperman. The materials used for the paperman were ink treasures warmed by the great powers of Confucianism and Taoism, which came with their own laws. It was only one sheet, and Xuanxiao had many other treasures like this. Part of it was obtained when he followed the old man on his travels back then, and part of it was from his own collection over the years. Third level. It was only Xuanxiao's true place of transition. On top of that, there are formations on it. The first is a formation to avoid the prying eyes of other people's breath. Then there are the great formations that specialize in exterminating other people's souls. This was to prevent others from taking advantage of the opportunity to take over their lives when they were at the weakest point of their transitions. And then, finally, Jindan stage. The aura in the body forms the Jindan, and the quality of the Jindan is related to the future potential of the cultivator. If there is a problem with the Jindan, the smallest case is a serious injury, falling down the realm, and the cultivation can never be refined in the future. And the heaviest case is that the cultivation is completely lost, endangering the life. Jindan is also categorized into 5 grades to first grade Jindan. Among them, the one that could form a first grade Jindan was the best. Forming a first grade Jindan required more materials and was much more difficult. Originally, Xuanxiao was only thinking of forming the second grade Jindan. He's been saving his material for a long time. However, ever since obtaining the treasures left behind by Fan Yu, Xuanxiao had changed his mind. A first-grade golden elixir was not unattainable. Here's a little lesson on transitions, so please take notes. Those of you who have crossed over know this. The time of the crossing is important, and this time cannot be your birth date or your parents' birth date. Avoid the first 15 days of the year, and even more so, avoid the major fairy Christmases. After avoiding these, start the trigrams. Hugh heard life and death surprise Jingdu. The location of the door of life is what time the direction of the clock. On what time to cross. The power of the lightning in the heavenly tribulation could not be ignored. Yet even more difficult are the demons of the heart. With the disturbance of the mind's demons, the monk will fall into the deepest fear and vulnerability of his heart. There were quite a few cultivators with high levels of cultivation who were interfering with their hearts because of the demons in their hearts when they were crossing the threshold. Seeing the images of his past failures constantly surfacing caused his mind to be distracted when he crossed the threshold and ultimately failed to succeed. Mindfulness is crucial, and emotional peace is the only way to stay calm in the midst of the thunder and the demons of the mind. Thunderclouds rise. Xuanxiao firmly raised his head. Chapter 40 Heaven's Feedback. Enhanced Qi Fortune. My mind and my behavior are as clear as a mirror. This mind is like a sword that cuts through all the obstacles of evil. This heart is like a mirror, which can signal the sun and the moon. My actions and my heart are all about justice. I am loyal to my justice, and I bow down and die for my justice. Moving forward on my path, I will not rest until I reach the top. Xuanxiao shook his robe and exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. The wind around him wrapped around him. The sky seemed to be covered by a huge black curtain, so thick that one could hardly breathe. The layers of dark clouds piled up like a mountain peak, pushing into the sky. From time to time, dazzling electric lights flashed in the thunderclouds, cutting through the dark sky like silver snakes. Each bolt of lightning seemed like it was going to tear this dreary world apart, accompanied by a deafening roar as rolling thunder continued to roll and roar between the clouds. The thunder grew louder and louder, as if 10,000 horses were galloping, and as if a landslide was resounding through the clouds. Who in the world does not strive for a fairy? And mortals can strive for immortality just as well. Xuanxiao was prepared and careful, but at the last moment he was open-minded. A golden elixir is swallowed into the belly, and then I realized that my destiny is not in the hands of God. Boom dash! At that very moment, the first thunderbolt was the first to swoop down from among the dark, ink-like clouds. Xuanxiao's face was grave. He did not dare to be careless in the slightest, and the majestic mana in his body began to surge wildly like a raging river. The first thunder party fell. The second. The third. It fell almost simultaneously. After the lightning tribulation, Li Xuanxiao's eyes shone. With his heart, he felt the intense collisions and exchanges between every ounce of power in his body and the thunderbolt that had just descended. The feeling was both like surging waves lapping at the reef and a roaring fire scorching the steel. After this baptism of thunderbolt, that feeling became more and more obvious. He knew that the 3 thunderbolts were just an appetizer. The real test is coming. Li Xuanxiao pinched his hands together and said aloud, "With my true qi, combining the creation of heaven and earth. Thunder God help me, what kind of Taoist friend is transiting here?" Someone said aloud, but there was no response. The cultivator who spoke didn't think he would get an answer. He was just a little curious. The passing cultivators stopped and looked at this scene in the distance. With such a thunderbolt, it was natural to not dare to go over. Of course, there are occasionally some ulterior motives and bold people. For example, at this point in time, Van Yu. The proximity to the thunderbolt was indeed shaking Van Yu's soul, but he soon realized that this was an opportunity. The time of transmigration was the weakest time for a cultivator, and it was the opportunity to seize the body. Foundation building breaks Jindan. This is the thunderbolt of a first-grade Jindan? Isn't this the perfect shell for yourself? The 4th, 5th, and 6th thunderbolts fell successively. Fan Yu's eyes widened in disbelief as she gazed at the person who was crossing the threshold. It wasn't that he was surprised at how powerful this person was. For Van Yu, there seemed to be no one in the world that he could call strong, not to mention a foundation stage cultivator. In Fan Yu's opinion, foundation establishment and Jindan were nothing more than the difference between a smaller mole cricket and a larger one. It was just that Fan Yu had never seen anyone who was able to polish their cultivation base so flawlessly like this person. It was as if this Tao body was not cultivated by a mortal, but rather an exceptional work of art born after countless masters had meticulously sculpted it and tempered it with care. Van Yu laughed. Heavenly blessings. This body is mine. God help me. When I was crossing the threshold, I didn't call a protector by my side. If someone were to defend him, with Fan Yu's current soul body, there was really no way. Fan Yu was overjoyed and rushed straight towards the person who had crossed the threshold. He mouthed a silent spell and used the last of his power. He passed through the heavy thunderbolts and then plunged headfirst into the middle of the soul destruction formation. Ha! Van Yu sneered, but he was not stupid and knew how to lay down a soul-destroying spell formation. Unfortunately, District Gravel, Van Yu destroys the soul-destroying spell formation. Then the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th levels. Fan Yu, confused face? Is that right? Rao Fan Yu is strong, but also for a moment, some cannot stand such a spell formation. Van Yu gritted her teeth. I don't believe you still have it. As it turned out, he really did. Van Yu clenched his teeth and exerted all his strength, finally breaking through a full 12 layers of the soul destruction spell formation. Just before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he was greeted by a blazing true fire. The hot flames instantly surrounded him. This was the true fire in the Dan room of Mount Shu. Van Yu only felt as if she was in a huge furnace. It was so hard for him to break through the furnace. The temperature around them plummeted, and a crystal clear and beautiful ice lotus slowly bloomed. These ice lotuses emitted a piercingly cold aura, like countless icy arrows, stabbing straight at Fan Yu. In an instant, he felt like he had fallen into a bottomless ice cave again, cold to the bone. In this way, Van Yu was in a sea of fire for a while, suffering from the scorching heat of real fire. A moment later, he plunged into the ice cave, enduring the severe cold brought by the ice lotus. This torture of ice and fire is worse than death, but Van Yu still didn't give up. He only had one belief in his heart. Love. That's right. Love. Lin Wanqing's face appeared before his eyes, floating back to the past that was once there, in dribs and drabs. I haven't told you I love you in this life. Van Yu let out a low growl. Finally, the figure appeared before his eyes. Your body is mine now. Fan Yu mouthed the words and lunged straight towards Li Xuanxiao. In the blink of an eye, the power of the soul surged into Li Xuanxiao's body like a raging tide. However, just as Fan Yu succeeded in seizing the body and thought that everything was under control, a sudden change occurred. Almost at the same instant, he sensed an unprecedented wrongness. No good! Fan Yu screamed in her heart, but it was too late to escape at this point, for that body tightly bound his soul within it. No matter how much Fan Yu struggled and resisted, she could not break free from the confinement of this body. At the same time, Fan Yu was shocked to realize that a huge figure had surfaced in front of his eyes. It was the golden phantom of a Confucian sage. This Dharma phase emitted a dazzling golden light throughout its body. Those brilliant golden lights were even like countless arrows, mercilessly shooting at Fan Yu's body. Only a mournful scream could be heard. as Fan Yu's soul became riddled with holes and agonizing pain under the attack of these golden lights. He desperately tried to fend off this terrifying attack, but there was no way he could help the disparity in strength between the two sides, and his efforts seemed so pale and powerless. Li Xuanxiao sensed an intruder, but didn't know it was Fan Yu. He was not distracted, and there was nothing missing from his own setup. Just face the thunderbolt with all your heart. Li Xuanxiao shook his robe. First grade Jindan. For 9 minor heavenly tribulations, each thunderbolt has a different power, but it didn't seem as strong as he thought. Became. What's up? Li Xuanxiao felt the power within his body. Ha! Wait a minute. You seem to have triggered the hidden paragraph yourself. What Li Xuanxiao didn't know was that with him completely killing Fan Yu just now, cause and effect are attributed to the body. The heavenly Tao feeds back, and chi luck is added. So the generous heavenly Tao decided to brew a big one for Li Xuanxiao. Chapter 41, The 6-9 Great Heavenly Tribulations. Li Xuanxiao chopped Fan Yu, cutting off his final path to reincarnation. Karma is added to the body, and infinite merit is attained. Again, it was at the most critical and sensitive moment of the transition. Thus, there was a change in the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulations that should have ended. Thunder and lightning change colors. The 6-9 great heavenly tribulations, which should be the thunder tribulation that a cultivator's newborn baby undergoes when it comes out of the body, is divided into 6 thunder tribulations. Each thunder tribulation was more powerful than the 4-9 minor heavenly tribulations. Li Xuanxiao watched this scene and frowned tightly. Things seem to be getting interesting. It's not worth all the fuss and preparation. For the sake of this tribulation, Li Xuanxiao had compiled enough information to produce several books. 5 years to build the foundation. 3 years to achieve Jindan. The cold knowledge that must be brushed upon by Jindan. Trivia. Though everything that came up today was a myriad of coincidences colliding together, but Li Xuanxiao had already planned for the worst before this, so this was all still within control. Li Xuanxiao took an elixir pill. Underneath the broken robe was another robe. Enough for 3 robes. The shirts are also compiled from rubber trees that contain aura and are over 200 years old. It was able to effectively withstand the impact of the thunderbolt. Underneath the shirt is a layer of undershirts, which are also the stuff of fairy magic. Underneath the undershirt there is the undershirt, and then the armor of the augur. Li Xuanxiao lined up the magic treasures in order, touching the jade pendant that was rumored to be able to increase the value of qi, squeezing the peace sign of the dolmen, grabbing another spray can. He sprayed himself around a few times. Don't get me wrong, it's not a perfume. Rather, it was a medicinal powder capable of increasing the speed at which the surrounding auras coalesced and were quickly attracted. Boom! Only an earth-shattering roar could be heard, as if the entire world was trembling for it. The thunderbolt that had been brewing for a long time was like an angry purple dragon roaring as it descended from the sky and rushed straight towards Li Xuanxiao below. In an instant, the dazzling purple thunder light completely engulfed Li Xuanxiao's figure within it. That violent lightning power was like a raging torrent, crazily wreaking havoc on everything around it. Space seemed to be twisted and deformed by this powerful energy, emitting a heart-pounding buzzing sound. Woohoo! Get away from it! What's going on? This thunderbolt isn't over yet? Those many cultivators in the distance who were originally just holding the mentality of watching the spectacle. At this time, each one of them seemed to have been cast a spell of immobilization, staring at the sky with their jaws agape, their faces filled with disbelief. How could they not have thought that the thunderbolt that should have dissipated into nothingness would have undergone such a shocking change at this moment, only to see that above the sky, the thunder light that had already begun to gradually weaken, and was even about to disappear, suddenly seemed to have been injected with an incomparably powerful force, and instantly became incomparably violent. Chucky Rush's Jindan. The golden pills that could be refined were categorized into 1 to 5 grades. The gifted and talented all aim to pursue the first grade Jindan. Just above the first grade, it is rarely known. It's a super grade golden dan. At this time, an old man murmured. The surrounding cultivators subconsciously looked over. This look was an instant shock. The old man was limping on one leg, leaning on a cane, with only a few strands of hair blowing in the wind on his forehead. Several of the cultivators around them are either missing an arm or have no eyes. It is a heavenly mutilation. He is a notorious evil cultivator in the Jiangbei region, and I heard that he is being hunted by the Jiangbei Alliance. I didn't expect to run all the way here. Go, get away from them. The cultivator screamed miserably as soon as the words left his mouth. Having already been robbed of her eyes, Fong Sanyang smiled charmingly and, looking to the fellow monk, the companion hesitated slightly and scattered. Fong Sanyang sked. People's hearts are thin and cold. What kind of good brothers are they? When they meet something they leave you behind and don't care. The crippled old man said in a deep voice. It's the super great golden dan. There is no one around this person to protect him. When the heavenly tribulation ends later on, it must be the time when he is the weakest. So kill and take the dan. Yes. Several of the surrounding men responded in unison. The thunderbolt kept bombarding down. At this moment, Li Xuanxiao's Dao robe and lining around his body had already turned into ashes. Only the augur armor was still protecting his body. This Hotian spiritual treasure is really good. Van Hyatt really pulled out all the stops with this wave. Enter the game with your body. First, I gave Li Xuanxiao the dragon armor. Then he would take the initiative to be killed by Li Xuanxiao during the time of the tribulation, helping him to gain immeasurable merit. Whoever sees it, doesn't say a word. If you want to make friends, you have to make friends with Van Yu. This should be the last one. Li Xuanxiao raised his head and looked into the air. He took a deep breath and raised his hands. As his hands moved, they traced a circular arc in the air, gradually intertwining to form a perfect circular trajectory. Right in these hands, a dazzling golden light suddenly shone out, gradually converging into a clearly visible golden character, Dao. It hovered silently around him, creating a subtle communion with the air around him. Cough cough cough. Li Xuanxiao coughed out a large amount of blood at the same time. The puppet scorpion behind him fired silver needles and stabbed into his various acupoints. The silver needles are all infused with herbs in advance. Again, he could feel the golden Dan inside his body, just one last click away from becoming perfect. The last thunderbolt crashed down from the 9 heavens above. In the breathtaking light, everything was submerged without a trace. Mountains, rivers, forests, and even living beings and all things lost their original colors under this terrifying lightning. That strong electric current intertwines into a dense grid in the air, triggering landslides wherever it goes. No good. Li Xuanxiao gave a dark cry. He chose his place carefully to cross over, far away from people. It's to prevent the ripples from affecting others when they cross the threshold, involving the lives of innocent people, while at the same time you yourself will be tainted with karma. But nowadays, this situation, I don't know how many elves, monsters and grasses there are in this mountain. The ripple effects hurt the innocent. You still get karma yourself. Thinking of this, Li Xuanxiao's figure flickered and left his place of transmigration, drawing the thunder into midair. Big brother, why is he suddenly slamming into the thunderbolt? Fong Sanyang asked in confusion. The crippled old man snorted coldly. This group of righteous cultivators have compassion in their hearts and can't bear to see others suffer because of their own tribulation, so they don't hesitate to gamble on the risk of failing their own tribulation. Fong Sanyang raised her eyebrows. What a righteous man. I'm the best at dealing with this kind of person. Big brother, I have a good idea. Chapter 42, Super Grade Golden Pill. The crippled old Taoist counted with his fingers and his face showed great joy. It's done. Superlative Jindan. Congratulations to Big Brother for obtaining the superlative golden pill today. The man with the broken arm on the side immediately fawned and catered. Pay attention. Don't let the duck in your mouth fly. The crippled old Taoist suppressed his excitement and commanded in a deep voice. Yes, superlative Jindan. At this moment, it was quietly suspended in Li Xuanxiao's dantian. After experiencing the thunderbolt, he finally slowly emerged from the rolling thunderclouds. Even though the clothes on his body had long been tattered by the lightning, Li Xuanxiao still held his head high. However, only he himself knew exactly how intense the pain his body was enduring at this moment. Every inch of his skin felt as if it was being scorched by fire, drilling and piercing his bones. A fishy sweetness surged up his throat, causing him to involuntarily spurt out large gulps of blood in quick succession. This was the weakest state after a successful transition. However, as long as one could possess this world-rare superlative golden Dan, everything was worth it. Li Xuanxiao didn't let the short-lived victory go to his head. He felt the many auras around him, and couldn't be sure which one would be unfavorable to him at all. Originally, the Foundation establishment breaking Jindan wouldn't have attracted so many cultivators at all. However, the commotion caused by the super-grade golden pill of Li Xuanxiao was simply too great. Even the city lords of the nearby cities quickly sent people this way. When things don't work out, disappear first. At this time, Li Xuanxiao's figure suddenly paused. Fong Sanyang appeared not far away. Fong Sanyang had a smile on her face as she carried a cultivator in each of her hands. A man and a woman. They must be Dao couples. Both of them were stabbed blind by Fong Sanyang and had their cultivation wasted. Little Taoist friend, look at how pitiful the two of them are. It's because of you they've become like this. I'm going to throw them down now. To Fong Sanyang's left was a green python. On the right is a black python. These two threw themselves down and would be devoured by the black python and the green python respectively. Fong Sanyang revealed a pitiful expression. Fellow Daoist is a son of a prestigious sect and performs acts of righteousness. So who would you save first at a time like this? After saying that, Fong Sanyang emphasized again. They're so innocent. They can't say that this woman already has a child in her womb. If it weren't for the fact that you, little fellow Daoist, are here to cross the threshold, you wouldn't have attracted us here. Without attracting us over, This pair of Dao couples wouldn't have met us and ended up like this. You have to seize the last chance to make up for your faults. Xuanxiao glanced at the pair of Taoists in his hands. One bite from the poison of this spirit snake of mine and they will surely die. I hope that little fellow Taoist is fast enough so that he can save them. After saying that, Fong Sanyang gently exerted her force. The two were thrown in different directions. At the same time the black and green pythons came out almost simultaneously. The two are fast. Fong Sanyang narrowed her eyes slightly to stare at Xuanxiao. On her left cuff was a demon binding rope, and on her right cuff was a hairpin, which was likewise a magic weapon. A sharp weapon for killing. If the opposing party went to save the female cultivator, the demon binding rope would sneak in from behind. Conversely, go to the rescue of the male cultivator and the hairpin will attack the other. No matter what, the other party needed to both save the people and deal with the siege of the viper and his own magic treasure. Fong Sanyang has seen this trick time and time again. The one thing they have more of than the righteous is that they have no bottom line, and the other side has a higher level of morality. That's why those decent people often can't do much with them. It's a simple trick, but it's unbeatable, and it plays on the yang. I don't know how many righteous cultivators have been assassinated by this move. Li Xuanxiao's figure flickered. Fong Sanyang's eyebrows twitched. Sure enough, most people would choose to save the female cultivator. Just now, his own sentence that the female cultivator in his hand might have been pregnant probably touched the other party's heartstrings. Fong Sanyang faintly smiled as her right sleeve shook, urging her magic treasure. Regretting your choices. The next moment, Fong Sanyang spat out blood from her mouth. Xuanxiao made a sword finger with one hand to penetrate her skull. Good. So fast. How did it get here? Fong Sanyang hadn't come back to her senses yet. Her eyes were dull, and her divine sense was rapidly dissipating. To her death. She didn't expect the other party to come straight at her without hesitation anymore. Meanwhile, the unlucky Dao couple had already lost their lives in the snake's mouth. Xuanxiao couldn't even wait to take a second look at those two. A gentleman doesn't save. At least I got revenge for you guys. After he beheaded Fong Sanyang, he didn't stay. The figure flickered off into the distance. Sanyang, bastard, don't go. Loud shouts rang out behind them, as well as the sound of breaking air. Xuanxiao drilled headfirst into the forest. The two men with broken arms followed close behind. The two happened to have one missing left arm and one missing right arm. Both brothers held a favorable view of Fong Sanyang. But now that Fong Sanyang had been victimized by this person, how could they not hate? Although he is now at the Jindan stage, he has just passed through the thunder tribulation and is weak. The two of us who have perfected our foundation establishment will still be able to kill him. Avenge Sanyang. Careful. The voice came to an abrupt halt. The poisonous mist exploded, instantly dazing the duo. Immediately after that, poisonous needles shot out from all directions. Xuanxiao lured the people chasing towards him into the traps he had set up. He had long ago planned his escape route in advance, just in case there was such a situation. The people in hot pursuit behind them were either hit by the puppet's poison needles or trapped by the vines that came with the spells and then killed by the toxins in them. Then again, it's just setting off a series of explosions. After Xuanxiao ran out 100 miles, there were no more pursuers behind him. Resolved. Little thief, do you think Laofu's Jindan realm is just for show? The crippled old man fell from the sky. The loss of all his men in one breath made him extremely irritated. The other party was worthy of being someone who could cultivate into a superlative Jindan. However, the thought of being able to possess the super-grade golden elixir made it worthwhile for all of his men to die. The crippled old man was directly prepared to penetrate Li Xuanxiao's chest with a single strike. There was also a gap in the Jindan realm. Not to mention that the other party had just finished their tribulation at this time, and had not yet had enough time to digest the power brought by this super-quality Jindan. A heavy, muffled sound came from his hand, and his opponent's chest was not penetrated. On the contrary, the crippled old man felt a suction force that absorbed all of his full force strike. Roar dash. Vaguely it seemed that the sound of a dragon's roar was heard. Hotian's spiritual treasure. The crippled old man was surprised and delighted. The innate spiritual treasure is in the body, and the superlative Jindan. Thank God for this reward. He couldn't help but laugh maniacally. However, the next second he felt dizzy and weak. He didn't even notice that a tiny cut had appeared on his finger at some point. The venom of the gold and silver blood snake. In the beginning, Lin Wanqing, being a Jindan great perfection, was also blessed with a bloodline. Even then, it was still straight up unconsciousness, and the crippled old man was far less powerful than Lin Wanqing. The toxin enters the body and kills instantly. God's gifts and crises always come at the same time. It's up to you to grasp which one. Xuanxiao was worried that the toxin wouldn't be able to poison his opponent and didn't forget to make up for it. Then he continued to flee without looking back. It's too late to even touch the body. You can't be greedy at this moment. Further greed can easily cost lives. there was some dizziness in front of his eyes, and he seemed to be holding on for dear life. One must find a place to recuperate. Chapter 43 Rules. The 5 split puppets vanished in different directions. The real Xuanxiao, on the other hand, used the earth escape technique and darted beneath the ground like a little gopher. One must find a place to rest soon. This perfect golden Dan would definitely attract a lot of attention. I'm afraid I've been targeted myself. Xuanxiao had been digging into the ground at an oblique angle. Keep moving forward while maintaining depth. The 2 puppets output wildly. Xuanxiao himself was sandwiched between the puppets and sank his eyes shut. He was just too weak. Before going to sleep, he gave the golem the order to slow down the digging. But don't stop. Puppet replacement operation. Xuanxiao then adjusted the rhythm of his breathing, and his entire body gradually relaxed, as if he had entered a tranquil world isolated from the rest of the world. He just sat there quietly, like a sleeping statue. However, underneath his seemingly calm exterior, a series of marvelous things are actually happening. Xuanxiao's consciousness gradually immersed into the interior of his body and began to carefully probe and repair those meridians and acupoints that had been damaged due to the previous robbery. At the same time, he didn't ignore the subtle changes in his surroundings, always staying alert to the outside world. The epiphanies after the transmigration were like a gentle breeze that gently blew across the depths of his mind, causing ripples. Being pulled by this force, Xuanxiao couldn't help but fall into a deeper level of thinking. He began to recall all the hardships, the strange encounters and chances he had experienced since embarking on the path of immortal cultivation, tasting the cycle of birth and death and the impermanence of all things in the world, pondering the true meaning and value of one's existence in this vast universe. So full 3 months later, only then did Xuanxiao reawaken. The Jindan stage feeds on the aura of heaven and earth and no longer needs to consume grains. So even if he didn't eat or drink for 3 months, Xuanxiao still felt in a full state. This feels so good. After Xuanxiao had experienced it in detail, he then remembered where he was now. The 2 puppets turned their heads to look at him when they saw him awaken. For some reason, at this moment, Xuanxiao actually felt the grudges of the 2 puppets. Oh, sure enough, long hours of overtime puppeteer can't stand it. Xuanxiao immediately took them back into the palm of his hand, and the 2 puppets returned into wooden figurines. Xuanxiao broke the ground again like a gopher. As soon as Xuanxiao poked his head out, he immediately sensed that something was wrong. Unable to operate spiritual energy. What's going on? He hurriedly tried to vanish again, but it was no longer available. And even getting his body out of the ground completely was very laborious. Xuanxiao's forehead was covered in sweat, and it took him a lot of effort to break out the body below his head from the ground. He looked around, ready to be attacked, but after waiting for a long time, he didn't see any movement from the other side. He seemed to be in the middle of a small town at the moment. Just as Xuanxiao was puzzled, a line appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Rockwater Rules. Rule number 1, no one is allowed to leave the town. You may not leave the town at will. Rule number 2, there must be a candle around at night and it must not be extinguished. Rule number 3, no redcoats allowed in Rockwater. Rule number 4, please find a suitable partner within 7 days and get married in front of the crowd. Rule number 5, new residents to the town should report to the government office within 3 days. Rule number 6, anyone who enters the government office will permanently lose all 5 senses. Rule number 7, the temple of the mountain is safe. Rule number 8, there will be dangerous beasts in the temple of the mountain god. Rule 9, there are no constables in small towns. Rule no. 10, the man in black is the constable, and what the constable says must be listened to. Rule number 11, town residents are not allowed to divulge information about the town. A full 11 rules, which stayed for a while, disappeared from sight. Where did this come from for me? Is this still the Middle Kingdom? Xuanxiao sat down in place and slowed down for a moment. The thoughts were soon sorted out. It looked like he had mistakenly entered a certain cavernous place. In fact, the so-called cavernous blessed land nowadays was the place where many great powers of the harmonization stage had died. These great powers at the stage of merging were already able to change the realm of reality with their own will. It was only that the rules set by these ensemble stage powers couldn't be too out of the ordinary. That is, it is too contrary to reality. After the death of these great powers at the stage of merging, their instance would be transformed into nourishment for the heavenly Tao and eventually dissipate into this world. Many great powers are not willing to die like this, so they create rules through their abilities. Seal a place so that your aura will not leak out. The more comers you trap at the same time, the more comers you trap, the more powerful these harmonization stage powers would become. The more likely they would accomplish the purpose of resurrecting from the dead and reviving themselves at the end of the day. But at the same time, the place trapped by the harmonization stage was rich in aura. It is favorable for cultivators to cultivate, so it is also known as the Cave of Heavenly Bliss. There were some bold cultivators who would specialize in seeking out the rule places of these harmonious stage powers. Then the righteous ran into the monks. but the end result was all reduced to a handful of yellow earth. But if every harmonized stage cultivator did this, or relied on the harmonized stage cultivators of powerful clans, just die. Just find a random city and revive yourself with this practice. I don't know how many innocent people's lives will be killed. Therefore, this method is expressly prohibited by all major immortal sects, and once discovered will immediately forcefully disperse the rules of this place, and to split the souls of conjoined cultivators into pieces. I'm so lucky my mom opened the door for Lucky to be home. Li Xuanxiao properly recalled the rules of the party. There are a lot of contradictions in the rules. For example, Rule V versus Rule 6. Rule 5 requires new residents to the town to report to the officials within 3 days. But Rule 6 says that anyone who enters the government house will permanently lose all 5 senses. Rule 9 says the town doesn't have a constable. Rule 10 but says the man in black is a constable. It looked like it was getting late. Li Xuanxiao recalled what Rule 2 said. That one must have a candle beside him when night comes. He walked down the verdant street. The town was unusually quiet at the moment. It seems as if no trace of human life exists here. Here Li Xuanxiao couldn't use his mana, which made him a little uneasy. Soon, he saw an inn. The inn was brightly lit, and the second man lazily raised his eyes at the sight of an unfamiliar face. Sir, are you staying? Chapter 44, Breaking the Rules. Stay. Li Xuanxiao fished out some money from his pocket. At this time a few more cultivators walked in from outside. Senior brother, what's going on here? I can't use my mana, and I can't get out even if I want to. I've never encountered this kind of strange thing before. I don't know. Find someone and ask. Junior had just given Li Xuanxiao the key to his room. Wan Qi, the senior brother of the three, then walked over, arching his hand in greeting. This brother-in-law is my disciple Wan Qi of Qingmen Mountain. Dare I ask what's going on here? Mount Qingmen? Li Xuanxiao searched his mind and did not find the name of this sect. The odds are that it's just some small, silent clan. The highest cultivation level of these three, Wan Qi, was only at the 4th level of Qi refining. It was thought that they didn't even know that the harmonization stage was able to make rules and such things. And there's no way to know. Li Xuanxiao then explained to the three of them. As if they had heard something unbelievable, the three of them revealed stunned expressions. Li Xuanxiao barked a few more words. Just be careful with everything here. When she was also busy saying, thank you for informing me. Since we have entered this place by mistake, we can take care of each other next. Li Xuanxiao nodded and did not refuse. Li Xuanxiao didn't really think that there was a lot of power in a crowd, and this situation could play any role here. It's just that I see that these three are also new to the world and hot-blooded young warriors, so if I can help, I'll help. It is a basic rule that people of the righteous path help each other. There is no reason to see death, unless you meet a special situation. Li Xuanxiao came to his room. Stay at the inn and get 2 free candles. The candle windshield is covered with a light. Li Xuanxiao lit the candle. He didn't have time to rest, but quickly thought about a countermeasure. Other rules are not urgent, but Rule 5 makes it so that new residents to the town have to report to the officials within 3 days. And Rule number 6 says that anyone who enters the government office permanently loses all 5 senses. If one does not report to the authorities, one is in violation of Rule V. I'm afraid I'll be obliterated on the spot. Although he himself had refined a superlative golden pill, the gap with the harmonization stage was too great. If one reports to the authorities, then one will permanently lose all 5 senses. Sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch. Just then, a conversation suddenly came from next door, and it sounded very familiar. Zhang sweetheart, my pure yang body is actually going to be broken today. It can't be helped. Who made us come here and have to love each other? Heaven forbid. Please feel free to ravage me. 5 seconds passed. Sweetheart Chang, what would you say the meaning of life is? Li Xuanxiao placed his ear on the wall, and only after making sure that the person on the other side was Zhang Sweetheart did he knock on the door of the other side's room. It was only after a long time that Zhang Sweetheart grated and opened the door. Once he saw that it was Li Xuanxiao, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. Ramblings. The three of them sat around the candle in the middle of Li Xuanxiao's room. According to Zhang Sweetheart, he had wanted to return to the sect after escaping from the hands of the Shurahal's imperial daughter Fong with Li Xuanxiao that time. But I'm afraid of the emperor's daughter Phoenix's revenge. After all, he didn't have a backer as hard as Li Xuanxiao, so he went into hiding. And when he overheard that a number of people had disappeared here, he came to investigate, but he didn't expect to be trapped here. As for the female cultivator beside him, she was a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect and came with him. The two remembered the rule that they must find a mate and consummate the great marriage within 7 days. So, Li Xuanxiao saw Zhang Sweetheart's problem at a glance. Too much theory and a fondness for training matches. So once you get to the real world, it doesn't work. Of course, this is not the time for that. You haven't reported to the authorities yet? Aha. Zhang Sweetheart and Han Yao nodded at the same time. Han Yao said, "That rule is just too anti-human." On the other hand, Zhang Sweetheart said, "Many people in this town have lost their five senses, but there are many others who haven't. So I guess there are ways to cope with it, only that they won't tell me if I ask them." Li Xuanxiao nodded. Rule 11. The residents of the town are not allowed to divulge information about the town, the most important of which is the rule, so we can only think of ways to deal with it on our own. Han Yao sighed and said rather demoralizingly, "Tomorrow is the last day. I don't know how many people have blundered in here and died. There are countless graves in the town before some of them finally figured out the rules." There was no talk all night. On the following day, Li Xuanxiao, Zhang Sweetheart, Han Yao, and when she arrived at the entrance of the official residence, not only them, but more than a dozen others who had mistakenly entered this place at the same time. As they made their way over, they could see many people on the streets. They just sat there on the sides of the street waiting desperately for death to come. Forcibly deprived of their five senses, they could feel nothing, touch nothing, hear nothing, and could only let time pass here. And in the whole town, there are only a handful of normal people. Seeing this scene, the thought of being in this state was more torture than death. The crowd stood in front of the official gate, looking at me and me at you. None of them dared to go in first. Seeing that time was passing by, Zhang Sweetheart finally couldn't hold back. "I'm going to see what's going on in there. I'll take the lead." Li Xuanxiao glanced at him. After previous encounters, he found out Zhang Sweetheart is a good person, except for his bad brain. Li Xuanxiao reached out and stopped him. In fact, he had already thought of a way to deal with this last night. What he needed to think about now was how to tell the others about the solution. Small town residents are not allowed to voluntarily divulge town news. They were now considered town residents. And even if they knew the solution to the problem, they couldn't tell each other. To do otherwise is to violate the rules. A gentleman does not save. When one sees others suffering and has a desire to help, and when it does not cost much to do so, one should naturally reach out and help. However, if the cost of rescuing others is too great for you, so great that it costs you your own life, then you can stop rescuing. There is no need to feel guilty when this happens. After all, one must love oneself before one can love others. If Li Xuanxiao met this situation, he would not hesitate. Only at the moment, he figured out a way to do it without breaking the rules. No unsolicited leaks allowed. Sure enough, all the solutions are in the rules. He walked up to the crowd. Facing the crowd, they all looked at him uncertainly. Li Xuanxiao pressed his sword finger at his forehead. Deprivation of the sense of touch, followed by insertion of the eyes, then the ears, and the abolition of the sense of smell. This scene startled the crowd present, and they all subconsciously stepped back, thinking that he was crazy. "This hasn't even entered the government office to report for duty. How come you've deprived yourself of your five senses first?" Li Xuanxiao did not say anything and turned around to walk towards the official residence. A voice sounded deep in his heart. "Who is the visitor?" Li Xuanxiao then responded, "New resident of Luoshui town." Li Xuanxiao. Good. Li Xuanxiao turned around and left the official residence. The moment he retraced his steps out of the official residence, the crowd was surprised. At this moment, Li Xuanxiao's five senses had recovered as much as they could. Since anyone who enters the government house loses all five senses permanently, then those who have lost their five senses will not lose them when they enter the government office. Chapter 45, Harmonization Stage. Is this Empress Phoenix going through menopause lately? Why does it keep changing ways to find me to fight? Lu Qiushui had just finished fighting with Empress Phoenix and returned to the middle of the cave. Who? She exhaled softly. Sooner or later, I'll kill this guy. I haven't gotten to her yet for what happened last time. Lu Qiushui couldn't help but think of that teenager named Murong Mor again. She reached for her shoulder. That teenager. Not exactly obnoxious. Think back to the scene. Lu Qiushui had never had that kind of experience in her life. After all, she had been a holy maiden at birth, with a supreme status. No one can disobey himself, and it is a great dishonor to even look at him. But just like that, in the cave, she herself appeared so watery in front of that teenager. At that time, Lu Qiushui was unusually weak. She had never been in that state before. Never met a teenager like that either. It's a shame to die like that. No way. At the thought of this, Lu Qiushui's eyes were once again filled with angry fire. Imperial Nymph Phoenix. The guy who was stabbed by 1,000 knives. He has been at odds with himself since he was a child. Now, it's amazing that he killed his benefactor. Lu Qiushui was about to walk out quickly. This is the time to hand down the newspaper. Heaven's Fury Hall. Another former harmonization stage elder was going to retell it. Lu Qiushui glanced at the name on the token. Elder Sikong. Lu Qiushui recalled. Elder Sikong probably died 500 years ago. After they died, they set up a ban around them, and then they were hidden by the people of the Heavenly Fury Hall. so as not to let the other righteous paths find out. Now that so many years have passed, it looks like it was finally able to be resurrected. Lu Jiushui nodded. It looks like the battle power of the harmonization stage can be increased by one more. She hesitated. Let's go. It's better to go see Elder Sikong first. Where is Elder Sikong? Rockwater. Rockwater. Watching Li Xuanxiao cut off his own 5 senses and walk into the official residence, the crowd was dumbfounded. But after they saw Li Xuanxiao walk out of the official residence and his 5 senses were restored again, one by one, they understood Li Xuanxiao's approach all at once. Loopholes between rules. So they quickly followed Li Xuanxiao's initiative and abolished their 5 senses. Honestly, not many people have the realization to do something like this, but now that his life is at stake, he can only be ruthless. So at the door of the government office, the wailing went on and on. Senior brother, I don't want to live, just bear with it. Back to the inn. Lu Jing pondered Rule 4 again. Please find a suitable partner within 7 days and have the big wedding in the presence of all. How is this even forcing someone to find a partner? What is the fetish of this merging stage powerhouse? Like to see a blind date? Zheng's sweetheart told Lu Jing not to worry about this matter. It was wrapped up in him. He'll go outside and find a female friar. Li Xuanxiao did not refuse, although he was not willing to do so. But nowadays it's a good idea to find a suitable match first, even if it's an insurance policy. However, Li Xuanxiao had never thought of getting married, and getting married was equivalent to taking up karma. It would affect one's cultivation. And if one were to cross the threshold and ascend in the future, perhaps one's dream of becoming an immortal would be cut short because of the earthly karma. In fact, as long as one resolved the forbidden area of rules left behind by this harmonious realm within a period of 7 days, one would be able to get stuck with the bug. Li Xuanxiao pondered silently. If he couldn't find a way to escape within 7 days, it wouldn't be too late to get married again. Zheng's sweetheart does do things very well. Soon, a female cultivator was found. The female cultivator didn't look very old and had a timid appearance. My name is Li Mengyun. I don't have a clan. It was running out behind my family's back. Li Mengyun carefully glanced at the person he would be marrying in 7 days. Mediocre. Is really mediocre and nothing of note. Is that what I'm going to marry? Li Mengyun was greatly disappointed. This was nothing like the jungle he had fantasized about before. She should have met a super invincibly handsome and cold master. Not only was this master not only powerful, but also cold and ruthless, but he had fallen in love with himself. But now, Li Mengyun huffed, somewhat aggrieved. Li Xuanxiao didn't see the other party's emotions, briefly introduced himself, and immersed himself in his thoughts again. He had one more thing to verify. As he gazed down the street, he saw 2 constables dressed in black appear on the street. Their eyes wandered over a few people. Suddenly one of the constables pointed at a few people and said, "The few of you kill each other so that the last one can live." A few people froze. Rule No. 10, the man in black is the constable. And what the constable says must be listened to. They look at me and I look at you. The constable duo warned with their arms wrapped around their chests. Told you there wasn't a lot of time. Finally, under threat of death, someone did. One person made a move. And the remaining few people also made a move at the same time. Unable to use spells, they fought most brutally with the weapons in their hands. Blood stained the ground. The one who eventually survived exhaled heavily and stood in a pool of blood. The 2 constables nodded in satisfaction and leisurely walked into the inn. At the sight of this scene, the town's inhabitants all hid far away. As for the newcomers, they were greatly shocked. Li Mengyun became even more frightened. It was nothing like the jungle of her dreams. This was so wrong. She wanted to go home. Don't want to meet any cold masters. Let's go. Li Xuanxiao got up and headed downstairs. Seeing this, Zheng's sweetheart hurriedly pulled him back. Those 2 constables are still downstairs. Don't want to die. It's because the constable is there, Li Xuanxiao said. Zheng's sweetheart was uncertain. Li Xuanxiao broke away from him and walked downstairs alone. At this moment inside the inn, all the guests who were here just now ran far away, not daring to appear with these 2 constables at all. The 2 constables ate and drank recklessly. Well, there's a shortage of singers. The fat constable touched the grease stains on his mouth, and his gaze fell on Li Mengyun, who was probing from the stairway. You, come over here and sing a tune. Li Mengyun's body stiffened and her face turned pale, but she didn't dare to disobey. She trembled as she walked on. The fat constable looked at her with narrowed eyes. New here? Just listen to us here, okay? Li Mengyun nodded. The fat constable continued. Well, look good. Take off your clothes and sing. Li Mengyun trembled. Chapter 46, Weighing the Pros and Cons. The thin constable laughed. Time is running out. Little beauty, take it off quickly. It would be a pity if you die later. A silver light suddenly swept through the inn, cold and piercing. Li Xuanxiao was holding a long sword, and the sword's line of blood turned into beads of blood rolling down. Along with the beads of blood, the thin constable's head fell. The fat constable was stunned, completely not expecting that someone would dare to make a move against them. Amidst Li Mengyun's tearful eyes, she saw that plain and unimpressive figure suddenly rushing up. Not how handsome, much less as handsome and worldly as the one depicted in the talking books and novels, but call it a feeling. Although he couldn't use his mana in this place, his martial arts skills were still there. Li Xuanxiao exerted one arm and smashed the fat constable's mouth full of teeth with a single punch. If you have to listen to what the constable says, then you don't have to listen if you don't say anything. The fat constable just wanted to speak, but his mouth was suddenly bloodied and he couldn't say a word. Li Xuanxiao didn't give him a chance to react, grabbing his fat head and slamming it headfirst into the floor, knocking a crater out of the wooden floor. Li Xuanxiao held his sword in one hand and stabbed towards his opponent's neck, only heard a muffled pft sound. The other party's neck was torn open, blood splattered and flesh separated, and finally the entire head was taken off by Li Xuanxiao. Hot blood poured out, staining Li Xuanxiao's face. It was the first time Li Mengyun had seen such a bloody scene. She looked at Li Xuanxiao, very strangely not feeling scared. On the contrary, at this moment, that plain and unattractive face, but because of the blood stained, in Li Mengyun's eyes added a few points of valor and handsome. Li Xuanxiao turned his head and pointed the tip of his sword at Li Mengyun. Strip! Li Mengyun was stunned. Li Xuanxiao chopped through with a sword. The tip of the sword traced an arc with precision. Li Mengyun's upper body clothing suddenly slipped off. Li Mengyun instantly shrieked out in shock. Li Xuanxiao threw his own clothes to her, then stopped caring about her and turned his head to unravel the black clothes of the constable on the ground. Rule 9. There are no constables in small towns. Rule No. 10. The man in black is the constable, and what the constable says must be listened to. Small towns don't have constables. You just have to wear black to be a constable. What the constable says, the others must follow. Then the constable would naturally be killed. It's not like he's invincible as such. Rule number 12. The constable can freely come and go from Luoshui town, attracting more people to enter Luoshui town. And when there are more than 1,000 people, he will be given the opportunity to leave Luoshui town. And after leaving, he will lose all his memories about Luoshui town. Just the moment Li Xuanxiao put on black, the additional 12th rule appeared before him. Only for catchers. Free access to rock water? Then wouldn't it be better if he just became a constable, left the town, and reported what happened here to the clan? However, Li Xuanxiao quickly dismissed this thought. If he followed the rules and left this place, the odds are that one also has to abide by the rules of the town, which means that one cannot reveal information about the town to anyone. Rigor. Li Xuanxiao put away the other black dress, lest someone use this to kill himself. Outside of Rockwater, Lu Qiushui stared daggers at Luoshui town. Or rather she was staring at Li Xuanxiao of Luoshui town. Still alive? Murong Mor was still alive and had even entered the forbidden system left by Elder Sikong by mistake. Lu Qiushui simply did not expect to meet Li Xuanxiao, who was under the alias Murong Mor. Here, in Lu Qiushui's opinion, he should have already died at the hands of Empress Phoenix. Afterwards, she also poked around Shushan and confirmed that Murong Mor was dead. For this matter, Lu Qiushui was once a little sad. There aren't many people in the world who can make Ryu Qiushui like this. So when he met Li Xuanxiao again, Lu Qiushui Fan was still hesitant to make a move to fish the person out. But soon, she dismissed the thought. Once he himself made a forceful move, he brought out the person in the restraints. Then it will destroy the prohibition left behind by Elder Sikong. With his own strength, Elder Sikong will not be able to wake up after his restraints are broken. To be for a Shushan disciple who saved his life, and kill a great power in the Shura Hall at the stage of merging? Lu Qiushui was caught in a state of hesitation. This is the reality. It's not some female fix-it novel. It's also not a male fixer-upper. As the head of the demon sect, Lu Qiushui might occasionally get a little tired of his current life. It could also be because at some point, it was interested in Li Xuanxiao, a teenager who had somehow sort of saved his life. But that's all. Lu Qiushui can choose to save Li Xuanxiao, can reward him with treasures, can grant him status. Of course that was for the case where Ryu Qiushui was unburdened. It's like how humans will often give their favorite pets snacks. That's what it feels like. But really, when it comes to giving something, and that something will hurt Lu Qiushui, then Lu Qiushui will have to think about it. A harmonization stage compared to Li Xuanxiao's weight. Lu Qiushui could naturally choose to save Li Xuanxiao for the sake of her own happiness, but it's not like she owns the Shura Palace. Forcibly intervening in the prohibition was tantamount to killing Elder Sikong. Then how do you explain yourself to the other executives? Just to save a Shushan disciple. It's not worth it. After a short period of thinking and weighing the pros and cons, Lu Qiushui made his choice. I'll pretend you're dead and make it up to your family. Lu Qiushui said in his mind. This person seems to have grasped the loopholes in the rules left behind by Elder Sikong. There won't be any accidents, right? On the side, a disciple of the Heavenly Fury Hall saw that Li Xuanxiao had already put on the black clothes of a constable and could not help but feel a little worried. What's there to worry about? Elder Sikong is a great power at the harmonization stage. Lu Qiushui slightly raised his eyebrows. This possibility seemed to be too low. Luoshui Town. In the middle of the Mountain God Temple. Rule number 7, the Temple of the Mountain is safe. Rule number 8, there will be dangerous beasts in the Mountain Temple. Li Xuanxiao held a candle and walked into the middle of the Mountain God Temple alone in the darkness. The Mountain God Temple didn't look big on the outside, but when you walked in, you realized that there was a lot of space inside. A huge green dragon was perched here, its huge body occupying almost half of the entire space of the temple. Each scale flashed with a cold light, emitting an ancient and powerful aura, and the sharp dragon teeth were like sharp swords, sending shivers down one's spine, as if they would open their bloody mouths and roar out at any moment. Standing in front of this green dragon, an unparalleled pressure came over one's face, crushing one's breath. This fear did not come from a physical threat, but from a soulful reverence for an unknown power. Qinglong teasingly looked at Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao also looked at him. Suddenly, the green dragon opened its huge mouth and devoured towards Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao's figure did not move. The green dragon roars and the candle flame goes out. Rule number 2, there must be a candle around at night and it must not be extinguished. At this moment, the only candle around Li Xuanxiao went out. It was just that Li Xuanxiao stood still, allowing the green dragon to roar and flail in front of him. The mountain temple is safe. Chapter 47, Life in the Morning, Death in the Evening. Lu Qiushui looked at Li Xuanxiao, who had intruded into the mountain god temple alone, and sighed softly and inaudibly. The key to this prohibition was in the mountain god temple. Li Xuanxiao was indeed very clever. Unfortunately, he was only half right. I'll remember you. Saved my little guy. But that's about it. It can only be counted as your destiny. Lu Qiushui was able to sit in this position today, and naturally knew how to make trade-offs. Lu Qiushui took another look at the figure of the teenager in the forbidden system and turned around to leave the place. The few of you stand guard here to welcome Elder Sikong's revival. Yes, the power of the ban was enough, and it was estimated to be just a day or two away. Elder Sikong would then revive, and by then the entire forbidden people would be dead. Lu Qiushui couldn't bear to see that teenager die. It's just a matter of time. Rockwater. Li Xuanxiao stood in the middle of the mountain god temple, not caring at all about the green dragon that was coiled here. Hurry up! The black-clad constable quickly ran to the mountain temple. Anyone inside, listen, come out quickly. The rules of the town of Rockwater require you to listen to the constable. But now you're a constable yourself. Li Xuanxiao glanced at the clothes he was wearing. Just as the constables outside were yelling, Zhang Sweetheart suddenly appeared. A palm directly shattered a constable's throat. Although the cultivation was gone, the physical strength was still there. Stop it! A constable shouted. Zhang Sweetheart doesn't stop at all, throwing punches and kicks. Under the night he was wearing black clothes like he was blending into the darkness, and he took care of all the constables outside the mountain god temple in 3 tries. It was only when Li Xuanxiao saw the scene that he thought about his next move. He took off his black clothes and disengaged his constable status, revealing a red coat inside. Upon closer inspection, that's not a red shirt at all. Rather, it was his inner lining, only with blood seeping into it, turning the originally white lining into a bright red color. Rule number 3, no red coats allowed in Rockwater. There are no red coats at all in Rockwater. Rule number 7, the temple of the mountain is safe. Li Xuanxiao's sword pointed at the mountain god statue. Just the moment he put on the red coat, new rules appeared before his eyes. Rule 13, destroy the mountain god and leave Luoshui town. Rule 13, the shrine revived and appeared in front of Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao was covered in a murderous aura, ready to fight. It was a middle-aged man who was all poetic and scholarly, gentle and elegant, and even carried a vast aura on his body, like a Confucian monk. What's going on? This young Taoist friend, how about listening to me? The middle-aged man spoke anxiously. Stalling? Li Xuanxiao's knees sank down, as if he was about to storm up in the next second. The middle-aged man pointed with one hand. Memories that did not belong to Li Xuanxiao were instilled into his mind. Zhang Haoran, Haoran's sword. It's also considered a little famous, and one person has supported a sect. It's just that his sword has a flaw. In order to make up for the flaw, this is why he secretly joined the Heavenly Fury Hall. An unintentional rampage during a breakthrough killed all the disciples within his sect. Zhang Haoran then completely lost the meaning of living, and was only interested in seeking death. Except that he met a mayfly in the form of a gargoyle on his way to commit suicide. The girl who was transformed into a mayfly said, "Since you want to seek death, why don't you stay with me for a day?" This day was like a lifetime for Zhang Haoran. That girl gave him something to live for. It's just that mayflies live and die, and they can meet the aura of transformation and take human form to spend a day to finish their life. It would be a great honor. Zhang Haoren said. We did a lot of things, worshipped heaven and earth, and she is already my wife. But even then I couldn't save her. I'd never seen a mayfly before, and by the time I reacted, my wife was gone, and that was her whole life. I can't save her. Even if I were a great power at the stage of merging, I couldn't bring the dead back to life. But as long as I can do it after I die, by utilizing this confinement, I will be able to use all of my power to bring her back to life, like a normal person who can live the life they want. Zhang Haoren looked at Li Xuanxiao with tears in his eyes and said somewhat chokingly, So Taoist, I'm not doing this for myself. I've been a damned man myself for a long time. I just want to fulfill her dream. Please, she's innocent. It's going to work. It's going to work. Can you wait a little longer? This confinement will be gone soon. She hasn't seen the sea. She hasn't seen the bustle of the capital city. She hasn't ridden in a carriage. She hasn't eaten a candy man. She deserves it all. Saying that, the shrine that was transformed by this ensemble stage powerhouse unexpectedly knelt down in front of Li Xuanxiao. I can give you whatever you want. I'll repay your favor after I die. All I ask is that you give her a chance. If I have to go to the 18 layers of hell, let me go. I just want your life. Li Xuanxiao ran his sword through the shrine's head. Ah! Zhang Haoren was shocked and stared angrily at Li Xuanxiao. Why? Li Xuanxiao didn't explain and chopped off the shrine's head with a sword. The principle of killing before speaking is fully upheld. She gave you a chance, and since it was her destiny to die in the morning, why should you force yourself? You have been with her all her life when she met you and saved you from attempting suicide in despair. Unfortunately, you're too obsessed and you're pushing for it. How many innocent people have been buried at your hands for this? And all you know is that your girl hasn't seen the bustle of the capital, hasn't been on a horse-drawn carriage, hasn't eaten a candy man, but the innocent people you killed, who are they going to claim for their great lives? Zhang Haoren, I understand why your swordsmanship was flawed and why you went berserk while practicing. It was your choices that brewed the person you are today. I am not willing. I'm not willing. The confinement of Luoshuwei town was gradually disappearing, and the entire Luoshuwei town echoed with Zhang Haoren's voice. I won't let you go even as a ghost. I won't let you go. I'll be watching you forever. I'll drag you into infernal hell. In the face of Zhang Haoren's curses, Li Xuanxiao was indifferent. Zhang Haoren, you deserve all this. I'm going to kill you. Li Xuanxiao turned a deaf ear. The town of Luoshuwei completely dissipated. Then buried along with Luoshuwei town were the countless white bones that had mistakenly entered Luoshuwei town. Chapter 48, Girl, you're playing with fire. The outskirts of Luoshuwei town. Gone. It looks like Lord Sikong is ready to revive. The Sky Fiend Hall disciples guarding the periphery clearly felt the changes in Luoshuwei town. That said, this is shorter than the temple master expected. Does that mean we're free for a few days? Ha ha ha, you kids want to go pick flowers again? I'm telling you, don't mess around. Wait for everything until you see Lord Sikong. A few of you have a word for it. Oblivious to the fact that a figure was approaching them at full speed, Li Xuanxiao fell, and did not, as it were, erupt in a blazing sword aura, and not even a hint of breeze was stirred around him. But just before the crowd had time to react, the sword swiftly traveled through the crowd at a speed that was almost difficult to catch with the naked eye. Each stroke of the sword's blade reaped an enemy's life with unerring precision. The blood beads all erupted after Li Xuanxiao retracted his sword. Li Xuanxiao quickly disappeared, making sure that these evil cultivators didn't have any toxins hidden inside their bodies that would explode once they died. It was then burned clean in a single fire. Li Xuanxiao's divine sense was liberalized to make sure that no one was around. This was a small sigh of relief. Has it been 2 days already? Li Xuanxiao internally inspected his body. Well, it's trapped in the middle of a cave, though, but the aura contained in it was really beneficial to himself. It was only 2 short days though. As the band disappeared, all the rules naturally followed. The people trapped here didn't run away, but stood numbly in the town, looking at me and me at you. They seem to have gotten used to life here a long time ago. As for those who had lost all 5 senses, they remained snuggled up against the wall, feeling nothing at all. The rules disappeared, but their 5 senses were still closed. Zhang's sweetheart crossed his arms and laughed out loud. It's just a mere stage of conjugation. I'm invincible in the world when I join hands with my brotherly. With that, he muttered to himself. The two of us are so fated. The world is so big successively can meet twice, and are in danger. Murphy, this is the will of heaven. Simply worship with brotherly. Give up this dangerous idea of yours. Li Xuanxiao, who was secretly peering, said in his heart. Li Mengyun originally even prepared a suicide note. Now after the robbery, the whole body is weak. There is always an unreal feeling. Is it over? It's been too long, a few short days. Li Mengyun remembered Li Xuanxiao, who had saved his life twice, and looked around. Where is everyone? Why is he gone? Li Mengyun couldn't help but recall the scene not too long ago, the figure when he was about to be humiliated. The bloodstained face is so magnificent. Li Mengyun's cheeks blushed slightly. He seems to have found the hero of a novel. Just as she was thinking about it, Zhang's sweetheart inadvertently found the letter that Li Xuanxiao had left for him in advance. He has left first. What? Li Mengyun was a bit tentative. Said he had a master's order and was injured and needed to go back and recuperate. Li Mengyun looked disappointed, then turned and whispered, he is a Shushan disciple. Right. Such a big favor, I should go and thank him properly. Is Li Xuanxiao in the dark, confused face? Girl, you're playing with fire. Zhang's sweetheart flipped over the note with 6 big words on it. See you in the jungle. Li Mengyun's small mouth bulged slightly. In the letter, Li Xuanxiao also asked Zhang's sweetheart to help those in the town who had their 5 senses sealed if it was convenient. Zhang's sweetheart did not refuse and led these people towards the division. As for Li Xuanxiao, after everyone had left, he set up a simple large spell formation around Luoshui town and recited the past life mantra. Let those who die here return to dust and ashes. He also subsequently found a number of letters among the bodies. Some are wanderers who have received a letter from home. I have not been home for 10 years, and I miss my family at home. But I didn't want to fall into this place by mistake on my way home. Others came with a marriage contract, thinking that somewhere, a good woman was waiting for him. Other letters were written to be carried with them, knowing that they had no hope of escaping here. I hope that my brother will take good care of his parents. And as for his wife, let her remarry. There are written to their unborn children, may all be well. At the end of the letter, leave the name of the family and where they live. If someone can find this letter and happens to pass by the house, I hope that they can hand it over to their family, so that they don't have to worry about it all day long. Li Xuanxiao sat on the grass and opened the letters one after another. Li Xuanxiao put these letters away one by one and quickly vanished. Months later, early morning sunshine fell on the village. Early in the morning, to get up ready to busy farming couple found placed by the door a letter paper, and 5 silver. The couple and their youngest son, who could not read, took it to their eldest daughter-in-law. The eldest daughter-in-law had read some books, and after reading them for a good while, she could not help bawling her eyes out, crying tears and snot dripping down his nose. The child in his arms didn't understand. He just patted his mother's face with his hand. Li Xuanxiao, who was looking at this scene from afar, sighed softly and inaudibly. It is true that Zhang Haoran's Mayfly girl was born in the morning and died in the evening. He could be willing to put his life on the line for the Mayfly girl who gave him hope. But how many families have been torn apart behind the scenes? And how innocent are the living beings? After delivering the last letter, Li Xuanxiao rushed back to Mount Shu without stopping. The way of ruthlessness is never heartless, but the way of the Cthulhu, the great love of selflessness. Having embarked on the path of cultivation, why bother to cling to that mortal matter? Enchantment leads to the suffering of the cycle of rebirth, but enlightenment leads to the broadening of heaven and earth. The cycle of cause and effect is long. If the world is full of unsatisfactory things, the more you cling to them, the more bitter they become. The best example of this is this hoary one. Are you saying that just at this moment when I left, the restriction was broken? Elder Sikong is dead? The outer disciples are still missing? Inside the Shura hall, Lu Qiushui slightly raised her pretty willow leaf eyebrows. The disciple who came to report the news to the order-transmitting disciple didn't dare to move a muscle. Lu Qiushui suddenly laughed. That disciple was even more frightened, to the point that his face was bloodless and he was shaking like a sieve. The hall master was all but exasperated and laughed. I was the one who underestimated him. So go down. Lu Qiushui waved his hand carelessly. The disciple was like an amnesty and left in a hurry. Lu Qiushui's slender fingers tapped slightly on the seat's handle position. To be able to form a perfect golden dan and break the prohibitions of the harmonization stage, one is really not an idle person. It's a pity. Since he's not dead, why didn't he come to the Shura palace to find me? Lu Qiushui spoke softly to himself. Lu Qiushui casually waved his hand and a round mirror appeared in front of him. With a flick of the wrist, the face of a man emerges from the mirror. Subordinate. See, your highness. How did you become an undercover agent in Shushan? Didn't you tell me that Murong Mor is dead? How now, still alive and well? What? Murong Mor is still alive? He did die, ah. Stupid. Lu Qiushui pinched in the void. The undercover agent covered his heart and wailed. Oh. Chapter 49, Undercover Agent of Shu Mountain. Epsilon epsilon epsilon, hashtag, undercover wailed. He should have already returned to Mount Shu. Find him. Lu Qiushui said in a cold voice. The undercover agent nodded repeatedly. Your highness, I understand. Murong Mor, I will find him. Do we need to get rid of him? No need. Just trick him out of Mount Shu. Yes. Hanging up. The undercover agent got back up off the ground. Murong Mor, didn't he die long ago? The Murong family held a funeral for him, and I even went to eat at the banquet, with 5,000 spirit stones. How can this be a lie? This is purely a cheat for the banquet. My 5,000 spirit stones. The undercover agent had a small heart attack on his spirit stone. Undercover agent. Song Chizawa, a disciple of Xiaoqiang Peak. Song Chizawa's experience of becoming an undercover agent of the Shura Temple was very twisted to say the least. Years ago, he traveled down the mountain and met Lu Xiushui, who was also traveling down the mountain. At that time, Lu Xiushui was in the middle of recuperating from his injuries and disguised himself as a casual cultivator living in a small town. Song Kizawa was overwhelmed by Lu Xiushui's looks at a glance and naively thought it was his love coming. After learning of Lu Xiushui's identity, Song Qiuzha couldn't help but roar to the sky. Why? Why? Heaven forbid. Are you and I destined not to be together? Lu Xiushui originally didn't want to take care of Song Chiza. After all, she didn't want to offend Shu Mountain either. But she quickly saw that the other person seemed to be able to use it to her advantage. Then Song Chizawa was hoodwinked by Lu Qishui to the Shura Temple, coerced and enticed, and thus became an undercover agent of the Shura Temple. Song Chizawa covered his heart that was causing pain and mumbled, "Autumn water, it seems to be getting pretty again. Saying that you're asking me to find Murong Mor? It can't actually be to see me for a while, right? Missing me?" Song Kizawa left Little Cheong Peak, exchanged a word with the passing Silver Sword Peak disciple, Li Xuanxiao, and headed in the direction of the Murong family. Li Xuanxiao, on the other hand, turned his head and glanced strangely at Song Chiza. How did he hear the three words Murong Mor just now? All of a sudden the alarm bells went off in Li Xuanxiao's heart. Li Xuanxiao had spent nearly half a year on this trip down the mountain to cross over. When he returned, he exchanged Shushan's tokens and arrows, explaining the reason. This time, he had failed to cross the threshold, and only returned to Shushan after recuperating from his injuries outside. As soon as he returned to the Silver Sword Blade, he saw his senior sister, Zhao Lu, strutting is being walked. The left draws the yellow, the right the prime. Senior brother, you're finally back. Zhao Lu jumped 3 feet in the air. She opened her arms to embrace Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao nimbly dodged and stretched out his fingers to gently tap on her head. Have a good practice? Yes there is. Zhao Lu nodded her head like garlic and looked at her senior brother with a pair of big, bright eyes. Senior brother, have you succeeded in crossing the threshold? No. Li Xuanxiao wasn't worried about his cultivation being exposed at all. He had a layer of stash cloak and a layer of stash liner. The cloak of anonymity was left to him by the old man. Even more so, he practiced the hidden spirit skill, controlling the aura around his body after cultivation to achieve the effect of concealing his cultivation. Of course at an existence of the level of Empress Phoenix and Lu Qiushui, any hiding was meaningless. Zhao Lu nodded and muttered in a small voice. It didn't work out. According to senior brother's character, that would be a success. Senior brother said to the public that he was at the peak of chi refinement, but in fact he should have been foundation establishment, and with this breakthrough then it would be Jindan. Li Xuanxiao, little sister, you already have a way to take your death. Has there been any news from the gate lately? Li Xuanxiao asked. Zhao Lu skillfully took out her own small notebook and told Li Xuanxiao all the intra-school gossips that she had recently obtained. Li Xuanxiao was a little distracted, thinking about the Shu Mountain disciple he had just met when he returned to the mountain gate. Song Chizawa. There were tens of thousands of people in the Shushan sect, and with the addition of the miscellaneous peak disciples, the total number was even more, so it was unlikely that any disciple would know everyone up and down Mount Shu, except for Li Xuanxiao, of course, who even knew the big man sweeping the floor at the miscellaneous service peak. In his response program, even fantasized that the big man who sweeps the floor at Handyman's Peak is actually a hermit and a tall man, because the cafeteria ant was despised and bullied to death by the disciples of Shushan. Then Moncler Outlet Online destroyed Shu Mountain full of doors. Therefore, from time to time, Li Xuanxiao went to the utility peak to get close to the cafeteria ant, and at once stopped a conflict. The reason was that one of the disciples was eating a fish when he was slapped 3 times by the spirit fish that was still alive. Give that disciple the anger to go to the big mom and argue with her. Seeing that the two were getting more and more agitated, Li Xuanxiao happened to be passing by, and hastened to be a peacemaker to calm things down, and even compensated the disciple with some spirit stones. I just don't know why the older woman is looking at herself a little weird. After the sweeper knew about this matter, he looked at himself even more strangely, with a vague feeling of looking at an enemy. Li Xuanxiao checked his senior sister's homework and went to greet a few more senior brothers and sisters. After they learned that Li Xuanxiao's breakthrough had failed, they spoke out to comfort him. Junior brother, you are still young, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Blah, 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 blah. Subsequently, Li Xuanxiao checked into Song Qizao's relationship with Murong Mor. The two had been on missions together before, and more than once. When the Murong family held a white ceremony for Murong Mor, Song Qizaoa even went and accompanied the gift of 5,000 spirit stones. Could it be that the two were close friends? He wants to find out the truth about Murong Mor's death? Although Li Xuanxiao was certain that what he did to kill Murong Mor was seamless, but nay, there was this bug-level existence of Su Wan. It is possible to deduce that he killed Murong Mor because of his love for her. The size of his brain was so big that it shocked Li Xuanxiao. As expected, a hard-working player like Li Xuanxiao was far from being able to compare to an abstract-level existence like Su Wan. The other party's slightest effort was already beyond the limits of Li Xuanxiao's imagination. Li Xuanxiao inquired about Song Qizao's trip to the Murong family. It couldn't be that Song Qizaoa had learned of some heaven-defying comment from Su Wan and then believed it. Tell the Murong family about this, right? Li Xuanxiao walked around the room with his hands behind his back. A few days later, Song Qizaoa returned to Mount Shu. He's already been to Murong's house. Murong Mor did not find a body when he died, so the family only set up a closed grave for him. Song Qizaoa went back to the few people who acted with Murong Mor that time. It's just that senior sister Su Wan is in seclusion. Jian Luoshui Jr. senior sister doesn't care about Murong Mor's death. And even when Song Qizaoa mentioned Murong Mor, she froze for a while, as if she was recalling who Murong Mor was. So she pulled Song Qizaoa and cricked Su Wan for a while. Song Qizaoa was speechless for a while. However, he also got an important message. At that time, the one who disappeared along with Murong Mor was also Li Xuanxiao. Thus, he came to Silver Sword Peak to look for Li Xuanxiao. Only, I don't know why Li Xuanxiao's eyes were looking at himself a little bit not quite right. It's probably an illusion. Song Qizaoa thought as he did. Song Qizaoa, Chapter 50. Senior brother Xuanxiao, were you there when Murong Mor was killed? Song Qizaoa asked. Not in. Then where were you at that time? How did you determine that senior brother Murong Mor was dead? Did you see senior Murong Mor's body? Li Xuanxiao's face remained unchanged, but his heart had turned over. It's a setup to talk about yourself. It's full of holes in the questions. At that time, when the two great powers were fighting, Mount Hopeless was in chaos, so I hid, and only after that did I take the opportunity to escape, and I didn't meet senior brother Murong. After saying that, Li Xuanxiao sighed again and clenched his fists in hatred. Unfortunately, the strongest among us is brother Murong. I didn't expect to meet Empress Phoenix and Lu Qiushui. Damnable bastards. Brother Murong must have been killed by them. Song Qizaoa's eyes burned. So, you didn't see senior Murong's body either? You're not sure if he's dead or not? Well, but we couldn't find senior brother Murong afterward even after we turned Mount Hopeless over. Song Qizaoa was silent for a moment and said, You say, could it be that Murong Mor didn't actually die? Li Xuanxiao, impossible. It's purely a rumor. I burned all his souls, and I recited all the mantras for the afterlife. But of course he couldn't say that, and asked, Senior brother Song, what do you mean by that? Have you discovered something? Song Ziki naturally wouldn't tell Li Xuanxiao that he had gotten news from the demon sect and that Murong Mor was still alive. A possibility suddenly occurred to him. Could it be that Lu Qiushui had mistaken Murong Mor with Li Xuanxiao? In fact, what Lu Qiushui is looking for is Li Xuanxiao. It's just that Lu Qiushui mistakenly thought that he met Murong Mor. So it all makes sense at once. Senior brother Xuanxiao, did you just return to the sect some days ago? Yes. Receiving an affirmative answer, Song Ziki was overjoyed and became more and more certain that he was right. So he hurriedly bid farewell to Li Xuanxiao and went to contact Lu Qiushui. After he left, Li Xuanxiao had a grave expression on his face. Your Highness, don't fight. To die. Your Highness, spare your life. Song Qizaoa was rolling on the ground in pain because of the life and death talisman. Lu Qiushui, on the other hand, stared at him with icy eyes. Do you think this honored one would even get his name wrong? He wouldn't lie to this honored one. His name is Murong Mor. Paul Master. Subordinate knows that I'm wrong. Subordinate knows that I'm wrong. Useless people just die. You can't even get that done. My subordinate understands. My subordinate will definitely be a useful person to the palace master. A few more days later. Your Highness, can you describe what Murong Mor looks like? After much poking around, Song Qizaoa still thinks Murong Mor is dead. The person Lu Qiushui was looking for was Li Xuanxiao. Wastes are wastes. Why did this father send a fool like you to Shushan Mountain as an undercover agent, so that you can't even do this bit of work? Your Highness, I was wrong. Another few more days later, Song Qizaoa unfolded Li Xuanxiao's portrait to Lu Qiushui. Lu Qiushui glanced lightly. That's right, it's him, Paul Master. This person's name is Li Xuanxiao. He is not Murong Mor. Song Qizaoa's tone was full of aggravation. Stupid. You knew it all along. Why didn't you act? Xuanxiao once again rolled on the ground in pain. Trick him out of Mount Shu, and someone will meet you. Yes. Turning day. Senior brother Xuanxiao. Let's go down the mountain together. Xuanxiao was full of grudges. Xuanxiao, oh, elder brother. You're so close to writing your ill will on your face. You don't even give a reason? I found a tomb left behind by a Yuaning cultivator at the bottom of the mountain. And it's full of treasures. Xuanxiao looked at Xuanxiao. What a ridiculous reason. Besides, we're not on good terms, right? Why are you looking for me? You make up at least one suitable reason. Xuanxiao was caught in a state of hesitation. Safety considerations. One should definitely decline. But if he refused this time, Xuanxiao would surely still try to backstab himself and do something unexpected. Might as well make the trick work and see what he's trying to do. The point is, what's his backhand? Reinforcements from the Murong family? Thinking about this, Xuanxiao made his plans and asked Xuanxiao to meet him outside the mountain gate tomorrow. Xuanxiao also made it a point to remind him. Senior brother Xuanxiao's trip to dig for treasures and graves this time around is forbidden in the mountain sect. So when we leave the sect, it would be best for us to leave in order and each make up a purpose. And don't tell anyone else about this. Xuanxiao nodded his head in agreement. It's clumsy. It's so clumsy. The next day, Xuanxiao left the mountain gate early and came alone to the place where he had agreed with Xuanxiao. In his heart, Xuanxiao slandered how he had offended Lu Qiushui. Let Lu Qiushui bring out Xuanxiao even at the risk of sending out himself, an undercover agent who had been hidden for many years. In order to put Xuanxiao at ease, this meeting place was still a place that Xuanxiao had chosen. However, Lu Qiushui had already secretly arranged for someone. The two Yuaning cultivators hid the cultivator in hiding. As long as Xuanxiao brought Xuanxiao there, the two Yuaning cultivators would quickly strike to take Xuanxiao away, making sure that they wouldn't be detected by Mount Shu. Yuaning cultivators could already be sensed by the Shu Mountain Sword Formation, so they had to fight quickly and search away from the huge range of the Shu Mountain Sword Formation. The reason why, not to arrange the Yuaning cultivators here. It was also because of this that the location Xuanxiao chose was within the range of the Shu Mountain Sword Formation. Yuaning cultivators didn't dare to step in. Just as Xuanxiao was idly bored, a hand suddenly poked out from the ground. Xuanxiao was yanked straight into the earth. This was followed by a severe beating. Xuanxiao only felt that he had no power to fight back. This was the first time Xuanxiao had fought someone since becoming a Jindan. Of course the way of combat was a bit undignified, and the other party was only a foundation establishment. At this time, Xuanxiao had long changed his appearance, wearing a jade ring that could conceal his breath, and a hairpin that changed his appearance was stuck in his hair. The sharp talismanic knife pressed down on Xuanxiao's neck. Xuanxiao said in a deep voice, Xuanxiao, you're to blame for what happened today. Even though Xuanxiao said so, he did not immediately make a move. With his personality, if he wanted to kill someone, he wouldn't even talk. As expected, Xuanxiao was so frightened that he immediately panicked. I am a disciple of Mount Shu. This is Mount Shu's territory. Who are you? Oh, what have you done to yourself that you don't know? You are a disciple of the law enforcement hall. Xuanxiao's face was bloodless. Count your blessings. It's over. It must be that his undercover identity has been discovered. Chapter 51 Green Lotus Treasure Color Flag. Xuanxiao had expected this day to come from the day he went undercover. If he was caught by the law enforcement hall disciples, he was afraid that he had no way out. Xuanxiao, it's not too late to explain. Humph, I am not going to say anything. Want me to betray the palace master? Dream on. Master of the temple? Why does that title sound so familiar? Xuanxiao laughed coldly. Might as well tell you. Ever since I met the hall master, I joined the Shura Hall. Shura Temple Lu Qiushui. Have you ever heard of it? I have mutual feelings for her. If you let me go now, I can pretend nothing happened. Otherwise, mutual affection? Lu Qiushui? Xuanxiao shook his head. Lu Qiushui could definitely not be that kind of person. She was a person who didn't seem as crazy as Empress Phoenix though. In fact, the bones revealed cruelty, more so than the imperial daughter Phoenix. Will Lu Qiushui fall in love with Xuanxiao? It's a fool's errand. Guess he masturbated himself. Xuanxiao's eyes turned slightly. There is a mole 3 inches down on the left at the back of Lu Qiushui's neck. You? How did you know? Xuanxiao was shocked, and his face suddenly changed. It's supposed to be a secret that only he knows. Don't dream. Lu Qiushui doesn't like you at all. Might as well tell you. There's also a red pigeon flower on her back. Have you ever seen it? By the way, she used to hold her chopsticks with her left hand when she ate. Aha! Shut up. Who the hell are you? Didn't I tell you? You're just a fish in someone's pond. Don't worry too much about it. A few moments later, The desperate Song Kazawa spat out the truth like a bamboo tube. I was instructed by Lu Qiushui to trick Li Xuanxiao, a disciple of Silver Sword Peak, out of the mountain gate. This was all forced on me by her. She put a life and death talisman on me to make me work as an undercover agent in Shushan. Li Xuanxiao's silence was deafening. It's not about Murong Mor? Undercover. Li Xuanxiao's insides turned over. Now Lu Qiushui of the Shura Hall, and Empress Phoenix of the Heavenly Fury Hall. The two major demonic sect masters were going to do it to themselves. Li Xuanxiao felt his head spinning. But, right now seems like a perfect opportunity. Didn't we say today? Why haven't we seen anyone yet? It was originally the day before yesterday, and it was delayed by 2 days. There can't be any accident, can there? We're only responsible for receiving the guide. Don't worry about anything else. This is after all the territory of Mount Shu. The Mount Shu sword formation is no joke. I heard that the Mount Shu sword formation is now capable of sensing yuaning cultivators. The two magic fixers talked in low voices. Suddenly one of the devil cultivators said, "Here it comes. Remember that the hall master personally ordered to be alive." Understood. On the wilderness path, the undercover agent Song Chizawa walked in front with a young man behind him. The two yuaning immediately jumped out and gave the young man a fat beating. After the beating, take a rope and bundle it, carry it up and run away. Not the slightest bit of stalling or unnecessary nonsense. When arresting someone in Shushan's territory, it was natural to act with utmost caution. The two yuaning do not dare to stay for a moment, but also always worry about the breath leakage, but also do not dare to take the flying boat, or float in the air with a big swing. You can only pick those deep jungles, and this run is continuous for several days and nights. As for the person they want to catch, they fed him with the magic potion, and he can't wake up without 10 days and half a month. Shura Temple. In the middle of the sanctuary, Lu Qiushui stood by the lotus pond and looked at the spirit fish in it. From the reflection of the lake, she actually vaguely saw the figure of the teenager in her trance. Ha! Interesting. Lu Qiushui wasn't interested in the weak. If the teenager was nothing more than that, she would then do nothing to think about it. But the other party acted out of his expectations and was a good catch. In time, it will surely be the backbone of the righteous path, if this man can be under his tutelage. But how dare he lie to himself? Said his name was something like Murong Mor. Thinking about this, Lu Qiushui couldn't help but feel a little huffy again. With Lu Qiushui's status, the number of young talents he had seen was countless. For all that, however, she showed no extra attention. It seemed that the only one who could make her like this was the Shushan disciple who had saved herself and lied to her. Interesting. Why is this Song Kazawa's errand so drawn out? People haven't been brought here yet? Lu Qiushui pinched the life and death talisman fiercely, causing Song Chiza to feel even more pain. Just as he was thinking about it, the attendant finally came to report. People have been brought here. Lu Qiushui gathered her composure and walked out. Li Xuanxiao was standing in front of the huge plaque in the hall with his hands bound. He scanned around the Shura hall. A few moments later, but a figure was seen quietly surfacing like a ghost. A bright and colorful red dress with a fluttering coat. The red dress seemed to have been dyed by the evening sunlight in the sky, emitting a fascinating luster that made people not help but look at it, and then look at her stunning face. Skin like condensed fat, eyebrows like a distant diaper, eyes like a deep lake, rippling through the slightest coldness. Under the high nose, the vermilion lips lightly opened, seemingly smiling slightly upward. At this moment, she was lifting her beautiful eyes, her gaze like a torch, looking up and down carefully at Li Xuanxiao who was standing in front of her. Murong Mor? Hello again. She already knew Li Xuanxiao's real name, so she said with some sneering tone at this moment. Li Xuanxiao was silent. Lu Qiushui's expression suddenly changed. A cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her white jade-like arm was raised. In an instant, only a deafening roar could be heard as two huge fire dragons covered in blazing flames, like ancient beasts that had been awakened, blasted out of the ground with endless might and blazing temperatures. These two fire dragons opened their teeth and claws, and between the twisting of their bodies, the air around them seemed to be ignited, forming a sea of fire. Their mouths spewed out rolling smoke and scorching flames, sweeping straight towards Li Xuanxiao, who was not far away, as if they wanted to swallow him in one gulp and burn him to ashes. Facing the full force of this long-reputed Shura Hall master's strike, Li Xuanxiao was not the least bit flustered. The body has its own magic treasure to protect the body, and the flames can't get close to his body. The corner of Li Xuanxiao's mouth hooked up slightly. Lu Qiushui snorted coldly. The Shushan hidden spirit technique is really powerful. The hidden spirit technique was a unique technique created by the former head of Mount Shu. The biggest role is to hide one's cultivation. Although this kind of divine ability is not so rare, the hidden spirit skill of Shushan can be considered a premier divine ability. Li Xuanxiao's body began to change, quickly turning into a white-browed Taoist, holding floating dust and wearing brocade cloud robes. Taoist Master Lingshu. the current head of Mount Shu. He looked up and whispered, "Almost." At this moment, a shocking sight was being staged 10,000 feet away from the Shura Hall. Only a flash of dazzling white light swept by at an astonishing speed, and the snow-white rainbow light left in its wake seemed to illuminate the entire sky. This was caused by a powerful sword chi released by a flying sword. The might of that sword was astounding, splitting the thick clouds above the canopy, and at the same time, it easily broke through the prohibition that had always existed in this place. And this overpowering sword aura did not dissipate quickly with the passage of time. Lu Shui, who was standing in the middle of the hall, witnessed this scene and naturally knew clearly in his heart what kind of terrifying power this sword actually contained. In an instant, the entire temple began to vibrate violently, and the surrounding aura became abnormally boiling. If she hadn't activated the formation guarding the Great Hall in time, I'm afraid that this magnificent hall would have been razed to the ground in a matter of moments. The flying sword returned to Taoist Master Lingshu's hand, and the majestic and vast sword chi was as if it had spirituality, traveling around Taoist Master Lingshu's body at a rapid pace. And when those tainted chi in the temple tried to approach, they could not even touch the corner of Taoist Spirit Void's coat before they were instantly grayed out and disappeared without a trace. It was as if a fragile droplet of water fell onto a hot iron and evaporated in an instant. Lu Qiushui said with a murderous aura, "Spirit Void, do you really think that you alone dared to break into my sacred temple?" Lu Qiushui waved his big sleeve and collected the cave's chi. Taoist Spirit Void smiled bashfully. "One person has nothing to fear, but then again, old me still likes a righteous group beating." Saying that, he offered up a large flag in his sleeve robe. The big flag is windless, innate spiritual treasure green lotus treasure color flag. At this moment, the many Shushan elders and disciples who were waiting in the middle of the Shushan Grand Formation felt the power of the Grand Formation. In the blink of an eye, however, they were collectively teleported into the Shura Hall. Chapter 52 Firm Foundations and Lean In. This battle was fought in a shocking manner. On top of the battlefield, the sounds of shouting and killing and the clash of weapons were deafening. Within a radius of 800 miles, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Just now, the sky was still clear, but at this moment, it was already cloudy and thunderous. A streak of lightning cut through the sky. Immediately afterward, bean-sized raindrops poured down, hitting the ground with a splash. The rain and blood intertwined to form a red stream that flowed slowly. Shushan reaped the rewards. The Devil Sect was not a match for the righteous path in the first place. The four great demonic sects joined forces and could probably battle with Mount Shu. And this time Shushan caught Lu Qiushui off guard again, plunging straight into the middle of the other side sanctuary. The Shura temple suffered heavy losses, and most of the demonic disciples in the middle of the sanctuary were either captured alive or killed on the spot. There was no time to take away many of the top secret information in the sanctuary, as well as the spirit stones and magic treasures. Lu Qiushui was seriously injured and killed his way out. This news drew a lot of praise for a while. The reason why the Devil Sect could not be completely eradicated was not because the Devil Sect was so powerful. Rather, it is because they are hiding so deeply that it is difficult to mobilize enough forces to surround them. And this time Shushan taught a lesson to all the righteous. Lu Qiushui never thought that he would turn over in the gutter and plant his head, nearly killed here on the spot. To her, Xuanxiao was like a very interesting toy or a delicious food. Anyway, it was already a blessing for him to be able to make Lu Qiushui able to raise his interest. So it never occurred to me that the other side could pose any threat, much less that this one came close to killing her. Weakness and ignorance won't kill you, but arrogance most likely will. The news traveled back to Shushan. Silver Sword Peak. Xuanxiao did not feel joyful at this news. A large section of the war effort, and he only remembered one sentence. Lu Qiushui escaped the siege with serious injuries. However, Xuanxiao didn't hold much hope that he could directly kill Lu Qiushui this time. After all, Lu Qiushui had reigned over the central state for many years, and would always have some means of preserving his life. But after this blow, the Shura Hall should be able to subside for a while. Although the various sub-temples hadn't been attacked, the Shura Temple's sanctuary was the equivalent of the enemy not hitting your heavily fortified city and directly flattening your capital. It's a lot more than just heavy losses. I'm sure that Empress Phoenix wouldn't let go of this opportunity. Xuanxiao nodded. He could stop for a while. For the next while, Shushan was busy. The attack on the Shura Temple sanctuary was very fruitful. A lot of live captures were captured, and many of the locations of the Shura Temple's subtemples were known. As a result, the remaining four major immortal sects of Mount Shu united to act together. Eliminate the Shura Temple's branch halls. As for Xuanxiao, he did not participate in the battle throughout. Practice in the hut and refine your training. The original goal of obtaining a super-grade Golden Dan by chance was actually a guaranteed second-grade Golden Dan. Preferably a first-grade Golden Dan. A third-grade Golden Dan would be fine. A fourth-grade Golden Dan would be fine. And a fifth-grade Golden Dan would not be a loss. I didn't expect to get a super quality golden elixir by mistake. Thinking of this, Li Xuanxiao saw that no one was around and sneered, then whispered, "Hey, hey, I'm a superb Jindan." When he was done, he gave himself a facepalm. "Don't get carried away. Hurry up and stabilize your cultivation. Lean and build a good foundation. Desire for speed is not enough. One's own age to condense into a Jindan is already several times, or even dozens of times that of a normal person. So there is no need to rush yourself." Li Xuanxiao could feel that since he had condensed into a super-grade Jindan, with the power brought by the superlative golden pill, there was then the ability to break through a small realm. It was only hardened and suppressed by Li Xuanxiao, because the golden Dan breaks through the realm. The Dan becomes remorseless. It's like a blank sheet of paper, ready for you to put your pen to paper. That's why there is the saying that a golden elixir defines the great Tao. Cultivators have to follow their own heart to draw patterns on the Jindan, which is called Jindan composition. Therefore, the Jindan realm placed an extremely high value on the heart of the Tao. As for refining Qi to build the foundation, the Tao heart was largely ignored. Jindan compositions fall without regret, and with each stroke, the Jindan is refined to be more rounded and solid. For this reason Li Xuanxiao had customized the next 5-year plan for himself. Year 1, checking for gaps and solidifying foundations. Year 2, checking for gaps and solidifying foundations. For the 3rd year, Ibid. 4th year, ditto again. Year 5, running through it all again from the beginning and refining it. Good books are not afraid to turn the page. When it comes to exams, it never hurts to revise and revise more. Closed for 2 months. On this day, Li Xuanxiao, as usual, had his daily trigrams together. Li Xuanxiao's complexion immediately did not look too good. The trigrams show that one's destiny is to be a peach blossom. Peach blossom equals intentions equals possible malice equals threat to safety equals trying to kill me equals enemies. There are enemies. Li Xuanxiao stood up in a flash. Soon, Li Xuanxiao figured out this trouble. The process was surprisingly smooth, as the other party had not even been initiated into qi refining. It was no one else but Li Mengyun, who he had met in Luoshui town. "Old man, is Mount Shushan up ahead here?" "Just a little further on," the old man on the donkey said as he raised his whip. "Little girl, this time Shushan doesn't accept disciples. You have to wait a few years." Apparently the old man had seen too many people seeking immortality. Li Mengyun smiled. She hadn't come to seek immortality, but to seek the one who had saved her life. These days the soul is haunted, like it's been hooked. It would be nice to meet. Li Mengyun was carrying a traveling bag and holding a steed as he walked on the official road. She snuck out of her house again and traveled for 2 months to get there. She couldn't help but stretch, a smile all over her face. The next moment, she knew nothing, fainted straight away. A figure swept off into the distance with a hand on her shoulder. Li Mengyun woke up leisurely and blinked, looking around at the familiar structure, and then at his mother, who stood beside the bed with a grim face holding a bamboo stick. Li Mengyun suddenly smiled. "Scare myself, I'm dreaming again." Pops, standing by the bed, smiled and raised the bamboo stick in his hand. A few moments later the room resounded with Li Mengyun's miserable screams. "I told you to sneak away, you. I told you to sneak away. Do you know how dangerous it is out there now?" Li Mengyun felt that he should have met something dirty. So undeterred, she fled again 6 months later. This time it was still the foot of Mt. Shushan, and it was the same not knowing when I had fainted, not knowing when I had returned home. The third time, she all but climbed halfway up Mt. Shushan, only to show up at her own home once again mesmerized. Fourth, fifth, Li Mengyun is very tenacious. Gradually Li Mengyun lost the naivety of her teenage years as she grew older. She had no talent for cultivation in the first place, and even if she were to join the immortal sect, she was afraid that she would only be relegated to the bottom of the list. Then later, she forgot about the Shu Mountain disciple named Li Xuanxiao, married to her own man of her dreams and had a child. One unintentional time she brought her child to the foot of Mount Shushan. Li Mengyun was holding her own child with a bunch of candy canes in her hand. Just then, a familiar figure brushed past. When Li Mengyun looked back, the man had already blended into the crowd and disappeared. Li Mengyun couldn't help but smile as he remembered the ridiculous experiences of his youth. She also finally figured out why she had fainted and then been sent home as soon as she came to Shushan before. "Thanks!" she suddenly exclaimed. The crowd was so loud that her voice drowned out the crowd. Li Xuanxiao walked by quickly, a fresh breeze on his face. Chapter 53, Passing Years, Moving Intentions. The coquettish woman can't cook without rice. Li Xuanxiao has recently fallen into financial difficulties. Nothing else, he had been leaning in the mountain gates this period of time and do not dare to leave the mountain gate. Worried to meet the Emperor Female Phoenix and Lu Qiushui who are looking for him everywhere. So when he came back to his senses he realized that he had pretty much used up his resources. That's one of the bad things about hiding your cultivation. sects have a monthly handout of resources. However, because it was determined that he was at the qi refining stage, Xuanxiao only had the resources of the qi refining stage, which didn't work for him at the Jindan stage. For this reason, Xuanxiao made two preparations. On the one hand, look for the right task for you. On the one hand, alchemy. As an alchemist, Xuanxiao was very qualified. He took out a small loan within the sect. The loan was used to buy herbs, which were then used as alchemy. This directly doubles the price several times. These pills couldn't be sold within the gate, so Xuanxiao was prepared to go to the various markets under the mountain and sell the pills. Reasons he had thought of: to visit his parents at the bottom of the hill. A letter from his elder brother said his parents had died of an illness. Even though there is a difference between immortals and mortals, it's just always a good idea to visit the grave. Xuanxiao did not have a deep impression of his parents. He only remembered that his mother's hands were very soft. Leaving Mount Shu, Xuanxiao didn't go too far. It took 2 days. Xuanxiao rushed to a marketplace called Qingshui and sold the pills in batches in disguise. Then they changed the workshop again and continued to sell. Not only do they sell elixirs, but they also have their own made magic weapons. Now that he was a Jindan stage cultivator, 2/3 of those magic weapons refined at the foundation stage could not be used. Gave some to little sister Zhao Lu and sold all the rest in batches. As such, it was repeated, and it went to 4 workshops. It was only then that he sold all the pills in his hand, and when others wanted to buy more, he didn't sell them. Those who don't know think they're selling stolen goods. The marketplace was protected by the various sects, but leaving the marketplace was a vast free world. Inevitably, someone will be born with bad intentions. It's a good thing the ride was safe. Afterward, Xuanxiao went straight to where his former hometown was, Sonyang Township. The 2 oldest members of the Li family, a large family in town, died. The Li family stopped the coffin for 7 days. Today is the last day, and the 2 old men will be buried. The 2 Li family members were the end of their lives and went together in their sleep. Onlookers say these 2 old men are blessed. A couple of children were born. The oldest son has made a name for himself in the tavern business. The youngest daughter married a local lifer. It's just that the onlookers don't know that the Li family actually has a youngest son, and he's the one that the entire Li family relies on. When Xuanxiao first crossed over, he was still thankful that the heavens had eyes and allowed him a chance to start over. In his previous life, he suffered greatly from acromegaly. This life, equally tortured. He gnawed on tree bark every day to feed himself and barely escaped freezing to death. Lucky to meet the old master who traveled the world. Xuanxiao then followed the old master and his family gained a fortune without a family reunion. Over the years, even though Xuanxiao was practicing in the sect, there was no shortage of care for his family within the sect. Just immortal and mortal are different. Xuanxiao knows that since he has embarked on the road of cultivation, he has completely bid farewell to the worldly life. Moreover, if one day an enemy comes to the door and can't beat Xuanxiao, take it out on a blood relative. Instead, it plainly brought disaster to the family. So over the years, apart from writing letters, I have never returned home. Xuanxiao hid inside the willow tree in front of the door and looked at the endless stream of people coming and going to pay their respects. The Li family is known in the town for their philanthropy and kindness. Those who heard the news came to weep bitterly. The youngest sister, who has grown to adulthood, greets guests at the door. The child beside him would be his nephew. Xuanxiao looked at this scene and couldn't say what he felt. He remembered how his sister liked to follow him around to pick at bird eggs when he was a kid. It just feels like time flies like an arrow. It's just a trance. The passing of years, moving and mysterious. Meet a few times in the spring for a change. When his parents were in the ground, Xuanxiao left 3 incense sticks. After kowtowing a few times, he left on that note. He had wanted to go straight back to Mount Shu, but looking at the place where he had lived as a young boy, he couldn't help but feel a little nostalgic. So slow down. Suddenly, Xuanxiao's gaze landed in the middle of a dry well in a courtyard. It's broad daylight, but it's eerie. The chi flowed under the eyes of the law. Xuanxiao silently appeared in front of the dry well and stomped with 1 foot. Come out. In the dry well, it suddenly looked as if there were countless black snakes writhing, and densely packed hair surged out like a tidal wave. A figure dressed in white robes slowly emerged. The face that was as pale as paper was bloodless, and the eyes were empty and lifeless. Not a nightmare. Hasn't killed anyone yet. Facing this weak, pathetic ghostly creature, Xuanxiao pinched his finger with one hand and recited the mantra of the past life before sending the other party on a journey. Ah! The female ghost made a struggling sound from her mouth. Xuanxiao said blandly, since you are already dead, you should quickly enter the cycle of reincarnation. The longer you stay in the human world, the deeper the torment you will suffer. No. Xuanxiao didn't say anything, just finished reciting the past life mantra silently. He then looked at the female ghost who had actually held on strongly by her own will. What wish do you still have unfulfilled? I'll wait for my husband again. Xuanxiao was silent for a moment. Thought it seemed like another dog and pony story. He was ready to forcibly disperse the female ghost. The female ghost knew that she was incapable of resisting, and had already used up all of her strength by breaking free from the spell. Xuanxiao paused in his movements and suddenly asked, "Your obsession is so deep that you have turned into a ghost in your mortal body, so why don't you kill people in order to gain cultivation?" The female ghost said weakly, "I don't dare. I haven't even killed a chicken since I was a kid, so how did you die?" The story is simple. The female ghost's name is Xuanxiao, a girl who sells her art and not her body in a greenhouse. Then she fell in love at first sight with the scholar and left the greenhouse to come here. It coincided with the time when the scholar was going to the capital to take his exams and said he was coming back to marry her. How could I not return once I was gone? Xuanxiao waited for 2 years. One heavy snowfall. While fetching water, he slipped and fell into the well and died that way. And because of the special location within the well here, it gathers yin qi, so turned into a female ghost, still waiting here for the scholar. The story is a bit cliched. Similar stories, Xuanxiao had heard them not 100, but 80 times. He set up a set of spells around the mouth of his well and addressed the female ghost. Within 1 month, before your obsession is cleared, this spell formation will also forcefully send you to reincarnation. If you stay on Earth in such a state, sooner or later your soul will be dispersed, so be careful. After saying that, Xuanxiao disappeared into thin air. Chapter 54, A man's life is his fate, not his own. Xuanxiao left Songyang town. While passing through a river, which was fast flowing, a child was seen tumbling in the river. The people on the shore were screaming with impatience. Xuanxiao was about to secretly cast a spell to save him, but then he saw a force in the river lifting up the child and throwing the other back to the bank. Interesting, the rescue turned out to be a water ghost. Water ghost, accidental death in the water, or suicide in rivers, lakes and seas, and cannot be reincarnated to the next life of the harmful evil spirits. They secretly roam underwater, luring or directly pulling the living down to drown and be its scapegoat, before they themselves can be reincarnated. But this water ghost is very strange, not to harm people but to save people. Xuanxiao smelled the flavor of merit. People who cultivate accumulate merit and virtue are reflected in every time they cross the threshold. He landed on the other side of the river. Fingers gently pointed at the river surface, casting the art of detaining the gods. Then he forcibly summoned the water ghost from the party. The water ghost was greatly surprised and hastily bowed, calling out to the immortal master, "You water ghost is so strange. Not thinking of finding a scapegoat to reincarnate, but instead saving people here." The water ghost forced a smile. "I actually wanted to do that at first. When I first took aim at an unlucky man, he fell into the river by himself, and I thought it would be God's will for me to be reincarnated. It's just that his daughter kept yelling from the shore and I couldn't bear to push him on." Xuanxiao nodded. "How did you die?" The water ghost answered honestly. "I passed by this place many years ago, coinciding with the heavy water here, so I couldn't cross it for the time being. So I saved the water with the villagers, who unexpectedly got caught in the water by accident." Xuanxiao asked the other party's birthdate again and counted with his fingers, saying, "You have yin virtue in you. After I report back to Shushan, I'll try to get you a river god, and I hope that you'll keep your original heart." Upon hearing this, the water ghost hurriedly kowtowed and thanked him. Before he could, he stammered, "I have one more thing to ask for. I hope Immortal Master can fulfill it." "What is it?" "My parents died when I was young, and I have no more relatives at home. Years ago was to go to the capital to catch the examination. There is still unmarried wife waiting at home. I thought of the list, and then go home to get married. Unexpectedly, the youngest student died here and could not leave this river basin. I just want to see how my wife is doing nowadays, whether she is happy or not. I still hope that the Immortal Master will fulfill my wish." Xuanxiao was slightly stunned. "Oh, why does this story sound so familiar? Is your wife's name Su Xiao and her family lives in Songyang town?" "The Immortal Master has met my wife," Xuanxiao truthfully said. "Your wife is dead, and likewise you cannot leave the dry well in your home. Even if you become a river god, you cannot leave the river domain you are in. Not to mention that it is still unknown when Shushan will implement this matter. Your wife probably won't be able to wait until then, and she'll be spiritually dead if she stays on Earth any longer." The water ghost sighed. "In that case, then it can't be helped. It's me who has wronged her in this life. If she hadn't followed me, a poor scholar, she wouldn't have ended up like this. All things are destiny, half of them are not." Songyang Township. Alley. It's raining. Sharp footsteps sounded, each step dropping a water-stained footprint. The man pushed open the door, and Su Xiao in the dry well glanced at the dark cloudy sky. He was about to re-drill back into the middle of the dry well when suddenly his expression paused. She wailed, "You're finally back. The first sentence is not a reproach, but that you're finally back. I thought you didn't want me. I didn't make it to the capital. Fell in the water and drowned. Turned into a water ghost. Couldn't come back. Xuanxiao cried. Why are we both so stupid? I fell into the well and died too. Xuanxiao's body began to dissipate. I'm leaving. You. If you get down there and there's really a Yama, just say that your husband is going to become the river god and ask him to sell me a favor. I know. And you take care of yourself. I'm going. I've done you wrong in this life. The water ghost choked out. Don't say such things. Xuanxiao's obsession has faded and she has re-entered the wheel of reincarnation. Phew. Xuanxiao gently exhaled a breath, watching one of the magic treasures in his hand shatter in half. He sked and muttered. Lost big time. This amount of merit isn't even enough to make my magic treasure worthwhile. He held his umbrella in his footsteps. It had gone into the distance. He suddenly remembered that in his previous life, he had played a certain very niche game. The producer, who was extraordinarily fond of sending knives, purposely set up two endings. The first one has the easiest ending, except that the protagonist you control ends up saving the world, but everyone he cares about is all dead, leaving only the crippled protagonist. The second ending is a hidden ending where the protagonist saves the world perfectly and saves everyone. Xuanxiao tried over and over again, starting from scratch countless times. Eventually, after 3 months of trying, I finally worked out the perfect pass strategy. Looking at the picture of the protagonist finally obtaining a happy ending, lying on the hospital bed, Xuanxiao smiled heartily, as if the efforts of these 3 months had not been in vain. Thinking of this, at this moment, Xuanxiao could not help but smile. After more than 20 years of practicing, he still hasn't changed. And be glad you haven't changed. After this trip ended, Xuanxiao returned to Silver Sword Peak. This time, after taking out the small loan to pay back the sect, as well as the interest, he had probably earned around 40%. Of course this 40%, Xuanxiao didn't keep it. Instead, he purchased spiritual pills and precious materials to prepare to continue alchemy. You can sell it after you make the elixir and buy it with the money you get from the sale. If this is repeated, the profits roll in thicker and thicker, and one's capital grows larger and larger. Of course everything needs to be predicated on the premise that the alchemist has the ability to do so. The thought that if his days of cultivation could remain uneventful like this, Xuanxiao's dreams would be sweet. In a few days it would be the once-in-a-decade disciple selection of Mount Shu, and there was no telling what kind of new disciples would join the Silver Sword Blade. That night, Xuanxiao had a nightmare. If you dare to hurt her for a single point for the disciples of your sect, I will slaughter your entire clan. And if you dare to harm her for a single point for the people of the world, I will kill all the people of the world. 4 shifts of nearly 10,000 words. Thanks for the likes. I hope the brothers give a 5-star review and swipe some free swag. 3. Red Heart. Chapter 55. I will strike at full strength. Once every 10 years, Mount Shu accepts a wide range of disciples. Compared to other sects, the cycle of 10 years was considered short. This also shows in another way that Shushan is deep and has enough resources and manpower to cultivate a large number of new disciples. Xuanxiao had only experienced Shushan's wide recruitment of disciples once so far. That time, looking back, just feel a word of exhaustion. Xuanxiao was afraid of recruiting any strange and weird people into Mount Shu, so he did a thorough investigation of all the new disciples' backgrounds and personalities. Only, at that time, Xuanxiao was still young and his means and strength were still tender. So much so that it allowed Shushan to mix in many potential threats, leaving behind hidden dangers. This time, I will strike at full strength. While there was still some time left for the Shu Mountain Apprentice Conference, Xuanxiao was preparing to close down, locking himself up in the middle of the Dan room and refining pills with all his heart, in exchange for the resources you need for your own cultivation. After all, what happens next is anyone's guess. Reserve some resources in your hand and don't panic in your heart. Before closing the door, Xuanxiao made his usual rounds of Mount Shu. It looked like he was coming out to look at the scenery on the occasion of his bitter cultivation, but in reality, he was secretly observing whether there was any potential danger. Well, there's nothing going on at Little Cheongfeng. Xuanxiao took a small notebook and wrote down one by one. There is a Taoist couple in Longzhou Peak that is recently breaking up. The reason being that the woman realized that the man has always liked not herself, but her elder brother. Xuanxiao was a bit puzzled. A senior brother from the Great Bamboo Peak failed to make a breakthrough, and was so depressed that he often ran down the mountain. Paint a picture, is there a possibility of blacking out? A senior sister at Shaozhu Peak was jealous of her beauty by a fellow disciple, so that fellow sister brought the crowd together to isolate her. Focus on processing. Shushan, the false patriarch, Taoist master Lingxiu. The true patriarch, Xuanxiao, took care of the chores in a very short time. Xuanxiao arrived at the Handyman Peak. As soon as the maiden of the miscellaneous service peak canteen took a look at Li Xuanxiao's arrival, she hurriedly picked up a small mirror and quickly made up her own makeup. The sweeper who was talking to the elder lady glanced at Li Xuanxiao with a face full of grudges. Li Xuanxiao could see that the sweeper was in love with the eldest mother. It's just that the cafeteria lady has a bit of a brain problem. A real problem. Kind of silly. The IQ is said to be stuck in the teens. That's why sometimes you often get bullied. Other than the sweeping master, only Li Xuanxiao was kind to this damsel. As for the reason, it's a bit off the wall. In Li Xuanxiao's anticipation, this sweeper master is actually a certain hermit master of Shu Mountain. Only a very few people know his identity. Tired of fighting and killing, sweeping the floor here, fell in love at first sight with the simple damsel. However, Dame was bullied because of her dementia, or even get killed. In a fit of rage, Master Sweeper slaughtered Mount Shu. This story, very reasonable. Li Xuanxiao chatted with the elder lady for a while, and only after ensuring that no one bullied her did he leave in peace. Go visit the next person in focus. Damsel, then heart. Shyly, she smiled. Sweeper, pissed off old man. These days, do all Shu Mountain disciples have this kind of fetish? Stealing a woman from the old man. Beast, scum, and shameless. Inside a hidden cave somewhere in Shu Mountain, the sweeper is flattening the mountain across the street with one punch in his own space. Only the ensemble stage can bring its own space. And looking at the range as well as the distance of the space that the sweeping grandpa is in at the moment, his strength has to be far beyond the harmonization stage. After venting, the sweeper returned to the cave and sat down with his head hanging down. It's not that he's sick, is it? This disciple called Li Xuanxiao was definitely sick, and he was sick to the core. So many good-looking female cultivators in the clan. Young and beautiful little sister. Cold outside and hot inside. Charming and charming little uncle. He couldn't look at one, turned a blind eye, and favored the big mom in the cafeteria. Day-to-day shushing. What kind of forbidden love is this? He was the only one who was nice to her, but now there's one more. This kid is younger than the old man, and is also more handsome than the old man, and is a disciple of Shu Mountain, while I am just a mediocre sweeper. No, we can't let the boy do nothing like that. We must find him something to do. The sweeper thought so and sat down cross-legged. That night, Li Xuanxiao once again had nightmares. This time the dream is a continuation of the last. He couldn't see anything. Everything was a blur in front of him. Just faintly a voice could be heard ringing above the firmament. If you dare to hurt her for a single point for the disciples of your sect, I will slaughter your entire clan. And if you dare to harm her for a single point for the people of the world, I will kill all the people of the world. Li Xuanxiao awoke with a start. He sat on top of the futon with a very grave expression on his face. One cannot have the same dream twice for no reason. Think about where it went wrong. Think about it. It can only be this time Shushan to accept the apprentice. Why don't you pack up your things and leave Shushan overnight? Li Xuanxiao thought somewhat helplessly. This is, of course, a joke. The outside world was even more dangerous. And Shushan, as one of the 5 great immortal sects, ranked among the top in terms of safety. Not to mention that the old man saved himself that year. During his time in Shushan, the master was again devoted to teaching. The gift of nurturing cannot be forgotten. Now that the old man was killed by his own hand, he must not let anything happen to Shushan. More crucially, without the shelter of Shushan, I'm sure Lu Qiushui and Empress Phoenix would dismantle themselves. Forget it. We'll just have to improvise when it's time to take on an apprentice. He had to close the door to make pills himself, and he couldn't be distracted. Li Xuanxiao quickly collected his uneasy emotions and silently recited the pure heart divine mantra 3 times. Tai Sheng Tai Xing. Strain without stopping. Exorcise and bind evil spirits to protect your life and body. Wisdom and clarity. Peace of mind. 2 months later, Li Xuanxiao stepped out of the Dan room, his face full of vigilance. Special circumstances. Special treatment. Time was running out, and he had used 5 points of his strength in this alchemy. It was important to realize that the time of alchemy was the most dangerous time for alchemists. How many Dan masters have been stabbed in the back? Or maybe they put too much effort into refining pills, causing the furnace to blow up and themselves to be affected. On weekdays, Li Xuanxiao's alchemy was all about using 3 points of force and hiding 7 points, in case the furnace blew up when he was making pills. And he met the demon sect attacking Mount Shu. A zombie crisis breaks out in Shushan, killing each other. That's when the 100,000 year extinction flood appeared and the 200,000 year once in a while earth dragon turned over. What can be done about this? And this time it was surprisingly enough to use a full 5 points of force, hiding only 5 points. There's no way around it. Time is running out. We'll just have to take a chance on it. No one knew how much determination Li Xuanxiao had made to add these 2 extra points of force. Next, it was time to sell these pills in batches to the various marketplaces. Another conundrum. Chapter 56, Mantis Catching Cicadas. Yellow Bird Behind. Feng Wangwo Fangsher. A mediocre loose amendment set up a stall in the workshop market. His elixirs are child-friendly, cheap and affordable, and in large quantities. Thus within a short while, the front of the stall was crowded with cultivators. Li Xuanxiao's Incarnation 1 had a smile on his face. 500 meters underground. Incarnation 2 Li Xuanxiao was hidden here, 3 miles away, among the acacia trees. Incarnation 3 Li Xuanxiao is hiding here. Apparently, those two were his incarnations. 10 miles away, Li Xuanxiao was sitting by the river and was fishing. Apparently in fact those three were his incarnations. Li Xuanxiao only changed 3 places this time and sold out the refined pills. Forgive me for being so cautious, but by the time he left the marketplace, he was still being watched. LOL. Li Xuanxiao sighed lightly. The cultivation world is so cruel. This was not the territory of Mount Shu. The workshop market was jointly managed by several surrounding sects, and there was a mix of fish and dragons. 4 peak foundation establishment cultivators. An early-stage Jindan. Li Xuanxiao quickly scouted out the number of stalkers as well as their cultivation levels. He himself had noticed these people when he was in the marketplace. As soon as they left the workshop, they secretly followed them. Instead of striking immediately, he pretended not to notice and continued to maintain his speed. Incarnation number 1, Li Xuanxiao, although he only had the cultivation level of the qi refining stage. However, with the poisons carried on his body, it wasn't difficult to kill the foundation stage. The key was that Jindan stage cultivator. The poison blended by the gold and silver blood serpent was on the incarnation number 2, Li Xuanxiao. That is to say, if one were to deal with these 5 people it would take number 1 and number 2 Li Xuanxiao to make a move together. Incarnation 1, keep up the speed. Incarnation 2 then quietly followed the 5. The mantis catches the cicada, the yellow bird is behind. Incarnation 1 came to the escape route laid out earlier. At that moment, that Jindan stage accelerated its speed. Incarnation 1 suddenly stopped and turned back to look at the Jindan cultivator who had his feet on a magic weapon. Why did Elder follow me here? Pitbulls are not guilty. The little chi refiner had so many pills. Who would die if you didn't? That Jindan cultivator only left 1 sentence and then died. The body fell from the air. The silver needle was stuck in his neck. It easily pierced through his protective astral aura and dodged the search range of his divine sense. Then the poison spread from the gold and silver blood snake instantly spread into his body. Li Xuanxiao had 2 innate magic weapons. One was that the sword box the old man had left for himself had not yet been fully refined. One was this crane-top silver needle, 3 of which had been refined in total. Thin as a cow's hair. It kills invisibly, fast and hard. A treasure made from the red letter or sacrificed by a demonic cultivator. The 4 foundation establishment cultivators who were right behind them couldn't help but freeze for a moment, not realizing the danger in the slightest. The other party was just a chi refining stage cultivator, and he could still wipe them all out? The 4 elephants spell formation, which had been carefully arranged long ago, suddenly activated at this moment. The blazing flames, as if they were karmic fires from hell, lunged at the trapped person with teeth and claws, waiting for them to dodge. The wind, as harsh as a blade, also whistled. Thunderbolts were like silver snakes, and deafening sounds of thunder rose and fell. A raging, monstrous flood swept in with a roar. In less than half an incense stick of time, these 5 people were already dead. Incarnate 1 and Incarnate 2 quickly touched the body. This is followed by a sprinkling of bone-eating powder. The bodies of the 5 were quickly melted. Just as Incarnations 1 and 2 were methodically going through a series of steps, a figure quietly landed in front of Li Xuanxiao, who was 100 miles away. Oh, I have to admit that you are cautious in your work, but it's a pity that you met me. Li Xuanxiao raised his head to stare at the man. It was a cultivator with a bald head, stronger than that early Jindan stage. More importantly, he had already killed Li Xuanxiao Incarnation 3. The bald cultivator said smugly, I noticed you in a workshop. You split into 2 doppelgangers. 1 doppelganger sells Dan. 1 doppelganger hides underground. 1 doppelganger hides inside a tree. And the real one hides far away from fishing. And the doppelgangers are one stronger than the other. So when others find the first doppelganger, they assume the second is the real one. If the second is found to be a doppelganger, the third is assumed to be the real one. In fact, you have a full 3 bilocations. Show. What a show. The bald cultivator couldn't help but clap his hands. It's a pity that the means are too clumsy. You can only fool cultivators with a lower cultivation level than you. And when you meet me, you'll have nothing to hide. Whereas a bilocation will severely affect the strength of your true body. Your strongest bilocation was still killed by me. Once the bilocation of this kind of bilocation spell dies, the caster will also be harmed. This seed has already seen you through. With that said, the bald cultivator waved his big sleeve and a precious umbrella opened. This magic treasure of mine specializes in restraining your magic weapon, the silver needle. What should you do next? Kid will teach you one last thing. Those who count people end up being counted. Below, Li Xuanxiao's face was grave. His own crane-top silver needle was certainly powerful, but it just happened to be restrained by this magic umbrella. The crane-top silver needle is not powerful and can only be used as a surprise attack, and the magic umbrella formed an effect similar to a wave of aura turbulence around the opponent's body, and the crane-top silver needles would be disrupted in their direction as soon as they arrived in the vicinity. Death comes. The legal umbrella shrouded. Li Xuanxiao drew his sword. The first and second incarnations were not strong enough to have much impact on the battle. Incarnation number 3 is dead. He pointed his saber, and suddenly 4 golden locks leapt out of the bald cultivator's back to bind him by surprise. The saber is a false move. The real effect is to control the golden locks. But this golden lock obviously couldn't control the other side for long either. Li Xuanxiao took out another object, with a magic treasure, a bright stick. The bald cultivator inclined his head and flickered, and what caught his eye was the bright hook behind the stick. How is this all a dirty trick? Ouch! Li Xuanxiao's true purpose was the precious umbrella controlled by the other party. Seeing that the French hook had one, the 2 crane-top silver needles attacked left and right. The real Li Xuanxiao is sitting in the crypt. Actually, that bald cultivator guessed wrong. The split is not 3. Instead, there are 4. The other party had never seen Li Xuanxiao's true form from the beginning to the end. Starting from the first workshop to the last, the real Li Xuanxiao has always been here. From the moment he was targeted by the bald cultivator in the first workshop, Li Xuanxiao had set a plan to ambush him. However, after the victory, Li Xuanxiao did not have the slightest joy. The opponent was almost close to his own essence. 3 doppelgangers have been spotted. Scary as hell. I was forced to use 50% of my power to treat it. Thanks to not meeting any accidents. This out-of-body technique is too flawed. First of all, as the bald cultivator had said, all the power that the out-of-body body had divided was taken out from the main body. It's okay to fool those weaker than yourself in cultivation. If you meet a strong one, it's a bit inadequate. Moreover, once the out-of-body body is killed, the main body is equivalent to losing that part of its power and will be injured. If, at this time, the other party found the main body, it would be very dangerous. Chapter 57 Bionic Technique. Li Xuanxiao collected all of his out-of-body bodies and returned to the mountain gate with his harvest this time. Instead of immediately returning to Mount Shu, he took a detour. This time 3 doppelgangers were found in one breath. It made Li Xuanxiao realize the inadequacy of out-of-body techniques. It's too easy to spot. It was too slow to deal with Jindan cultivators at the same time. That bald cultivator had actually been poisoned when he appeared in front of his own incarnation number 4. But that was it. The fighting process still lasted a full 15 seconds. Li Xuanxiao suddenly stopped his advance. There were signs of aura fluctuations in the distance. It's someone in a fight. No, there were spirit beasts fighting. The waterfalls are flying down. An octopus in the water is taking a beating from 5 monks of justice. Senior uncle. This octopus is so difficult to deal with. This octopus carries an ancient bloodline in its body and has already cultivated into an 8-clawed one. Extremely rare today, we must not let it escape. After saying that, each of the 5 cultivators cast their divine abilities. The octopus was undefeated, and was eventually smashed on by a spell seal and fainted. The 5 people were overjoyed and hurriedly trapped the octopus with the precious rope and led it away quickly. This is not a place to stay for long. And just after they left, the octopus' main body once again emerged from the water. And what those 5 cultivators took away was just one of its tails. The camouflage was so clever that even the 2 cultivators who were much higher than the octopus cultivation failed to discover it. The octopus hemmed and hawed and was about to swim away quickly. Suddenly, he felt that his body was out of control. And then he fainted. A figure in the water quickly dragged the octopus into the water. The figure quickly vanished into the distance. It was no one else but Li Laolu. Li Laolu witnessed the whole process, and he was originally all set to leave, because he also didn't realize that the octopus was using a surprising double. It was just that as the oldest 6, he was in the habit of waiting on the battlefield for a while. It was a long wait, but I was surprised that I waited for a windfall. It is said that in the ancient times, there was no such thing as kung fu. After the birth of the human race, everything was learned from the 10,000 races. For example, emulating the tiger to fight the tiger devil fist, dragon elephant bone forging skill, eagle claw even chiseling wizardry, and so on. This is called bionic feats. I can't say that I can get inspiration from the octopus here to make up for my out-of-body deficiencies. Li Xuanxiao accelerated his speed and came to his planned alternate plan escape route, removing the spell formations as well as the various traps. Came back to the alternate escape route and removed the formations and traps. These formations and traps could not be triggered without their own activation. so there was no fear of someone mistakenly entering them. Li Xuanxiao returned to Mount Shu after making a big detour. Suddenly, he disappeared again. Only after waiting for a familiar figure to walk past did Li Xuanxiao dare to show his head and leave. That figure was no one else. It was none other than the abstract talent contestant, senior sister Su Wan. For this level of abstraction, hide when you can. Ever since Li Xuanxiao explained clearly to Su Wan also never took the initiative to look for Li Xuanxiao again. Li Xuanxiao deliberately avoided her again. It was also why the two of them hadn't crossed paths much during this period of time, which made Li Xuanxiao very satisfied. After walking for a while, Li Xuanxiao once again vanished. The second gifted player, Zhang Lu, bounced by. Looking at the route he should be seeking senior sister Su Wan. The relationship between these two, it's pretty complicated. Li Xuanxiao sighed with emotion and made his way back to Silver Sword Peak without any danger, walking into the middle of his hut, then entering the secret room. Li Xuanxiao sat on top of the futon in the secret room, let out a long breath. It is simply soothing to come back to your nest after every outing. This safe, cozy feeling is fantastic. Took a short break. Li Xuanxiao took out all of his harvest this time. The first was the various materials that he had exchanged for refining pills, medicinal herbs, treasure materials, various crystals, and other cultivation materials. Then there are the various treasures obtained by groping the bodies from the sneak attackers. None of these mana can be used. They need to be dissolved to bring them to their most pristine state. There's also a book of feats. Li Xuanxiao flipped through the Divine Elephant Prison Suppression Technique, a body refining technique. After the great accomplishment of the Kung Fu, not a single hair will be left. Li Xuanxiao immediately gave up the idea of cultivating. It wasn't that he was afraid of compromising his image. Rather, a bald man is too distinctive to be easily noticed. Can't learn. Find a chance to sell it. The last gain, Li Xuanxiao thought was the biggest gain this time. Look at the octopus in the cage. Li Xuanxiao turned it over. The octopus looked at Li Xuanxiao in fear. Although it had an ancient spirit beast bloodline in its body, its talent bonus point was not added to combat, and it was also small in guts. It's over. Ironically, I'm going to become the other party's tonic. Your own blood. Every part of your body is precious. Li Xuanxiao solemnly bowed. I am offended. My name is Li Xuanxiao, and I would like to ask your excellency for some advice. 2 months later, Zhao Lu came to the hut and saw that his senior brother was not there. He took out his own ecstasy powder again, ready to pour it on elder brother's pillow. This one learned from the last one, and the last one, and the last one, and the last one. Zhao Lu blended a very small dose, preparing to influence his senior brother in a thin stream. It can't be helped. Senior is too sensitive to poison. She was about to lift the covers of her senior brother when suddenly her eyes saw something slimy. It is! Zhao Lu lifted the covers off. A small octopus appeared in front of her. Zhao Lu, the sky is falling. At this time, Li Xuanxiao walked in. Zhao Lu wiped her tears and said accusingly, Senior brother, you're actually with an octopus. I was wrong about you. Li Xuanxiao came at her head. Clear the unclean thoughts from your head. This is the spirit pet I raised. Ah, Zhao Lu broke into a smile. I told you that's senior brother. How could he like an octopus? So it was me who misunderstood. Didn't you say I was going to be in seclusion for 3 months? What's the point of looking for me in only 2 months? It was only then that Zhao Lu remembered the main event. Senior brother, I heard that the enrollment is going to be moved up by January this time, and preparations have already begun within the mountain gate. Oh, Li Xuanxiao raised his eyebrows. A heavy load to carry. One more thing. Our Silver Sword Peak is going to have a new peak master. Li Xuanxiao was silent as these two things came together. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Chapter 58, Prosperity and Fortune. Silver Sword Peak, the original peak master, Taoist master Lingshu. After the old sect leader was killed by Li Xuanxiao in a righteous manner, he took over as the new sect leader. Logically speaking, the one who should take over the position of the Silver Sword Peak master should be the much appreciated Silver Sword Peak eldest senior brother Xueyun. Only Xueyun decided to pursue love and left Mount Shu. That's why Silver Sword Peak didn't find a suitable candidate for a while. Now that candidate is finally available. Lu Ziyin, originally the youngest Yuaning in Shu Mountain, was also the youngest transformation spirit. Only later was this record broken by Xueyun. Lu Ziyin had closed his death sentence 15 years ago, and now he had finally emerged. As soon as he left the gate, he took over as the Silver Sword Peak Master. Greetings, Peak Master. Lu Ziyin nodded and swept a glance. Not counting the miscellaneous disciples, Silver Sword Peak now had a total of 18 prodisciples. In the future, we still need to work together in order to strengthen my Silver Sword Peak and my Mount Shu. All of them said in unison. We will do our best to assist senior brother. Lu Ziyin was of the same generation as them, and was the first of the young disciples of this generation to take over the position of peak master. Lu Ziyin next instructed a few more matters. Immediately approaching the clan's acceptance of disciples, Lu Ziyin had just taken over Silver Sword Peak and was naturally prepared to do something about it. He was going to take advantage of this opportunity to go down the mountain to look for some qualified immortal seedlings and take his chances. As for the rest of the disciples, they stayed within the sect and looked for available people among those new disciples who had gone up the mountain. Although Shushan enrollment people from all over the world will come, but inevitably there will be some potential immortal seedlings, for various reasons did not come, missed the Shushan acceptance. That was why the peak master had traveled down the mountain, on the one hand, but also to look for outstanding disciples. Senior brother Xuanxiao, senior sister Zhao Lu, the two of you are still at the qi refining stage of your cultivation, so you should cultivate well within the cave, and just leave these matters to the other senior brothers and sisters. Lu Ziyin was very well thought out. On the one hand, the refining stage is still focused on cultivation. On the other hand was the fact that it was also rather humiliating to have two disciples of the qi refining stage go out and nab a new one. Zhao Lu had nothing to say. Instead, it was Li Xuanxiao who said, "Thank you for the peak master's senior brother's concern. It's just that Xuanxiao has recently broken through the refining of qi, and has stepped into the foundation, and the enrollment is related to the future of the Silver Sword Peak, so junior brother would like to make a modest contribution." A few senior brothers and sisters looked their gazes over and swept their divine sense. The aura on junior brother's body had indeed reached foundation establishment. Junior brother, finally breaking through qi refining. Kudos. Junior brother, cheer up ah. Don't be proud, after all you are still far away from your senior brother this Jindan stage. Screw you. Junior brother, don't listen to him. You can't rush things. A few people had a word for each other, and it was obvious that they were all genuinely happy for Li Xuanxiao's breakthrough. Lu Ziyin said, "It's good that you have this heart." Li Xuanxiao added, "Senior brother, if you go down the mountain this time to look for immortal seedlings, senior brother is willing to accompany you around." Li Xuanxiao was worried that Lu Ziyin would refuse, so he added another sentence. "This breakthrough was successful, and I wanted to travel down the mountain to consolidate my state of mind, and it coincided with the great acceptance of disciples at Mount Shu, so I thought I had no chance. Fortunately, senior brother is going down the mountain this time, so it's just as well that I can follow beside senior brother to learn more." Sure enough, after saying those words, Lu Ziyin swallowed back the words he was about to reject just now and changed his words. "Since that's the case, then Xuanxiao will move with me." Li Xuanxiao's purpose for wanting to follow Lu Ziyin was also simple. In regards to Lu Ziyin, Li Xuanxiao didn't know much. After all, the other party had been in seclusion for a full 15 years. I just know that the other party has a reticent character and is bent on just practicing. The way of emotionlessness is even more cultivated. A long shirt as white as snow, and his appearance was impeccably handsome. There is a light bookishness between the eyebrows, as if they are as noble as not eating earthly fire. Between his hands and feet, he exudes an extraordinary temperament, both with a jade-like warmth and elegance, but also with a cloud of light and leisurely. A man of such elegance and grace is unrivaled. Such people are extremely dangerous. It is the most easily blackened being. The next day, Li Xuanxiao then went down the mountain with Lu Ziyin. They headed to the west of Mount Shu, and it was several days of walking. Lu Ziyin was extremely fast with his sword, sorting at will. The two of them then landed on top of an official road to drink some tea, look at the scenery along the way and continue to walk slowly. Several days later, the duo had traveled through several towns without finding a suitable candidate. Just when Lu Ziyin thought that it was hopeless this time. This evening, while passing through a village, a ferocious beast was making a mess in the village when he saw the fire in the village. "Help!" A sweet, clean-looking girl grabbed a tree branch and yelled in panic. The black wolf opened its bloody mouth in an unhurried manner, just waiting for the other to fall. Just in the nick of time, a silhouette flashed by and reached out to catch the girl. The girl stared blankly at the man who had caught her, that stunningly beautiful face deeply engraved in her mind. Lu Ziyin spun down with the girl in his arms. Cherry blossoms are falling from the trees in droves. Li Xuanxiao looked at this scene, blinking. My brain itched. Why does this scene look a little familiar? Look out! The girl's pupils reflected the wolf demon. In the next second, the wolf demon fell to its knees very silky smooth. Woof woof woof. Lu Ziyin casually waved his hand, killing the wolf demon and lowering the girl from his arms. The girl eyed Lu Ziyin. At that moment, two little boys came running over crying for their sister. The girl wrapped her arms around the two little boys. These are my brothers, Fortune and Wang Kai. You're an immortal, aren't you? Thank you for saving me. It is the duty of those who cultivate to eliminate demons and devils. The girl's bright pupils lit up slightly. My name is Fong Lioli. I still don't know your name? Li Xuanxiao on the side. Oh, One of your two brothers is called Fortune and the other is called Wang Kai. Your name is Fong Lioli. Why are you so selfish? Can't you call Jade properly? With a name like Fong Lioli, you wouldn't even dare to believe it if you said it was a minor character. Are you in the same layer as this village? May I ask if Immortal Master is a disciple of Mount Chu? Fong Lioli asked curiously. Exactly. My grandfather had told me before he passed away that when I reached the age of 16 I must join the sect of Mount Chu. Who is your grandfather? My grandfather's name was Taiju, the village blacksmith. As he was talking, he saw a group of villagers surround him at that moment, holding various farming tools. This goddamned orphan beat her to death. It was with her that our village suffered the calamity. Heaven's fury. It's not enough that you got your own family killed. You want to get us killed. Chapter 59 Ordinary Fate. Beat her to death. Beat her to death. Lu Ziyin protected Fong Lioli behind him. Li Xianxiao frowned, realizing that something was wrong, and quietly retreated behind Lu Ziyin. Who are you? Get out of the way. Today we're going to kill this Heaven's Fury, the leading man said. Heaven's Fury? Lu Ziyin's face was expressionless. As soon as she was born, a meteorite landed on the ground, and then her grandfather died, and the village has had ferocious beasts come from time to time since then. So if she's not a Heaven's Fury, who's a Heaven's Fury? The Heavenly Fury is nonsense. There is no such thing as a Heavenly Fury in this world. Nonsense. Who are you? How do you know? I am Lu Ziyin, the Silver Sword Peak Master of Mount Shu. Shushan. Even though he is a country bumpkin, he knows the name of Mount Shushan. Looking at Lu Ziyin's appearance and attire again, he was not an ordinary person by any stretch of the imagination. Lu Ziyin added, if you don't believe me, I'll know once I do the math. Then, he asked Fong Lioli's birth date and counted with his fingers. Put. Lu Ziyin didn't move and wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth. See, I told you, she has an ordinary destiny. Li Xianxiao. It doesn't seem very common. The many villagers were in the way of Lu Ziyin's status as a disciple of Mount Shu, so they could only disperse. Lu Ziyin took another fresh look at Fong Lioli. Her qualifications and root bones were very ordinary. Just why is this destiny so strange? At this time, Li Xianxiao, who was on the side, said, could it be the reincarnation of a certain great power? Lu Ziyin nodded thoughtfully. Li Xianxiao added, I've examined the corpse of that ferocious beast just now. This kind of ferocious beast shouldn't be living here. And it's not the migration season. It's by no means that it's coming here for no reason. There might be some special bloodline in this girl, which is why she attracted the ferocious beasts here. Lu Ziyin glanced at Li Xianxiao with some surprise. I didn't expect that this young junior brother, with his mediocre cultivation and talent, would be very meticulous in his observations. Certain great powers would be on the verge of death and would blind the heavens to complete their reincarnation. Arrange for your next reincarnation with all the bloodlines and natural talents. It's not uncommon. It was just why this girl only had a bloodline on her, no natural talent or roots. At this time, Fong Lioli said, my grandfather said for me to go to Mount Shu when I reached the age of 16. Mount Shu is not something you can just join. With your talent and roots, don't even think about it. Lu Ziyin said, no, I must join Mount Shu. Why? To get stronger? Or to get back at the villagers who tried to beat you to death just now? Lu Ziyin asked. Fong Lioli shook her head. No, it's to protect more people. Grandpa said that a truly strong person is willing to use the freedom of the weak as a boundary. Grandpa also said that in the future, no matter what happens, don't lose hope in the world. Lu Ziyin nodded approvingly. This trip to Mount Shushan won't be that easy. I'm not afraid. Lu Ziyin glanced behind the girl at the grass hut that had previously been set on fire by the villagers. There was still some time before the clan accepted the apprentice, so it might as well teach the other party a few moves, lest the girl was halfway to Shushan before she could wait. He was just about to open his mouth to speak when Li Xianxiao, who was on the side, suddenly said, Senior brother, it's the busiest time in the sect right now, and although Silver Sword Peak has a few senior brothers and sisters, it can't be without a backbone with so many affairs. Senior brother is now the Silver Sword Peak Master, and since he failed to discover the immortal seedling on this trip down the mountain, it's better to return to the mountain gate at an early date. Lu Ziyin, just leave the matters here to senior brother me. With the words having been said, Lu Ziyin really had no reason to refuse anymore and nodded. He had just taken the position of the Silver Sword Peak Master, and was in the middle of Shushan Mountain's apprentice intake, so he really couldn't afford to delay too much, so he had no choice but to give up on the idea, and after briefly instructing Li Xianxiao with a few words, he left the place. Fong Lioli looked at the direction Lu Ziyin left in for a long time before she withdrew her gaze and looked at Li Xianxiao, who was flat on the side. Compared to Lu Ziyin, Li Xianxiao was as inconspicuous as a passerby. Are you also a disciple of Mount Shu? Fong Lioli didn't have the heart to ask just now. thinking that Li Xuanxiao was an attendant. I am Li Xuanxiao, a disciple of Mount Shu. Li Xuanxiao performed a Dao Bao. The distance here from Mount Shu is not too close. There will inevitably be dangers along the way. I will teach you a few tricks to defend yourself. Thanks a lot. Just now, Lu Ziyin spat out a mouthful of blood when he was calculating Fong Lioli's birth date. Li Xuanxiao was even more afraid to give the other party a pass. And so the next few days went by. Li Xuanxiao helped Fong Lioli rebuild the thatched room. Again, he took local food, caught fish in the river, and went up to the mountains to hunt wild animals. Let Fong Lioli and her two brothers eat the flavorful meat. Coincidentally, a certain day was also Fong Lioli's birthday. Li Xuanxiao then made the dinner a little richer, and there was a bowl of longevity noodles, then continued to patiently explain the sword moves to her. It's all very normal operation, right? It was how Fong Lioli looked at herself, not quite the same? An illusion. It must be an illusion. Even if they liked it, the other party should have liked senior brother Lu Ziyin. I only ask you in a small way. If one day when you slaughter Shushan, you can let me go for the sake of today's love. Shushan specializes in the way of emotionlessness, and when you enter this way, you must take guarding the world's living beings as your own responsibility, and you must not abuse your passions and desires. Do you understand? Li Xuanxiao focused on instilling Shushan's merciless path in the other party. Fong Lioli nodded. Great love has no mercy. Grandfather taught me that. When Fong Lioli's father returned, Li Xuanxiao was ready to take his leave as well. This Fong Lioli is going to be a key record. In fact, it was even simpler if Li Xuanxiao wanted to eliminate all dangers. It melted Fong Lioli halfway through the process, without God realizing it. No one will notice. But the problem is that doing that would be unquestionably the same as the devil's cult. If you suspect a person, you have to kill them regardless of whether they are good or bad. Then you are not more abstract. Of course, the bottom line is this. You don't know that the other person is the reincarnation of a demonic being who has killed countless people, or the reincarnation of a man with immeasurable merit. Killing the former is like killing Brahma. Li Xuanxiao himself was empowered by the heavenly Tao and achieved a superlative Jindan at the time of the tribulation. But if one kills the latter, kills the reincarnation of a person of immeasurable merit who carries his own great Tao Qi, then one can be in danger. Just wait. The next time you cross the threshold, the heavenly Tao will give you a big one. You can't be chopped to death. That's why it's important not to make a move at a time like this, but to make contact first. Could it be that the dream he had, the prophecy, was Fong Lioli? I hope that this time the Shushan disciple election, do not recruit any more rare and strange people. Li Xuanxiao recorded in his small notebook, a Fong Lioli who is suspected to be the reincarnation of a certain great power, who carries her own bloodline, and who is naive and innocent. It was suspected that it would become involved with Lu Ziyin. This type of metaphysical romance heroine characteristics, framed by the villain around her, targeted by the abominable master uncle, accused by others. In the end, he completely swung for the fences and became the supreme of the Devil's Church. Chapter 60. I can't stay in this Mount Shushan for another day. When Li Xuanxiao went back, he rushed just in time to catch the general election of the disciples of Mount Shu. Li Xuanxiao hoofed it back to Silver Sword Blade, packed up, and rushed to Tongtian Peak. At this moment, the main peak of Tongtian Peak was bustling with activity. It was crowded and noisy. The disciples of the Seven Peaks were all rushing towards this place, preparing to be in charge of receiving the newly initiated Shushan disciples. Li Xuanxiao very unobtrusively arrived at where Silver Swordfist and the others were. Then he thoughtfully took over his senior's pen and helped to record the name, place of origin, age, home address and other information of the assessment team. It was that Li Xuanxiao asked in some detail and always liked to add a bit of personal information. Fantasize about the current scenario. You need to refine a magic weapon, but this magic weapon needs to sacrifice the lives of 100,000 people. This magic treasure will sweep the world once it is refined. What is your choice? As a reminder, please answer according to your heart. The truthfulness stone in front of you will judge the truthfulness. What do you think the meaning of cultivation is? Why do you want to become a cultivator? What do you know about monks? How do you think about the ethics of monks? What are your future and development goals? Your thoughts on love? Other disciples? Swish and finish reporting their information. It was Li Xuanxiao's turn on his side, and he had just recorded the third one. He was not qualified to choose which disciple to admit or eliminate. Only those that are focused on can be recorded. Li Xuanxiao has a list. There are 4 levels of hazard: low risk, average risk, greater risk, and significant risk. As for security ratings, there is none. No one is absolutely safe, including yourself who may black out. Li Xuanxiao nodded, feeling that this disciple's answers were all right. It was a good seed, and he couldn't help but smile in relief. Naturally, it would be good for everyone if Shushan could have one more normal cultivator. By the way, what's your name? Yafan. Li Xuanxiao. What an unbeatable name. He glanced at the teenager again and nodded slightly. Junior. Practice hard. Next. Name. My name is Han Li. Li Xuanxiao once again revealed a shocked face. A light cough followed, realizing he had lost his temper. Well, it's just the name that's similar, I guess. The world is such a big place that there are a few people with a lot of overlapping names. When did you become so unstable yourself? Beware of being seen by others. In case you make a bad impression on a future protagonist again, especially the kind who is more cautious than you are, and then quietly hold a grudge. Name, Wang Tang. My son Wang Tang has the appearance of the earth. You're with that Yefan just now, aren't you? Li Xuanxiao thought silently. Only this Wang Tang was a miscellaneous spirit root. And why was his head pointed? There was also that Yifan and Han Li just now. And only that young man named Han Li had decent qualifications. But it's only good. Nowhere near average. And he had just seen himself arguing with bystanders over their place in line. This is something that the authentic old devil Han would never have done if he had done it. It really did look like I was overthinking it. It's just a similar name. I'm so overly cautious. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but smile. It's actually okay to relax yourself sometimes. The world wasn't meant to be so dangerous. It's just a name. Thinking of this, Li Xuanxiao exhaled a breath as if he had relaxed a lot. Next. Name. Ancient Moon Fong Yuan. Pf. Li Xuanxiao directly planted himself on the ground from the stool. He held the table with one hand, his legs trembling slightly as he barely managed to prop himself up. What the hell? Ancient Moon Fong Yuan. Where did this come from? Li Xuanxiao resumed his seat. From the southern border. South of the border? Compulsion? Big love to the fairy father. On the contrary, this young man named Guyu Fong Yuan's cultivation qualifications were still very good, and it was very likely that he would become a disciple of Mount Shu. Senior brother Xuanxiao, you don't look too good. Could it be because you're too tired from rushing all the way back? Why don't you go back and take a rest? The elder sister on the side said. Li Xuanxiao waved his hand. It's fine. I just have a sudden bit of pain in my chest. An old problem. Li Xuanxiao flipped out the small book. Ancient Moon Fong Yuan. Major risk. 3 extra quotation marks. Brother Xuanxiao, we meet again. That's when a familiar face appeared. Li Xuanxiao looked at Fong Lioli, who appeared in front of him and barely managed to squeeze out a smile. Skillfully jot down information about each other. By the time it was all over, it was sunset. All of the disciples who had finished reporting their names were assigned to the handyman peak, and the examination would officially begin tomorrow. What's going on? Why am I so upset inside? In the cave, Silver Sword Peak Master Lu Ziyin ended his meditation. This time, he ended his seclusion because he sensed that his life and death calamity was coming. But where the hijacking is, he does not yet know. Lu Ziyin took out a precious pearl. This was the innate spiritual treasure that the Sect Leader, Taoist Spirit Void, had gifted to him not long ago. It could help him to find his life and death jinx. And at this moment, this innate spiritual treasure lit up. Lu Ziyin frowned slightly and silently left his cave. The closer he got, the brighter the spirit bead became. Until finally, he landed at the handyman's peak. Looking at the 3 disciples in a room somewhere who had yet to be initiated, his eyes were immediately attracted to the sleeping Fong Lioli, and his precious pearl flowed. So that's how it turned out. It turned out that her own birthright was her. The life and death calamity was a calamity that a cultivator could potentially have because of the heavenly Tao's feedback. Once this calamity was passed, the path of cultivation would be smooth thereafter. But mutual life and death hijacking of the 2 once encountered will be doom and gloom. If you cannot crack, not hurt or die will become a demon. Lu Ziyin let out a silent sigh. It is God's destiny to do so. He turned to leave. He could have killed Fong Lioli, but he didn't do that. As a Shushan cultivator, this went against his moral principles. If he did that, then he would surely create a heart demon and shake the foundation of his cultivation. He recalled what Fong Lioli had once said earlier. The truly strong are willing to use the freedom of the weak as a boundary. Since it is my calamity, I will accept it openly. At the same time, Li Xuanxiao was in the middle of his secret room. Through the twin life retaining shadow stone, Li Xuanxiao witnessed the entire process. This Shushan really can't stay for a day. He took a deep breath. A second deep breath. A third. Only then did he finally regain his composure. Life and death. This kind of hijacking is either passed peacefully by both parties, either both sides fell in droves and crushed into a worldly tragedy. These 2 are not evil devils and foreigners, but are sincere people with a heavenly chance, so they cannot be killed at will. Li Xuanxiao paced back and forth in the room. What to do? The test is tomorrow. If nothing else, Fong Lioli would be accepted by Mount Shu even if she had mediocre talent. He was then accepted by Lu Ziyin as a disciple under his door, becoming the newest generation of Silver Sword Blade's disciples. It is also Lu Ziyin's open-door great disciple. and the two of them will inevitably cross paths in the future. I suddenly have a great idea. Li Xuanxiao snapped his fingers. Thank you for your kind words of support. The gale of thanks. Here to wish you all a happy New Year. Chapter 61, Suspected Another Traveler. There are 3 tests in the Shushan entrance examination. The first test is to check qualifications. The second test is the questioning of the heart. Knock on the heart to see if you have a pure heart for monasticism. The third test was for disciples to compete against each other and go to the martial arts stage to fight. Li Xuanxiao had also crossed out quite a few people he had previously recorded in these 3 tests. For example, the teenager named Ji Fan and Wang Tang, and Han Li. None of the 3 had passed the test of the questioning pass. After subsequent follow-ups, it was again discovered that the 3 did not have a firm heart for monasticism at all. I'm sure it's just the same name. It's a bit of a topsy-turvy world, but at least it's not a hodgepodge. In fact, if he really met Yi Fan, Han Li, and Wang Tang, it would be fine. The bottom line is that one. Gyfy. That name is horrible. Unmentionable presence. Not even by name. On the contrary, he had also passed the first 2 tests and was not strong. The thing that most emboldened Li Xuanxiao was the examination. He was taking notes himself. And the other man even looked at himself. Look at me equals extremely malicious equals serious threat to personal safety equals wants to take me to refine and improve my qualifications equals an enemy that must be gotten rid of. In favor of the next day's examination, the other party turned a blind eye to Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao was even more certain in his heart. You're not looking at me? Is there a ghost in your heart? There are ghosts in my heart equals trying to sneak up on me, backstabbing me. Holding a grudge against me equals a serious threat to my personal safety equals an enemy that must be eliminated. There's not a moment to lose. That night, Li Xuanxiao quietly sneaked into the handyman peak. The sweeper of the handyman's peak pricked up his ears alertly. What's he doing here in the middle of the night? Finally couldn't resist going after my woman? Li Xuanxiao emerged from the ground and looked at the still sleeping Gyfy. A talisman seal was affixed to the opponent's head, followed by the casting of a spell. The sleeping man was completely oblivious. Do you have any ill will towards the disciple named Li Xuanxiao? Li Xuanxiao asked. Li Xuanxiao? Don't recognize it. The man's lips opened and closed. Li Xuanxiao let out a sigh of relief. You can refine your loved ones. Refining loved ones. Am I? I have sound parents and a good family. Li Xuanxiao nodded, relieved in his heart, and continued to ask questions. What can you give up to become stronger? Like your loved ones? Your parents? Isn't that? Li Xuanxiao nodded his head once again. He checked the other person's body up and down again. There was no hidden strength or any special items. As for the parasites, they are also all very common ones. Li Xuanxiao had once traveled to the southern border with the old man, and he knew quite a few compulsion techniques himself, so he knew quite a bit about them. Fourth question: are you a reborn? No. Li Xuanxiao nodded his head once again. It's okay. It's okay. I can finally rest easy. The 456th question. Now please listen to the question. There are 3 mothers and daughters in the town. The mother dies and the sisters go to the funeral. The sister meets a very stylish man at the funeral and falls head over heels for him. When we got home, the sister killed the older sister. Why? For the 459th question. There was a young man whose house was separated from the neighboring couple's house by a lawn. Late at night, the man was awakened by a quarrel next door, after which he heard the sound of machetes and cows eating grass. After a while, he heard the sound of someone banging on his door again. The next day, he finds the mistress next door tragically dead on his doorstep. Reasoning about its course. Love of fellow disciples or love of cultivation? Love the fellowship. Love of fellow disciples or love of qualifications? Love the fellowship. Love of fellow disciples, or love of roots? Love the fellowship. All the questions have been asked. You're qualified. Well, I'm off then. Li Xuanxiao muttered to himself. The breath then disappeared into the utility peak, and silence once again returned to the disciples' room. The other side didn't notice any change at all. A moment later, Li Xuanxiao's face once again appeared silently from the window staring at Gyfy. If you pretend to be controlled and answer my questions on purpose, then I ask, I'll suddenly kill you back. Didn't you blow up? Li Xuanxiao stared at him. Half a day later. Aha! It was really manipulated. It's really time to go this time. Li Xuanxiao's breath disappeared. After another moment, Li Xuanxiao's face emerged from the beams of the room and stared at him dead in the face. There is no way who let you name is really too scary. Has become a taboo general existence? Not cautious cannot. All issues are tested. Li Xuanxiao finally let out a long breath. It was established that it was just the same name and that the person was not a sociopathic personality. It's possible to reduce the level of risk, down to low risk. You're called by this name. Li Xuanxiao muttered under his breath. This name is too dangerous. He was about to leave when suddenly he heard the other man say, "My name is not Gyfy. Unmentionable presence. Aren't you called Gyfy?" Xuanxiao was confused. "My name is Gu Yu, and I met a senior cultivator on my way to Mount Shu. After he found out my name, he thought it was interesting, and told me that when I went to Shushan to enroll, he said his name was Gyfy." Xuanxiao's body froze for a moment, and cold sweat broke out on his back with a swish. "You, what did you say? Give me a good recollection of the scene." Under Xuanxiao's guidance, the other party fell into reminiscence. "Ha ha, that's a funny name you have." "So funny. Nothing, just thought your name would be more interesting if you added 2 more words to it. This way when you go to Mount Shushan, say you call yourself by this name I told you about." "Ha ha ha, you believe me, so that Shu Mountain will definitely take you in." Returning to Silver Sword Peak, Xuanxiao burrowed into the middle of his hut. Scared, weak, shivering, cold. The world is too dangerous. The good news, Gyfy isn't real, and doesn't match up with the existence you're familiar with. Bad news, one seems to have found another traveler. The other side knows Gyfy and knows the name of the immortal dignitary. Then 90% are from the same world as yourself. It was just that Guyu couldn't remember the man's appearance, his age at all. It was reasonable that he could not recall any useful information at all. Then there was only one possibility, that the other party had deliberately erased their looks and age. It's about the same tactic as subconsciously altering one's appearance over the years to eventually make oneself a mediocre-looking person. Xuanxiao used a pen to highlight the record. Super unbeatable and extremely dangerous. There is a good chance that there is a person in this world who, like himself, is from another world. Name unknown, gender unknown, age unknown, cultivation unknown. This feeling of the unknown hidden in the darkness is so unsettling. Chapter 62, The Secret Layout. The third test is about to begin. The disciples who passed the first 2 levels traveled to Tongtian Peak with nervousness and excitement. Fong Lioli looked at the glorious Tongtian Peak, just like when Lu entered the Grand View Garden. She made her way with the crowd, accidentally bumped into a guy in front of me. "Sorry." That female disciple turned her head, looked Fong Lioli up and down, and said disdainfully, "Humph, what kind of countryside goods are worthy of coming to Mount Shu? You, and what are you?" At this time, a girl named Huang Peiying stood out to speak for Fong Lioli. The duo met when they were initiated. The elder of Huang Peiying's family was an elder of Mount Shu, with connections and relationships, and his cultivation was at the top of the young generation. That female disciple sheepishly glanced at Huang Peiying, not daring to argue with her. Fong Lioli looked at Huang Peiying gratefully. "Thank you, Sister Huang." Huang Peiying laughed. "Don't be afraid of having me to cover you." This scene was all watched by Xuanxiao. Huang Peiying was a person he also knew. This person has a low risk factor, but her character is extremely prone to prompting those white lotuses to blacken. "I am narrow-minded, self-important, and unruly." Don't look to speak for Fong Lioli now. It looked like he was on good terms with Fong Lioli, but that was the contempt of the superior for the inferior. If one day, Huang Peiying realized that Fong Lioli had surpassed herself, the probability was that she would turn it into hatred. It's as if you're seeing a classmate you once tutored surpass your score. Or maybe the two are into the same man. This Huang Peiying could very well be one of the triggers for Fong Lioli's darkening. Xuanxiao analyzed, recorded, and deduced the orientation of the ending in a small notebook. Soon, the group made their way along the bridge and met the water unicorn. The water unicorn shivered and stood up. When Shu Mountain accepts disciples, even the ants on Shu Mountain have to groom themselves when they go out. Not to mention the water unicorn. The hair on the water chilen's body was as if it had been blown by a gale, with its roots standing upright. And every single one of them glittered with a crystal clear watery light. A thick column of water gushed out from under its hooves, intertwined and entwined with each other, and quickly converged into a wide and solid road, like a bridge constructed by water flow, stretching all the way into the distance. The water chilen stood with its head held high above the road paved with water columns. Its posture was tall and majestic, not angry and imposing. The hair on its body fluttered gently as the breeze brushed by, mirroring the column of water at its feet, forming an extremely spectacular picture. The crowd all wore a look of surprise at the sight of the divine beast. They had only heard that there were divine beasts like the chilen in the world, but they had never seen them with their own eyes. The water chilen suddenly stepped away from the crowd. These disciples who had yet to be initiated subconsciously took a few steps back. A Shu Mountain disciple next to him reminded, "Don't worry, you all. The chilen is gentle in nature, and the disciples who can be approached are all people with immortal destiny." Upon hearing this, the people who were about to dodge stopped in their tracks, expecting the chilen to come close to them. Kirin cut through the crowd. Huang Peiying's eyes lit up. Is this for you? My father said I was born with wisdom, and now even the water unicorn favors me. Just as he was thinking smugly, he saw that the water Qilin bypassed himself and instead walked towards Fong Lioli, who was to the side. The water Qilin stuck out its tongue and licked Fong Lioli, revealing a happy expression. Seeing this scene, the Shushan disciples on the side were also quite surprised. What's with the water unicorn senior's gesture? The crowd turned their attention to it. Fong Lioli, on the other hand, was a bit unsure, and for some reason, looking at the water Qilin gave her a sense of affection. Huang Peiying stared at Fong Lioli with a ghostly venomous gaze, a change from the previous cordiality. Sister, your eyes are changing too fast. Xuanxiao and the crowd silently watched Fong Lioli and Huang Peiying. It looks like this Fong Lioli's previous life is not some kind of unforgivable devil, but rather, it is self-bringing heavenly Qi luck chance. Otherwise the water Qilin will not be so close. If such a person is killed by himself, directly or indirectly, then he will have to bear no small consequences. One must be cautious. Cautious and cautious. The incident was a minor hiccup that passed quickly. However, this also made Li Xianxiao more certain of the feasibility of his method. The third game was a fight. Li Xianxiao was worried about any negligence on his part, so he pulled his junior sister Zhao Lu from Silver Sword Peak as well. Let her keep track of the low-risk personnel. Himself targeted several high-risk individuals. Much like what Li Xianxiao had expected, he faced his first opponent. Although Fong Lioli was not as strong as the other party, she ended up surprisingly winning the competition. The second match was the same. Everyone didn't look at Fong Lioli favorably. There weren't even many people under the stage where Fong Lioli competed, and she won by default. The next few days were basically the same routine. Fong Lioli had a bad start, foolish moves caught in a bitter fight, dying struggle. Fong Lioli made a victory statement speech. That's how she made it all the way to the quarterfinals, facing off against Huang Peiying. Huang Peiying's eyes were ready to eat people. Fong Lioli happily went to share this matter with Li Xianxiao. Brother Xuanxiao, isn't it true that if I win first place, I can be His Holiness' disciple? Your Holiness was naturally referring to Lu Ziyin. Li Xianxiao nodded. Theoretically that's true, but you shouldn't push yourself too hard. You've already broken into the top 4 now. You can just as easily be Master Lu's disciple. Fong Lioli said. No, I'm going to be number 1 if I want to do it, and choose Your Holiness to be my master. Well, there's ambition. Come on. Thank you, Brother Xuanxiao. Hey. There's no need to say thank you for our relationship. Lu Ziyin glanced at Fong Lioli from afar, not expecting the other party to make it all the way to the quarterfinals. Is it fate? What's coming is always coming. From the day I met her, I had fallen into the trap of fate. Later that day, in the evening, Lu Ziyin returned to his cave. His mind was a bit complicated and he wanted a cup of tranquilizing tea. But at this time, he suddenly realized that the tranquilizing tea was unexpectedly gone. Drinking it all up so quickly? Go to Handyman's Peak and get some. Lu Ziyin was just about to head in the direction of the Handyman Peak when he suddenly remembered a conversation he had had with Li Xianxiao a few days ago. Tranquilizer tea is found in the back of Silver Sword Peak. Thus, Lu Ziyin arrived at the back of Silver Sword Blades Mountain. After being in charge of Silver Sword Peak for so many days, he had never been to the back of the mountain. At this moment, when I saw the back of Silver Sword Peak, it was really beautiful, especially this backcountry. To the middle of the tea forest in the back of the mountain, Lu Ziyin casually picked some tea leaves and brewed them with the river water next to him. Upon looking up, a brightly colored fruit on a tree caught his eye. Lu Ziyin took it off and took a bite. Well, it tastes good. Using mana to make the water boil, he slowly sipped a cup of tea. Lu Ziyin was about to return to his cave, but as he walked, he realized that he suddenly couldn't walk out. Chapter 63, Do you still want to lose your face? What's going on? After Lu Ziyin circled around a few times, he finally determined that he was trapped in the middle of a maze. It was probably the formation unique to the back of Silver Sword Peak that had been unintentionally activated. It's just a small formation. Wait for me to break it. Lu Ziyin found it interesting instead. He had studied formations since he was young. The formation is not the same in all its variations. Once there was an elder in Shushan who summarized the world's formations into one. The name is World Formation, and Shushan's disciples who studied formations scrambled to break them. Being able to have one solution is considered a formation entry. Having 2 solutions proves that you have a small degree of success with formations. This means that more solutions means that you have a higher level of formation. Lu Ziyin had already set a record even before he closed down. With 9 solutions, no one has yet surpassed this record, including those elders and peak masters with high cultivation levels. Provided, of course, that one does not disregard the cultivation and destroy it by violent means. What Lu Ziyin didn't know was that there was actually an old 6 in the shadows, who already had 11 ways of solving the problem, 2 whole kinds more than him. Lu Ziyin wandered in the formation as time passed by. The corner of Lu Ziyin's eye twitched slightly. This, Back again. Oh, things are getting interesting then. Lu Ziyin tossed 3 copper coins. I'm going to get serious next. After a long time again, Lu Ziyin looked around. His fingers pinched and his mouth chanted. He had fallen from the middle of one of the first mazes into a more complicated one. There's no way to get to heaven or earth. Forget it. There's no time to lose. Lu Ziyin was prepared to forcefully break the formation. Although this formation had to be recognized as very clever, the strength of the person who laid it was far inferior to him. If you force yourself to break the formation, you will be able to solve this formation just as quickly. Lu Ziyin dispelled this idea. It was because he suddenly realized that the formation connected to the medicine forest, tea garden and other places in the back of the mountain. Once the formation was forcibly destroyed by itself, all of these places would be damaged with it. If this gets out, the Silver Sword Peak Master was trapped in the middle of his peak's formation. In the end, he could only forcefully break the formation, implicating the medicine forest and the tea garden. Do you want the crust or not? It was still early in the day, and there must be a way one could find out the loopholes in this formation. From Lu Ziyin's perspective, it was still early in the day. However, at this moment, the battle of the top 4 in Shu Mountain had already begun. The tea he drank and the fruits he ate were actually all part of the Great Formation. It wasn't a poison, but it affected his judgment of the passage of external time to a very small degree. Plus, in the Grand Formation, Li Xuanxiao's deliberate layout, the purpose was to make Lu Ziyin miss the final disciple selection test. The battle for the final 4 begins. Fong Lioli vs Huang Peiying. Huang Peiying looked at Fong Lioli incredulously, not expecting that in just a few days, the other party would progress so rapidly. Damn it! Huang Peiying clenched her silver teeth. She had been cultivating hard since she was young and was gifted. How can you lose to a wild woman from a mountain village? Thinking of this, Huang Peiying's attack intensified. Li Xuanxiao had also seen the Chosen One's enchantment once again. He couldn't even think of how Fong Lioli should win. But every time, Fong Lioli was able to catch Huang Peiying's moves just right. Although he was beaten back, his aura recovered in no time. On the contrary, Huang Peiying is getting weaker and weaker as she fights. In the end, Huang Peiying was able to win with great difficulty, thanks to the magic weapon given by her father. Disciples who make it to the top 8 have priority to be chosen. The second strongest will be able to actively choose which peak to worship, even though Fong Lioli was defeated. However, many mountain peak masters saw her potential and threw out olive branches. It was only Fong Lioli who looked firmly in the direction where the Silver Sword Peak crowd was. Only, the person she was looking for was not there. Lord Lu Feng is not here. Why is Senior Lu missing? I don't know. Where did it go? This disciple called Fong Lioli is an immortal seedling. We can't let other peaks snatch it away. It's already too late. Why did this Senior Lu brother drop the ball at a crucial time? Fong Lioli, which peak are you going to enter? Disciple wants to worship under Silver Sword Peak's Peak Master Lu. Lu Ziyin? Taoist Spirit Void's gaze fell on the head seat of Silver Sword Peak, but it was empty. How come Lu Ziyin wasn't there for such an important occasion? Sect Leader according to the rules. Lu Ziyin is not present, so can we not grab this disciple first? The head of Little Cheong Peak said. It was obvious that none of them wanted to miss this disciple. Yes, but don't say that we old guys are bullying the juniors. Such an important occasion that Master Nephew Lu was absent. The head of Little Bamboo Peak was the first to throw out an olive branch. Fong Lioli, my Shaozhu Peak is full of female disciples. How about it? Do you want to come? Let's ignore those smelly men. Fong Lioli arched her hand and said, Disciple thanks all the Peak Masters for their kindness. It's just that Disciple has admired Peak Master Lu for a long time and only wants to worship Silver Sword Peak. If you had won against Huang Peiying, you would have had the right to make an active choice. Only you did not win against her. Now that Lu Ziyin is away again, and you missed this Master Worship Conference, you can only become an outer disciple and wait until the next 10 years. The Little Bamboo Peak Master reminded. Fong Lioli's face was anxious and she frequently looked in the direction of Silver Sword Peak. Alright, make a decision or you'll really have to become an outer disciple. Fong Lioli had a hard time choosing for a moment. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. Fong Lioli, I'm accepting disciples on behalf of my master. Are you willing to worship under my Silver Sword Peak? When these words came out, not only the several peak masters, even Lingxiu, who was sitting at the sect leader's seat, froze for a moment. Turning his head in surprise, he looked at Li Xuanxiao who had spoken. Old man, I'm your master, right? A substitute teacher? Have you asked the old man's opinion? Li Xuanxiao raised the jade slip in his hand. Spirit Void thought for a moment. This was still before he became the sect leader. He lost to this little guy in a game of chess with Li Xuanxiao. A total of 2 jade slips were lost. According to the wager, Li Xuanxiao could use this jade slip to ask Lingxiu to do one thing that did not violate moral justice. It was just that Lingshu did not expect that Xuanxiao would take out a jade slip at this time. He glanced at the disciple named Fong Lioli, who had ordinary talent, but managed to break into the top 4. Perhaps it made Xuanxiao think of himself. Mediocre talent, but still persistent. Several peak masters looked at Sect Leader Spirit Void in unison. Spirit Void could only nod as well. All of them then assumed that this was a sign from Spiritual Void. Fong Lioli looked at Xuanxiao in a daze. Xuanxiao had a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. He will personally temper Fong Lioli, turn her into what a Shushan disciple should look like. After all, it didn't feel safe to put it on any peak, so it was better to put it on your side and take the initiative. What? Silly. Xuanxiao slightly raised his eyebrows. By the way, the sect leader has a lot of business. I'm accepting disciples on behalf of my master. That is, I will personally teach you. Are you willing to come to my Silver Sword Peak? Lioli is willing. Pay respects to senior brotherly. Fong Lioli followed up by shaking about a Taoist spirit void. Greetings, master. Taoist spirit Su waved his hand and closed his eyes again. It doesn't matter. Chapter 64, When the Stars of Humanity Shine. A chi refining stage cultivator accepting disciples on behalf of his master? No. Xuanxiao is now foundation establishment. This sounds truly absurd. But on second thought, it was all understood. Silver Sword Peak had originally had the least number of disciples among the 7 peaks. After Lingshu was promoted to the position of sect leader, Lu Ziyin took over. Coincidentally, it was also absent at this time. The headmaster for the Silver Sword Peak figure. Let the disciple Xuanxiao on behalf of the teacher to accept the disciple. Counted as a disciple of the Silver Sword Peak. Also in the realm of the reasonable. At this very moment, in the middle of the big formation, Lu Ziyin's anger was so great that he bumped his head against the ground. It can't be. How is this possible? How could I be so stupid as to fall into another maze? This maze was simply too shrewdly designed, with big circles surrounding small circles, one ring following another, as if it could never be escaped. Lu Ziyin hated himself for not being a good learner, but he had been tricked in a row, only to see that his originally spotless, white as snow Taoist robes were now stained with yellowed fallen leaves and dirty dirt, wetly condensing on his clothing, making him look more and more wretched. Not only that, his entire body's breath became disorganized. Lu Ziyin had long forgotten about any Shushan disciple acceptance at this moment. He looked at the large formation in front of him and vowed not to return until the formation was broken. It's a matter of his dignity. Lu Ziyin's mouth was full of words as he continued to deduce. According to theory, from the east of the birth door to enter, to the southwest Huimen to kill out, and then from the north open door to kill. This formation can be broken. Yes, this is the most basic formation. But now Lu Ziyin was fighting through the Shang gate and didn't see the Hu gate. Instead, they fell into the middle of another big formation. Lu Ziyin put his mind at ease, and I don't know how long later, Lu Ziyin was on his feet. Finally, we found the eye of the formation. Lu Ziyin let out a long breath and felt that the world was wide open. It was as if something extraordinary had been accomplished. Lu Ziyin's eyes suddenly stone a blue book. He opened it to take a closer look. This was actually the 10th solution to the world's formations. How is that possible? My record was broken? It was only then that Lu Ziyin realized that what he was in was not a real formation eye, but a false formation eye that someone had deliberately set up. And he also purposely placed this 10th solution of the solution formation ideas among the false formation eyes. Help him break the trapped formation in front of him. Silver Sword Peak. Fong Lioli followed Xuanxiao to Silver Sword Peak. Stepping on the over 10-meter long greatsword, Fong Lioli blinked and stared blankly at senior brother Xuanxiao, who only had a back figure. Xuanxiao inhaled and exhaled. It was probably one of the riskiest decisions he'd made on his own in his life, but it was the best way to take the initiative that could be thought of on its own. Returning to Silver Sword Peak, he didn't expect Su Wan, Zhang Luoshui to be at Silver Sword Peak as well. Upon asking, he realized that it was because there were too few disciples in the Silver Sword Blade, so they were approached to help. Su Wan looked at Xuanxiao with somewhat unnatural eyes. Ever since they came back from Hopeless Mountain, the two of them had barely seen each other. Su Wan also guessed that Xuanxiao might be deliberately avoiding himself. What was even more surprising to Xuanxiao was that third senior sister Lin Wanqing had also returned. She hadn't found any sign of Van Yu at the bottom of the mountain. Now that Shushan is accepting disciples, she has returned to help. Xuanxiao looked at Fong Lioli behind himself again. He nodded. Well, when the stars of humanity shine, how could Shu Mountain be so virtuous and capable of gathering so many stormtroopers at the same time? Xuanxiao tilted his head and looked at the sky. I've been walking on thin ice all my life, wondering if I'll ever make it to the other side. This is the emotionless scripture. It's the Love Brain Offense Fact Book. It's 100 tragic cases of the love brain. This is teaching you how to recognize scum. This is how to spot a plastic BFF. It's countermeasures after being counted on. It's 1,000 words after being falsely accused. It's don't just put up with bullying. One book after another compiled by Xuanxiao was stacked in front of Fong Lioli. Fong Lioli, oh. Sifu. Senior. What are all these? That's all you're going to learn next. Fong Lioli pursed her lips. Senior brother. Is this a cultivation sect? Fong Lioli felt as if she had joined some strange organization. Of course, cultivation first cultivates the mind and builds a good foundation. Otherwise you will refine your cultivation in the future. It's very easy to go forward and lose. Do you understand? I understand. Very well. Next I'll give you the first real case. Fong Lioli didn't expect that she had just come to Silver Sword Peak, but she had already started classes straight away. The first case comes from Zhao Lu of Deju Peak, who was originally an outstanding disciple of Deju Peak. Only for the sake of his childhood sweetheart's fiancé chose to leave Shushan and enter a small, unimpressive sect to become an elder. However, she had to deal with the affairs of the sect as well as the shortage of resources within the sect. Then later on, the small sect joined to another large sect, and Zhao Lu missed the best time to break through because she was so focused on managing the sect. She was eventually abandoned by her fiancé, who in turn married a senior sister from a major sect. Zhao Lu's heart was disheartened. His Dao heart shattered, and he finally fell to the end of the line and died of senility. Xuanxiao paused and asked, "How do you feel after hearing this true story?" Fong Lioli blinked. That man is so ruthless. So Zhao Lu isn't at fault? Isn't she the victim? The fact that she endlessly chooses to believe her fiancé is her biggest fault, and it's because it's her indulgence that causes her fiancé to challenge her bottom line over and over again. It ends up being drained of all value and left behind. Remember, there is no one in this world that you can completely rely on, but yourself. Fong Lioli bit her lip. Now for the second case. Lu Yun, a female disciple of Shushan's Tongtian Peak, fell in love with a demonic disciple because of a trip down the mountain. The demonic disciple falsely claimed that he needed to enter the sacred pool of Mount Shushan to cure his illness. Lu Yun will willingly take him to secretly enter the Shushan. Who expected that the real purpose of the demonic disciples is to steal the secret books of the Shushan? Luckily, it was stopped by an unknown passerby, and it was a close call. Unknown passerby equals Xuanxiao, and then that demonic disciple, seeing that his plan had failed, convinced Lu Yun to defect to Shushan together. Lu Yun thought that the other party was going to take her back to the deep forest, but who would have thought that the other party would directly use the art of soul searching and forcefully extract Lu Yun's memories. He also obtained a lot of information about Shushan as a result. As for Lu Yun, because she was forcibly searched for her soul, her 3 souls and 6 souls were damaged, and she became a little cutie. The young girl frowned. Seeing that it had taken effect, Xuanxiao nodded his head. Let's talk about these 2 cases today, and when you go back, write an after-class epiphany based on each of these 2 stories. No less than 2,000 words. Next we learn how to spot a plastic BFF and 1,000 words to say after being falsely accused. In the evening, I'll teach you the Emotionless Sutra. Thanks to Gung Jiao, who loves fried liver tips with onions, for the great healthcare. +1. Chapter 65. Lu Ziyin felt that he had really met a life and death disaster. Let's not talk about being trapped in the back of Mount Shu's mountain formation for half a month. And then he studied the 10th formation for 2 months. After he finally melts down, Lu Ziyin couldn't wait to give himself 2 mouths. As the Silver Sword Peak Master, how could he be so unprofessional? The Shushan intake is all in the past. One disciple of Silver Sword Peak didn't get anything. According to the rules, the rest of the disciples of Silver Sword Peak were not qualified to take on disciples. Only he, the Peak Master. But on the contrary, he had also missed the disciple acceptance meeting. There is good news, however. That was Xuanxiao accepting Fong Lioli on behalf of his teacher. Is this fate? Even though he didn't go to the disciple acceptance conference, Fong Lioli still worshipped under the Silver Sword Peak. Lu Ziyin realized that this was his destiny. There is no escape from life and death. In that case, come on. Xuanxiao was only a foundation establishment stage cultivator, and it was still him, the Peak Master, who had to teach his disciples such things. Lu Ziyin was prepared to personally teach Fong Lioli. He just had that thought. The next day, Lu Ziyin was poisoned. To be honest, Lu Ziyin didn't realize he was poisoned at first, because he sat and fell asleep. Thought I had comprehended some new realm, only to find out later. But as soon as he realized it, with his cultivation he immediately cleared the feeling of discomfort. So next, Lu Ziyin was unintentionally injured by the Shu Mountain Sword Formation. That said, it was an accident. The eye of the Silver Sword Peak Sword Formation was located in the cave residence of the Peak Master. Maybe it was because the Shu Mountain Sword Formation had been in disrepair for years, or Lu Ziyin had just taken over the Silver Sword Peak Sword Formation so he wasn't too familiar with it. Somehow, the Shushan Sword Formation was triggered. The sword chi poured into the cave in an instant. Lu Ziyin protected Silver Sword Peak from the sword formation and immediately used the Peak Master's Jade Sign to shut down the sword formation, only to be injured by the sword energy himself. It's not a bad injury, but it's not a bad one either. I'm afraid it won't get better without a year and a half of nurturing. Lu Ziyin felt as if he was in bad luck with Silver Sword Peak, taking over as the Silver Sword Peak Master. He then met his own life and death calamity, then missed the disciple acceptance meeting, and was injured by the sword array. And he always felt that there was a pair of big invisible hands controlling his actions in the dark, a pair of invisible eyes staring at him. It's probably an illusion. It couldn't be helped that Lu Ziyin had closed down to recuperate from his injuries. The sword chi of the Shu Mountain sword formation was extremely pure, and being injured by sword chi had to be taken seriously. This seclusion was half a year long. 1 year later, Lu Ziyin had re-emerged from the gate, and the injuries on his body had already healed. The reason why he stayed inside the cave for another half a year longer, it was because he was talking to Li Xuanxiao, a disciple of the sect. Li Xuanxiao's unintentional words gave Lu Ziyin an idea about the 11th type of solving formation. Unintentionally equals deliberate. Lu Ziyin was so enlightened that he studied it for half a year. So this delayed his exit for half a year. After a year, it's back in action. Silver Sword Peak isn't that much of a change. Lu Ziyin's figure suddenly lurched as his gaze was drawn to a figure in the distance. Fong Lioli. I haven't seen her for a year. The girl has grown more and more beautiful. A watery blue dress, grooming Xuanxiao, with an indescribably clear and unassuming, with a delicate posture, and ink-black long hair as smooth as a waterfall, eyes like ethereal spirits, lips like cherry petals, pure childish innocence. Lu Ziyin didn't know why, but it was clearly his own life and death. But he couldn't help but want to get closer. Right at this moment, several figures landed in front of Fong Lioli. Huang Peiying shook her hand and pointed. That's her. She's the one who stole the 7 treasure gourd within our peak. I saw it with my own eyes. Lu Ziyin frowned slightly. He remembered that Huang Peiying was not friends with Fong Lioli. Huang Peiying said triumphantly, Fong Lioli, hurry up and return our peak's 7 treasure gourd to us. What kind of gourd? I don't know. And pretending. Huang Peiying's little follower, another female disciple of the sect said, I saw it with my own eyes too. She did it. Fong Lioli looked confused. Me? What gourd? What are you guys talking about? And pretend. Huang Linqing reached out to stop his daughter, Huang Peiying, and turned to say, Fong Lioli, have you ever been to my Dragon Head Peak just now? Fong Lioli nodded. Been there. Just now senior brother asked me to deliver medicine in the Longzhou Peak's medicine garden. Huang Linqing, that's when the 7 treasure gourd disappeared from one of my Longzhou Peak's medicinal gardens. What's going on here? I didn't take it. Humph. Huang Peiying snorted coldly. If you say it's not, then it's not. Go to the middle of her cave. Right. Make her hand over her storage ring. Could it be hidden inside her clothes? The followers on the side echoed. I didn't steal it. Why are you guys framing me without evidence? Fong Lioli was full of grievances. Soon, the voices of a few people attracted the many disciples around them. Some are disciples who come to Silver Sword Peak to get medicine. Some have something to pass by. And some are purely here to join in the fun. What's going on? I don't know. It seems to say that Fong Lioli of the Silver Sword Blade stole something. How can that be? Stealing treasures is indeed too immoral? I heard that someone saw it with their own eyes. That treasure was actually hidden in Huang Peiying's sleeve. Next, Fong Lioli would definitely take them to her cave to examine them in order to prove her innocence. Take the opportunity to pretend to have discovered this treasure yourself. When the time comes, people will be in the clouds, and Fong Lioli will be sitting on the charge of stealing the treasure. Huang Peiying proudly clasped her hands on her chest and looked at Fong Lioli with disdain. Fight me? You're a country bumpkin who deserves to be in Shushan with me? You're also worthy of becoming one of the top 4. What are you? Lu Ziyin, who was watching this scene from afar, frowned. Then look at Fong Lioli. At the moment, his hands were clenched in fists and his face was red in the face of the crowd's gossip. Such a kind and simple little girl must have been at her wits' end in the face of such false accusations. Yeah, where has she ever seen the sinister nature of human nature? The young girl bowed her head and sniffled, as if she had been crying. Looking at the poor young girl who had been accused by 1,000 people, Lu Ziyin felt as if his heartstrings were moving. He was about to go over and say a fair word for Fong Lioli, just as Fong Lioli suddenly raised her head. She pointed with her small hand and said aloud, Huang Peiying, you are a bear sitting on the bench, said with eyes. I see you are a pepper in the gutter, sinister and venomous. Today I will knife pull ass to show you the eye. After a few words, everyone in the room was silent. Lu Ziyin had been so impatient to walk out and do justice to the poor young girl that he suddenly heard a big hiatus. Chapter 66, Examining the Taoist Heart. Without waiting for the crowd to react, Fong Lioli suddenly stepped forward. grabbed Huang Peiying's wrist and lifted her hand up. The sleeve robe fell, revealing the treasures inside. Huang Peiying's face changed. Fong Lioli smiled. Isn't this the 7 treasure gourd? It's been in your hands all along. Why are you still riding a donkey looking for a donkey? Oh, is it hard to deliberately frame me? Then go to my cave and pretend to search it. In reality, you secretly raise the treasure in your hand and say that you found it in the middle of my cave? You. The crowd was in an uproar. Fong Lioli looked at Huang Peiying smugly. Huang Peiying, you know what? Your Lanzhou Peak's newly paved road is just flat. Huang Peiying looked uncertain. No stone grains. Ah, and you're still thinking of making a bureau with this IQ? Go home and ask your father to buy you more medicine for your brain. No power. You. Huang Peiying's eyes rolled up in surprise. She looked at Fong Lioli incredulously. Is this the Fong Lioli he knows? Shouldn't Fong Lioli have said 100 words and then taken the crowd to her cave to prove her innocence? Or after being vilified, just keep saying I didn't do it. It wasn't me. Interge, boo-hoo. And then for crying out loud. That's what Fong Lioli is. Then look at Fong Lioli in front of him. Huang Peiying just couldn't help but slap him across the face. Pow! The slap rang out on Huang Peiying's face. Fong Lioli clutched Huang Peiying's wrist with one hand and slapped her across the face. Yo! Hurry up! You see she's furious and wants to hit me even though she can't slander. I've been hit? Huang Peiying reacted only after a long time. She was annoyed, yet she realized she couldn't struggle at all. Fong Lioli clutched her hand extremely hard, making it impossible for her to break free. At this time, Huang Linqing, who was on the side, saw that someone dared to hit his daughter and immediately became angry. A punch was thrown and a cry of fury was given. Unbridled, Huang Liqing was already at the Yuaning cultivation level. This punch naturally did not use its full strength. Even after receiving this punch, Fong Lioli's body only fell back a few feet. Think I'm dead. Huang Liqing's eyes widened in anger. Fong Lioli looked at Huang Liqing and suddenly pulled the corner of her mouth. Then all at once he lay down on the ground. Somebody, is there anyone else from Silver Sword Peak? Quickly go find the law enforcement elder. Do it for me. I can't. They're father and daughter working together to bully. I'm going to die. A Yuaning stage bullying me. A Qi refining stage cultivator. Be shameless. The veins on Huang Liqing's face rippled, and he was so angry that his big nose was bubbling. Lu Ziyin. Is this Fong Lioli? One must have recognized the wrong person, right? What had happened in the year of his own seclusion? The matter soon reached the law enforcement hall. Huang Peiying's father and daughter were already at a disadvantage, deliberately stirring up trouble, coupled with Huang Liqing's outburst against the disciples within the sect. Soon the results of the punishment came down. Huang Linqing removed from the position of elder of Mount Shu, confined for 10 years. Huang Peiying was fined 3 years for stirring up trouble, a year of hard labor at the handyman's peak. After hearing this result, Huang Peiying was dumbfounded. Fong Lioli walked past her and said softly, picking apart a pomegranate with no pulp, still no strength, sister. And with that, bouncing around, he was gone. Sticky face plus mockery. Fong Lioli only felt soothed. He happened to meet Lu Ziyin again, who had been in seclusion for a long time. Fong Lioli was pleasantly surprised. Silver Sword Peak disciple Fong Lioli pays her respects to Peak Master. Senior brother Lu, you've come out of the gate. Lu Ziyin was silent, and silent again. I heard that you have joined Silver Sword Peak. I happen to be in seclusion during this period of time, and I don't know if you have adapted to the life of Silver Sword Strike? Fong Lioli nodded. Adapting very well. Senior brothers and sisters all take good care of me. Especially senior brother Xuanxiao has taught me a lot. Well adjusted? Modest. Why do I think you're already like a fish out of water? Lu Ziyin said. After all, senior brother Xuanxiao's cultivation is still only foundation establishment, and his cultivation tasks are tight. So if you are willing you can come to my side to cultivate. Fong Lioli hesitated slightly and politely refused. Thank you for taking care of senior brother Lu. It's just that senior brother Lu has a lot of business as the peak master. So Lioli would be better off practicing with senior brother Xuanxiao in the meantime. That's fine. Since that was the case, Lu Ziyin didn't say anything more. He looked at Fong Lioli with very complicated eyes. It always felt like Fong Lioli had changed too much as well. The corners of Fong Lioli's mouth rose slightly, sketching out a light smile like the blooming of spring flowers. Her beautiful and moving eyes, which at the moment resembled 2 rounds of curved crescent moons, were bright and glittering with a spiritual light. Only the words that came out of his mouth were not appropriate. Huang Peiying, this I have to guard against her a little bit, as well as the rest of her family. Will the next mission take revenge on me? I can't sleep until she dies. Lu Ziyin swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Fong Lioli bid farewell to Lu Ziyin and returned to Silver Sword Peak. That said, she hadn't even realized it herself. She had joined Silver Sword Peak largely for Lu Ziyin. He also felt that if he followed senior brother Xuanxiao and cultivated hard, sooner or later he would be able to meet Lu Ziyin one day, go to the side of Master Lu to cultivate. But as time passed, gradually one seemed to be forgetting about Master Lu. If she hadn't met senior brother Lu today, she would have even forgotten that there was such a thing as a peak master for the silver sword blade. Fong Lioli shook her head and murmured softly, "Why don't you have the same feeling you had when you first met Master Lu?" Fong Lioli couldn't forget the first time she saw Lu Ziyin, as if it was meant to be. Her heart moved. In that moment, all at once, it was understood. The meaning of the word destiny in Grandpa's mouth is clear. However, only a year later, nothing has changed. Just why it just doesn't feel that way anymore. Returning to his cave, Fong Lioli continued today's cultivation. At this time there was a knock on the door from outside the cave. "I'm Li Xuanxiao. Open the door and check the Dao heart." Fong Lioli subconsciously straightened the hair on her forehead and took a glance at the dressing mirror before opening the door. Senior brother Lu is out of the gate. "Did you know?" Li Xuanxiao opened the door and asked. "I know. I even met not long ago," Fong Lioli said. Li Xuanxiao nodded. "Continue with our lesson today, how the iron Dao heart is made, and memorize the 5th natural paragraph." Fong Lioli pursed her lips and said with a straight face, "The most precious thing a cultivator has is life, and life only comes once. Therefore, the life of a monk should be spent in this way. When a Shushan cultivator looks back, he does not regret his wasted years, nor is he ashamed of his inactivity. In this way, at the time of her death, she would be able to say that I had dedicated my entire life and all my energies to the most precious cause in life, struggle for the peaceful development of Kyushu and the happiness of its people." Paul Kirchhoffan glazed. Chapter 67, I forgive you. Kill. I'm going to kill her. Calm down. Missy, she's a Shu Mountain disciple now. So what if it's a Shushan disciple? This caused me to lose face and caused my father to lose his position as an elder. I must kill her, Huang Peiying said angrily. The maid advised. Eldest miss, she is a disciple of Mount Shu according to the rules of the sect. You will be executed as well, and you will also involve the entire family. So I'll just swallow this? The maid smiled wryly. Miss, have you forgotten? What is her origin? A countryside village woman. Just have someone disguise as a bandit and kill her entire family. Won't that take the heat off of Missy? Huang Peiying was overjoyed at the realization. Good idea. Great Peak Village. It had to be said that since Fong Lioli left, the village is much more subdued. It was just that Fong Lioli's family still lived in the outermost part of the village. The family had gotten used to it a long time ago. 2. Under the night, several figures quickly headed in the direction of Dothing village. Kill. Leave no one behind. What about the village? I don't know if there are any more of their relatives in the village. So exterminate the village. Yes. Within a short time, 5 figures landed in Fong Lioli's home one after another. At this moment, Fong Lioli's father, Heir Dogzi, was working on iron. The 2 younger brothers, Wang Kai and Fu Gue, were playing in the courtyard. Suddenly, they all jumped at the sight of 5 people falling from the sky. Before the 5 could speak, several pairs of large hands suddenly emerged from the ground, dragging all 5 of them underground. Calm then returned to the yard. The whole process, which lasted only an instant, suddenly appearing and disappearing, as if nothing had happened. The second dog and his own 2 children were confused. The second dog rubbed his eyes and thought his eyes were out of order. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The other side. Li Xuanxiao quickly cleaned up all 5 of them. He didn't kill them, but tied them all up. Preparing to hand over to the sect, he had already collected evidence of Huang Peiying buying a murderer through the staying Shadowstone. With all the evidence, this time Huang Peiying and the Huang family will be implicated. That's despicable. It's a good thing I had 21 backup plans. Family sacrifices to the heavens and the law. You want Fong Lioli to blacken? I am not going to let you get away with this. With that, Li Xuanxiao stomped his foot and performed the art of detaining God. A few moments later, the local land poked its head out. Greetings to the Supreme Immortal. Greetings to the Supreme Immortal. The gods of the land, the city god, and the river are all enshrined in the imperial court. Of course there are many clans that have this right. This includes Shushan. When he met the disciples of Mount Shu, this tiny land naturally took a bite out of the upper immortal. Have you memorized everything you were told? The land nodded repeatedly. Remembered. Don't worry, Supreme Immortal, the little god will definitely do his best to protect this family from disaster. Li Xuanxiao handed the other party a talisman seal. Use this talisman to contact me when something goes wrong. This is your payment. It is a blessing for the lesser gods to be able to work for the Supreme Immortal. We all help each other. You can just address me as Taoist friend. The little god wouldn't dare. Land collected the bag of spirit stones with a feigned reluctance. He smiled and reached out. peeling a piece of paper from the spirit stone and taking a closer look. Questionnaire. Fill out this questionnaire by the way. Li Xuanxiao's voice came from the side. The land looked at the first question. Your enemy is on the edge of a cliff holding onto a branch in a desperate effort to keep from falling. How are you going to make it fall? 1. With your foot. 2. With fire. 3. Would break his fingers one by one. Land, oh. Meanwhile, in the middle of the Dan room, Li Xuanxiao, who was harnessing his doppelganger, took a sip of enlightenment tea. He had never left Mount Shu since the beginning. Through his contact with Octopus Sayahachi, who possessed the bloodline of an ancient spirit beast, Li Xuanxiao improved on his out-of-body spells, and he also signed a contract with Hachi. Spiritual pets make contracts with cultivators. Li Xuanxiao would be able to use Xiaoya's bloodline to perfect his out-of-body spells. Today's out-of-body body is similar to one of Hachi's severed tentacles. That meant that the doppelganger had also become part of Li Xuanxiao's body. Makes it harder to tell the difference between real and fake, or if the fake is actually real, and can act much farther away. It's safer to travel in the future. Li Xuanxiao stroked little 8's little head in satisfaction. Hachi is nibbling on a cabbage. Don't underestimate the cabbage. It's not cheap. With little 8 around, Li Xuanxiao's treasure materials were consumed at a much faster rate. Some of the precious materials that had been accumulated previously were almost used up. It looks like when this is over, it's time to get ready to start your own wealth storage program. Hachi, if you're free, let's get the 12th edition of the questionnaire done. Hachi's movements suddenly froze. He saw that Li Xuanxiao had already handed over a questionnaire. Remember, answer with your true heart or I will sense it. Don't worry, it's just a normal questionnaire. Even if you get the answers wrong, it doesn't matter. Don't be nervous. Li Xuanxiao had a kind face. Hachi, there's always the feeling that if you get the answer wrong, you're going to die the next second. It wasn't long before the 4 assassins that were sent by Huang Peiying took the initiative to run to Mount Shu to surrender themselves. As for why 4, it's because one has already been poisoned. Of course, according to that mysterious person, they could still live as long as they went to Shushan and gave an account of the mastermind. Otherwise you'll die if you don't get the antidote. Soon after, Huang Peiying was called in for a face-to-face confrontation. Huang Peiying was already weak. Plus the other party had directly taken out the shadow retaining stone as physical evidence. It contained the entire process of Huang Peiying's conspiracy with her own maid. Huang Peiying instantly went limp. This time, not only Huang Peiying, the entire Huang family was implicated. Huang Peiying knew that the big thing was gone and begged Fong Lioli bitterly in the middle of the hall. Please, let me go. I'm mesmerized too. We used to be so close. I even helped you out. Don't you remember? It was a moment of confusion. I deserve to die. I deserve to die. The crowd watched the scene without a word. When Fong Lioli looked at her like this, she couldn't help but sigh and shake her head. Huang Peiying grabbed her hand and cried bitterly. Lioli master-nephew should be generous. The Prime Minister's belly can hold a boat. Learning to forgive is a necessary lesson in life. One of the elders counseled. The Huang family has suffered without merit, and now that Huang Peiying has done something wrong, her merits and demerits will be offset. Luri, give her a chance to change her ways. Yeah. Someone else chimed in. After a long time, Fong Lioli reopened her eyes. Injustice is over. I forgive you. Thank you. Thank you. Ruri, we're still friends, right? Thank you. Huang Peiying was overjoyed, pulling Fong Lioli's hand and crying in aggravation. I'm really confused. I'm so stupid. Really? Lu Ziyin smiled in relief. Sure enough, this was still the Fong Lioli he knew. He reached out and patted Fong Lioli's shoulder and said softly, giving others a chance is also giving yourself a chance. Ruri, you've done well. In the next second, Fong Lioli ran her sword through Huang Peiyao's chest. I forgave you, so you'll forgive me too. Right. Chapter 68. Huang Peiying spat out blood and looked stunned. Fong Lioli leaned over and whispered in her ear. I forgive you. I hope you'll be generous and forgive me too. One must be generous, not petty. Fong Lioli drew her sword, covering the wound area. Huang Peiying staggered and flopped to the ground, struggled a few times, and soon lost her breath. Fong Lioli wiped the sword and put it away. The action was done in a single motion. Her eyes calm. Don't be tolerant in the face of bullying. Chapter 2. Subsection 2. If someone has tried to kill you and is still known to you, then you easily don't let her go. Because even if you forgive her, she'll still be thinking about it in her mind. Will you hold a grudge? Will you find the right moment to get back at her? That way the mind is made up. Finally just thought. Let's kill you. Fong Lioli personally killed Huang Peiying. This was something that everyone present did not expect. According to the rules of the gate, what Huang Peiying had committed was indeed a capital offense. Now that he was killed by Fong Lioli, it made sense. Just how also did not expect. Look at the soft and weak Fong Lioli. Under the hand can be so clean, not the slightest drag. Lu Ziyin put his hand on Fong Lioli's shoulder and silently withdrew it. Someone please tell me what happened in the year I was away. Silver Sword Peak. In the hut. After learning what Fong Lioli had done, Xuanxiao couldn't help but nod approvingly, and at the same time, his heart let out a sigh of relief. It looked like his efforts over the past year had not been in vain. You can finally have some peace of mind for a while, and you can't wait to save money for your program. Xuanxiao calculated what he currently needed to do. The old man left himself a sword case with 4 swords. He himself had completely refined the spring sword in it. Stuck on the summer sword. More resources are needed. The process of refining flying swords was extremely treacherous. If you're not careful, you can easily injure yourself by mistake and then die. It's also time to upgrade the crane silver needle. Himself since becoming a Jindan. This original life magic treasure has yet to get upgraded. And Li Xianxiao felt that the number of 3 crane silver needles was not quite enough. The number that Li Xuanxiao's divine sense could harness now had to be at least doubled. As for the rest of the treasures, there is no rush to upgrade. After becoming a Jindan, one solidified one's realm though. However, there was no effective refinement and refreshing of one's own gongfu and divine abilities. Well, it's only been reviewed about 300 times. It is very disturbing. Li Xuanxiao's major technique, the Great Way, the Way of the Merciless. Technique, Eternal Spring Technique, can effectively increase longevity. The world of cultivation. Seeking a question of longevity. Let him be as strong as he wants. The wind will blow over the hills. Let him be as cross as he wants. The moon will shine over the river. 5 poisons eroding the heart, poison scripture, can increase longevity. 7 stars soul return technique, poison scripture, can effectively increase longevity. The great mercy and great compassion alchemy technique, belonging to the Buddha's Gong method, it is able to dissolve the fatal qi in the body. One has killed too much, and the evil devils and foreigners will leave a trace of fatal qi in the body to a greater or lesser extent. There should be, even a hint of it. So uneasily, Li Xianxiao learned this body refining skill. Non-ordinary cultivators can cultivate up the physical body to withstand great pain, need great perseverance to cultivate, increases longevity. Turtle body protecting technique, able to build up the physical body while increasing longevity. Burning technique, fire attribute technique that increases lifespan. Shushan sword technique, must be learned by Shushan disciples. Shushan sword formation, one person becomes a sword formation, must be learned by Shushan disciples. Shushan sword formation 2.0, improved by Li Xianxiao to better suit you. Avatar, extra body technique, creates a doppelganger, which greatly improves the chances of survival. Cultivating the divine arts. It is also an aptitude that favors the auxiliary category. Cultivating divine sense. Divine sense is the ability to control oneself and things around oneself. Scanning the cultivation of other cultivators. Controlling the outward release of aura. Casting spells and harnessing magic treasures, etc. It can increase longevity. The difference between divine powers and feats. Avatars are the abilities displayed by one's own god to a certain extent through the continuous cultivation of one's form and spirit. It is its own fulfillment, and it is one with itself. In addition, Li Xianxiao majored in 3 paths. Dawn, formations, and artifacts. Not a single one. Because he was a 5-element spiritual root, he was also known as a miscellaneous spiritual root. This kind of spiritual root had all 5 elements, but instead, it was difficult to draw qi into the body, almost like a normal person. Back then, the old man opened the heavenly gate for Li Xianxiao, which allowed him to have the qualification to seek immortality. Single spiritual roots, also known as heavenly spiritual roots, cultivate the bank's attribute techniques at the fastest speed and are more likely to break through bottlenecks. However, practicing the other 4 attribute laws of the 4 elements is half the effort, or even cannot be practiced. People like Zhao Lu and Su Wan were all single spirit roots. What's more, they were mutated spiritual roots. Very impressive. Different spiritual roots, 2 or 2 of the 5 elements that have been mutated were sublimated into each other. E.g., light, wind, thunder, ice, etc. But Li Xianxiao had also found his own path. 5 elemental spiritual roots meant that one needed to cultivate 5 different attributes of spiritual energy, namely gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, at the same time. And each kind of spiritual power is mutually restrictive and complementary. It is never easy to balance and integrate them. In the early stages of cultivation, those with 5 elemental spiritual roots tend to make slow progress and lag far behind other cultivators due to the distraction of their energy. However, once a person with 5 elemental spiritual roots was able to overcome all the difficulties and successfully break through the cultivation bottleneck, due to the long-term cultivation of multiple attributes of spiritual power, the 5 elements of the spiritual root of the ability to control and use spiritual power far beyond the ordinary people. a variety of spells and magical powers at their fingertips. You can also flexibly switch the spiritual attributes according to the actual situation in the battle, so that the enemy cannot be defended. Thick and thin. It's the same old saying that if you dish, you practice more. Xuanxiao walked out of his hut and raised his head to look at the sky above Silver Sword Peak. There's no such thing as a good time, but it's just the present self carrying the weight of the future self. The financial savings program was officially launched. The goal is to amass a large fortune, and then close down hard. Still bursting at the seams with gale force winds. I hope you'll all give a free 5-star review. Go to bed early. Don't wait. Chapter 69, The Secret World. Stinky senior brother. Bad senior brother. Ignore me when you have a new senior sister. Zhao Lu stomped her feet angrily by the river. During this period of time, Xuanxiao had indeed neglected to take care of his senior sister Zhao Lu because of Fong Lioli. This made Zhao Lu very jealous and sulked here all by herself. At this moment, in the hut, the entire silver sword blade was under Xuanxiao's control, and naturally, the words that junior sister Zhao Lu complained about fell into his ears word for word. Recently, he had to strengthen his emotional detachment from his youngest sister, Zhao Lu, in order to prevent her from blackening. Xuanxiao was rather helpless. It was good that after all these years of his own cultivation, his little sister Zhao Lu had both good character and morals. The risk factor is low. You just have to pay attention to the usual detachment yourself. A moment later, Xuanxiao transmitted his voice into his ears. Go back and copy if you give me 3 days of Taoist heart and how a steel Taoist heart is made 10 times each. Zhao Lu winced, revealing a pitiful expression. Sifu, these 2 books are too long. No eating until you finish copying. Bad senior brother. Just copy. Zhao Lu muttered softly. At this time, Xuanxiao added. Fong Lioli is all about copying 20 times. Then I'll copy it 30 times. Zhao Lu didn't hesitate. Well, that's good. 30 times then. Zhao Lu blinked. Why did she have a feeling of being set up? Xuanxiao's plan to store materials had officially begun. There were a few ways for cultivators to make money, and it was just going on quests, or selling Dan and magic weapons. It's just that the sword bearers' quests are cumbersome and inefficient. The most important thing was that within the sect, one only had the cultivation level of foundation establishment, so it would be easy for others to become suspicious if they took on a mission performed by the Jindan stage. Selling Dan and spells is fine to engage in, but that would require a loan from the clan. One takes out old loans and pays them off quickly. Others will surely suspect their use and draw attention to themselves just the same. In that case, there is only one way out. Xuanxiao had gotten the message. The little cold mystery is about to open. This was a secret realm where the upper limit was up to a Jindan cultivator. The secret realm is the blessing given by the heavenly Tao to many cultivators. It will hide many heavenly treasures, but at the same time there are both opportunities and risks. The secret realm will only be open for a certain period of time at a specific time, and once that time has passed, the secret realm would then automatically expel all the cultivators in it. For Xuanxiao, one of the biggest benefits of the secret realm was the cultivators who entered it. The highest cultivation level was the Jindan stage. This avoids the possibility of cross-country fighting. Remember, there's more than just one entrance to the secret world. Rather, they would be spread out all over the place at the same time, and it's not surprising that they would appear anywhere. Before it appeared, there would be a strange aura fluctuation in this place. Xuanxiao had previously sent out his doppelganger to find a suitably located and safe entrance. This is a short trip of more than a month, or several months. Xuanxiao was still a bit uneasy. After all, Lu Ziyin was just hanging around Silver Sword Peak every day. Thus, Xuanxiao strengthened his lessons while he was still alive. The real-life case we're going to talk about today happened to a disciple of the Xiantian sword sect. 10 years ago, this disciple had witnessed a dying white snake. He couldn't bear it, so he caught a pheasant and gave it to this white snake. 10 years later, a white-clothed woman with a delicate figure and a stunningly beautiful face appeared in front of him. Asked, "Fellow Taoist, do you remember that 10 years ago you used a pheasant to once save a white snake?" The disciple was overjoyed, believing that it was the white snake who had cultivated and formed and had come to him to repay his kindness. So he asked, "Are you the white snake?" Unexpectedly, the white-clothed woman's face was furious, and she raised her sword to stab him to death, shouting, "I'm the daughter of that pheasant for 10 years. I've finally avenged my father's death, with a great deal of vengeance." After telling this story, Xuanxiao looked at the only 2 students in the classroom, Zhao Lu and Fong Lioli. This story, what a bizarre reversal. After class, each of you will write a piece of your own understanding and feelings about this story, and use examples to prove it, no less than 5,000 words, and I will check it when I get back. Sure Fu. At that moment, Zhao Lu raised her hand. Is there anything else you want to ask? No, It's senior brother Lu who wants to organize the silver sword blade chi refining stage cultivators to go down the mountain to practice. Oh, Li Xuanxiao raised his eyebrows slightly. When did you say that? The news came in this morning. Li Xuanxiao cast aspersions in his heart. This Lu Ziyin will find himself something to do. Chi refining stage. That means Fong Lioli and Zhao Lu will both be there. When do we leave? It says tomorrow. Tomorrow. Li Xuanxiao was puzzled. So that night, Li Xuanxiao then equipped Zhao Lu and Fong Lioli with a full set of old 6 suits. This looks like a storage ring, but in reality, it will automatically erupt with poisonous mist whenever it senses another person's scent. If you get backstabbed, you can pretend to offer your storage ring. It looks like a dress, but in fact when someone wants to undo it, it automatically shoots out poisonous silver needles to prevent perverts. This is an antidote. This is a poisonous powder that can deal with the foundation establishment stage. And this is a poisonous powder that can deal with the Jindan stage. Be sure to use it with caution. Good. Now let's go over the guidelines for getting off the mountain again. Zhao Lu and Fong Lioli exchanged glances and said in unison. Speak safe, and keep safety first in mind. Safety first and prevention first. Don't get into trouble and don't pick fights. The road of life is long. Long. Speak up when you are falsely accused. Protect the scene, and keep your eyes peeled. In the event of collaborative enemy warfare, first control, save personnel emergency focus, then general. If your heart moves, don't panic. Check your identity and bring your clan. Handsome on the outside. It's all an illusion. Be good to you. It's all a lie. Strangers, don't trust them. To prevent bad people from tricking you, the guidelines should be read often and memorized for the benefit of all. Keep safe. All hail. Li Xuanxiao nodded in satisfaction. By the way, who is leading the team this time? Fong Lioli, it's senior brother Lu personally leading the team. Li Xuanxiao nodded his head once again. That would be very unsettling for me. Later that night, Silver Sword Peak Master Lu Ziyin's cave collapsed, causing the cave to be destroyed. Lu Ziyin looked at the collapsed cave, and the disciple on the side suggested, Senior brother Lu, let me lead the team down the mountain for you this time. It's only 2 disciples of Chi refiners. No, I'm going to lead the team myself, Lu Ziyin insisted. That disciple was also a bit puzzled as to why Lu Ziyin, who was the peak master, had to bring 2 Chi refiner disciples down the mountain to practice. There is a sense of the absurdity of the avatar hitting a mosquito. On the following day, a spirit monkey from the spirit beast region of Silver Sword Peak sneaked into Lu Ziyin's temporary room. A bubble of monkey urine was sprinkled over all of its clothing, and the smell of this monkey urine was able to last for months without dispersing, and could not be dispersed with spells. Now Lu Ziyin was tying his only remaining belt and lying on the bed. Ring in equal to. So the task had to be handed over to someone else. Chapter 70, The Bear's Heart. After counting the days, there were not many days left before the opening of the Little Cold Realm. Li Xuanxiao left the sect and boarded the Chamber of Commerce's flying boat. The reason for leaving the sect this time was that he had taken on a foundation establishment mission in the sword-holding pavilion. Li Xuanxiao was prepared to quickly complete this task and then head straight to the Little Cold Realm. As for why you want to take the Chamber of Commerce's flying boat, recently the Money Chamber of Commerce and Shushan just made a deal. You can be reimbursed for doing the Chamber of Money's flying boat when you return. 100 kilometers consumes 0 aura, and I hear there are free meal supplements. Li Xuanxiao said that he was at the foundation stage in the sect, but when he went out, he disguised himself as a chi refining stage. Basically, no expert would strike out at a small chi refining stage for no reason, not to mention the fact that there were experts sitting on the flying boat. Because this is both tainted with karma, the refining stage can't get anything even if you kill. After Li Xuanxiao had tested each food for poison, he then took small bites. At this moment, he was sitting leisurely in the middle of the room that belonged to him. His left hand gently picked up a piece of delicate pastry and put it into his mouth, chewing and savoring the sweet and delicious taste. In his right hand, he steadily held a cup of steaming, fragrant small tea, and from time to time he gently sipped it, letting the mellow, sweet tea soup slowly flow away on his tongue. His gaze, on the other hand, was cast beyond the flying boat through the window. Outside the window, the clouds drifted leisurely, sometimes stretching like cotton wool, sometimes curling like waves. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but feel a burst of mindfulness, so comfortable that he slightly squinted his eyes, and the corners of his mouth unconsciously rose, revealing a smile that was so cozy that it was unbearable. In the next second, Li Xuanxiao slapped himself. This is not Shushan. This is the outside world that is always full of danger and backstabbing. How could one be so careless? Punish yourself by copying 10 times the steady life of an ordinary practitioner. A few days later, Li Xuanxiao arrived at the location of this mission. Mission objective, a black bear at the foundation stage, roaming around committing crimes. No information on its killings for the time being, training is the main focus. If it resists fiercely, it can be cleared. Li Xuanxiao quickly locked onto his target. A large black bear was walking slowly along the forest path. Hey, I've got a good harvest today, so my wife and kids won't starve. As it walked, suddenly a merciless iron hand emerged from the ground and yanked it into the ground. A bear that size just disappeared into thin air. Underground, Black Dog Bear suffered a brutal beating. Soon after, Li Xuanxiao's devil-like voice rang in his ears. You've committed a crime, you know? Immortal, forgive me. I've never killed anyone since I became an immortal. The black bear held his head and begged for mercy. I have a wife and child at home. Don't kill me. Li Xuanxiao knocked it on the head. I know you haven't killed anyone. If you were covered in blood, I would have killed you with a sword long ago. The bear knows it is wrong. The bear will change. The bear can't help it. There is so little to eat in this forest. It won't go anywhere else? Everywhere else is the territory of other demons. This is the agricultural record. This soil is fertile. It's not a problem to grow something to feed your family. Thank you, Immortal Master. Thank you, Immortal Master. The black bear kowtowed and thanked him, quickly resolving the bear demon's problem. Li Xuanxiao left this place and headed straight for the Little Cold Realm. After Li Xuanxiao left, the violently beaten bear demon quickly returned to the husband. Why are you back so late today? What happened to your face? In the middle of the cave, another black bear rushed out to welcome him. Don't mention it. Met a cultivator, this gave me a beating. Meeting righteous cultivators again? This is too dangerous. Husband, let's get out of here. The black bear said confidently. What are you afraid of? As long as you have this 100 beasts fire, you won't be stained with blood if you kill more people. 100 beasts fire. A divine ability feat that came with this black bear right out of the gate. It was the same as when Li Xuanxiao met Octopus Sayahachi. This black bear also carries a trace of ancient spirit beast bloodline within itself. Although it was a branch, it unintentionally controlled this 100 beasts fire, and so began his own path of cultivation. It also knows that as it kills more and more people, it would definitely be targeted by various sects, or the demon suppression division of the dynasty. Even if the 100 beasts fire can digest its own bloodstained aura, so it acts very carefully, often killing enough to feel its time. Just rush off to another place and never leave anyone alive. It doesn't growl pointlessly or anything, and even clears its footprints. The truth was just as Black Bear had expected. It did meet a couple of people who came to get it. Only, after realizing that it was not stained with blood, they all assumed that they had misidentified the person. Add to that the fact that one kneels quickly and gets out in one piece every time. Today is no different. But the Black Bear felt vaguely uneasy in his mind. So I told my mother that I would leave this place tomorrow for another place. The Black Bear looked around. What's wrong, husband? I don't know. I always feel uneasy inside. There's no more blood food, so why don't you have a few more since we're all gone anyway? Black Bear nodded. Also, just then, a pair of relentless iron hands on the ground dragged both bears all the way underground. How dare you cheat my feelings? Thanks to the fact that I was merely prepared to spy on you for 3 months. It's so hateful. Do you know how much my heart is hurting? Li Xuanxiao had once again seen the treacherous hearts of the cultivation world. No, the bear's heart is sinister. Little Chill Realm. The entrance to the secret realm here was about to open, and that was why there were quite a few cultivators gathered here. The boundary that opened up here happened to be the junction of the 3 clans. After learning that the Little Cold Realm was about to open, the 3 sects then negotiated, and these 3 sects held down the fort in this place. So here at the entrance, there is no scene of mutual killing. Compared to here, the rest of the entrances had everything, and they were already in a mess before they even entered the secret realm. The crowd nervously gazed ahead, only to see that the originally calm and wave-free space suddenly began to tremble slightly, as if an invisible force was awakening. Immediately afterward, a faint light gradually emerged from the void, gradually becoming bright and dazzling. As the light grew stronger, a huge circular hole quietly appeared in front of them. The hole was like a deep vortex that kept spinning. It appeared, the entrance to the Little Cold Realm. Immediately, someone broke in ahead of the others. Secret treasures are available on a first-come, first-served basis. The first to get in there undoubtedly has the most advantages, but also the most dangerous. So the crowd scrambled into the entrance, with occasional sounds of cursing. After a long time, silence returned to the entrance of the Little Cold Realm. Every now and then, 1 or 2 later arriving cultivators hurried in. Another half-hour passed. This time the entrance was completely silent. Just as the entrance to the Little Cold Realm was about to close, a figure burrowed in with the swiftness of a thunderbolt. Chapter 71, Brother. Li Xuanxiao opened his eyes. He sensed that the main body had entered the middle of the secret realm. Li Xuanxiao emerged from the ground and peeked at the duo of Fong Lioli and Zhao Lu who were moving away. In the end, he was still uneasy, and purposely split up to monitor it. There's nothing too thrilling about the refining stage, because Lu Ziyin, who was supposed to lead the team, had an accident. The one leading the team this time was the 11th senior brother, loyal and honest. This trip started out surprisingly well. With only a minor mishap in the second half of the trip, they met a wave of beasts. A beast tide is also known as a large-scale ferocious beast riot. Luckily, Fong Lioli and Zhao Lu both had the poisons that Li Xuanxiao had configured for them. "Get behind me!" 11th brother shouted. It was then that Fong Lioli and Zhao Lu had both pulled out vials of poison powder one after another. As soon as the vials were sprinkled over, the ferocious beasts collapsed one after another. The 11th senior brother glanced at the duo in surprise, but he couldn't care less, fleeing frantically with the duo. Fortunately, there was no danger in the end, only that Fong Lioli ran apart from Zhao Lu and the 11th senior brother. Fong Lioli walked alone on the mountain path, following the path forward. She didn't even know where she'd gone herself. At this moment, the full moon hangs in the sky. Fire suddenly appeared in the small mountain village ahead, and it looked as if it was bustling, so Fong Lioli walked over. It was seen that in the village, many villagers were prostrating themselves around one person, kowtowing continuously. Fong Lioli's gaze was immediately caught by the person in the center. It was a very, very pretty person. Just couldn't tell if it was a man or a woman. Said the man was too good looking as well. It's too flat to say it's a woman and not have boobs. That person also noticed Fong Lioli and looked at her with a smile and playfulness. Fong Lioli pursed her lips and subconsciously shouted out, "Sister? Sister? You called me sister." The man couldn't help but smile. "That's funny you called me sister. It's been years since anyone called me sister." "Sister, you look so beautiful," Fong Lioli said truthfully. Only the man's figure moved and slowly stood up from his seat. His posture was upright and his movements were elegant and smooth, as if every move carried a unique rhythm. Then look at what he is wearing, a bright and colorful red robe. The robe was of fine texture and is brilliantly colored as a burning flame, and shone brightly in the moonlight. This person was clearly a man, but dressed like a woman. He had a pretty face. His skin was as fair as snow. His willow eyebrows were curved like a crescent moon. His eyes were as bright as stars. His vermilion lips were red without pointing, and a head of long, black, shiny hair fell like a waterfall over his shoulders. Paired with that fiery red robe and exquisite makeup, it actually made people momentarily unable to tell whether he was a man or a woman. "You're not afraid of me? Why should I be afraid of you?" Fong Lioli asked rhetorically. "They're all afraid of me." Just a casual wave of his hand. In an instant, a powerful and terrifying force gushed out from his hands, sweeping the surroundings like a raging torrent. The many villagers who were originally still standing alive didn't even have time to let out a single cry of alarm or scream before they were instantly swallowed up by this terrifying force. In the blink of an eye, their bodies burst apart and turned into countless fine pieces of ash, as if a black puff of smoke filled the air. At the same time, a blazing fire rose up in the air and spread rapidly with the momentum of a prairie fire. The flames licked at every inch of land, every house, and burned to a crisp wherever they went. With just a light sweep, the entire village completely collapsed and disintegrated as if it had suffered an apocalyptic catastrophe. The once quiet and peaceful village now no longer exists, leaving only ruins and flying dust all over the place. Those streets and alleys that were once full of laughter, and the houses that held the memories of people's lives, have now been reduced to nothing in the fire and destruction. As soon as the wind blew, the ashes in the sky drifted away with the air currents, just like a miserable and sad funeral. In this dead silence, not the slightest groan of pain could be heard, nor could any semblance of life be felt. It all happened so quickly that death really seemed to come in the twinkling of an eye for the people and livestock of this village. Just like that, an entire village, along with all the living beings in it, disappeared without a trace in an instant. "Are you afraid of me now?" The man laughed softly. Fong Lioli was stunned, her body shivering slightly. You killed them?" "Yeah, what does it matter if I kill them?" "Why did you kill them?" Fong Lioli asked. "Why? Then why do you eat meat? Chicken, duck, pork? Why do you kill them?" Fong Lioli was speechless. "Of course it's because you're strong. And because you're strong, that's why you can eat their flesh. What difference is there between them and pigs and dogs to me? Kill them if you want to." The man smiled. "Are you afraid of me now?" Fong Lioli hesitated and shook her head. "Why?" His voice was low. "I don't know. I just feel that you are very kind." Fong Lioli said seriously. The man narrowed his eyes slightly. "My name is Shangwan Suiyun. I am the Ghost King of Supreme City. My name is Fong Lioli. I am a disciple of Mount Shu." "Fong Lioli," Shangwan Suiyun murmured softly. "You really look like my sister. It's been a long time since anyone called me sister." "You have a brother?" "Well, my brother loved me very much. but then he got sick and passed away. Fong Lioli said in a lost voice. Shangwan Suiyun asked tentatively. Then, I'll be your brother in the future, okay? Really? Really? Shangwan Suiyun reached out and touched Fong Lioli's head. I will protect you with my life. My sister. Brother. Fong Lioli nodded. Where are you going? I got separated from my fellow disciples and now I have to go back to Mount Shu. Don't go back to Mount Shu first. Let's go play together. Shall we? Shangwan Suiyun proposed. Yes, yes, yes. All at my brother's request. Shangwan Suiyun and Fong Lioli were running in the rain, speaking their minds under the moonlit sky. They walked on top of the old road, listening to the sound of the stagehands clapping their horses and rushing along, and listening to the passing merchants singing mountain songs they couldn't understand. They ate Candyman and sat in tea houses listening to storytellers tell legends. They meet people from all over the world and part with them. Chapter 72, Don't Move Around Here. Sister, you see that this rain is born from the sky and dies to the ground. Every drop of rain sees a different landscape. How is the process in between not life? Fong Lioli said with concern. Brother, what's wrong with you? Suddenly giving birth to such feelings. Nothing, it's just that knowing that I'm going to be separated from you, and that the day of separation is so close, makes me sad in vain. Shangwan Suiyun sighed and suddenly added. Sister, why don't you come with me? Come with me back to my supreme city, where the two of us, brother and sister, will be free and happy and at ease for the rest of our lives. That would be so nice. But I'm a Shu Mountain disciple. I still have my family. I can't do this. What's wrong with you being a disciple of Shushan? Could it be that you look down on me? A member of the evil path? Shangwan Suiyun looked gloomy. How could I? You're my brother, but I can't let go of the people of Shushan. They're all so good to me. Humph, that's just a bunch of hypocrites, boasting about their prestigious sects. If you want to go, just go. I won't stop you. Shangwan Suiyun stood up and twisted his head. It was like a little kid in a tiff. Fong Lioli could only tug on his sleeve and said helplessly. So grown-up temper still like a child. I also do not want to be separated from you. Tell you what then, I'll make a trip back to at least say goodbye to my senior brother and sister. Master, Shangwan Suiyun was surprised. Really? You're really willing to return to Supreme City with me? Well, as long as I'm with my brother. Shangwan Suiyun hugged Fong Lioli. My good sister, I didn't love you for nothing. Night. Looking at Fong Lioli sleeping soundly, Shangwan Suiyun leaned his head with one hand and looked at her favorably. The blazing summer sun. The temperature is rising. The heat wave rolls in, making people feel as if they are in a huge steamer. The air was hot and dry, and every breath carried a rolling temperature as if it could burn one's throat. Shangwan Suiyun gently waved his palm for a moment. The cool air came rushing in. Shangwan Suiyun was also worried that the wind was too strong and would cool his good sister, so he thoughtfully took out another blanket to cover Fong Lioli. This blanket was no ordinary object, but a top-grade magic treasure. Nowadays it is used as a shade. A few days later, Shangwan Suiyun and Fong Lioli then arrived at the outskirts of Mount Shu. I can't get any closer than that, Shangwan Suiyun said. The Shu Mountain Sword Formation could sense cultivators at the Yuanying stage, and the moment Shangwan Suiyun stepped in, he would be sensed by Shu Mountain. When a cultivator of this realm came to the boundaries of Mount Shu would definitely send disciples immediately. Fong Lioli nodded. Good. Then don't move around here. I'll go and come. Aha! Shangwan Suiyun nodded heavily. No matter what happens, I will wait for you. Fong Lioli walked a few steps and suddenly turned around and hugged Shangwan Suiyun. If only you really were my brother, how wonderful it would be. What silly thing to say. I am your brother. Shangwan Suiyun wiped the tears from the corner of Fong Lioli's eyes. Why are you crying? For a good reason. Nothing. Fong Lioli wiped a handful of tears and bounced away. Shangwan Suiyun, on the other hand, sat in the pavilion where he had agreed with Fong Lioli. Fong Lioli exclaimed, Brother, you have to wait for me here. Shangwan Suiyun shouted, Don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll be here waiting for you, whether it's the sky breaking down or the sea changing, waiting for my sister. Shushan sword formation activated. Shangwan Suiyun looked at the 10 or so figures that appeared in front of him, and his face changed slightly. Demons and evil spirits. How dare they come to my Mount Shu? Give it to me. Only to see Shangwan Suiyun reciting words under his breath and pinching his hands together. A ray of light violently shot out from his hands, transforming into a magic weapon that emitted a bizarre aura. The moment that magic weapon appeared, it caused the surrounding winds and clouds to change color. An evil chi surged out like a tidal wave, covering the sky and the sun. This powerful evil force instantly swept through the surrounding Shushan disciples, and they only felt an irresistible force coming over them. Those flying swords that were whistling were like fragile branches in front of this evil force, and were easily swept away. All kinds of powerful talismanic treasures and magic weapons also lost control and were knocked far to the ground like kites with broken strings. For a while, the field was filled with cries of alarm, and all the cultivators were all looking horrified. No one had expected this magic weapon of Shangwan Suiyun to be so powerful. I'm waiting here for my sister. Who dares to stop me? Shangwan Suiyun snorted coldly. The Shushan cultivators are nothing more than that. Arrogant. Just then, a majestic voice rang out from above the firmament. Shangwan Suiyun looked up. One could only see that the sea of clouds, which was originally as calm as a mirror, suddenly seemed to be stirred by a large invisible hand and began to rapidly disperse in all directions. In an instant, a dazzling light suddenly lit up from the depths of the firmament, piercing through the heavy clouds like the first ray of dawn at the break of day. Immediately afterward, a huge sword poked out its sharp and incomparable edge from the vault of heaven. As soon as this flying sword appeared, it emitted a palpitatingly terrifying pressure, straight down towards the Shangwan Suiyun below. It covered his head. Shangwan Suiyun only felt as if he was instantly under the crater of a volcano that was about to erupt, with hot and violent power pouring down from the top of his head in a steady stream, making him almost breathless. Shangwan Suiyun ran his entire body's mana. I'm waiting for my sister. Death to those who stop me. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The two forces clashed violently, and Shangwan Suiyun was clearly at a disadvantage. Daring to come to Shushan's territory alone, he also had to say that he was really bold. In the meantime, Tongtian Peak Mountain. Through the divine mirror, Fong Lioli looked closely at the situation in the battlefield. Fong Lioli clenched her fist and watched Shangwan Suiyun struggle. Her body trembled slightly and she clenched her lips. No, don't, stop struggling. Up, hurry, do it, get him dead. If he doesn't die, I won't be able to sleep well from now on. Senior brother Xuanxiao's words seemed to ring in his ears. Never be blinded by your feelings. Never be naive enough to think that the devil will always love only you. And even more so, don't be an enabler. After discovering the true identity of the other party, do not act impulsively and plan ahead. If one day you do meet a demon who has special feelings for you, to stabilize him, to lasso him, there's no way to resist with your strength. The only way to deal with this was to trick him into the sect and attack him in a group. Pace Fong Lioli lowered her head and said weakly, then is this considered cheating on someone's feelings? Or maybe there's actually something he's suffering from? Li Xianxiao said with a straight face, all the bitterness, all the misery, is not a reason to brutalize innocent people. If you have mercy on him, then who will have mercy on the innocent people he has brutalized? Since he has made this choice, he should have the realization to bear the consequences. Fong Lioli nodded her head, seemingly understanding. Senior, I still can't quite relate. Li Xianxiao said blandly, you will understand when the day comes. At this moment, after witnessing a village of people being slaughtered with their hands, Fong Lioli finally understood senior brother Xuanxiao's words. She couldn't help but shout, quick, don't let him live. Another 4 shifts. There's not much Raging Wind can do to reward you all with 5-star reviews and gifts, so I'll have to use extra shifts. Chapter 73, Will Caught in a Sheep's Grip. Well, good. You're ready to be discharged. In the middle of the little cold realm, after witnessing what Fong Lioli had done, Li Xianxiao, who was a teacher, could not help but nod his head with a sense of accomplishment. It was not in vain that the other was not tempted by the teachings he had been giving for over a year. Finally, I can feel free to get busy with my own things. At this moment, Zhao Lu was hiding 500 meters underground, and his breath sensed that someone was strangling on the ground not far away. Lines, The fight was intense. Someone is also fighting in the southwest, and in the northeast, northwest directions. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was a fighting ring. Li Xianxiao gazed at his mind and quieted his breath. The real Li Xianxiao hid thousands of meters underground, manipulating his doppelganger to wait for the battle to end before he drilled out from the ground. At the moment there were 5 or 6 bodies lying on the ground. Li Xianxiao quickly touched the corpse, and there were still some valuable things on the corpse. The corpse was touched and spilled out without a moment's hesitation. Divine sense sweeps. 2 splitters in front of the left and right. The 2 splitters are behind the left and the right. It's like geese in the middle of a migration. Strong and powerful on either side. The weak, pitiful and helpless Li Xianxiao was protected in the center. It's just that this goose is a little big. Li Xianxiao traveled all the way north, intentionally avoiding the places where the crowds gathered. The harvest along the way wasn't much, the main reason being that Li Xianxiao was too cautious and didn't fight with people. When you see people, you avoid them at a distance, and you miss out on a lot of treasure hunting because of it. However, Li Xianxiao was in no hurry. If you're in a hurry, you might find some treasures that will help your cultivation, but it can also cost you your life and your body. The returns are totally disproportionate to the risks. Several more days passed. Li Xuanxiao squatted by the stream and looked at the medicinal herbs growing along the stream. This was the fish molar grass, an important material for refining soul pills. Li Xuanxiao carefully dug and uprooted the herbs. He glanced at his storage ring. It's already loaded with treasure materials. The secret realm is really different. Li Xuanxiao is satisfied. He continued to travel fast, searching for valuable treasures. As a qualified alchemist, how could one not even recognize the raw materials? Under Li Xuanxiao's pair of Dharma eyes, the precious materials had nothing to hide. He casually picked a spirit fruit, and after making sure it was non-toxic, he took a big bite. This feeling of collecting treasure materials is fantastic and full of security. It's like playing an online game in a previous life. Li Xuanxiao then never liked to fight with others. He just likes to be alone in a desolate corner, killing small monsters that are not dangerous and collecting all kinds of loot. I can't say enough about the feeling of looking at them displayed in your own warehouse. Another 50 miles or so. Li Xuanxiao sensed the aura of one person from afar. He immediately ducked. Help! Help! Someone help me! A huge and incomparable spider web was spread out, and on this spider web was lying a woman with a beautiful figure. Her body trembled slightly, and her originally fair skin was now a little pale from fear and cold. Only her limbs were tightly bound by the tough spider silk, unable to move in the slightest. As if they were alive, the spider silks became tighter and tighter, shrinking and shrinking. A large, brown spider was slowly crawling over. Its hideous face was creepy and its sharp fangs glinted with a cold light. As it approached step by step, the woman's breathing became more and more rapid. Her eyes filled with despair and helplessness. The giant spider slowly crawled over to the woman and began to wrap itself around her with more spider silk, layer after layer, wrapping her up tightly like an elaborate cocoon. Help! Help me! Someone help me! As the woman cried out over and over again, her voice grew weak. Someone help me, please! I don't want to die. I just picked up the bone-washing flower. It can't just die like that. Even now, she's still clutching the bone-wash flower in her hand. Bone-wash flower. It is an important material for refining marrow-cleansing pills. Looking at the color of this bone-wash flower to judge the grade, even in this little cold realm, it could rank as a first-class herb. It was at this moment that the silhouette that had been lurking in the shadows for years finally struck. Li Xuanxiao stood out righteously at this moment. He's fast. The figure flickered away, and even the female cultivator didn't get a good look at his face. The corner of the female cultivator's mouth hooked up slightly, revealing a smile. Come and save me from this beauty. Then, the bone-washing flower in the female cultivator's hand disappeared. Women's seminar. Mother! Your mother! Li Xuanxiao quickly disappeared far away with the bone-washing flower in his hand. The corners of the female cultivator's mouth twitched slightly, and her eyes were filled with rage. A moment later, she broke free of her restraints, and the spider, who had been raging to kill her, stopped moving. The female cultivator flipped directly onto the spider. Give chase, don't let him get away. The spider was her spirit pet, and had wanted to use the bone-washing flower in her hand as bait here, in a staged heroic rescue. Then he himself would surprise them with a sneak attack and kill them for the treasure. But I didn't realize that the other party was even more hateful than she was. It's okay for you to stand by and take advantage of the situation. The female cultivator's divine sense swept through, but the other party's aura had completely disappeared. Run so fast. The female cultivator was trembling with anger, patting her chest and mumbling, "Don't get angry. Don't get angry. There will always be times when you miss. Calm down. We've already lost the bone-washing flower. We can't afford to lose it for a small reason." After the female cultivator calmed herself, re-allowing the spider's web to tie himself up, he then took out another treasure from his storage ring. Oops. Help. Somebody help me. The longevity fruit I just obtained can be used to refine the longevity spirit pill, which can increase longevity. Can't just die like this. The female cultivator's pitiful voice rang out. In the next second, a black shadow flashed by. The female cultivator blinked, and the everlasting fruit in her own hand was gone. The female cultivator was completely enraged. You're not done yet, are you? Wool catches a sheep gripping. The female cultivator immediately reacted this time, pulling out her legs and chasing after her. She sacrificed a magic treasure and stared dead at the dark shadow in front of her. Death comes. A silver hairpin turned into a stream of light that ran through the figure. The female cultivator suddenly felt that her revenge was avenged, and she struck the other party behind her with another poisonous palm, which straight away caused the other party to roll to the ground. If you take my poisonous palm, you won't be able to go back alive. The man fell to the ground with his body convulsing and his face rising out of purple. Where's my everlasting fruit? How come the other party doesn't have a storage ring in his hand? Poof! The man turned into the tail of an octopus. What a brilliant spell! The female cultivator screamed in the dark and turned her head to look. Just in the distance, A figure swiftly put down its favorite spider with a single blow, carrying the spider's corpse and running away. Women's seminar. Bastard. Stop right there. Chapter 74. An eager passerby. Disappeared? Running fast. The female cultivator's face reddened with anger and her eyes glazed over. He had lost 2 precious herbs in one breath, and even his tame spirit beast was gone. The female cultivator clenched her teeth and covered her pain-making chest. Bastard! You shall not die. The female cultivator cursed and turned her head, ready to leave. At this time, a hand suddenly and silently sprang out from the ground and removed the magic silver pin from her hair. Seal the breath immediately. Then there were the small vials of poison that the other man pinned to either side of his waist. The female cultivator was oblivious, her mouth still cursing. Xuanxiao re-emerged from the earth and appeared in a safe place. He quickly disposed of the spider. Legs, eyes, fur, a treasure all over. It was handled quickly, not half a candle mark's worth of work. Xuanxiao urged his Brahma skill and released flames, releasing the opponent's body into ashes. The ashes are then collected in a small bottle, which is also precious. This female cultivator's poisonous path was a bit of a level. Xuanxiao slightly studied the poison developed by the other party. In order to deal with her, it was worth it to give up an alchemy stage doppelganger. The doppelganger is used to die in his place anyway. Xuanxiao upheld the purpose that if people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Try not to kill unless you have to. When you kill, you have karma. And who knows how much merit the other person actually has. Peace. Xuanxiao quickly took care of everything, removed the traces he left behind, and quickly disappeared. In the next few days, Xuanxiao didn't meet any more people, basically exploring on my own. This time, Xuanxiao's purpose was to find some essence refining stones. It was used to refine his own innate magic treasure, the crane-top silver needle. It was just that after searching for so many days, there was still no sign of the essence refining stone. Shushan's treasure pavilion, on the contrary, has specialized in selling refining stones. It just leaves a record when you buy it. It'll let people know the level of your natal magic weapon, judging the size of your magic treasure from the number of refinement stones, in case someone counts themselves out. Not to mention, it's expensive. The spirit stones that suddenly spread out captured a specific location, alchemy stone, and there are quite a few of them. Xuanxiao stopped in his tracks. There was a problem. The divine sense only sensed the essence refining stone, and the surroundings are shielded. A moment later, the golem squeezed through a stone crack. In the crypt, there were quite a few corpses lying around at the moment. Either he died of poisoning or he was seriously injured and died. The golem probed around and eventually discovered the hidden mechanism within the cave. This should be a trap left by a certain Mahist organ cultivator. The puppet quickly destroyed the trap left behind by this Maja cultivator. Eventually this golem dies with the trap. The other 2 golem scorpions burrowed inside, checking to see if anything else was missing. Just then, a snake puppet silently sneaked up on one of the scorpion puppets. This snake puppet carried a strong poison, and in an instant, Xuanxiao lost another scorpion puppet. Xuanxiao, who was controlling the puppet, frowned slightly and pinched his hand. Control the scorpion golem to fight with the snake golem. This is a battle between the moist puppet masters. The opponent's snake puppets were very powerful, but they couldn't hold up to Xuanxiao's many scorpion puppets. Put in 3 more in one breath. The opponent's puppeteer didn't know for what reason. Seizing an opportunity by Xuanxiao, the 3 scorpion puppets clipped the body of the snake puppet. Swish swish swish. In the forest, a figure swiftly traveled. The figure was holding a magic weapon slate, and the corner of his mouth gently hooked up. Today, Master Dao will teach you what it means to be a true puppeteer. A fight between puppets? Wouldn't it be better if I just knocked out the puppeteer? Reverse search technique. Take a slice from the Taoist master. He had seen the puppeteer's figure and couldn't wait to nearly shout. Boom! A cloud of poisonous mist suddenly spread out from his feet. The puppeteer stiffened and fell straight to the ground. No. Well, when puppeteer woke up again, he just felt so cold. Looked down. The good news, the enemy left him alive. Bad news, the other guy only left himself a little pantyhose. Puppeteer reached down and lifted his pants. His own puppet, storage ring, clothes, and the corpse in the crypt. All the treasure materials were clean. This breath. Shushan disciple? Xuanxiao's nose is clamped with anti-poison nose plugs. His body is clad in anti-poison vestments. His mouth contains poison avoidance beads, and his forehead and shoulders are affixed with anti-poison talismans. It's a poisonous forest. The mist that filled the air was poisonous fog. Xuanxiao whenever the outermost antivirus shield, the talisman, changed color. It means that the rune seal loss has exceeded 10%, and immediately replace it with another one. Traversing through the poisonous forest, Xuanxiao did not expect to sense the aura of the Shu Mountain disciples here. Li Xianxiao sized up the other party's face and recalled the Shushan character log he had compiled. Shan Lin Chang. Female, 93 years old. Peak Foundation cultivator. Low risk. Ordinary personality. Ordinary talent. Ordinary looks. Ordinary family. To summarize, 2 words common. This time, in the little cold realm. For some reason the Shushan disciples did not participate. This Shan Lin Chang, odds are, is sneaking out. Foundation stage cultivators have a lifespan of 200 years, but after 100 years of age, it would be as difficult as heaven for one to form a Dan. I guess Shan Lin Chang also wanted to put up a fight at the last minute. This is a reflection of the vast majority of practitioners. Even if one worships the immortal sect, the immortal sect is divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. Li Xianxiao took her away from the poisonous forest. After all, it was a fellow disciple who wouldn't sit back and place it in a safe place. Not long after, Li Xianxiao turned back. The kind-hearted Li Xianxiao was still relieved in the end, thus leaving a double life-retaining stone on the other side. It is a very small probability that the two will meet here. Then, in other words, the other person might have a strange encounter soon, or because of the accidental discovery of a certain evil power to enhance the cultivation. It's all a matter of small odds against her hand. Nothing wrong with it. Only then did Li Xianxiao leave at ease. A few moments later it turned back again, placing a few extra pieces of treasure material at her side. Shan Lin Chang woke up leisurely. I'm alive? She looked at where she was, and then at the precious materials around her. There was a message left on the floor. Cultivation should not be rushed, but should be cultivated into a great clumsiness to be skillful, and learning to be a true fool to know the wisdom. An enthusiastic passerby. Addendum, remember to stay on the straight and narrow. Chapter 75, Oldtimers meet oldtimers. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. It's almost time for the little cold realm to close as well. Li Xianxiao was hiding in a certain cave. This one can be very rewarding. These resources had yet to be refined and were raw materials. The price can double when the alchemy is done. It's like the difference between watermelon and watermelon juice. You can buy a watermelon for $20, yet odds are you can't afford a glass of watermelon juice. It was estimated that he would not need to leave Silver Sword Peak for several years. Li Xianxiao exhaled with satisfaction. It's hard work, but all satisfaction. It's a nice relief to finally be able to breathe a good sigh of relief. Calm down. It's still in the middle of the secret realm. It wouldn't be too late to breathe a small sigh of relief when we return to Silver Sword Peak. Li Xianxiao just waited patiently for the little cold realm to close. Li Xianxiao was currently observing the battle conditions of the remaining Jindan cultivators remotely through his detachment. The more you learn and practice, the better your chances of winning in real life. Right at this moment, all the cultivators who were in the little cold realm felt a powerful force. Everyone's bodies couldn't help but stagnate, including Li Xianxiao. The hairs of sweat on Li Xuanxiao's body stood on end, and in an instant, he cast Earth Escape to drill into the ground. At that moment, small words floating in golden light appeared before his eyes. Welcome to the realm of the chillers, my friends. I've left a treasure trove in the secret realm here, which has all kinds of rare resources, techniques. It's a special reward for all of you, but I need you, my friends, to answer my questions. What is it? What the hell? There's a treasure trove? I've been in so many secret realms and this is the first time I've heard of this. Could it be a relic left behind by one of the great powers? The crowd was murmuring with anticipation. Li Xianxiao quickly swept over the small golden light characters, his face a bit gloomy. Good. Now listen carefully to the question. Question 1, odd change. Even stay the same. Please answer the next sentence. Question 2, Palace Jade Wine. Please answer the next sentence. Question 3, how are you? Answer the next sentence. Please read the answer out loud to gain access to the hidden treasure. Li Xianxiao, Omega Omega. Originally, from the news received from Guyu and Shu Mountain before, it was speculated that there was a high probability that there was another traveler. 100% sure now. Besides myself there is a traveler. Nope, maybe not one. From my own experience of having read hundreds of women's and countless men's novels. Female frequency, when the old folks meet the old folks, both of them are in tears, and falling in love smells even better. Men's frequency, crossing over to kill old folks first. And this traveler left this treasure cache on purpose. Left this question on purpose. It seems to be all about finding travelers like yourself. Fine thoughts. A treasure trove? I think it's a burial ground, isn't it? Li Xianxiao ignored it and even recited the clear heart mantra. Let your distractions dissipate. Otherwise the mind can't help but give the answer to the question. Odd changes to even. And the symbols look at the quadrant. The other side, though, clearly states that the answer should be read aloud. But who knows if it will be deliberately underhanded and the answer that actually comes to mind will be known. Those it should always be more wary of being undermined. Li Xuanxiao recited the heart-cleansing mantra a few times and opened his eyes once again. The golden font in front of me had disappeared. It looks like we need to be more careful in the future not to reveal things from the original world. The little cold realm began to close back up and ostracize outsiders. Li Xuanxiao left the little cold realm without any danger all the way back to the sect. This time, he made an exception and used the wind-riding vehicle he obtained from Fan Yu, which was strangely fast. It was originally left to Lin Wanqing by Fan Yu before she reincarnated, but it ended up in the hands of Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao rode the Wind Rider and returned to Mount Shu in half the time it took him to catch the road before. Go to the sword-holding pavilion and place the jade slip after handing over the quest. Then, turn around and vanish, perfectly avoiding the incoming Su Wan, the granddaddy of abstraction. Li Xuanxiao detected something wrong with Su Wan's breath. It seemed to be buoyant. What's going on? The alarm bells in Li Xuanxiao's heart once again rang loudly. Back in the Silver Sword Peak hut. Elder brother, you're back. Zhao Lu drilled out of that warm spring. She intentionally only a white as snow bath towel casually draped over her body. That bath towel appropriately wrapped her exquisite body, but also vaguely outlined her slender and moving curves. Her long hair was wetly plastered on her fair and fragrant shoulders, and water droplets slid down her hair and dripped down on top of her blown skin, as if they were dewdrops rolling on the lotus leaves in the early morning. Crystal clear. The delicate skin was even smoother and more delicate because it had just been bathed in the moisturizing water of the spring, as if water could be squeezed out with a light touch, emitting an attractive luster. In fact, she's been soaking in the hot springs every day these days. It was for this moment, for this scene. It's just that elder brother is late in coming back. Any more bubbles are going to be puffy. It just so happened that when he came back today, Zhao Lu had seen his senior brother long ago, so he hastily stripped off his clothes haphazardly and swam around in the hot springs of Silver Sword Peak before pretending that he had only discovered his senior brother. Of course, none of this escaped Li Xuanxiao's eyes. Instead, he didn't bother to break her down and threw her the treasure materials he had prepared long ago. Good life cultivation. You've built your foundation? Li Xuanxiao suddenly detected a change in his senior sister's aura. Yes, Zhao Lu was delighted. It's foundation establishment, but it's still far from senior brother's Jindan. Li Xuanxiao's face was a bit gloomy. Who told you I'm a Jindan? Guess, Zhao Lu said truthfully, with such a cautious character. Isn't it normal for senior brother to hide a realm or two? Li Xuanxiao was silent. Elder brother, tell me quietly, how many grades of Jindan did you conjure? 3rd grade? It can't be the 1st grade, can it? What golden Dan? Li Xuanxiao waved his hand. This Jindan is not his Jindan. What senior brother I'm messing with is not Jindan in the Shushan sense, nor is it Jindan in the sense recognized by the cultivation community. I'm just improving on the foundation of building the foundation, Li Xuanxiao said as he walked. Where is the golden Dan so easy to get out? Others have been doing it for 20 or 30 years. Elder brother hasn't even planned to get it done. By blowing on it? That's not even possible. Back to the hut. Li Xuanxiao was going to check Fong Lioli's homework again at night, but I guess I shouldn't have to worry about it. I can focus most of my energy elsewhere. Defense against the possibility of crossers. He himself needed to close his eyes for a while to digest the precious materials this time. Before here, though, there's one more thing that needs to be addressed. Today, when I saw some fluctuations in senior sister Su Wan's breath, Li Xuanxiao flipped open the shadow-retaining stone that corresponded to the one in Su Wan's cave and watched the image replay. These days he was not in Shushan himself and did not know exactly what had happened. With all the positive reviews, how come the ratings are still dropping? My friend told me it was caused by too many updates. Puzzled. Is too many updates a bad thing? Chapter 76 Unstable Taoist Heart. The heart of the way is unstable. In the cave, Su Wan took a deep breath. The breakthrough failed once again. One seemed to have a knot in one's heart, causing one to be delayed in succeeding in conjugating the Dan. A rather clean-cut face appeared before her eyes. Su Wan shook her head and murmured softly, Li Xuanxiao really doesn't have any feelings for me at all? Then why is he doing this to me? Why did he help me then, when I was falsely accused, 1,000 times, and there was no one to stand up for me? Through the twin life-retaining shadowstone, Li Xuanxiao frowned. This Su Wan wouldn't have developed a heart demon because she was rejected by herself, right? That would be bad. Unstable heart. Demonic? Blackened? Li Xuanxiao tensed up. Su Wan's character is really easy to take the bull by the horns. Then recalling what he had said to Su Wan at that time, the refusal seemed to be too blunt. Murong Mor died and rejected Su Wan himself. This caused Su Wan to suffer a double blow in succession. Self-confidence all of a sudden gone. At this time, Su Wan pondered for a moment in the cave, and then slowly said to herself, why would he even go so far as to kill Senior Murong in order to guard me? He purposely avoided me, even going so far as to say something like that, just to deliberately alienate me, right? Yeah, that's right. It has to be. Deliberately alienating me. Why are you deliberately alienating me? Because he had to protect me silently in the shadows. He was afraid of the Murong family's retaliation and the sect's punishment. That's why they don't say a word when they see me. They just keep watching over me silently. Yeah, that's it. He purposely said he didn't like me, but it actually meant he would do anything for me. I'm stupid. Really. I singularly knew that he had said that rejection to me, and had thought that I had misunderstood, and that he had not been kind to me. I didn't realize I was just now figuring out that he hid his love even deeper. Xuanxiao, who had witnessed the entire process through the twin lies retained Shadowstone, was lying quietly on the ground at this time. I want to die. The machine is too smart. Even after calculating everything, envisioning countless possibilities, and preparing for everything, but it still can't withstand the bright idea of an abstract player like Su Wan. Good news, Su Wan's Taoist heart was instantly solidified. Bad news, Xuanxiao is going to collapse. At this time, a woman dressed in purple walked into Su Wan's cave. The other party was not from Mount Shu. The woman in purple made a bow to Su Wan. Miss, your marriage to the Xiao family's son. The master said that unless he dies, people have to keep their word. Su Wan said angrily, that was a marriage contract he made for me privately. Why should I marry someone I don't really know just because he wants to keep his word? Tell the old man I already have a favorite. The man treated me well. Thinking of Xuanxiao and the way the other party silently guarded her, Su Wan couldn't help but shed a string of teardrops. But the master won't agree. Miss, you have to think twice. Give me 3 years of time. After 3 years I will go to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage since I have succeeded in conjugating the Dan. No need for that old man to agree. In the hut. Pick a better coffin. Perhaps fleeing Shushan overnight would be the best option. I thought that the other party took the script of the female frequency White Lotus heroine, but I didn't expect the other party to be Nalan Yenran. Withdrawal? The Xiao family? Xuanxiao recited the heart-cleansing mantra several times to calm his agitated feelings. Calm down. It's just a very similar last name. He had even met Han Li and Yi Fan before. Fuss. As far as withdrawals go, it's not that uncommon. Nothing you can't fix if you're careful with it. 3 years. 3 more years to myself. It was imperative to first deal with the precious materials he had harvested this time. Refinement of spells. Consolidate your cultivation base with another hard wave. Thinking of this, Xuanxiao immediately took action. Before that, he was prepared to visit Fong Lioli. Wearing a brand new outfit, Lu Ziyin finally stepped out from within the cave. Once again, he resumed that white, immortal look. He found Fong Lioli alone. Fong Lioli was sitting alone in the pavilion at the top of Silver Sword Blade Mountain, looking up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. I couldn't help but shed a tear in the corner of my eye. The wind blew and carried her hair. Fong Lioli exhaled a breath as Shangwan Suyun's voice echoed in her ears. Sister. Looking at Fong Lioli's sad back, Lu Ziyin sighed softly. He had already heard about Fong Lioli and Shangwan Suyun. Although the other party was a member of the devil's cult and everything was fake, yet love was real. He reached out and patted Fong Lioli's shoulder, softly comforting her. The path is different. Don't feel too bad. I know it's hard enough for you to do all this. You've tried hard enough. Fong Lioli cried and shook her head. I'm still too young. Don't regret what you've done. Lu Ziyin said in a deep voice. His voice soft. There are 3 keys to life. Accept, change or leave. Change what you can't accept and leave what you can't change. He reached out and touched the young girl's head. Go ahead and cry it out. Although he is a member of the devil's sect, he is sorry to the world. But, yet the only one who can afford you is you. Fong Lioli raised her head and looked at Lu Ziyin with tearful eyes. Senior brother Lu. I have failed senior brother Xuanxiao's teachings. It's okay. It's okay. If you feel unhappy, you can be taught by me personally. Lu Ziyin felt that since this was his own calamity, he had to solve it on his own and couldn't leave it to Xuanxiao. Fong Lioli shook her head. No, too much of a failure. I should have lured Shangwan Suiyun a little deeper, and come up with a trick to catch a turtle in a jar. Instead, he went straight for it on the outskirts of Shushan, causing him to end up seriously injured and running away. I'm so useless. Will he take revenge on me in the future? I can't stop crying just thinking about it. Lu Ziyin was silent, looking up at the sky, nearly shed a tear as well. Where did the simple, kind and innocent Fong Lioli go? Xuanxiao, who was hiding in the shadows, nodded approvingly and couldn't help but give Fong Lioli a thumbs up. The future is promising when you know to review it afterward. Although there was a mistake this time and he failed to completely destroy Shangwan Suiyun, but also let the other side suffered. Without 100 years is estimated to be afraid to show up. Chapter 77, Who Can Count? When Fong Lioli returned to her cave, she found the treasure material that senior brother Xuanxiao had left for her. Fong Lioli's eyes lit up, happily trotting over and checking them out one by one. Elder brother really does love me the most. At the bottom of the treasure material was pressed a note left by Xuanxiao. Write a 10,000 word argumentative essay on this incident, with a topic of your choice, style of your choice, except poetry. The title is self-explanatory. No set pieces, no plagiarism. The content should be healthy and positive, cater to the mainstream public opinion, and be full of positive energy. In the middle of the den, Xuanxiao posted a note at the door that no one should enter. Walking into the den room, he opened the formation around the den room. In the center of the den was placed a ruined cauldron that was already in disrepair. It's even a different color and obviously patched. Xuanxiao pressed the organ. Soon a brand new higher grade tripod furnace appeared. Higher and bigger and stronger. Xuanxiao sat down cross-legged and prepared to start refining pills. He put on the latter heavenly spiritual treasure augur armor and paid his respects to the three clear ancestors. Bless the disciples. Don't blow up the furnace. Actually, alchemy is not such a complicated project. The most important purpose of alchemy is to purify and preserve the medicinal substances in the raw materials, and to combine as much of it as possible with the newly infused aura to form as many high-value medicinal auras as possible. The second important purpose of alchemy is to eliminate as much as possible the harmful material components of it. The problem to be solved is 1. So that the medicinal material components within the elixir can fully integrate with the aura and be converted into medicinal aura to the maximum extent. Second, to grasp the degree. How can the elixir carry the increasing medicinal aura in order not to blow up because of the increasing homogeneous repulsive force within the medicinal aura? Well, you've learned how to make pills. Now open the practice. 3 steps. This alchemy was different from the past, and it would take roughly half a year to complete the material storage program. The second step was to use the materials to refine one's own innate magic treasure. The third step is to enhance one's cultivation and consolidate one's foundation. Finally out of the gate. Senior brother once back on the closed door. I heard that he also left a letter for little sister Lioli, although he also left a letter for me, but it was less than little sister Lioli's letter by 5 words. A full 5 words. Zhao Lu was lying on the table with a lifeless look on her face. Sure enough, love fades, right? Right at this moment, Zhao Lu's gaze caught a glimpse of a figure flying in the sky. I didn't pay much attention to it, but when the other person got closer, I could see it all at once. At once, alarm bells went off in his mind. That turned out to be senior sister Su Wan. Zhao Lu stood up in a hurry. She's not here to see elder brother, is she? Sure enough, Su Wan's first words when she saw her were, "Is senior brother Xuanxiao around?" Zhao Lu said, "My senior brother is in seclusion and said that he wouldn't let outsiders disturb him." Oh, Su Wan nodded. Zhao Lu breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. Luckily senior sister Su Wan knew how to retreat from difficulties and wasn't that shameless. Su Wan, since that's the case, senior sister Zhao Lu, you should go. Don't bother your senior brother. I'll go check on him. Zhao Lu, confused face? Senior sister, my senior brother is in seclusion and won't let outsiders disturb him. Zhao Lu thought it was because Su Wan didn't understand her words and repeated them again. Su Wan smiled and said, "How can I be an outsider? I am his sweetheart." Zhao Lu handed the brewed tea to senior sister Su Wan. Another glance was taken at senior sister Jian Luoshui on the side. It was really hard to figure out why Jian Luoshui would follow wherever senior sister Su Wan went. Fong Lioli and Zhao Lu sat across from the duo, the 4 beauties who ranked in the top 10 in terms of face value in Shushan. You look at me and I look at you. The atmosphere was a little awkward for a moment. Zhao Lu was wary in her heart. Senior sister Su Wan, the object of senior brother's rumored scandal. Chest killers are extremely rare. Jiang Luoshui's cute, lively and spirited little sister with a dark heart. He had also come to the silver sword blade to look for his senior brother. As for Fong Lioli, it was even more of a fierce fight for himself. It's too hard. Zhao Lu couldn't help but sigh. There are simply too many competitors. And not only are there more, the quality is superior. Zhao Lu eventually couldn't take the awkwardness anymore and took the lead. Senior sister Su Wan, senior sister Luo Shui, I don't know what you are looking for my senior brother for? Su Wan's face changed slightly as she said softly, there are some things I want to say to him in person. Then it might as well be told to me, and I'll relay it to senior brother after he's out of the gate. Su Wan shook her head. It's not convenient. It's better for me to speak to him personally. But my senior brother is going to be in seclusion for a long time this time. Su Wan said softly, it's okay. A retreat? Odds are it's just to hide from yourself. Su Wan guessed in her heart. So the 4 were once again speechless. Fong Lioli did not know what kind of relationship Su Wan had with senior brother Xuanxiao. At the moment, she was in the middle of a walk, thinking about the task left to her by her senior brother. In the middle of the den, Xuanxiao stopped refining pills. What are you 4 doing together? What about composting? For toxic guys put together to see who's the most toxic. Who will survive? It didn't take long to break the awkwardness. Zhao Lu offered to join her for a drink and she'd get some more small plates. Xuanxiao felt that it shouldn't be a big deal, so he continued to refine the pills. At the same time, he separated his mind to observe the refining. A few days later, dawn. The room reeked of alcohol and clothes were strewn about in clumps. Zhao Lu was lying on all fours on the ground in a big shape. Jian Luoshui, on the other hand, hugged Su Wan's feet. Su Wan's head was hanging from the beams of the room in a weird position. Fong Lioli, on the other hand, had her head stuck in the ground. Even more bizarre. It's just a few drinks. Separating some of his mind, Xuanxiao checked the situation outside. Couldn't help but laugh and scare myself. Not much longer. Each of the four woke up. In that case, I won't see big sister off, Zhao Lu said. Su Wan nodded. Don't send the second sister away. Next time the third sister and I will come back to find you and the fourth sister for a drink. Fong Lioli also said. We'll drink together next time. We had a great time this time. Ginger Lo Sui reached out and wrapped her arms around the trio. We're the best sisters ever. Xuanxiao, oh, the thing called CPU was nearly damaged. Xuanxiao leaned on his head with his hand and pondered for a while. Then, when nothing happened, continue to make pills. Righteousness is over. Just this stuff. Who do you think can count? Chapter 78. Shushan is also still alive. God bless this alchemy all the way through. After refining the pills, Xuanxiao made a trip out of the door. It took more than a month to sell all the pills in his hand for cultivation resources. It was also surprisingly smooth, and he had expected it to take at least a little longer. After returning to the sect, Xuanxiao once again closed his doors. The damn room exploded into a refinery room. Every now and then there was the sound of banging and smashing iron. The crane-topped silver needle was originally a top-grade spiritual artifact. Spiritual weapons lower grade, middle grade, upper grade and extreme grade. After the spirit weapon it can be called as a magic treasure. Fabulous lower, middle, upper and extreme. As for innate spiritual treasures and Hotian spiritual treasures, they were not counted, corresponding to the realm of the cultivator. From refining chi, Mahayana, magic artifacts that were higher than the cultivator's realm required the cultivator's more powerful, precise divine sense. That's why magic weapons are never the more advanced the better, but the best for you is the best. Xuanxiao was originally at the foundation establishment stage, so it was reasonable that the magic weapon he could manipulate should only be at the middle grade of spirit weapons. It was just that his avatar evolved the god cultivation technique, cultivating his divine sense, and his divine sense was powerful, so one level higher to use the spell. Now that he had risen to Jin Dan, it was only natural that his magic weapon should rise again. Just this resource consumption. All the family money that has been saved over the years has been used, and so the 3 years rushed by. For cultivators, 3 years is really nothing. Mount Shu, Tongtian Peak, the council chamber, the 7 peak masters, as well as the sect leader, Daoist Spirit Void, were gathered here. This time the discussion was about the Shushan flying boat business, and when the discussion was almost over, the peak master of Little Cheon Peak suddenly brought up a matter. The 5 disciples of Little Cheon Peak disappeared in the Great Xiao dynasty in one piece. If they were killed, the jade talisman in their bodies would shatter, and Shushan would surely know about it. It's just that their jade talisman didn't shatter, but instead, they couldn't detect any scent at all. Could it have been deliberately hidden? There's that possibility. The probability is that there has been an accident. What did the Daxia dynasty say? Said for us to wait for news and that they were doing all they could to find it. By the time they find it, the yellow flowers will be cold. Someone snorted coldly. At that moment, a weak voice rang out. If the elders agree, I will go on this mission. Several people looked at Lu Ziyin, who had spoken. At the same time, Lu Ziyin, Silver Sword Peak Master, since taking over as the Silver Sword Peak Master, mistakenly injured 3 times by the Shushan sword formation. Clothes were peed on once by a spirit monkey. Getting lost in the backcountry once. Poisoned twice. The cave collapsed twice. Destroy the orchard behind Silver Sword Peak once. It could be said that he hadn't accomplished a single thing for Silver Sword Peak. The good news was that Lu Ziyin's cultivation had seen an increase, so the many disciples looked at Lu Ziyin, the peak master, with strange eyes. This made Lu Ziyin feel like he had to do something. Give me a chance. Lu Ziyin's eyes were sincere. Several peak masters nodded thoughtfully. Lu Ziyin's fighting spirit was high after he left from Tongtian Peak. This time it's all or nothing. Make it look good. Can't be by myself. Ever since he came to Silver Sword Peak to do something on his own, he would encounter all sorts of accidents midway. It was as if there was someone behind the scenes who was deliberately working against them. This time, bring a helper yourself. Xuanxiao. Lu Ziyin suddenly remembered this junior apprentice brother. That time, when he brought Li Xuanxiao down the mountain, he found out, although Li Xuanxiao's cultivation level was not high, he was very meticulous in his work. However, Li Xuanxiao seemed to be in seclusion for a long time. Just as he was thinking about this, as soon as he returned to Silver Sword Peak, he saw that familiar figure. Li Xuanxiao is out of the gate. Blessed be the Lord Tendo. Everything is going well. Refining is going well. Selling is going well. The refining went smoothly, and the crane-topped silver needle had already metamorphosed into an extremely high-grade spirit weapon. The practice also went well and nothing was missed. Marshmallow, also still alive. That's so nice. Li Xuanxiao was about to relax himself when he saw a silhouette land in front of him. Senior brother Lu. Li Xuanxiao bowed respectfully. Lu Ziyin nodded. Senior brother Xuanxiao, you finally come out of the gate. Is everything alright? I'm sorry for your concern, elder brother, but all is well. Does senior brother Xuanxiao have any time recently? Oh, elder brother may have something to command. Lu Ziyin then explained the original story to Li Xuanxiao, and emphasized that all the rewards from this mission would go to Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao's face remained unchanged and his mind's eye moved slightly, this time ready to create some kind of accident for Master Lu. Hey, no. This time it seemed to have nothing to do with Fong Lioli. Surprisingly, the other party was not prepared to bring Fong Lioli on a mission. Li Xuanxiao said an apology to senior brother Lu in his heart. Pit brother Lu has become a subconscious habit. Li Xuanxiao thought quickly. Going on a mission with Master Lu is a good excuse. After all, the 3-year period had come and gone, and senior sister Su Wan had already succeeded in forming the Dan. Senior sister Su Wan is going to withdraw from the marriage. The Zhao family that withdrew from the marriage was also located in the Daxia dynasty. Just as well you don't have to make up your own reasons. And going on a mission with Master Lu to the Grand Xia dynasty. First and foremost, safety can be assured. Li Xuanxiao was still very certain about Lu Ziyin's strength. So it was agreed. Lu Ziyin nodded in satisfaction and set a departure date with Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao then went back to make preparations. Although he had just finished his seclusion, there were no chores to be dealt with up and down the silver sword blade. For one thing, even though it was a retreat, it wasn't full on. The doppelganger and the golem were still dedicated to doing their job. Secondly, there was the little sister, Zhao Lu, who was a little gossip master. When Zhao Lu is not doing anything, she likes to go and order a pot of tea, get high on melon seeds and talk to others about gossip. Then he would tell the gossip he heard to Li Xuanxiao. This was how Li Xuanxiao made sure that he didn't miss out on big things and small things. Most importantly, of course, he had a Shushan surveillance system, looking at the disciples on the twin life spirit stones that were focused on needing to be observed. One by one, they made detailed records. For example, which that Peak's disciple failed to break through. First, he carefully studied the gongfu cultivated by this disciple to gain a deeper understanding of its mysteries and essence, and began to dissect the characteristics of this disciple's usual cultivation habits, thinking about his possible weaknesses and strengths. A number of other matters requiring special attention are also taken into account. Finally, through his own precise grasp of various factors, he skillfully guided that disciple to find the key clues to break through the dilemma, deeply hidden merit and fame. Then again, which disciple suffers a series of accidents that cause bad moods. Li Xuanxiao would then intentionally let the other party meet something good in the next few days, reduce the likelihood of their blacking out. Once, a disciple of Tongtian Peak. First, when he celebrated the feast, he ate seafood from the deep sea, which resulted in body allergies. While taking the antidote, I encountered a counterfeit product that resulted in a month in bed. It was hard to get well enough to go to Handyman's Peak for dinner, thinking about saving some money. When you buy some cheap food, you end up knocking over all the groceries on the shelves. Lost a month's income, out on a mission, surrounded and killed by evil practitioners. Fortunately, after a series of unlucky events, Li Xuanxiao noticed him, so when he was surrounded and nearly lost his life, he was saved by Li Xuanxiao. I can't help but feel that it's all fate. Without those unlucky events, Li Xuanxiao wouldn't have paid special attention to him. Then the disciple is probably dead at the hands of the evil cultivator. Chapter 79, Panlong City. The next day, a small flying boat left Mount Shu and headed in the direction of the Great Xia dynasty. There were 4 people on the flying boat: Lu Ziyin, Li Xuanxiao, Su Wan, and Zhao Lu. Su Wan was preparing to go to the Zhao family of the Daxia dynasty to withdraw from the marriage. After learning that Li Xuanxiao was also going to the Grand Xia dynasty, he came along. As for Zhao Lu, the Zhao family is the royal family of the Daxia dynasty. This time the 5 Shushan disciples disappeared in the territory of the Daxia dynasty. It is inevitable that they will have to contact the Daxia dynasty, and it is good to have the identity of Princess Zhao Lu. Zhou Lu also happens to want to go home for a visit. Lu Ziyin stood on top of the flying boat. Not far from him, Li Xuanxiao was quietly regulating his breathing, seemingly casually relaxed. The body stays taut. He sensed Su Wan's gaze had been looking at him, so he simply closed his eyes in order to avoid meeting his eyes. This time Su Wan's action was within his expectations. Instead of letting Su Wan act alone, it would be better to come together. The object of Su Wan's withdrawal. Shao family, Panlong City, Da Xia dynasty. The Shao family was also once one of the top forces of the Great Xiao dynasty. It was only with a great battle that the Shao family's oldest ancestor died. The Shao family also lost all of its elites, leading to the fall of the Shao family. And Su Wan's grandfather used to befriend the old Shao family. The two had engaged their grandchildren. The object of Su Wan's marriage contract was Shao Ran, the son of the current head of the Shao family. Shao Ran had been gifted since he was young, and was a one-in-a-million cultivation wizard. It was only a few years ago that he traveled to some mysterious forbidden place and returned again. Then his cultivation was already destroyed and he could no longer cultivate for unknown reasons. Li Xuanxiao rubbed his brows. It already sounds like a couple million words of awesome. Based on the small flying boat's current speed, it would take 2 days and 2 nights to reach the destination. Coincidentally, the location where the 5 Shu mountain cultivators were carrying out their mission this time was Panlong City, where the Shao family was located. Ramblings and good luck on your journey. Sometime earlier than expected, the flying boat arrived at Panlong City. At this time, there was another person on the flying boat. It was a sword cultivator who had gone home that the crowd had met halfway. According to that sword cultivator, he had left home to cultivate in his early years, and now his lifespan was coming to an end. Knowing there was no hope of a breakthrough, he thought about returning to his roots. The dying sword cultivator yelled as he clutched his wine gourd. Arriving at the place. It's time for me to bid farewell to you all. Thank you for giving me this ride. Otherwise I don't know how much time this journey will take. The old sword cultivator stood up, but realized that the 4 people in the flying boat were looking at him with strange eyes. The old sword cultivator scratched his head and said jokingly, "What? It's hard not to let the old man give money. I do have a few valuable contraptions in my hand. I just don't know if they can get into the eyes of a few of you." The 4 still didn't say anything, just looked at him silently. The old sword cultivator was a bit confused. Lu Ziyin said, "Senior, you won't be able to enter the city. You should leave." You're already dead. You didn't have much time left when we saw you. It's time for Senior to go," Lu Ziyin reminded. The old sword cultivator gradually woke up. He looked at his corpse not far away and suddenly smiled with relief. "The whole fork splits. Then trouble a few of you. If a few of you have spare time, can you help the old immortal look at the family?" After receiving a reply of agreement from Lu Ziyin, it was only then that the old sword cultivator's spirit body dissipated into the air. When the group arrived at Panlong City, the city lord was already waiting here. "Greetings, princess." The lord of the city came out of the city to meet him with officials of all sizes. For her part, Zhao Lu thrust her hands into her tiny waist and couldn't help but raise her head. After spending so much time in Shushan, she had almost forgotten her identity as a princess. Zhao Lu looked at her senior brother triumphantly. "How's it going? Marrying me would be marrying a princess. And you still don't want to?" Li Xuanxiao gave her a look, letting her experience it on her own. "Don't be overly intimate when you're out and about, and don't make verbal, or even eye contact at non-essential moments." Zhao Lu snapped and withdrew her eyes. There is no need to say that the people along the way are welcome. The crowd traveled all the way to the city lord's mansion. Li Xuanxiao, on the other hand, spoke with senior brother Lu and left the group for the time being. Alone, he went to the location of the home that the old sword cultivator had mumbled about. "I wanted to bring a message, but the place was long gone." Li Xuanxiao was again uneasy and wanted to ask the neighbors, but found that there were no neighbors around here at all. "It took a while of walking before I finally saw a passerby." "People? I don't know." Li Xuanxiao had thought that the people had already moved out and was about to leave. Just listen to the wayfarer continue. "Strange as it may seem, there used to be a lot of people living in this area, but one after another, they all disappeared. Are there many people missing?" Li Xuanxiao asked. "Originally, some people went to the government to make trouble, and many people have disappeared before on the west side of the city, only for the cases to be closed later. It would have been a small thing not worth noting and the other person just blurted it out. However, it caused alarm bells to ring in Li Xuanxiao's heart." Li Xuanxiao, who was a little cautious when going out, then quickly conducted a simple investigation. "This is not investigated, okay? Once the investigation immediately found that there are too many cats in this. Let's take the example of the missing population of Panlong City. There have been no less than dozens of large-scale cases of missing persons, according to the people. At first, the small size of the number did not attract attention, but later on, more and more people disappeared. The government and the Department of Demon Control have been mobilized. but the case has ended up in a dead end. Though the people have heard it by word of mouth, and it is somewhat exaggerated. But the many empty houses in this city cannot be faked. This was only the result of Li Xuanxiao's investigation in less than half a day. Li Xuanxiao frowned. It was also associated with the 5 Shu Mountain disciples who had disappeared this time. Also missing, could they have disappeared as inexplicably as the people of this Panlong city? Li Xuanxiao suddenly had a strong sense of crisis. It's getting late and it's not advisable to be out too long. Li Xuanxiao then went to the city lord's mansion. At this moment, the city lord's mansion was hosting a banquet to entertain the Shushan party. Li Xuanxiao sat at the end without moving, his heart slandering. How so many things are coming together. Senior sister Su Wan wants to withdraw from the marriage. Now it was known that the disappearance of the Shu Mountain disciples might be related to the mass disappearance of the people in Panlong City. Li Xuanxiao's face was a bit gloomy. Just then, a boy came up to report. Princess, Xiao Changshan, head of the Xiao family, has arrived with his son, Xiao Ran. Su Wan put down her wineglass and raised her willow eyebrows. Li Xuanxiao, sister, do you want to do it? Now. Do it right here? Happy New Year, everyone. As of 0 o'clock tomorrow night, Wildwind will choose 5 lucky readers from the 5-star reviews of the book's review strip comments. Everyone pay attention to the author's reply reminder for a $50 red packet each. Chapter 80, Withdrawal of Marriage. Princess, Xiao Changshan, head of the Xiao family, has arrived with his son, Xiao Ran. A tall, middle-aged man walked into the great hall with a handsome young man. Xiao Changshan first bowed to the city lord and then looked at Zhao Lu who was sitting on the main seat. Xiao Changshan sees Her Highness the Princess. Zhao Lu returned his salute very appropriately. Then Xiao Changshan saluted Lu Ziyin, the peak master of Mount Shu. It can be described as all-encompassing. Only at last did he look at Su Wan. Nisu hasn't seen you for a long time, and you've grown more and more beautiful. My father has asked me to say hello for him. How are Uncle Xiao and Aunt Xiao? Fine. Everything is fine. Although Su Wan was talking to Xiao Changshan, her gaze fell on the young man next to him. Shaughnessy. The two had met when they were young, though they didn't remember much about each other. Su Wan stood up and looked like she was about to tell the matter of the withdrawal here. Li Xuanxiao's face was grave. In the city lord's mansion, in front of so many people, he wanted to withdraw his marriage with someone else? Seems a little too out of place, doesn't it? This is too much for anyone to handle. Too Skinny Face came in and was ashamed of himself. Uncle Xiao. This time Xiao Wan has come to discuss something, Su Wan said. But there's no harm in saying it. Lu Ziyin, Zhao Lu all knew the purpose of Su Wan's trip. It was just out of their expectation. It was surprising that Su Wan would bring it up at this time. As soon as Su Wan opened her mouth, ulu. The congregation in the hall, oh, what kind of bird talk is that? Su Wan blinked her tongue. No, it's the mouth that's numb. In the next moment, Su Wan's feet swayed and her body faltered, straight down on the table. At this time, Li Xuanxiao in the corner smiled blandly and said, "It looks like senior sister Su Wan is drunk. She already drank a lot of wine when she came here. Everyone, I will first send senior sister Su Wan to her room to rest." With that, Li Xuanxiao helped Su Wan leave the banquet and went to the middle of the room that the city lord had arranged for them. Luckily I was prepared. This time, regarding the disappearance of the disciples of Mount Shu, I, Panlong City, will definitely cooperate with the investigation with all my might. In the church, Yu Tianqi, the city lord of Panlong City, made Panlong City's attitude clear to Lu Ziyin. The fact that the peak master of Mount Shu had come personally naturally indicated the importance that Mount Shu attached to this matter. Lu Ziyin nodded. Then I will be grateful. Truth be told, there are 3 mountain peaks near my Panlong City. Ferocious beasts are all over the place, and there are also cults lurking within Panlong City. Yu Tianqi said, I think these 5 Shu Mountain disciples have been missing for a long time. I'm afraid that they have met with misfortune. Lu Ziyin said in a deep voice. Don't worry, Shushan is not someone who doesn't know what's right, and won't arbitrarily blame Panlong City. It's just that no matter who it is, since they chose to kill my Shushan disciples, it means they are enemies of my Shushan. The city lord smiled and took a sip of tea. The next day, after waking up from the wine, Su Wan was going to immediately head to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage after hearing that the father and son of the Xiao family had left the city lord's mansion and returned to the Xiao family. It was as if they couldn't wait a moment. I'm going to show my attitude. Use my actions to tell senior brother Xuanxiao that I know of his love and am responding to it. Su Wan inverted a pair of long legs and left the city lord's mansion with quick steps. She had just left the city lord's mansion when her eyes inadvertently saw a sign on the side. Courtesy and communication. Su Wan suddenly remembered. One can't come empty-handed even if one is withdrawing from a marriage. Upon further reflection, it seems that I was a little too impulsive. The matter of the marriage contract was actually no fault of Xiao Ran's. He's also a victim. Wouldn't he hurt him if he went so aggressively to withdraw from the marriage? At least make it up to each other. Thinking so, Su Wan took an inward glance at her storage ring. There were no particularly valuable treasures. There must be one on Master Lu Ziyin Lu. Thinking of this, Su Wan turned her head to Lu Ziyin. After she left, a hand appeared on the ground and put back the sign that read courtesy, communication. The Xiao family. Xiao Ran lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. After meeting with Su Wan yesterday, he vaguely had a bad feeling. Second young master, the matriarch wants you to go to the parlor. At that moment, the maid walked in. The parlor? Who's here? The maid shook her head. Xiao Ran already had an answer in his mind. He sat up and shuffled briefly. The ancient pendant around his neck shimmered with a faint, eerie glow. Xiao Ran left his room and went to the clan's meeting room. Along the way, the Xiao family's children looked at him with somewhat strange gazes. Parlor. At this moment, all of the Xiao family elders were here in the parlor. On the main seat was Xiao Changshan, the current head of the Xiao family. And opposite Xiao Changshan was Su Wan. Su Wan was wearing a pleated satin dress with dark flowers and fine silk purple. She was still young, but she had a distinctive charm in her hands and feet, plus the pair of killers on the chest. Xuanxiao had commented on Su Wan, the innate human wife's saint body. Xiao Ran looked at Su Wan, and that bad feeling surfaced in his heart once again. Nope, not a hunch anymore. Xiao Ran, why are you here? The elders of the clan were surprised. Xiao Ran stood still with a puzzled look on his face. Xiao Ran, no one asked you to come, the second elder said. Xiao Ran swept a glance, and only then did he realize that there wasn't even an extra chair in the parlor. Ha! Xiao Ran could not help but sneer in his heart. I'm already this low in the family. Human warmth, wanting to fight for years. When he was 5 years old refining chi and 12 years old building the foundation. Everyone in the family who is an individual has to suck up to him. Today, at this time, Su Wan spoke out. This time, I am mainly here to find young Master Xiao to discuss something. Someone move a chair, Xiao Changshan said in a cold voice. Xiao Ran is his son no matter what. Now that he was being treated like this by a few elders, how could he not be angry? Xiao Changshan is old-fashioned and has the big picture in mind in every way. It is also the case that since becoming the patriarch he has been ostracized by the elders of the family, especially after his own son, Xiao Ran, became a wastrel. The crowd was big on replacing it. I've long heard that Su Wan is exceptionally gifted and worshipped at Mount Shu, and now that she has succeeded in conjugating pills at a young age, she really has a bright future ahead of her. The several elders tried their best to praise Su Wan, making her quite embarrassed. Talked for a while. Su Wan finally brought the topic to the right track. Uncle Xiao. My marriage contract with Xiao Ran was made between my grandfather and the old ancestor of the Xiao family back then and did not seek my consent. Naija is too young to speak as a man of few words. Now that Su Wan has come to the Xiao family, she is preparing to break off this marriage. The words fell, and time seemed to freeze for a few seconds. The stiff smile on Xiao Qingshan's face finally couldn't be faked anymore, and his face was ugly as hell. The hands that clenched his fists were trembling slightly. Chapter 81, The Will of God. Boom! Xiao Qingshan slammed the table in front of him. Several elders in the hall immediately cast their gazes over and said in unison, Changshan, do not be rude. The other party is a disciple of Mount Shu, and the Su family is in the ascendant. How can it be that the current Xiao family can afford to offend? It was as if all these years of humiliation had been transformed into this slap. R.I.P. wife. The beloved son was reduced from the pride of heaven to a joke in his mouth. Ostracized in the family. His own father, who is the patriarch, can only keep enduring for the greater good. Xiao Changshan sighed dismally. He knew the matter was inevitable. After that, their father and son really fell into the joke of the entire Panlong city. I'm really sorry. Su Wan is willing to compensate the Xiao family, but the matter of the marriage contract must not be allowed. After saying that, Su Wan added another sentence. It's not because Xiao Ran's cultivation is wasted and he can't cultivate, nor is it that I became a disciple of Shu Mountain. Now that the Su family is powerful and the Xiao family is sunsetting, I dislike the Xiao family. And it's certainly not that Sean is ugly or anything wrong with him. Li Xuanxiao, who was eavesdropping, rubbed his head helplessly. Can't talk. You can keep your little mouth shut. Su Wan laid out for a long time, not noticing in the slightest that the faces of the entire Xiao family congregation in the hall had turned ugly. Why are you cursing so harshly? You can just withdraw from the marriage. Su Wan finally got to the point and continued. In short, I want to make it clear that I, Su Wan, am not some kind of person who tends to favor others. I just have a sweetheart, and he's treated me 1,000 times too well for me to fail him. At this time, Xiao Ran, who was sitting at the end, finally stood up. The young man got up angrily and stared at Su Wan dead in the face. Su Wan, you insulted me too much. Don't make any excuses. If you despise me, just say so. I, Xiao Ran, am unable to cultivate now, but don't forget. 30 years in the east and 30 years in the west. Don't kid yourself. One day, I, Xiao Ran, will definitely return this shame. Su Wan said in a deep voice. I have said don't not look down on you. Just forgive me for not being able to fulfill this marriage contract. If I, Su Wan, want to use my power to oppress others, I wouldn't have come alone today. Shu Mountain, Su family, all of them are Su Wan's backers, which Xiao family can afford to offend. Xiao Ran said angrily, but it's just that your Su family is powerful nowadays, and your Su Wan has succeeded in conjugating Dan and has Shu Mountain at her back. When I, Xiao Ran, was 5 years old and refining qi and 12 years old and building the foundation, how come I didn't see you come to withdraw from the marriage? When I, Xiao Ran, was a genius, how come I didn't see your Su family come to withdraw from the marriage? Nowadays it's just a matter of tendency and human warmth. I, Xiao Ran, am now being bullied by a dog in a tiger's fall, so I'll admit it today, but don't make me wait until the day I turn over a new leaf. Su Wan was not a good-tempered master either. She watched as the young man in front of her, as old as she was, confronted her with bruises and a fragrant mouth. Immediately, he also clapped his hands and said in a cold voice, the weak are strong and the strong are strong. Such is the law of this world. Your cultivation is destroyed. You're weak yourself, and you blame me? It's clearly you who don't think you're capable of breaking into some forbidden land. Good. Su Wan, Xiao Ran looked hideous, and all the taunts and insults since his cultivation had been destroyed had finally reached their peak at this moment. You have to know how proud Xiao Ran used to be. I've put up with it all before, but at this moment, I'm withdrawing from the marriage at the door. When really, it completely trampled on his dignity. Outside the conference hall, a number of sons and daughters of the family had already gathered and were discussing. Xiao Ran almost gritted his teeth and suddenly spat out a mouthful of heartfelt blood. He covered his chest and fell on his back. Su Wan's face showed her intolerance. Xiao Ran was barely able to support himself to get back on his feet with one hand on the ground. Su Wan, I'll take note of today's humiliation. He suddenly drew a sword that hung in the hall. Su Wan was flabbergasted, thinking that the other party was going to make a move against her, and subconsciously drew her sword. Clunk! The surrounding several elders of the clan also changed their faces at the same time. Su Wan came to the Su family alone, but it wasn't just her own Jindan cultivation that was behind her. If the Xiao family dares to hurt her today, I'm afraid that they will be exterminated tomorrow. However, with Xiao Ran's current cultivation level, could he hurt Su Wan? Surprising everyone, Xiao Ran stabbed himself with his sword. This action startled everyone in the room. Su Wan's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Xiao Ran. What is this for? Xiao Ran pierced his own chest with a sword that was clearly headed for his heart. He doesn't want to live. Su Wan was shocked. The sword was not in his chest. Xiao Ran's eyes were filled with hatred as he said to Su Wan, Su Wan, if heaven helps me not to die today, I will return today's humiliation as it were in the future. As Su Wan watched the scene, her heart had a few moments of intolerance, while at the same time she was shocked at the other party's determination. I didn't realize that the other party was also so proud. Su Wan, you and I have retired from our marriage. I will definitely ask for the sword of Mount Shu on another day. The corner of Su Wan's eyes twitched slightly as she said in a deep voice, good, I'll wait for you at Mount Shu. Ranchan. Xuanxiao lifted Xiao Ran with one hand. His wife had already left him, and he couldn't let his children leave him too. Quick, call someone. Xuanxiao shouted angrily. A few juniors outside the door were directly stunned by Xuanxiao's majestic breath. Xuanxiao stared angrily at Su Wan. That gaze made Su Wan have the feeling that she would be killed in the next second, and her face was full of gravity. One could only see that above Xuanxiao's forehead, a single vein protruded like a gnarled dragon, each vein throbbing violently, showing the extreme anger and excitement within him. The hands were white at the knuckles due to excessive force, as if they would crush the air in their hands at any time. The marriage is out. Send the guests away. Su Wan only felt a strong aura coming over her. She could not help but take half a step back and took another look at Xiao Ran, who had fallen to the ground, and took out an object from her storage ring. This is my Su family's special trauma medicine. Xuanxiao didn't hesitate and reached out to take it. This is no time to sulk. That sort of Xiao Ran's just now. God knows whether it was fatal or not. However, Xiao Ran, who was seriously injured, reached out and directly threw the trauma medicine over. Xiao Ran said with difficulty, I don't need it, take it away. If I die today, it's God's will. If I don't die, then God has given me a chance. I, Xiao Ran, do not deserve to die, and I will one day double today's disgrace. After saying these words, Xiao Ran fainted. Su Wan looked deeply at Xiao Ran and turned around. Okay, I'll wait for you. Chapter 82, the 3-year period has arrived. Cough cough. Sha met his mother. he felt like he should be dead, because he hadn't seen his mother in years. Mother would be disappointed if she saw him like this today. Ranner, Ranner. Amidst a cry, Xiao Ran opened his eyes. Father, I'm alive? Xiao Qingshan's face at this moment was haggard as if he had aged 70 or 80 years overnight. He gripped his child's hand tightly, feeling the warmth in it, and nodded heavily. Just an inch short of your little life. Xiao Ran pulled the corner of his mouth and said softly, since the heavens let me live, I'll prove it to everyone. Good. Xiao Qingshan swept away the gloom. This is my Xiao Qingshan's son. Xiao Ran had to lie in bed for a period of time. That sword was really close to taking his life, but at the same time it also ignited his hope. Xiao Ran braced himself and quietly went to his mother's grave. He sat at the tomb and looked at the distant sky. Xiao Ran, will remember today's disgrace. Don't want to go through that again. Shushan, Su Wan, Su family. It was like three large mountains straddling Xiao Ran's eyes. Xiao Ran took a deep breath. Nowadays, his cultivation level was not even as good as qi refining, while Su Wan was already successful in conjugating Dan. And Xiao Ran's words were like a joke in the eyes of the Xiao family. Even if Xiao Ran was really able to succeed in conjugating Dan in the future, was Su Wan's cultivation level to remain unchanged? Always a gene Dan? What a joke! However, Xiao Ran definitely had his backbone when he dared to say so. Xiao Ran pulled off the pendant hanging around his neck. Soul Elder, are you there? Soul Elder, the Soul Old Man, a wisp of essence hidden in a pendant. 3 years ago, Xiao Ran unintentionally picked up this pendant, and then unexpectedly found a voice coming from inside. The voice told Xiao Ran that his name was Soul Old Man. He was a former Mahayana stage powerhouse, but unfortunately he failed to ascend and fell. At the last moment, a strand of his soul was placed in this object, and this object happened to fall into Xiao Ran's hands. Soul Elder decided that he wanted to cultivate Xiao Ran into a future top powerhouse and subsequently help remodel his own physical body. However, in these 3 years, Soul Elder had not taught Xiao Ran any of the top techniques, or jurisprudence, that he knew. This was very puzzling to Xiao Ran, and the other side teaches strange things. For example, the other party once taught Xiao Ran for a month. I chose to forgive after I was disowned. Woe betide the brother, sister and sister of a fellow student. Take a step back, tolerate a moment of peace, and learn to let go. When I learned about my former fiancée, I realized the reason for her withdrawal, as well as telling him many long stories. For example, the main character who avenges the killing of the other's family, or the destruction of the other's clan. In the end it all ends badly. Either you die alone or you die on the streets, or they are killed by another protagonist who seeks revenge during a family reunion. On the contrary, protagonists who choose not to involve innocent people have very happy endings, sitting with 3 wives and 4 concubines, family harmony and a lifetime of happiness. Xiao Ran really didn't understand how all the Mahayana stage cultivators practice this. However, Soul Elder promised himself, as long as one studied carefully with him, he would teach him the method of cultivation after 3 years. Now that the 3-year period has come and gone, and in time for him to suffer a strange shame, the first thing Xiao Ran did when he recovered was to look for Soul Elder to fulfill. Soul Elder, Soul Elder. It was only after several calls that Soul Old Man's majestic voice came from the pendant. What's wrong? Little Ran, how did you get hurt like this in the time it took me to take a nap? Xiao Ran then told the Soul Elder what had happened today. Soul Elder said thoughtfully after hearing this, this matter is actually not entirely Su Wan's fault. Both of you have unspeakable hardships. Xiao Ran clenched his fists. I will definitely return today's insult. You hate her? No. I just hate myself for being so weak, for being insulted and belittled by others, and for making my father lose face. Soul Elder continued. When you do have that day to seek revenge on her, will you kill her? Xiao Ran shook his head and said with firm eyes, I'm not going to take her life over this. I just don't want to be stepped on for the rest of my life. I've waited 3 years for a chance to fight for my life, not to prove that I'm amazing. I'm to show that what I once lost I'm going to get back. Soul Elder was silent for a moment. Good. The children are teachable. From today onwards, I will teach you the method of cultivation. Xiao Ran was overjoyed. But after I have been to the Forbidden Zone, my meridians were destroyed and I can no longer cultivate. The old man has a solution. In the life of the old man has a hidden treasure. In the middle of Pan Long City. You go to find it naturally can help you restore the meridians. Xiao Ran hurriedly got back to his feet. It's better to wait until after the injury. Soul Elder reminded. No, I can't wait a moment longer. Xiao Ran's eyes seemed to be burning with the fire of hope. Yeah, he can't wait a moment longer. He had been waiting for many years since his cultivation had been abolished. In the end, under Xiao Ran's insistence, the Soul Elder told Xiao Ran about this treasure hiding place. Xiao Ran, on the other hand, dragged his injured body all the way to find this hidden treasure. Xiao Ran chanted the mnemonic to enter the hidden treasure. The treasure trove is more like a crypt and looks very plain, and the years don't seem to be very long. Xiao Ran didn't pay much attention to these details. His eyes were drawn to a box placed in the crypt. Opening the box was a potion. This is. Soul Elder's voice came from the pendant. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Taking this Dan will kill you 9 times. But if you can live, you will be able to cultivate again. Can you be willing? Xiao Ran answered the Soul Elder with his actions and swallowed the elixir in one gulp without hesitation. Within a few moments, Xiao Ran felt the abnormality in his body. He was dizzy and fell heavily to the ground. Then a small head emerged from the ground with a sense of theft. Xuanxiao drilled out from the ground and glanced at the fainted Xiao Ran. That elixir was just an ordinary mesmerizing elixir. The person who really wanted to treat Xiao Ran's meridians was Xuanxiao himself. The plainest of techniques. There is the beauty of a business war that unplugs the other company's internet connection. After 3 years of meticulous research into Xiao Ran's body, Xuanxiao wasn't completely sure. Probably around 98%. 3 years ago, after learning from Su Wan's mouth about the news that she was going to withdraw from the marriage, Xuanxiao then made a trip to Panlong City, quietly observing Xiao Ran, and even the entire Xiao family. A small surveillance suit is arranged, and left a pendant behind, deliberately allowing Xiao Ran to pick it up. His own incarnation as a Soul Elder instructed Xiao Ran, "Dear protagonist, want to get power? Go the way of the medicine old man, so that the medicine old man has no way out. Happy New Year, everyone." The following 5 lucky readers: 1. You Worry Shark. He Luo 1111. The Bookworm Who Loves Purple Potato and Sydney. Sakura Boingwin. Update. 5 readers, please leave a V under this comment to reap the author's New Year's red packet wishes. It's not much. It's a small token of my appreciation. Finally, I would like to wish all of you once again a happy and prosperous Chinese New Year. Chapter 83, The Unnameable Presence. Xiao Ran slowly woke up in the middle of the crypt. He looked around and raised his hand. Familiar power. That familiar feeling. The soothing feeling of absorbed spiritual energy flowing through the body was back. Everything is back. Xiao Ran was overjoyed, and he couldn't help but want to roar out in anger. Elder Soul was worthy of being a Mahayana stage powerhouse. This elixir was truly amazing. Even the feeling of his injured body was restored all of a sudden. Xiao Ran ripped off the pendant, then kneeled down on both knees, bowed to the pendant, and said in a deep voice, "Soul Elder, a great favor is not appreciated. I, Xiao Ran, am not an ungrateful person, and I will definitely repay it after this." Soul Old Man said indifferently, "What do you say about the grace of repayment? In the future when you cause trouble, just don't tell the old man off." Xiao Ran checked the cave again and realized that there was nothing left in the cave except for this elixir. With that, he left the cave. After he left, the cave collapsed and it was as if nothing had happened here. Inside the city lord's mansion, Xuanxiao gently exhaled a breath and looked at the chessboard in front of him. Everything that had happened so far was still within his control. This was a big change for Xiao Ran, but it was good that Xuanxiao had already incarnated as a Soul Elder 3 years ago and gradually gained Xiao Ran's trust. This wave is called going the way of others. Others like to go wherever. From now on, please call me the king of marshmallow dots. In fact, it's being forced to do nothing. Standing in front of Xuanxiao was Su Wan, the originator of the abstraction world. Unpredictable, unnameable, unseeable, unspeakable, ancient evil being. You can never tell what she's thinking, never know what she's going to do next. When you look directly at her, she will decide that you like her. When you talk to her, you don't know which of your words will cause her to deduce what conclusion. Well, in the first place, if Su Wan had become the sword bearer, you see if the truce run or not. It's so much more intimidating than law. So Xuanxiao directly changed his mindset. Since Su Wan was unpredictable, wouldn't it be better to have someone else? So he went straight to the root of the problem and extended his sinful little hand to Xiao Ran. Xuanxiao looked at the chessboard in front of him and dropped his pieces. The withdrawal came to an end. As for Xiao Ran to ask the sword Shushan in the future, that are all things that have to be done later, and have their own control. Things will not be out of the expected. Next, the disappearance of Shushan's disciples and the people of Panlong City. The last time he came to Panlong City, Xuanxiao had a clear purpose and went straight to the Xiao family, so it didn't notice the mass disappearance of the people of Panlong City. This disappearance of the people involved the disappearance of 5 more Shushan disciples. I'm afraid there's something big going on here. Xuanxiao made a simple survey estimate. There were more than 400 counties throughout the Daxia dynasty, with an average population of 200,000 to 300,000 per county. Prefectural cities like Panlong City were much larger, with 5 counties under their jurisdiction, which has reached a population of 1 million. After a few days of his investigation and statistics, The number of disappearing people was around 20%. Men and women, young and old. That's a full 200,000 people. This amount when Li Xuanxiao tallied it out. He was shocked himself. How is it possible for the officials of Panlong City to ignore the disappearance of so many people, and for the imperial court not to care? Li Xuanxiao suddenly felt that he was caught in the middle of some kind of conspiracy vortex. Just then, the subordinates of the city lord's mansion suddenly came to tell Li Xuanxiao that Lu Ziyin had discovered the missing 5 fellow disciples. Li Xuanxiao immediately left the city lord's mansion and went to find Lu Ziyin. It wasn't the 5 Shu Mountain disciples that were found. Instead, it was the relics of those 5 Shushan disciples. It was discovered by the Demon Suppression Division, who found the relics while hunting down a group of cult strongholds. Lu Ziyin nodded. It is indeed something from Mount Shu. He looked to the cult leader at the head of the group. Where are those guys? Will saying that spare my life? Tell me about it. Killed? You? No. Where do I have that strength? It's a messenger from headquarters. When he happened to meet those disciples, the messenger tricked them into a place to kill them all, and said that he had some kind of sealing technique to seal the jade talisman in the body of the Shushan disciples. So he wasn't afraid that Shushan would find him. Where are the people? Lu Ziyin asked in a deep voice. I can't say the messenger will kill me. If you don't say it, I can kill you right now, Lu Ziyin said in a cold voice. The man hesitated for a moment, but finally gave a truthful account. Li Xuanxiao glanced at the so-called cult leader. Lu Ziyin carried the other party and went straight to the messenger's hiding place. Li Xuanxiao as well as the people from the Demon Suppression Division quickly followed. It was just that Lu Ziyin was too fast, and by the time they arrived, Lu Ziyin had already exchanged blows with one person. I'm sure the other person is the messenger. Both sides erupted into a fierce battle in the air. Numerous people tilted their heads to the sky, only to see a dazzling white light streak across the sky like lightning. At the same time, another mysterious green light whistled. The 2 rays of light, one white and one green, approached each other at an astonishing speed, and in an instant, they fiercely clashed together in the air. Immediately afterward, a crisp and ear-piercing sword sound suddenly rang out. In the end, it was Lu Ziyin dragging the blood-spitting messenger from the air with one hand. Seeing this scene, the city lord who had just arrived pulled the corner of his mouth. The peak master of Mount Shu was really something. That messenger was at a comparable cultivation level to Lu Ziyin. It was just that Lu Ziyin was just over 40 this year, while this messenger was over 300 years old. In terms of age, Lu Ziyin couldn't even match a fraction of the other party. Age means experience, combat tactics, and the depth of the body. Unfortunately, in the cultivation world, it was hard for age to catch up with genius. The 2 sides exchanged but a short moment, and Lu Ziyin had already gained an overwhelming victory. Lu Ziyin lifted the other party's faithful neck. You're the one who killed the Shushan disciples? Ahem. You are? Shushan Silver Sword Peak Master Lu Ziyin. Lu Ziyin said calmly. Marshmallow. The messenger kept coughing up blood. You. How did you find me? You think you can be safe and sound after killing a Shu Mountain disciple? Lu Ziyin said to the city lord who had arrived. I have to thank the city lord as well as all of you for this. We weren't able to help much. Peak Master Lu doesn't need to be polite. I just don't know how Peak Master Lu is going to deal with this person. It is since brought back to Mount Shu and placed at the door's disposal. As he was talking, the messenger who was originally bound by the magic treasure suddenly exploded with power to break free. Want to go? Lu Ziyin's hand made a sword point, and the flying sword at his waist turned into streams of light, stabbing straight at his opponent's shoulder. However, right at this moment, the messenger suddenly turned his head and slammed his head-on into the flying sword. Lu Ziyin raised his eyebrows. Iron head kung fu? Kind of interesting. In the next moment, the messenger's head was penetrated by a flying sword, and his body fell straight to the ground. Lu Ziyin. I didn't use much force either. Has my own swordsmanship gotten out of hand to this point? Chapter 84, It's despicable. The messenger is dead. There was no doubt that he was the murderer of the 5 Shushan disciples. After killing the Shushan disciples, he casually rewarded the things on the Shushan disciples to the small leader of the cult in this place. As a result, when this little leader was arrested by the Demon Suppression Division, he accidentally searched for the Shushan disciples, causes the messenger to be exposed. After being defeated by Lu Ziyin, the messenger tried to escape but was killed by Lu Ziyin by mistake. Inside the city lord's mansion, Lu Ziyin rubbed his chin with the belly of his finger and pondered. The murderer was killed by himself, but it didn't matter. The matter was satisfactorily resolved. Having become the Silver Sword Peak Master himself, he had finally accomplished the first thing. Lu Ziyin nodded in satisfaction, and then wrote down the entire process of this matter in its entirety on the paper. It's a rule of Shushan. After every mission, every disciple who goes out on a mission needs to write down a detailed report. Two disciples on a mission at the same time have a conflict if they report differently. Then it means that the duo made a mistake in the execution of their tasks. This rule is unique to Shushan. It is said to have been proposed by some unnamed Shushan disciple to the former head of Shushan. This led to the disciples on every mission complaining and cursing that disciples 18 generations of ancestors. But hassle for hassle. It does eliminate a lot of problems. Lu Ziyin glanced at the report he had written. The handwriting is neat and flawless. He gently blew the ink on it dry. Li Xuanxiao walked in. Senior brother Lu, there is something I need to tell you. What is it? The old sword cultivator I met earlier. I went to seek out his home. Only his home had long since been empty. Lu Ziyin nodded. It's been so many years. There might have been a change in the family. Or maybe they moved away. Have you asked his neighbors? His neighbors disappeared too. And not only the neighbors disappeared, but a lot of people in that area disappeared. Oh, missing? I also heard from the people not knowing what was going on. Probably all moved away. Lu Ziyin was immersed in his font. Li Xuanxiao continued to follow the good advice. That's what I was thinking. That said, aren't there too few people on the streets of Panlong City? And I've heard that quite a few people are searching for their missing loved ones. They tried to put up a notice, but were instead arrested by the officials. And I thought at first that this would be related to the disappearance of the Shushan disciples. While muttering in a voice Lu Ziyin could hear, he shook his head and left. Lu Ziyin blinked. Massive people disappearance? Hiss. After giving his senior brother the hint, Li Xuanxiao waited at the entrance for a while longer and saw Lu Ziyin leaving the city lord's mansion before he left. In the middle of the city lord's mansion, the city lord watched Lu Ziyin leave the city lord's mansion through the Twin Lives Shadow Retention Stone, and his brows couldn't help but furrow. Nosy. Twin Life Retaining Stones. Shu Mountain Disciples. Lu Ziyin. Li Xuanxiao. Su Wan. Even Princess Zhao Lu was under his surveillance. Although the only one who made him care was Lu Ziyin, he was also a bit worried that the rest of the disciples would do something that he would not expect. Right now, it seemed that amongst the several people, the most honest one was the disciple called Li Xuanxiao. Most of the time he spent in his room meditating or following Lu Ziyin's ass. He did whatever Lu Ziyin said. That said, what could be expected from a foundation stage disciple? The real trouble was this Lu Ziyin. This Lu Ziyin was really a change. If he realized what was happening in the city, it would be a problem. The city lord stared intently at the image in the Twin Lives remaining shadow stone, in which only Li Xuanxiao was left. The lord of the city didn't want to see anymore. Li Xuanxiao was currently sitting in his room, reclining in a cozy position and looking at the monthly report. At this moment, in the dark, Li Xuanxiao was staring at the city lord staring at Li Xuanxiao. Deep underground, Li Xuanxiao stared at Li Xuanxiao stared at the city lord stared at Li Xuanxiao. Spying on me? It's despicable. How can anyone be so shameless as to place a leave-behind stone in someone else's room? Sure enough, this city lord has something fishy going on. How could the city lord be unaware of a massive population disappearance? The only one who could hide this matter was the city lord. Li Xuanxiao's gaze condensed slightly. A city lord? A lord of the city? Higher and higher? Even the royal family? Li Xuanxiao made the worst possible plans. Fizzle. Li Xuanxiao sucked in a breath of cool air, terrifying as it was. Lu Ziyin came to the city and inquired about the missing people. With close to 200,000 plus people missing, this is something that can't be sealed by any means. Therefore, Lu Ziyin easily asked about the missing population. He had originally only thought to ask after Li Xuanxiao's reminder. I didn't expect to find out that there were a bit too many missing people in the entire Panlong city when I asked. And that's not even counting those who don't have family and close friends. Lu Ziyin quickly realized that something was wrong. He returned to the city lord's mansion once again and met the city lord face to face. Lu Ziyin opened the door and asked the city lord about the missing persons in this Panlong city. The city lord said with a normal expression, Panlong city has a large mobile population and cults are prevalent. There are quite a few people who have been deceived by the cults and left Panlong city. And some time ago the levy of labor to repair the river embankment left another batch of people. Coupled with the fact that Panlong city had a period of flooding some time ago, the people did not have enough to eat. There are still quite a few ferocious beasts outside the city hiding amongst the deep mountains and dense forests. Over time, there were reports of people disappearing, but there are truths and falsehoods in it, and people are far from being as serious as people say on the sidelines, and it's more of a rumor that's just added fuel to the fire. Lu Ziyin nodded indistinctly. So that's how it is. It's not easy for Peak Master Lu to come here once. Why don't you stay in Panlong City for a few more days? Or let me do my best as a landlord. It's just, next time there is a chance. This time with a mission since I have to return to Shushan as soon as possible to resume orders. Tomorrow morning, I will leave. Then I won't stay much longer. The two of them said some polite words, and Lu Ziyin returned to his room. For his part, The city lord told Lu Ziyin to stay in the city lord's mansion at night and not to move around, and to host a banquet for them to send off the Shushan party. Lu Ziyin returned to his room, muttering that he was overthinking things. Street rumors are not to be believed. Lu Ziyin wandered around the room with his backhand, his eyes landing on the bookshelves in the room. He scanned the books, nothing he wanted to read. Suddenly I noticed a book with some bright colors. He hadn't been much interested, but at first glance he was drawn to the colors. That's his favorite color. The second glance was drawn to the name of the book. Only the smartest people can guess the end. Hey, isn't this just for me? Lu Ziyin opened the book and read it. The whole book is not a long story. It's about a constable who solves crimes. The murderer deliberately gave the constable clues in order to hide the truth. Then find a scapegoat and blame the scapegoat for doing it. The constable killed the scapegoat and thought everything was over. Actually, the reason the killer did it was to cover up the bigger truth. Lu Ziyin nodded thoughtfully. He reacted sharply to the story. Why does it look a bit familiar? Chapter 85, Your biggest mistake is making an enemy of me. Watching the story, Lu Ziyin suddenly understood. He recoiled it. The Demon Suppression Division finds the relics of the Shushan disciples. Then it was smooth sailing to find one of the cult leaders in the area, and then follow the cult leader to the real culprit behind it. At last this real murderer was subdued by himself and was about to escape. He wanted to hurt him, but his opponent was bent on death. Hiss! Lu Ziyin sucked in a breath of cool air as if he had just read the story. This real culprit is a scapegoat to cover up the truth, and the catcher is himself. Lu Ziyin stood up violently, his eyes glaring. I am so smart. The mass disappearance of the people of Panlong City is a cover-up of this truth. It's just that among the missing people, the other side didn't know that there were Shushan disciples. That's what led to Shushan's investigation, and in order to deal with Shushan, the other side immediately introduced a scapegoat. The corners of Lu Ziyin's mouth hooked up as he muttered something under his breath. Your biggest mistake was making an enemy of me. Your failure was doomed from the start. I'm going to hurry up and tell this news to the city lord, Xuanxiao, who was spying on Lu Ziyin. You're a real smart ass. I still overestimated Master Lu's intelligence, and the story should have been written more simply and easily understood. As soon as Lu Ziyin went out the door just a few steps out, he met Xuanxiao at the corner. Xuanxiao made a bow. Senior brother, where are you going in a hurry? I was just about to go to the city lord. What is it? In such a hurry? A great thing. Nearly to be hoodwinked. Fortunately I am clever and resourceful. Oh, elder brother is smart and resourceful. Who knows and who doesn't know up and down Mount Shu? Who else can fool elder brother? Xuanxiao revealed a surprised face. These words made Lu Ziyin smug. I wonder what elder brother has discovered. Lu Ziyin then told the truth about his discovery. Xuanxiao's expression gradually froze, then revealed 3 parts shock, 4 parts admiration for Lu Ziyin, and 3 parts indistinctness. Elder brother really is as meticulous as a hare. Elder brother admires. Lu Ziyin waved his hand. It's nothing. And who is behind this? Not yet known. Xuanxiao nodded. This black hand behind the scenes must be very energetic in Panlong City. Disappearing people of such a large scale failed to draw the attention of the imperial court. Or maybe it's been noticed and there are his accomplices in the court. The most important thing is that so many people, even if they were corpses, would have to be piled up in a mountain. However, not a single body could be found in Panlong City. And if the real culprit behind the crime was acting in the city lord's office should have realized it long ago. But the city lord's mansion didn't notice it, not to mention that it now seemed to be helping to hide the matter instead. This real culprit behind the scenes had such energy. He must have an extremely deep grasp of Panlong City, even higher than the city lord. And the person with the highest status and the strongest strength in Panlong City is the city lord. Then, Lu Ziyin once again came to a realization. The real culprit behind this is the city lord, his father. Xuanxiao's heart twitched slightly twice. The only one whose status is higher than the city lord in Panlong City is the city lord's father. Lu Ziyin slapped himself on the head. Xuanxiao, senior brother is really smart. But I heard that the city lord's father has passed away many years ago. So that's his grandfather, his third uncle, second aunt, great-grandfather, auntie-in-law. Lu Ziyin counted by 1, and suddenly raised his eyebrows and said, or it's the city lord. Xuanxiao heartily clapped his 2 little hands together. Elder brother is truly skillful, wise and courageous, shrewd, resourceful, clever, and unique. Damn it, I'm going to find him. AI. Senior brother, don't forget that this is the city lord's mansion. I don't know how many in the city are his people. We're weak in someone else's territory. Lu Ziyin snorted coldly. What do I have to fear? The Shushan sword order. Lu Ziyin raised his hand, and immediately a sleeve sword flew out of his sleeve. The sleeve sword turned into a stream of light and went straight into the sky. It wouldn't take long for Shushan to receive the news. Shushan Sword Order. Anyone who sees the Shushan Sword Order, no matter where you are or what you are doing, you need to immediately go to the place where the Sword Order is located. Boom! The Shushan Sword Order exploded in the air, radiating a strange light. All the people of the city saw the sight. However, Lu Ziyin frowned. The Shushan Sword Order couldn't be only this high. It was the city guard formation that blocked the Shu Mountain Sword Order. Xuanxiao immediately reminded. In fact, sometimes he was quite helpless. Do you have to be in such a hurry? Let's quietly leave Panlong City, go back to our own territory, and then code people to call out the side-by-side to do in together. Isn't it good? Go! Where are Su Wan and Zhao Lu? Lu Ziyin immediately said. Xuanxiao hurriedly said. Senior sister Su Wan is on the street, and senior sister Zhao Lu seems to have been called away by someone from the palace. Lu Ziyin had no choice but to take Xuanxiao with him first and left the city lord's mansion in the blink of an eye. However, at this moment, the city lord stood outside the city lord's mansion. A black mass of armor-clad soldiers was rapidly approaching. Peak Master Lu, where is this going? The city lord said in a deep voice. Something has been summoned to me from Shushan, so I won't stay much longer. It's not bad for a day or two. Why don't Peak Master Lu stay with me for a few more days? Food and drink will be enough. Lu Ziyin laughed. Don't bother the city lord. No labor. You're welcome. Lu Ziyin held down his sword with one hand. Alright, stop pretending. You're going to confess to the crime voluntarily, or woefully so. I choose to kill you here. Arrogant. Lu Ziyin said in a cold voice. Do you think that I, Mount Shu, don't exist? Or are you too contemptuous of me? The city lord raised his phylactery and droned. Shushan disciples are colluding with the evil cult to trap my Panlong city. All generals listen to the order. Follow me to exterminate the rebels. Kill. Accompanied by the deafening and resounding shouts of killing that suddenly rang out. A rich chi and blood power that surged like a terrifying wave swept across the sky and the earth. You can see a big, brightly colored, windswept flag standing tall. Army formation. Once a large military formation on the battlefield was successfully formed. The killing power it could erupt was enough to make the enemy tremble with fear. Most of the people who made up this military formation were not ordinary mortals. They were all body refining cultivators who had gone through thousands of refinements. These cultivators are different from those who seek immortality and prolonged life. They gave up their desire for a long lifespan and instead devoted themselves to the way of killing and refining their bodies. Because of this, although these body-refining cultivators possessed powerful strength beyond the norm, due to the long-term overconsumption of their own life force to enhance their strength, their lifespans were often extremely short, and it was usually difficult for them to live up to the age of 40. These sergeants in front of him were obviously dead soldiers trained by the city lord. The armor worn on his body was engraved with rune seals connecting it to the entire city protection array, which could constantly draw in true essence. Xuanxiao, follow me. Lu Ziyin slowly drew his sword. Gentlemen, it's not too late to escape. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. There are too many relatives for the new year. I can't do anything about it. I'm sorry. After the third day of the new year we'll continue to explode more. Here to thank all readers' old master's support. Gale worship thank you. P.S. Winners have been announced, so hurry up and leave away. Chapter 86, No Souls Under the Sword. Gentlemen, it's not too late to return, or there will be no wrong souls under the sword. The city lord smiled. I've long heard that Lu Ziyin of Mount Shu is the #1 in the young generation in terms of sword Dao, so I'm going to learn from him today. Last question. What do you intend to do by designing the massacre of the many people of Panlong City? Cultivate. Oh, what do you do with the bodies when there are so many people? The city lord spat out 3 words. 10,000 souls. Hearing those 3 words, Li Xuanxiao's face changed slightly. On the contrary, Lu Ziyin didn't know what a 10,000 soul streamer was at all, and it wasn't hard to tell from his expression. What is this? An ancient magic artifact is capable of refining other people's bodies and souls, making them disappear without a trace, the city lord said indifferently. Among all the records in the central state, there was simply no magic treasure by that name. Li Xuanxiao could understand because he was a traveler. In the novels of my previous life, the 10,000 soul streamer was a magic weapon that could devour souls. It is also a classic magic weapon of the true fiction demon path, sealing the soul and flesh into the 10,000 soul streamer, which can be summoned in times of combat. Usually they are stuffed with the souls and flesh of monks, but also elves and beasts. The 10,000 soul streamer itself has a setting where its mana rises as the quality of the number of souls increases, turning it into a growable magic weapon. And in this world, there is no such magic weapon at all. Li Xuanxiao instantly remembered the person who was the same traveler as himself. Could it be him? But look at the appearance of the city lord. Not quite. Evil devil. Die quickly. Lu Ziyin unsheathed his sword. The gloomy sky seemed to be covered by a huge black curtain, and the thick dark clouds were densely piled up like rolling hills, giving people a heavy and depressing feeling. A dazzling lightning bolt like a silver snake suddenly cut through the endless darkness of the sky, instantly illuminating the entire sky as bright as day. In an instant, the light from the bolt of lightning disappeared without a trace, but it was followed by an earth-shattering, deafening thunderous roar. And in this thrilling moment, Lu Ziyin violently drew the sword at his waist. Only a flash of cold light was seen, and the long sword was already sheathed. In an instant, the powerful sword chi gushed out from the sword, hovering and draping around him. These sword chi were like agile augur dragons, intertwining with the lightning that cut through the night sky, forming an extremely spectacular and shocking picture. At the same time, the sky, which was originally just drizzling with light rain, suddenly looked like a huge sluice gate had been opened, and the downpour of rain surged down in a mountainous trend from the dark and heavy clouds. Bean-sized raindrops slammed hard into the ground, splashing a splash and creating a white mist. Lu Ziyin used his sword to enter the way. Ever since he held a sword at a young age, there was no enemy in the way of swordsmanship among his peers. Countless talisman arrows shot through the essence bow. Lu Ziyin didn't even bother to look at it and walked straight forward. Sword Chi Sentinel. He glanced back at Xuanxiao. Hide behind me. Lu Ziyin looked around the room. Around the 8 weeks. Around the 12 weeks. Where's Xuanxiao? Senior brother, don't worry about me. I won't drag you down. Xuanxiao transmitted his voice into his ears. Lu Ziyin was silent for a moment. This kid runs so fast. Yet, it was a smart move. He would only add to the chaos if he stayed here as a foundation stage. Read to this. Lu Ziyin gripped the hilt of his sword and violently raised it upward, swinging it fiercely from top to bottom, accompanied by a sharp cracking sound. An invisible force gushed out from the sword, right in the open space between him and the crowd. An extremely fine, nearly transparent silk thread even appeared out of thin air, swiftly advancing forward with unrivaled might. Wherever it passed, dust flew up, and the ground was hardened and torn apart, forming a deep, bottomless gully. This powerful force was triggered by none other than Lu Ziyin's sword chi. The sword chi that whistled past seemed to possess endless power, like the autumn wind sweeping away the leaves, destroying and flattening the many generals in front of them. Those warriors who were heavily armored and originally indestructible were actually defenseless in front of this horrible sword chi. The armor they wore that was engraved with mysterious rune seals and carefully crafted out of incredibly hard xianxue was also crumbling like paper mache at this moment. Shattered pieces of armor splattered everywhere, and the entire Panlong city trembled violently because of this earth-shattering blow. Lu Ziyin, you can call him stupid, some narcissism, but it can never be said that he is weak. At this moment a Hanyu stepped forward, arms across his chest to block the sword. Light seemed to flow behind the Hanyu, and the hard body phantom spread its arms behind him at the same time. However, it was only blocked for a moment. Just as the many dead soldiers were delaying Lu Ziyin, a legal seal descended from the sky. The lord of the city struck out. It wasn't just the city lord, for cultivators who also possessed the god transformation stage surrounded them from 4 directions. Join hands to surround and kill Lu Ziyin. Only a furious cry was heard. Rise! In an instant, the ground began to tremble violently. A thick tree vine was like a long dormant beast that had broken out of the ground. They grew and spread at an astonishing speed, and in the blink of an eye, they intertwined into a dense net. Each tree vine was like a nimble snake, swiftly twisting its body and sweeping toward Lu Ziyin, who was not far away. The city lord was in the peak transformation spirit realm. Lu Ziyin used his early harmonization god cultivation to fight against a peak harmonization god, 2 middle harmonization god realms, and 2 early harmonization god realms, taking on 5. But not losing. Xuanxiao watched this scene from the shadows and nodded repeatedly. You can learn a lot from the hand-to-hand combat of Master Lu. Unfortunately, Master Lu relied too much on his own strength, and probably put all of his talent bonus points on cultivation, not giving any to intelligence at all. Originally, the 20th version of Li Xuanxiao's plan was to make false pretenses with the city lord and subsequently return to Mount Shu to move for help. The city lord would not move the people of Shushan unless it was absolutely necessary. But he didn't expect Lu Ziyin to directly release the Shushan sword order, and was even predicted a step ahead. Now deep in the city, under siege. Luckily, though, it's all still manageable. Just as the 6 spirit transformation stage cultivators were killing each other, no one noticed that the soldiers on the ground, who had originally been blacked out, had all fallen to the ground at this moment. Fong Ziyin's sword did repel many, but not all. However, at the moment it was all lying on the ground. By forming an army formation, the defense and battle power naturally increased dramatically. The physical resistance attribute skyrockets. It's a shame the military formation won't be able to detoxify it. Xuanxiao swiftly traveled through the ground, Panlong City's Earth Vein is there, and the City Guard formation is there. The 5 god transformation stages, including the City Lord, were already outnumbered by Lu Ziyin. Plus these 5 were able to attach themselves to Panlong City. Even if you're a genius and you're fighting one against many, there's always a time when you'll run out of strength. Chapter 87, The Injustice Soul's Sorrowful Cry. Heaven and Earth Changing Colors. Ha ha ha. Lu Ziyin, your sword skills are truly outstanding. Now if you bind your hands, I can consider sparing your life. Cut the crap. In the sky above Panlong City, 6 figures continuously intersected. The magic treasures and flying swords kept colliding. Lu Ziyin fought 1 against 5 without losing. And those 5 god transformation stages unexpectedly couldn't take the slightest advantage in Lu Ziyin's hands. The saying that one's sword skills were unrivaled amongst one's peers was really not just words. The City Lord took out the City Lord's Jade Tablet and activated the City Protector formation. Small formations draw on the spiritual power contained in the materials of the eye of the formation. Medium-sized formations are generally able to draw on mountainous terrain, which is the force of nature. Large-scale formations, not only with the help of the terrain topography, usually connected to the earth veins, and the whole earth to form a whole, with the help of the power of heaven and earth. The more powerful formations are those that use the power of the stars. Panlong City's City Guard formation was a large-scale formation that connected to the earth's veins. The attacking means of the City Protector formation were mostly based on powerful flying swords. 80% of the city protection formations in the world are imitating the Shushan sword formation. At this moment densely packed flying swords poured out from the sword building. The City Lord manipulated the grand formation to attack Lu Ziyin. Lu Ziyin looked at the flying sword and his heart was in a state of awe. Surround. Seeing the thousands of flying swords, like locusts crossing the border, they densely surrounded Lu Ziyin tightly, forming an impenetrable encirclement. However, in the very next instant, those flying swords suddenly seemed to be driven by some mysterious force, and like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers, they shot off rapidly in all directions. They traced a brilliant and deadly arc in the air, carrying a stern and unrivaled aura as they swooped straight towards the City Lord and the few people around him. In the face of this sudden turn of events, the City Lord and the others could not help but be taken aback. Their faces were filled with shock, and as they watched the countless sword lights sweeping across the sky, they only felt a chill rise up from their spines and their scalps tingled. Lord City Lord, what are you doing? City Lord, hit the wrong person. I don't know. The flying sword is out of control. The City Lord was even more filled with surprise. Duck and cover first. In the middle of the eye of Panlong City's City Protector formation, in the middle of the array eye, 2 Yuaning stage array protectors collapsed on the ground, not knowing whether they were alive or dead. The crane-topped silver needle retracted back into the center of Li Xuanxiao's hand. The real key to Panlong City's City Guard formation did not depend solely on the 2 Yuaning powerhouses responsible for guarding the formation. As a matter of fact, there were nearly 100 or so seemingly mundane fake formation eyes hidden inside the entire Panlong City. These fake array eyes were scattered all over the city like stars, each one containing an elusive mystery. False array eyes which also each hides up to 160 number of sinister and incomparable dead doors. These deadbolts are like a beast hibernating in the darkness, waiting for their prey to step into their carefully laid traps. However, even if one was able to avoid all of the false formation eyes and dead gates, one might not be able to break through the City Guard formation unharmed, because around that only true formation eye, it was even more skillfully arranged with a whole number of killing intent killing formations. Moreover, these killing formations were intertwined and nested with each other, forming intricate maze and trap formations. Once caught in it, it was like being in an infinite labyrinth, where the slightest carelessness could lead to the end of all life. Unfortunately, standing in front of them was Li Xuanxiao, who had created a full 11 solutions to the world's formations. Li Xuanxiao didn't try to save trouble by destroying the grand formation. Once the City Guard array was destroyed, Panlong City left the protection of the array. The ferocious beasts hidden in the surrounding mountains may attack the city. Instead he set up a reverse formation at the eye of the formation. It simply changes the program path. Once the person who uses the City Lord's Jade Pendant launches the grand formation, the City Protector formation would then attack the person using the City Lord's Jade Pendant, which was the City Lord himself, with the aid of the City Guard formation. Soon, Lu Ziyin gained the upper hand. Li Xuanxiao pinched the time and watched as Lu Ziyin's sword swept through the 8 wastes. Surprisingly, Senior Lu unexpectedly managed to hold on. Then the situation is far better than one would think. Probably a chance to get to the 30th edition. Didn't make it to the 50th. Li Xuanxiao nodded and continued to project the situation. The City Lord watched the defensive magic treasure in his hand shatter into 2 halves as he gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ziyin. You made me do this. A spirit transformation stage cultivator had already died under Lu Ziyin's sword. 5 against 1. And got 1 back. The City Lord mouthed the words. and as he spat out each syllable, the air around him began to tremble slightly, vaguely revealing a palpitating chill. A powerful and incomparably evil chi abruptly erupted from the city lord's body. The aura was cold and piercing, carrying a strong aura of death that made people shiver. A huge flag appeared in the air. It swayed and hunted in the wind, and the flag was embroidered with bizarre runes and patterns that shimmered with a dark light. Just at the moment when this large flag appeared, a mournful sound of grieving souls resounded all around, and the sound was as if it came from the 9 hells, so miserable that it pierced one's heart. In an instant, the entire heaven and earth changed color. The wind whistled past, causing the trees to sway and the sand and gravel to fly. Immediately after that, the city lord swung his hands violently and bellowed under his breath. 10,000 souls. Now! That big flag spun up sharply as if it had received an order. Spinning faster and faster, it eventually turned into a black whirlwind that went straight into the sky. Countless grievous souls poured out of the flag, lunging in all directions with teeth and claws. These grievous souls have hideous faces and grievances. Lu Ziyin's face suddenly changed. What kind of magic treasure is this? As soon as the 10,000 soul streamer came out, Lu Ziyin was instantly caught in a passive position. The city lord wielding the 10,000 soul streamer pressed Lu Ziyin back. The evil aura eroded. Lu Ziyin's hand holding the sword changed color. The city lord laughed wildly. Bold little child, die come. Enter the old man's 10,000 soul streamer. Lu Ziyin spat out blood from his mouth and fell from the air. Evil chi descended from the sky like a black curtain. Boom! The ground struck a gully. The city lord frowned slightly, not seeing Lu Ziyin's figure. Deep underground, Li Xuanxiao tugged on senior brother Lu's head to furiously burrow deeper into the earth. Changing of the guard's elder brother, a mere foundation stage cultivator and dare. The black aura traveled unhindered into the ground, yet it could no longer find its target. Run so fast. What kind of magic weapon is this? Li Xuanxiao rode the wind-riding vehicle and traveled through the ground at an unimaginable speed. Originally, windmills were used to escape, or as a means of transportation. Of course, by the sound of the name, you know that the royal wind is traveling. However, in the hands of Li Xuanxiao a new way of playing was developed. Dirt drilling trucks. The city lord turned his head in a daze. Several silhouettes had appeared all around. They're all above the god realization stage. A woman in green stepped on top of an immortal crane and coldly grunted. Don't tie your hands yet. You are no match for these golden armored guards. Zhao Lu wrapped her arms around her chest. Smug. Chapter 88, Behind the Scenes. Golden armor guards, the close guards that have been provided for generations by the royal family of the Zhao clan in Daxia. There weren't many people, but every single one of them had a cultivation level above the god transformation stage. The Zhao family's royal family provided for them, and their task was to guard the Zhao family's royal family. Zhao Lu returned to the palace. Her mother misses her daughter deeply. Can't wait to leave the palace to meet his daughter. Unexpectedly, Zhao Lu found her first and explained the current crisis in Panlong City. And so the golden armored guards that originally guarded the Empress appeared. As for why Zhao Lu knew everything in advance and had already gone ahead to ask for help a few days in advance, that would have to be asked of Li Lao Lu. Not only the palace, Li Xuanxiao also had Zhao Lu quickly send a message to Shushan, asking them to quickly come to Panlong City to rescue them. Li Xuanxiao had made Zhao Lu be depicted in this way. The enemy's cultivation is known to be at the realm of the transfigured god. Qi practitioner cultivation levels, Qi refining, foundation building, Jin Dan, Yuaning, transformation, harmonization, fortune-telling, Mahayana. Then the preliminary judgment is that the enemy's strength may have exceeded the harmonization stage. Again, judging by the fact that this was the other party's territory, then a great power at the transitional succession stage would be enough to settle the matter. But for security reasons, because the number of enemies is unknown, please send a Mahayana powerhouse. Again, because a Maharishi of the Mahayana stage is prone to omissions and is more likely to be Yin. After comprehensive consideration, he finally requested the sect to assign 5 Mahayana stage powerhouses to come to Panlong City in order to resolve this matter smoothly. At this moment, the palmist who had just received the flying letter sent by Zhao Lu was flabbergasted. Omega. 5 Mahayana stage powers to the rescue. This is the end of the world coming? The 10,000 soul streamer did indeed possess the ability to cross levels. It was also true that it was a powerful magic treasure capable of unlimited advancement. However, it would be too delusional for a spirit transformation stage cultivator to think of using this magic treasure to deal with several cultivators at the harmonization stage. Panglong City Lord Yu Tianqi has committed a heinous crime, and I've been ordered to apprehend him and return him to the capital, so don't aid and abet him. Zhao Lu did her best to show the majesty of the princess. The few harmonized god stage that followed the city lord earlier to surround and kill Lu Ziyin immediately fled when they saw that the situation was not good. As city lord Yu Tianqi watched this scene, His eyes widened in anger and blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. It looked like using the 10,000 soul streamer wasn't without any side effects at all. Get him alive. Zhao Lu heard her senior brother's voice transmission. Zhao Lu immediately ordered, catch him alive. Several ensemble stage golden armored guards quickly surrounded the past, letting the city lord struggle with the 10,000 soul streamer. But in the end, it was just a dying struggle. One person smoothly removed the city lord's arm, while the other trapped the city lord with a magic treasure. One person, on the other hand, mouthed Buddhist sounds to temporarily suppress the agitated 10,000 soul streamer. Posterity, bind your hands and you may live. The city lord struggled hard to keep control of the 10,000 soul streamer. I'm not happy. Evil chi as violently and furiously sprang out from the body of the city lord's body. On the other hand, suffered an unprecedentedly heavy blow from the onslaught of this evil aura. His originally tall and straight figure was now like an incredibly fragile porcelain, being instantly torn apart. His limbs, torso, and head were rapidly dispersed in an extremely terrifying manner. Each piece of limb flew through the air, bringing up a trail of blood and mist, before slamming heavily to the ground, splattering a cloud of dust. The whole scene was bloody and bizarre and chilling. The 10,000 soul streamer backfired. When utilizing an evil weapon, one must be wary of the risk of being revolted at all times. After the 10,000 soul streamer had devoured its master, it suddenly scurried up into the firmament. In the blink of an eye, he was going to disappear in the middle of Panlong City, right after the lord of the city died. A small hand stretched out from the ground in time to clutch the city lord jade medal in the middle of his palm. With the city lord jade medallion, Xuanxiao quickly took control of the city protector formation and wanted to go stop that 10,000 soul streamer. However, the 10,000 soul streamer disappeared abruptly in mid-air, as if it had entered another space. Xuanxiao's expression was grave. All souls, gone. Shortly afterward, reinforcements from Shushan arrived. Panlong City, City Lord Yu Tianqi is dead. The incident quickly spread through the streets and alleys, and eventually things spread back to the Great Xia dynasty. The whole court was shocked and couldn't believe that such a terrible thing could have happened in the land under their rule. City Lord Yu Tianqi has long been secretly colluding with cronies for personal gain. What's more, he was heartless enough to utilize a mysterious and evil soul weapon to launch a bloody massacre against the innocent people of Panlong City. According to incomplete statistics, more than 200,000 people are missing. It can be described as the wrath of man and God. Such a crime is beyond the pale. The Daxia Emperor immediately ordered severe punishment. Yu Tianqi is dead, and his 3 clans were executed. At the same time, a huge storm had arisen in the official circles of Panlong City, as Yu Tianqi and his henchmen's evil deeds are widely involved. A large number of officials associated with them have fallen from grace. A total of more than 500 officials were dismissed and investigated, and more than 50,000 people were implicated. For a time, the political landscape of Panlong City was completely reshuffled, and those who were in high positions of power and authority in the past, now either behind bars or running around like a lost dog. The newly appointed officials are trembling with fear that they may follow in the footsteps of their predecessors if they are not careful. Shushan, on the other hand, went all out to track down the disappeared artifact called the 10,000 soul streamer, being able to dispose of over 200,000 people silently without leaving even a trace. This is just horrible. Su Wan and Lu Ziyin returned to Mount Shu first. This mission was supposed to solve the disappearance of the Shushan disciples. I didn't realize that it was directly implicated in the disappearance of more than 200,000 people in Panlong City, which was truly appalling. Lu Ziyin received the commendation immediately after he returned to Mount Shu. Senior brother Lu was really powerful. He actually saw it a long time ago, didn't he? I guess from the time he took over this mission, he already knew that there was something odd about it. If it wasn't for senior brother Lu, I'm afraid that many more innocent people would have been slaughtered. Senior Lu is worthy of being the youngest sect leader of Mount Shu, a role model for our generation of disciples. Call it the first of this generation. That's right. From now on I'm going to use senior brother Lu as my benchmark. The corners of Lu Ziyin's mouth were already on the verge of being suppressed. In the midst of this mission, Lu Ziyin first discovered the truth that the city lord was the real culprit behind the scene. And then one person fought 5 transformation spirits alone, and killed a transformation spirit stage cultivator when the time, place, and people didn't occupy them. It was only then that city lord Yu Tianqi sacrificed the 10,000 soul streamer to defeat Lu Ziyin. Good thing Zhao Lu arrived at the last minute. Speaking of which, why did Zhao Lu suddenly arrive with reinforcements at that critical moment? After Lu Ziyin finished enjoying the praise, he returned to his cave and once again reviewed the entire storyline. It felt a little strange, but he couldn't tell exactly what was strange. It was the vague feeling that there was a pair of black hands behind the scenes, controlling the actions of his pawn. Lu Ziyin also asked Zhao Lu. However, Zhao Lu only said that she had rushed over by coincidence and did not intend to do so. Lu Ziyin shook his head and muttered to himself, "How can I question my own intelligence when I'm so overthinking it? And the man behind the curtain? Ridiculous. Who can control my actions?" Chapter 89, Finally Fooled. After settling the matter of Panlong City, Zhao Lu returned to the palace along with the golden armored guards as well as his mother's consort. Under Zhao Lu's repeated requests, Xuanxiao finally agreed to accompany her back. There were no words along the way, and soon the group arrived at the great summer capital. Zhao Lu sneaks a smile, sad face Omega. Finally fell for it. Arriving at the capital palace, Xuanxiao slowly raised his head as the sunlight stung his eyes a little. He couldn't help but narrow his eyes slightly, looking extremely far away. I could only see a burst of clamor coming from the distance, with gongs and drums and swanas sounding in unison. Fixing their eyes, it turned out to be a welcoming party heading this way. The group was dressed in bright red coats and had a neat and orderly pace. The large sedan chair was carried steadily by several strong men, decorated with exquisite floral patterns and satin, making it particularly festive. And right at this moment, two figures flashed out like ghosts, instantly appearing on Li Xuanxiao's left and right sides. These two were both cultivators at the god transformation stage, exuding a powerful aura and pinning Li Xuanxiao tightly in the middle. At the same time, look again at Zhao Lu, who was on the side. In less than the blink of an eye the changeover had been completed. At the moment, she was dressed in a gorgeous red dress, like a delicate flower in full bloom. Its face is even more absolutely beautiful and moving. Skin like condensed fat, eyebrows like a distant diaper, eyes as bright as stars. Senior, you taught me that. When you meet someone who is stronger than you are, make false pretenses, don't act impulsively, and plan ahead. It's best to trick them into their own territory and then do it. Li Xuanxiao, a little bit of heart and soul, all used up on Shifu. Senior brother, please obey me. Li Xuanxiao's divine sense swept, and there were more than just these two god transformation stage cultivators around. Surrounding them were more than 10 other Jindan stage guards, and underneath their feet was one of the rune master's great formations. The stone tiles on the floor, on the other hand, have been given a special treatment, preventing earthbound. This was Li Xuanxiao's best recluse method. Li Xuanxiao nodded. Good for you, and worthy of the students you've taught. Li Xuanxiao then looked at the storage ring in his hand. This was requested by the palace guards when they entered the palace just now. Storage rings need to be stored outside. Sure enough, the people are also cloudy. Elder brother, do you hate me that much? Zhao Lu said with a twist. Elder brother, marry me and you'll be the emperor's son-in-law. My father and mother love me, and in the future when I inherit the throne I'll pass it on to you, and you'll be the emperor. Okay? Not good. Li Xuanxiao refused without hesitation. Zhao Lu's small face bulged. Senior brother, then don't blame senior sister for my ruthlessness. A twisted melon is not sweet, but it quenches the thirst for raw rice. Worship. With a wave of her hand, two spirit transformation stage cultivators clamped Li Xuanxiao on the left and the right and walked towards the sedan chair with great strides. Let's change elder brother's clothes first. Zhao Lu clapped her hands again. I saw a group of palace maids walking slowly with light and neat steps. They were carefully holding a big red wedding dress. Upon closer inspection, the wedding dress was woven by fine openwork gold craftsmanship, and each gold thread shone with a dazzling light, just like the bright stars in the night sky. Its pattern is exquisite, embroidered with lifelike phoenix, mandarin ducks and other auspicious objects, implying the love of husband and wife. 100 years of good luck. The style and material of the wedding dresses show that it was obviously done with great care and long preparations. I'm sure that countless skilled craftsmen spent a lot of effort and time to make such a gorgeous wedding dress. It was obvious that Zhao Lu didn't come up with this idea on the spot. Rather, it has been planned for a long time. Elder brother, is it pretty? As long as you're with me these will all be yours, along with my inner library. Panties? No law. Zhao Lu's small face blushed. It's my inner treasury. My mother's mother prepared it for me since I was young, and it contains a lot of rare treasures, as well as a lifetime of inexhaustible wealth to enjoy. Li Xuanxiao nodded. Elder brother, you agree? I mean, go back to Shushan early and don't run around outside. After Li Xuanxiao finished speaking, his body suddenly began to dissolve. It ends up as an octopus tail. Zhao Lu's mouth opened wide. It's senior brother's doppelganger. Bad senior brother. Stinky senior brother. Clearly promised to go home with me, but ended up sending a diversion. Crying and bickering won't solve anything. Remember today. Write me a 10,000 word argumentative essay on the topic. People are also in, plus an 8,000 word postmortem. Ask for a nod to the central idea to make the essay more profound in its intent. There was a sound coming from the octopus tail, which then began to dissolve on its own. not giving the enemy the slightest chance to study itself. After Zhao Lu returned to the palace, she prepared to go and greet her father. Arriving at his father's chambers, the inner eunuch saw Zhao Lu from afar and hurriedly came forward to greet him. Zhao Lu has been favored by the emperor since her childhood, and has been in and out of the emperor's chambers since she was a child. What's more, nowadays, Zhao Lu has also worshipped under the sect of Mount Shu. These inner eunuchs naturally know how to flatter. Thus, Zhao Lu followed the inner eunuch all the way into the bedchamber. "How is my father's father?" Zhao Lu asked. The eunuch wiped a handful of sweat from his face. "Princess, you can be considered to be back. His Majesty doesn't know what's going on lately. He's moved his liver. No one can persuade him to do anything. It's only you. Is it because of what happened in Panlong City?" Zhao Lu asked. Those of us who are lackeys didn't dare to ask. The eunuch nuzzled his body as the two talked and walked. "Princess, it's better to let the old slave go and inform. The emperor will be very happy to know that you've returned." Zhao Lu nodded. The eunuch walked in, and not long afterward the voice of the father's fury came from inside the bedchamber. "Get out! Get out! I don't see anyone." A moment later, the eunuch snapped and walked out. "Princess, look at this. Father, it's me. It's your lure who has returned." Zhao Lu shouted. "Get out, all of you. I won't see anyone." Zhao Lu's willowy brows furrowed. "Get out. Let's get you out." Zhao Lu stomped her foot angrily and turned her head away. Within the luxurious bedchamber, the old emperor with white hair and wrinkles was standing in the center. In a rage, his originally cloudy eyes were now filled with rage and despair, and he frantically grabbed every object he could reach around him. Exquisite porcelain, precious paintings and calligraphy, gorgeous ornaments, and then mercilessly smashed hard toward the surrounding. With a crisp cracking sound, the bedchamber instantly became a mess. The floor was full of broken tiles and messy debris. "Asshole, where are we going to find a god transformation stage puppet in the future?" In the end, it was even my daughter who took the golden armored guards that I raised to exterminate my puppets. What's the point of refining only this many people? Your Majesty, no one among the candidates of this term can answer the examination questions you have given. Get out! The old emperor roared. Not even Chao plus CO2 equals CaCO3. Not even 188 cups of palace jade wine. Do not even know how to raise your head to look at the bright moon and lower your head to think of your hometown. What is the examination for the imperial examinations? Go home and sell sweet potatoes. Keep looking. Find it for me. Find me the man. The man who knows that the pale end of the earth is my love. What's the next line? Know what a car is and what an airplane is. Back to 4 shifts again. Keep punching. Chapter 90, just an unrelated person. MT. Shushan. After Li Xuanxiao returned, he received a quest reward from the sword-holding pavilion. The rewards for this mission were extremely generous. Originally, they were just looking for the missing 5 disciples, but they didn't expect to dig up a shocking truth, and that's why the mission rewards have gone up. Lu Ziyin had already said in advance that he would not take any of the rewards from this mission and would give them all to Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao didn't treat him politely either. Lu Ziyin had gained a sense of accomplishment, as well as fame, and had secured his position as the Silver Sword Peak Master. Li Xuanxiao, on the other hand, gained resources. Both have bright futures. Li Xuanxiao returned to his hut. As usual, burning incense and meditating in the middle of the hut, closed his eyes. Well, 3 years ago his own arrangements for Shaoran, and then now, combing through it from beginning to end 7 or 8, 10 times. Don't get me wrong, it's not 7 or 8 or 10 times. Rather, 70 or 80 times. After a long time, Li Xuanxiao wrote down the suspicions of this incident on the paper. Where did the soul streamer go? Does Yu Tianqi, the lord of Panlong City, have any backstage at the court? Is he so capable of hoodwinking everyone as the lord of a city? It seems unlikely. This is something you need to keep an eye on yourself. 10,000 souls. Now outside, one had to defend oneself against a supervillain who possessed the 10,000 soul streamer that would refine the human race at any time. 1 or more travelers. The Empress Phoenix and Lu Qiushui who wanted to put themselves to death, as well as the many love brains of Shushan. Li Xuanxiao rubbed his eyebrows. Why is one's life so bitter? I've read other novels that aren't like this. Forget it, all the problems boil down to the fact that you are not strong enough. If he was strong enough, he wouldn't be afraid of the 10,000 soul streamer. And he wouldn't be afraid of Empress Phoenix and Lu Qiushui. And don't worry about being sacked to death by other crossers. Cultivation. It's still the same saying. More tears in cultivation. Less bloodshed in crossing the threshold. A few months later, the Golden Thunder Gate. After Zhang Sweetheart took his junior sister to receive the mission, he left the Golden Thunder sect and headed towards the location of this mission. It's inevitable to brag for a while along the way. The Heaven's Fury Hall's imperial daughter Phoenix is nothing more than that. Elder brother. Don't they say she's one of the most vicious demons in the world? That depends on who you meet. When you meet me and my brother, that's a no-brainer. Zhang Sweetheart tapped his chest. Back when my brother and I entered the Heaven's Fury Hall, it was killing from the south to the north, and then from the north to the south, and just kept on killing and killing. The blood flowed, and we fought off the Empress Phoenix. Elder brother is awesome. Average, third in the world. Zhang Sweetheart waved his hand. Just then, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. What a man! So rude. The youngest sister frowned slightly. This person suddenly landed in front of the duo and was very rude. After seeing the other party's face clearly, Zhang Sweetheart's face was as ugly as a frosted eggplant. Emperor female Phoenix. Empress Phoenix was dressed in a robe as black as ink, her sleeves gently dancing with the wind. Underneath that black robe, a pair of long and delicate legs were hidden, and her fair, snow-like face was currently shrouded in gloom. She is the Emperor's daughter Phoenix. So beautiful. Little sister subconsciously blurted out. Empress Phoenix's face visibly improved as she glanced at the other party. I was going to kill you, but since you're a man who loves to tell the truth, I'll spare your life. The youngest senior sister immediately pointed with her small hand. Empress Phoenix, don't be arrogant. My senior brother spared your life in the first place, and now you even have the guts to come before my senior brother. You really are a sparrow trying to fight the eagle's beak. You don't know the heights of heaven. After finishing her speech, little sister patted Zhang Sweetheart's shoulder. Elder brother, it's up to you. The corner of Zhang Sweetheart's mouth twitched slightly. Empress Phoenix suddenly smiled. Life and death were hard to predict. Silver Sword Peak. Xuanxiao looked at senior sister Su Wan, who was loitering outside, and after thinking about it, decided that it was better not to go out. Since returning from Panlong City, senior sister Su Wan came to Silver Sword Peak to hang around when she had nothing else to do. In fact, Xuanxiao sometimes wanted to call the police. There was a feeling of being blocked in the class by the school bully girl hooligans. At this time, Fong Lioli walked in with a letter. Elder brother, this is a letter from your friend at the bottom of the mountain. Xuanxiao was somewhat stunned. Friends? What a strange word. Do I still have this stuff? Xuanxiao carefully examined the letter. Although letters sent to Shushan would be inspected by Shushan's disciples, but Xuanxiao was still uneasy. There are always unruly people who want to harm me. The letter was from Sweetheart Chang, inviting herself to dinner, and he said he had something important to discuss. Zhang Sweetheart was the Golden Thunder Sect cultivator that he had met twice before and after. Xuanxiao ignited this credit fire and burned it to ashes. He wasn't planning on going to the appointment, or even answering the letter. It comes down to not wanting to get into trouble. And friends, most troublesome. The Great Way is vast, and I am the only one who can do it. After a while, snap, why hasn't he written back? Somewhere on the edge of a cliff, Empress Phoenix is hanging Zhang Sweetheart up to beat him. Damn it! Empress Phoenix simply stopped pretending and had a threatening letter written. Zhang Sweetheart is in my hands. If you don't want him to die, come and save him quickly. Don't! Mean and shameless and nasty. Zhang Sweetheart shouted. It's over. If you fall into the hands of Phoenix, you'll never survive. Last time it was because of Taoist Xuanxiao that he had a chance of survival. Now it seems that the other party is running towards Taoist Xuanxiao, with a great deal of revenge, and fellow Taoist Xuanxiao, who practiced the right way and was a righteous person. Knowing that I was captured, I would have come to my rescue, undaunted by life and death. This would surely fall into the middle of the Emperor's female Phoenix's trap. Abominable. Surprisingly, he took advantage of Taoist Xuanxiao's kindness. Thinking about this, Zhang Sweetheart couldn't help but shed tears. It's me who's useless. I'm the one who dragged fellow Taoist Xuanxiao into this. In the middle of the medicine garden, Xuanxiao sat on a rock. Controlling a flying sword to cut vegetables was not a difficult task. It's perfectly possible to have two minds, practicing and mowing at the same time. But he never practiced outside of his hut, even in Mount Shu. Shifu, not far away. Fong Lioli hurriedly ran over. Elder brother, it's a kidnapping letter. It says that your friend, Zhang Sweetheart, has been kidnapped and asks you to rescue him or they'll tear up the ticket. They kidnapped Zhang Sweetheart. Why are they threatening me? Xuanxiao was a bit puzzled. Fong Lioli was silent for a moment. Senior brother, isn't this Zhang Sweetheart your friend? Just irrelevant people. Xuanxiao waved his hand. Chapter 91, Excessiveness. Xuanxiao wrote an anonymous letter to the Golden Thunder sect, roughly meaning that their sect's disciple Zhang Sweetheart had been kidnapped. As for Xuanxiao himself, he had no intention of leaving Mount Shu at all, knowing Zhang Sweetheart and being his own enemy. This person, Xuanxiao, had already guessed it. There was no second person except for the Emperor's daughter Phoenix. It looked like Empress Phoenix was indeed looking for herself, so Xuanxiao couldn't help but feel worried. As for Zhang Sweetheart, I can only wish him a good fate in his next life. He himself couldn't figure out how to escape from Empress Phoenix's hands for the second time. Another month or so passed. A leave-behind stone was sent down the mountain. In the shadow-retaining stone, Zhang's sweetheart was being brutally beaten by Empress Phoenix. Xuanxiao, if you don't come, he's going to be killed by me. You'll never see it again. And you'll be guilty for the rest of your life. Ah! Zhang's sweetheart's miserable screams came. Fellow Taoist Xuanxiao, don't mind me. Don't come over. Don't ever come over. GGG. On the screen, came the magical laughter of the Empress Phoenix. Outside the shadow-retaining stone, Xuanxiao nodded. Don't worry. I'm definitely not going. Demonis. You're too despicable to use me to threaten fellow Taoist Xuanxiao. Empress Phoenix snorted coldly. When the time comes, I'll choose a better gravesite for the two of you. Damn it. Now that fellow Taoist Xuanxiao knows that I've been captured by Empress Phoenix, he must have panicked and couldn't wait to come. When he thought that Taoist Xuanxiao was about to be poisoned because of himself, Zhang's sweetheart felt pain. 1 month later, 3 months later, 6 months later, Chang's sweetheart blinked. Fellow Taoist Xuanxiao, you're not coming, are you? Silver Sword Peak. In the hut, Xuanxiao and Xuanxiao faced each other. Xuanxiao fed the 2 pills to the other Xuanxiao to take. Number 2. Xuanxiao operated his technique. The main body, Xuanxiao carefully examined it, and then landed most of his mind on the bilocation. The place to go this time was the capital city of Daxia, which was a bit far away. It's easy for things to go wrong, so splitting up the action is a bit difficult. In fact, the last time he accompanied Zhao Lu, he had already been there. It was just that at that time, Xuanxiao's main body was outside of the capital, and the distance wasn't too far. And this time, Xuanxiao was preparing for his main body to be in Shushan Mountain, and directly sent his doppelganger to the great summer capital. Xuanxiao prepared 2 spirit elixirs, plus modified the second Xuanxiao a bit, giving up most of his abilities in combat. He added all of them to control. The second Xuanxiao was the detachment that Xuanxiao had the deepest control over. If they couldn't reach the great summer capital, then the rest of the bilocations couldn't do it either. All kinds of poisons and powders are available, and many combat abilities have been surrendered to contact control. If you meet danger, you can only rely on. There were also 8 scorpion puppets. The main body, Xuanxiao, was closed for cultivation. Number 2. Xuanxiao quietly left Shushan Mountain, disguised himself, and entered the Chamber of Commerce flying boat that he had contacted long ago. The purpose of this mission was to go to the capital city of Daxia to scout and investigate the situation. In the matter of Panlong City refining 200,000 people, Xuanxiao always felt that there was a bigger figure involved up here. Prepare yourself early. Flying boats fly by. Nothing lasts long outside the window, and the scenery is always fresh. Divine scents swept through, and a small shepherd boy was leisurely herding his sheep. He raised his head and looked at the speeding flying boat with a face full of curiosity, his eyes full of yearning and longing for the unknown world. Not far away, by the river, a couple was arguing vehemently, their voices carried with the wind, breaking the originally tranquil and peaceful atmosphere around them. Looking further away, I saw several chi practitioners fighting, each with their own magical abilities. The noisy and chaotic red dust, the cloudy South Mountain. I am in a distant state of mind since the years are rushing by, without saying anything about the past prosperity and vicissitudes of life. I only wish to step into the hall of eternal life and find a leisurely and calm. The scenery along the way is all passing through, but only the inner peace and determination, like a shadow, accompanying me through every morning and evening. 3 days later, Xuanxiao was dressed in rough clothes and had a dark face with a beard. He wore a bucket hat and followed a group of dark men toward the capital. There is still a day's journey. A little faster half a day will be able to reach the capital. The identity of this entry into the city was that of a merchant following a caravan. As early as half a year ago, Xuanxiao had beforehand become an inconspicuous small merchant in the caravan under a false identity. It was his first time walking the list, entering the city in this capacity. Even if it caused trouble, the other party will never be able to find out their identity. It was snowing heavily in the capital, answering the saying that yellow dogs are white on the ground and white dogs are swollen. The dartboard will be sent here. There's usually no danger around the capital. The group then prepared to return the same way. Xuanxiao took one more look at that dartboard's group. On the way back there is a group of enemies have long been ambushed, just waiting for this dartboard and his party to go back. Prepare for a halfway assault. Both parties were ordinary people, but the enemy's group had crossbows, plus they had been ambushed long ago. It is estimated that the dartboard's line of work will have no return. For this kind of grudge between ordinary people, Shushan had an explicit prohibition. No monks are involved and none are allowed to intervene. If you break the law, you will be dealt with by the government. Li Xuanxiao didn't want to get involved in this karma either. The dartboard's party excused themselves. The dart master in the lead arched his hand. See you all again sometime. The sky and the lake are so big that I don't know if I can meet them again in this life. Li Xuanxiao also arched his hand and was about to turn around. Suddenly a small hand grabbed him. Li Xuanxiao inclined his head to look over. Here. Li Xuanxiao looked at a candy handed over by a child who was not as tall as his knee. Aha! Poisoned me? The dark master on the side laughed nervously and scratched his head. He ordered it? Li Xuanxiao's face remained unchanged. The child is the dark master's child. I heard that his mother died early. So the dark master had no choice but to take him with him when he traveled. That kid did more than just give Li Xuanxiao candy, and a candy for each of the others in the caravan. Uncles and uncles, next time you want a dartboard, you'll still find our family. The rest of the caravan smiled and said yes. Li Xuanxiao had a grave expression on his face. It's called the fisheye method, when in fact only your own sugar is poisoned. Or maybe there's a miniature twin life retention stone in there, spying on me. Or maybe there's actually tiny venomous snakes hiding inside that run out and give themselves a bite. Ask why Li Xuanxiao is so familiar with it. Because he has done all of these things himself. The Dark Master and his party left, and Li Xuanxiao was still studying the sugar with a stony face. 2 days later, in the inn. How long have we been asleep? I don't know. It feels like I've been asleep for days. Where are the people from the Chantong dartboard? I don't know. My head is so heavy. Why is it like being poisoned? Don't even sleep. Let them get away. How are we going to deliver when we get back? The group each dressed and hurried to the place where the dartboard must be with their weapons. Big brother, it's the dartboard. Get the crossbows ready. Big brother, my legs are so soft. Big brother, I don't have any strength in me. At this moment, not to mention fighting with others, it is difficult to run 2 steps. Our brothers were counted by the outlaws. Chapter 92, Finally Found You. Although Daxia was not considered the premier dynasty in the central state, it was still considered a powerful force. The capital is full of prosperity. When Li Xuanxiao entered the capital, he separated from the caravan. By himself, he came into the middle of the tea house, ordered a pot of tea and a couple of small snacks. Just stay here and drink tea and eat snacks and be an unassuming passerby. The tea house has the most message storms, and many of these message storms are traceable. Li Xuanxiao got high on melon seeds and perked up his ears. Tea guy A, got it? There's a grumpy old gentleman in the private school in Guiyifang City. Tea bagger B immediately said, I know about this. Tea guest A, this old gentleman is an old man, all in his 60s, beating and cursing at students at every turn, once violently beating a sissy among the students. The sissy cries too much. The more the old man fights, the more excited he gets. Li Xuanxiao raised his eyebrows slightly, guessing the plot, and then a fight breaks out. Tragic. He couldn't help but shake his head. Tea bagger A continues. The two then went at it, one hitting and one crying, one aggrieved and questioning, and one continuing to thump. Tea bagger B, then the two got together, defying the prejudices of the world. Li Xuanxiao, Omega. Li Xuanxiao was a bit puzzled. Townie, it's pretty funky to play. Hey, how do you think they're going to have kids with 2 guys together? Tea bagger A asked. In order to prevent being noticed by others, Li Xuanxiao basically changed the tea house in 2 days. In the blink of an eye. Several days passed. He's been nothing short of productive these past few days. How to say? Now high on melon seeds, sitting cross-legged on the bed. Can tell others 3 days and nights of the capital's strange and interesting stories, without repeating the same kind of. On this day, Li Xuanxiao continued as usual, changing to a new tea house. The junior had just set out the melons. The voice of the teetotaler next to him came on. Palace Jade Wine. Palace Jade Wine. The pale end of the earth is my love. Li Xuanxiao's face did not change, but inwardly, he was turning over huge waves. The traveler, just watered down to meet. Li Xuanxiao continued to take a sip of tea without moving, not daring to release his divine sense and pretending to glance at the other party without thinking. Mediocre. A few young men dressed in long shirts and scholarly dress look-alike were currently lying on the table in a lifeless state. The pale sky is my love. What the hell is the next line? Which ancient scroll is this among? Why can't I find it? Don't mention it. Can someone please tell me what the next phrase is when you have a gray fingernail? The other candidate grinned. What is the 2nd Battalion commander's weapon? I'll get a couple of oranges to go, and you just stay here and don't move. Of which you and I are. Your name is White Cloud. Mine? How many sledgehammers? How many small hammers? Rites of passage. Rites of passage. What evil titles are these? Come on, don't be ridiculous. I heard that this is a question from the current emperor himself. Have a mouth. Have a mouth. Li Xuanxiao, who was eavesdropping, frowned slightly. These questions are all from the emperor of Daxia? Is this a test for the scholar? Or is it catching a traveler? Li Xuanxiao didn't realize that he had come to the Grand Xia dynasty originally to find out about the 10,000 soul streamer. I didn't expect to accidentally learn the whereabouts of the traveler. So a few more days passed. After much poking around, Li Xuanxiao was certain that this traveler was in the palace. Maybe it was the emperor of the Daxia dynasty. Or maybe it was a close minister on the other side. 10,000 souls. Traveler. Panlong City. Emperor of the Daxia dynasty. One clue strung together. Li Xuanxiao drew in a breath of cool air. Scary as hell. Could it be that this 10,000 soul streamer is in the hands of the Daxia emperor? It makes sense that the traveler comes with a bug level spell. Except for yourself. Li Xuanxiao looked at the lofty palace with his extreme eyes, and already had an idea in his heart. Capital Prefect. At the foot of the Son of Heaven. In charge of the capital and its vicinity. A high position of power. At this moment, this high-powered Confucian monk looked at the hall and came to the person who claimed to be able to answer all the questions. You know the answer? Sure. Tell me about it. The man at the bottom of the hall immediately said, Palace Jade Liquor. 188 cups. How's the wine? Listen to me blow you. Blow, blow. Look at my mouth. A glass of your appetizer. Kyosho's eyes rolled. What is the 2nd Battalion Commander's weapon? Italian guns. Kyosho, my name is Bayun. Yours? Black Earth. I'm 71. You're 75. I'm a chicken. You're a tiger. Kyoshoi, how many sledgehammers? How many small hammers? Sledgehammer 80. Small hammer 40. Kyoshoi's eyes glazed over. Right on. It's alright. It all matched up with the emperor's answer. And this was the person the emperor was looking for. Kyoshoi looked up and down at the man who had the emperor thinking about him day and night. Looking from afar, he could only see that the person's figure was slightly thin, and his skin took on an unhealthy dark color. Looking closer, one could see that he was slim, as if a gust of wind could blow him over. The face was narrow and thin, like the face of a goat, with high cheekbones and a pointed chin, giving it a shrewd and slightly wry look. That's the one? Kyoshoi thought darkly. He had the man watched, and had another person report to the emperor. A few more questions were asked of the other person in quick succession, and the person was told to find out who the person was. It's a shock not to check. This man turned out to be a wanted man. Not only is he a wanted man, he's guilty of a capital offense, the rape and murder of 8 women. Kyoshoi was even more confused. This was the person the emperor was looking for? What's your name? Zhang Guo. Soon after, the golden armored guards of the palace came to send this Zhang Doger into the palace. The great halls heavily closed. Inside the temple, it wasn't bright and shining. Instead, reaching out and unable to see anything, Zhang Guo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and leaned his back against the door. There's anyone? Rumble dash. There was thunder in the ears. Zhang Guo's body shivered. At that very instant, an incomparably old face broke into Zhang Guo's eyes without warning. Every wrinkle in that face was set deep in the sagging skin as if it were cracks in the parched earth, and the corners of the eyes sagged terribly, and the bags under them hung there like 2 heavy bags, eyes cloudy and dull, like 2 deep wells that are about to dry up, no longer able to reflect the vitality and luster of life, lips dry and bloodless, slightly trembling, spit out a word. The pale end of the earth is my love. Zhang Guo was so frightened that his face was bloodless as he slowly said, the flowers are blooming at the foot of the sheer green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most swinging? What kind of song is the most cheerful? The old emperor, the curved river comes from the sky, flowing to that 10,000 purple and red as sea. If we are going to sing, we have to sing most painfully. The duo, you are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you with my heart. Stay, dude. I finally found you. The old emperor grabbed Zhang Guo's shoulders, crying and laughing, excited beyond words. Don't wait up, brothers. Only 3 shifts today. Old classmates reunion plus a movie. Continue to explode tomorrow. Chapter 93, Being Good Enough. Zhang Guo felt that this old emperor's smile was scarier than crying. He gulped. Duh. Big brother. I've finally found you too. From now on, we brothers will eat and drink together. Big brother. Your hand pressed down my head a bit painful. The old emperor held down Zhang Guo's head and laughed wildly. Big brother. Can you please stop laughing? I'm a bit scared by your smile. The old emperor directly tugged on Zhang Guo's arm, striding towards the ascension platform. A hand then threw Zhang Guo over. Ha ha ha. It's done. I'm going to be done. Brother, blame it on your life. Well. The old emperor looked at Zhang Guo suspiciously. Why isn't it bright? Why isn't the ascension platform responding? What's going on? Zhang Guo had long been shaking like a sieve at this point. The old emperor grabbed Zhang Guo by the collar. What's going on? Why isn't it lit? Zhang Guo is going to pee in his pants. What's yours? You're asking me? Why haven't you practiced? Is it because you're not a cultivator? The old emperor questioned angrily. Zhang Guo, After crossing over? I don't have the talent for cultivation and can't cultivate at all. The old emperor shouted angrily. Waste. You are the most wasteful traveler I have ever seen. If you can't practice, you can't do business? Can't do anything else? Wouldn't be able to survive in this world a little bit on their own. Look at me. I am taking one step at a time, inheriting my father's throne before I finally made it this far. And you, mucking about, garbage. What a shame for the travelers. Wrong. The old emperor reacted at once. He stared at Zhang Guo dead in the face. You, really a traveler? Really? Zhang Guo nodded his head busily. The old emperor's eyes rolled. Now listen to the question. My grandmother walks very fast. How many meters per minute can she walk? A. 800 kilometers per minute. B. 80,000 kilometers per minute. C. 800 million kilometers per minute. Zhang Guo's expression froze for a moment. Please answer. How many meters per minute does my grandmother actually walk? Zhang Guo, C. When in doubt, go with C. Zhang Guo remembered what the man had said to him. Pow! The old emperor backhanded a mouthful. Who the hell are you? Zhang Guo was directly brought to his knees. Your Majesty, spare my life. My name is Zhang Guo. It was a man who told me to say so, and I will be able to live a life of honor and wealth and eat and drink without worrying. Your Majesty, spare my life. Your Majesty, spare my life. Who? Who is that man? I don't recognize it. What he looks like? No, don't remember. The old emperor directly pressed one hand on Zhang Guo's head and searched his soul to extract his memories. Accompanied by Zhang Guo's wailing, the old emperor saw all of Zhang Guo's memories, but no useful memories were found. What's going on? What's going on? Zhang Guo is dead, being forced to search the soul. Even if the cultivator is either directly injured in the soul to become a little cute. Even if a cultivator was forced to have his soul searched, he would either have his soul injured and become a cutie. As for ordinary people, soul searching is the same as taking his life. Bastard! How dare you scheme against me? Golden armored guards, find him for me. The old emperor suddenly pinched and exploded Zhang Guo's head, reaching out to grab a tiny worm hidden inside the other party's body. Compulsion. The old emperor stared at the parasite. The parasite was also staring at the old emperor. The old emperor pulled the corners of his mouth and said to the parasite, I know you can see me now. Good tactics, old-timers. We're all from the same world, so why not come out and have a chat and a natter? The parasites began to dissolve on their own. It was clear that the other party had no intention of talking to him. I will catch you. Catch you. No matter how far you run to the ends of the earth, I will catch you. The old emperor tore his heart out and roared. Mount Shu, Silver Sword Peak. The principal Li Xuanxiao, who was in meditation, said softly, I'll wait for the day you find me in the hut. Li Xuanxiao sighed lightly. It's true. The second most complicated thing in the world is the human heart. As for the first complex thing, it's nothing more than a math problem. A shot in the back from an old countryman meeting an old countryman. Thanks to the fact that he had left 70, 80, 90 mind's eye. Otherwise he would not have seen tomorrow's sun. The point is why the other person is so obsessed with finding themselves. From all indications, it seemed that this old emperor wanted to accomplish some sort of ritual with the help of himself. You can't think about it if you want to. What made Li Xuanxiao even more surprised was that his junior sister Zhao Lu still had half of the traveler system on her. Fortunately, he had made Zhao Lu swear an oath of the great Dao long ago, not to reveal any news about himself to others. It just still doesn't feel like insurance. Let's add a few more lines of insurance. Now the enemy is in the light and I am in the dark. Advantage on me. You can't be careless, but you can't be scared out of your wits by the other side and compromise your plans. Keep up the power and keep Shushan alive. This way even if the other party discovered their identity, they would not dare to openly come to Shushan to rob them. As long as you have Shushan as your backer, you will be invincible. Li Xuanxiao nodded thoughtfully. If only I had the cultivation talent of senior brother Lu Ziyin. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but ponder. He was already 30 years old this year and had only reached Jindan, whereas Master Lu was 40 years old. He was already at the god transformation stage. Terrifying as hell. However, when I think of Master Lu's intelligence, it's really a matter of having the talent to practice. Be intelligent and have a talent for cultivation. This thought had just gotten a little bit out of his mind when Li Xuanxiao recited the meditation incantation several times. It would be troublesome if you generate a heart demon in the future. Being yourself is enough. During these days, Li Xuanxiao felt that Mount Shu was much calmer. Let's hope it's not the last piece before the Showa. All day long, he teaches and cultivates his sister. Take a stroll around and look for any loopholes in Shushan. Keep an eye out for dangerous people. Overall, life is joyous. Li Xuanxiao had just left the medicinal garden at this moment. The clouds are sometimes as light as a gossamer veil, and at other times they seem to roll in thick smoke. With a gentle breeze, A crisp and pleasant chirping sound came from the mountains. A flock of cranes is dancing in the air. The fresh wind blew gently, carrying the unique fragrance and rich aura of the mountains. Taking a deep breath of this air full of spiritual chi, I immediately felt that the pores of my whole body opened up, and the turbid chi in my body was discharged out of my body, and my body and mind were greatly nourished and relaxed, at ease. How nice it would be if cultivation wasn't about fighting and killing and just being like that all the time. Xuanxiao came to the handyman peak, and as usual, he came to bring warmth to the cafeteria lady. Chapter 94 Li Deshanren, Auntie, Silver Sword Peak delivers warmth. The cafeteria lady was silent and just kept beating the meat for Xuanxiao. Looking at his bowl full of meat, Xuanxiao nodded. He had already gained the goodwill of the damsel himself. In the future, if you or any of your adoring sweepers want to kill Mount Shushan, please remember me. Xuanxiao had eaten his meal and skipped around the handyman peak to solve people's problems. The protagonists of many metaphysical novels started out as journeyman peak disciples. When you help them today, it's an investment, and the payoff is huge. The icing on the cake is never as good as the snow. Who knew if what he was helping was a future transition or Mahayana powerhouse? He helped a female disciple from the handyman's peak find the puppy that had run away. Another disciple was given some spirit stones so that the other could subsidize his family. Changed the medicine for the disciple who was injured while chopping wood on the mountain. It could be said that in Handyman Peak, no one could have a better reputation than Xuanxiao. The cafeteria lady smiled sweeter than honey. Watching Xuanxiao's back as he left the Handyman Peak, the sweeper master puckered and broke the broom in his hand. It was impossible to endure. One had to take action. That night, Silver Sword Peak, in the hut. The sweeper originally wanted to stand in front of Xuanxiao silently, but he soon realized that this kid had even set up a big formation all around the hut. This big formation couldn't be bypassed yet, so it could only be destroyed by force. And if he forcefully destroys it, he will definitely wake up Xuanxiao. The sweeper thought for a moment that this would seem too weak. The other side must be made to understand what it means to be outside of the sky and outside of people. So Master Sweeper hesitated for a moment and chose to perform an earth attack. Cough cough. What the hell is this kid doing putting poison in the dirt? Oomph. It can't even break through my old man's protective astral aura. With a wave of his hand, the Sweeper Master made the formation that Xuanxiao had carefully set up lose the effect it should have had. There was no way around it. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great. An ant setting a trap can never kill an elephant. The sweeper looked at the last killing formation blocking in front of him and laughed lightly, not caring at all. Buzz dash. Sword chi catalyzed. The sweeper raised an eyebrow. This is the sword intent from the Shu Mountain sword formation. This kid can even manipulate the Shushan sword formation? Your milk. At that very instant, an extremely pure and overwhelming sword intent abruptly erupted. This sword intent seemed to have condensed the essence of 1,000 years of sword Tao, carrying an endless aura of killing and determination. The sweeper's face instantly became grave, and with a slight tap of his foot, his figure drifted backward like a ghost for several feet. At the same time, his hands danced the broom, drawing a subtle arc in the air to ward off this mountainous onslaught of sword intent. Just as the sweeper was busy with the crisis at hand, behind his ass, a wisp of sword energy silently peeked out from under the ground. In the hut, Xuanxiao stared at the intruder with his sword in hand. Xuanxiao's main body, at the moment, was ready to activate the Shushan sword formation at any time. The ride is also ready to go. The sweeper covered his ass and came out of the ground with a grimace on his face. The moment Xuanxiao saw the sweeping grandpa, he froze slightly. Fizzle, fizzle, fizzle. The sweeper took several deep breaths. The other party didn't speak, so Xuanxiao then didn't speak either. After a long time, the sweeper spoke quietly. Good boy. I said why old Shue brought you around to train you. You know my master? The old Shue in the other party's mouth was most likely the former headmaster of Mount Shu, the old man who had spent the most time with Xuanxiao. Kid, don't be so wary. If I wanted to make a move on you, I would have gotten you killed a long time ago. The sweeper rubbed his ass and gritted his teeth. In fact, my identity is not some sweeping master, but an existence of the same generation as your master's master, an envoy of Mount Shu. Of course very few people know my identity, the sweeper said rather smugly. Xuanxiao gave a very flat It's a little more than one would expect. Position and strength to be a little lower. In Xuanxiao's preconceived notions the sweeping grandpa, at least have to have the battle power of I am invincible under the immortals. The only way to slaughter Shushan in a fit of rage after the cafeteria mom was bullied. The sweeper was silent. Not what one would expect. Shouldn't it be shocking? One's usual sweeper who wouldn't even look at him with his eyes, was actually an envoy of Shushan. Anyone else would be shocked, but the expression on this kid's face seemed to be off. Could it be that he had already guessed his identity? It's impossible. Master Sweeper likes to play hide the identity, like pretending to be an ordinary person yourself to stop a practitioner who wants to bully, then being looked down upon by others. He fought off that young practitioner himself. The other then went home to find his family's oldest ancestor and taunted the sweeper like crazy. Then the sweeper himself identifies himself and shows his strength. The opposing family's old ancestor directly slid to his knees and frantically apologized. Everyone was stunned. Old ancestor, why are you kneeling to him? The old ancestor then said, do you know who he is? Why don't you hurry up and kneel down? Something like this is a cool operation, but it's not working today for some reason. Disciple Li Xuanxiao sees Elder Provider. I don't know what Elder Provider came late at night for. Li Xuanxiao respectfully saluted. No, nothing much, just see you practicing hard. Want to give you a little cultivation treasure, do you want it? Don't. Li Xuanxiao did not hesitate. Why? Cultivation requires one step at a time and one footstep at a time. The main reason is the fear of fraud. So you want a wife or not? And don't. Why? Li Xuanxiao, there is no such intention for the time being. The sweeper nodded thoughtfully, sad face. Let's get this out of the way. You just have your eye on my niece, don't you? Li Xuanxiao was puzzled. It's the cafeteria mom. Li Xuanxiao became even more puzzled. I'm telling you, the cafeteria aunt is my person. You're not allowed to snatch it from me, or else I'll die for you. Li Xuanxiao was silent for a moment. It was as if he had seen the aging senior brother Lu Ziyin. Elder misunderstood. Xuanxiao doesn't have this in mind. Since this is the case, Xuanxiao will just go to the handyman peak less often in the future. The sweeper nodded. I didn't realize that this kid was unexpectedly nice to talk to. But I do have one thing I really need to trouble the elders with. What is it? Elder Fong came all the way here and destroyed most of my spell formations here. And I still hope that Elder can help my disciple to reconsolidate this spell formation. By the way, does what I just said about the hidden treasure site still count? Chapter 95, Poison Scripture. Hey yo! Master Sweeper listened to Li Xuanxiao's advice and helped him set up the formation base at Silver Sword Peak. Protective array, isolation array, confusing array. Why does this kid have so many formations? The sweeper looked at the drawings given by Li Xuanxiao and frowned, feeling a bit of a headache. But after all, you have to maintain the majesty of your seniors. Old me majored in formations, and I can solve 8 formations under the sun. While muttering, he looked closely at the drawings. Can't read it. It's getting harder and harder to deal with young people these days. This formation is too troublesome, and the old man is not very good at formations. In fact, the old man is good at something else. I can see that you love to lie a little. Li Xuanxiao said. Senior, don't worry. Although I am not talented, I still know a little bit about the method of laying formations. It's just that my own strength is low and it's difficult to maximize the power of this formation. Thus, let the matter of setting up the formation be left to the late generation, while you, Elder, only need to assist the late generation with your cultivation. The sweeper nodded, which was more like it. I'll help you set up the formation, and you're not allowed to go near my woman again. Li Xuanxiao said. Senior, don't worry. Senior doesn't have any ill intentions towards the sweeping matron. He just saw that the cafeteria matron affectionately looks like my mother. Well, that's good. Thus, for the next few days, the sweeper often came to Silver Sword Peak. It had to be said that with the help of the sweeper, it solved many of the deficiencies of Li Xuanxiao's previous formations. Although Li Xuanxiao's formation was exquisite, if he met someone who was too strong, the formation would have no deterrent effect and would be able to be broken directly. Any subtle formation was a flower in the water and a moon in the mirror in front of a strong strength. However, with the help of the sweeper Grand Master, Li Xuanxiao was able to face even more complicated situations. This is the fruit that can make people pregnant. Sensei, men and women will get pregnant if they eat it. I twisted it into a powder and inhaled a little bit of it, which doesn't make you pregnant, but it does make for a terrible abdominal pain. This is poison that can make male cultivators unable to rise again in the future. It's a killer move that would scare any man. This poison is so powerful that if you want to cure it, you have to get rid of your own lifeblood. Makes it hard to choose. This kid is really shady. How did the famous sect of Shushan teach such a disciple? The sweeping master muttered. Poison? Master Sweeper looked at the poison scripture in Li Xuanxiao's hand and suddenly remembered. You only have half a volume of this poisonous scripture. Where's the other one? Li Xuanxiao said. This poison scripture was inadvertently obtained when I was traveling with the old sect master, and I only found half of the volume, and the rest of the content was created by me by pushing the boundaries. Elder, you've read the second half of this scroll? I've read it, but that was all when I was young, and I saw that next volume in the middle of the desert. Which desert? Master Sweeper said. The Thousand Lakes Desert. This poison scripture in Li Xuanxiao's hand was authored by a mysterious poison master, and could be said to be his life's work. At that time, Li Xuanxiao was only 7 years old. and when he was traveling with the old man dumped this unintentionally acquired poison scripture on Li Xuanxiao. From then on, Li Xuanxiao had started the road of no return. Too bad it's only half a K. In the time that followed, Li Xuanxiao studied through this half of the poison scripture and had been searching for the second half of the volume. It was a pity that there had been no whereabouts, but I didn't expect to get a clue today. However, Li Xuanxiao was not overwhelmed by this news. Having just been in contact with the sweeper for a short time, trust is minimal. Can't say that the other side is deliberately tricking themselves out of Shushan. Thus, in the following days, Li Xuanxiao focused on examine the sweeper. The sweeper walked towards the handyman's peak, sipping his wine and sighing softly. Elderly people have a relationship. I'm easy for me. So old, but also out to work for others. And this disciple named Li Xuanxiao, why does it feel like there is something wrong with his brain? By the way, I've also found him sneaking into someone else's cave before. Thought this kid had some kind of pet peeve. Master Sweeper's cave is extremely simple. Just a straw mat and a broken quilt. Of course, there's something else going on here. Sweeper Moncler Outlet Store entered one of the inner spaces to lie down on his jade bed, and his mouth continued to mutter. Surprisingly, he likes to install dual-life shadow-retaining stones into other people's caves. This kid is really vicious. But speaking of which, those people really don't have any sense of defense at all. These juniors really no sense of crisis at all. Think of the time when we cultivate. That is really a lot of crisis. Sleep with one eye open. In the hut, Li Xuanxiao looked at the sweeping grandpa through the twin life retention stone and made a quick note in his little notebook. Comprehensive evaluation. Well, the risk factor is not high. Can be trusted. But it's safe to keep watching for a little while. Surely just a little more time is needed. 2 years later, Li Xuanxiao finally decided and set off to find the poison scripture. In these 2 years or so, the sweeper Moncler went through Li Xuanxiao's repeated tests and finally won Li Xuanxiao's trust. Of course, Li Xuanxiao wasn't someone who knew of a favor and didn't repay it. Before setting off in search of the poison scripture, Li Xuanxiao was prepared to build an additional hot spring at the handyman peak. The cafeteria lady likes to soak in hot springs, but only Tongtian Peak in Shu Mountain has hot springs, and it's a pain in the ass to make a trip to the miscellaneous peaks. Therefore, Li Xuanxiao decided to place a hot spring near the sweeper Grandmaster's cave, so that the cafeteria lady and the sweeper Grandmaster could soak in the hot spring every day to promote their relationship. Li Xuanxiao took over the hot springs program at Miscellaneous Peak. Find the crypt, open up the spring and install a small filter you set up yourself. The water flows through the earth chakra, which is fire, and can be heated automatically. A wooden step gazebo has been installed around the spring, housing a bamboo forest. One more spirit bead was thrown into the spring water, causing the entire hot spring to glow softly and overflow with spiritual energy. Around them were laying out the strange stones of the prow, all brought up one after the other by the sweeper. Transplant some flowers and plants. By the time everything was completed, 3 months had passed. The sweeper looked at the hot spring in front of him with surprise. Just this little spa mustn't charm his sister to death. Li Xuanxiao handed the drawings to the other party again. What is it? Wondered the sweeper. This is full of specialized terminology. So if the cafeteria matron asks you how this hot spring was built, elder, you can use these drawings to explain it to the matron, who will surely adore you. Master Sweeper heavily patted Li Xuanxiao's shoulder. Good boy. A few days later, Li Xuanxiao finally decided to set off in search of the poison scripture. He had already sent out his detachment in advance to scout out a safe route plus 2 alternate routes. This trip to the desert is a big deal. Before he left, Li Xuanxiao again recruited his 2 senior sisters, Zhao Lu and Fong Lioli, before his eyes. Raise an army for 1,000 days. Next senior brother has something to go out for a trip. The survival of Shu Mountain is in your hands. I went to the Qinghe Peninsula to exchange ideas. I'm sorry, I didn't succeed in exploding the work. Chapter 96. Don't worry, senior brother. Strong Shushan has me. Li Xuanxiao nodded in satisfaction. Very well. In my absence, you will play your true colors in the clan. Our Silver Sword Peak tradition. Now please recite our new version of the mnemonic. The human heart is the most ruthless, and the poison trap is a set of underhanded tricks. Don't be sloppy with caution, and send your life away in an accident. Come and go without caution. Stay away from crowds to avoid disaster. Disasters in heaven and earth extinguish a man's roof. Do not play with your ability or gamble hard. If you steal a taste of love, your practice will be shaken on this. Lured in by chance and stuck in a muddy road for life. This is the 3 pouches I left behind. If you meet in Shushan difficult to solve, or difficult to choose, things will be pouches in order to take out. Understand? This time leaving Shushan was different. The Thousand Lakes Desert was too far away from Shushan for his own alter ego to reach that location. Moreover, Searching for the poison scripture was considered a top priority for Li Xuanxiao and could not be sloppy. I don't know how long this trip will take, so I hope Shushan is still alive when I return. Li Xuanxiao looked deeply at Mount Shu. After leaving Shushan Mountain, Li Xuanxiao searched for the alternate route he had set up before to head to the Thousand Lakes Desert. It was a thrilling journey, with mountains and rivers, the sun, moon and stars. On the top of a high mountain, see a great river running. In the midst of the peaks, confronting the wind, I feel more like a long wind, sitting in the wilderness, traveling between sunset and sunset. 2 months have passed in a hurry. The Thousand Lakes Desert is located northwest of Mt. Shushan. The yellow sand is endless. Blackwater City. This is the largest power located in the Thousand Lakes Desert. The one who sat in Blackwater City was not a person, but an old turtle that had been practicing for an unknown number of years. Some said that this old turtle had been practicing for tens of thousands of years, while others said that this old turtle had lived for 3 great epochs. No one knew the true cultivation level of this old turtle, nor did they know how many years he had actually practiced. There is a divine pearl in Blackwater City. It is said that after taking this bead, one's cultivation will increase greatly, prolonging one's life and staying young forever. This bead is called the wind sheltering bead, and it is because of it that Blackwater City is what it is today. At this very moment, in the treasure trove where the black water beads were placed, a figure fell into it. Gigi. The black water bead is now the honored one's. Who is trespassing on the forbidden land? 2 voices sounded at the same time. The guards guarding the treasure trove appeared out of the darkness. Noisy. The silhouette's slender white hand poked out from the darkness and grabbed So in the void. The heads of the 2 guards looked like poked balloons. The figure stepped out of the darkness with a slender stride, right past a reflective sheet of metal. Empress Phoenix gently stroked her bangs. The corners of her mouth slightly hooked up. What a natural beauty. At that moment, a voice seemed to ring in his ears. By the way, Lu Qiushui is much prettier than you. Empress Phoenix took 2 deep breaths. Don't get angry. You'll get wrinkles if you get angry. Li Xuanxiao, don't let me catch you. Her gaze fell on the black water bead right in the center. As long as I have this precious pearl, I will definitely gouge out Li Xuanxiao's eyes the next time we meet, and see just who's pretty, Lu Qiushui or I. She was just about to reach out and take the black water bead in her hand. Suddenly a shadow appeared in front of Empress Phoenix. It was an old man with a stooped back and a wooden cane in his hand. Little doll, leave here. The old man will pretend that nothing has happened for the sake of your master. The old man said in a deep voice. Cut the crap. Either give the black water pearl to my father, or my father will catch you to stew turtle soup. Cocky doll. Old thing. Empress Phoenix's beautiful eyes opened roundly. Her jade hand violently catapulted out like lightning, grabbing straight at the mysterious black water bead. In an instant, a palpitatingly powerful force surged and overflowed from that black water bead like a flood breaking the dike, instantly sweeping through the entire space. The air around them was twisted and distorted by the impact of this force, emitting an ear-piercing whistling sound. Rumble dash. Treasure trove vibration. Empress Phoenix raised her head and looked at the huge figure in the air. Hot sun. Golden sand. The young girl looked at the encircling jackals in front of her, her face bloodless with fear. The jackals let out a howl and the young girl shrieked and closed her eyes. When she opened her eyes again, she realized that all the jackals around her had inexplicably fallen to the ground. Please ask. Blackwater City is in this direction, right? The young girl subconsciously responded. The voice disappeared. The young girl looked around and not a single figure could be seen. Deep in the desert floor, Li Xuanxiao rested in the cave he had just created. Can't be rushed. Already burned up a lot of energy. Catching up in the desert was physically exhausting, and he himself had already felt a 3% loss of true essence in his body. It's too dangerous. The Thousand Lakes Desert was no ordinary desert. Because of its special ground vein, the spiritual vein structure, it creates a unique terrain. In the Thousand Lakes Desert Yuaning stage, as well as cultivators below the Yuaning stage who did not drink water for a long period of time, would gradually become weak, even death. Even the God transformation stage would be affected. So Li Xuanxiao prepared a little bit of water. Just a little bit. Li Xuanxiao replenished a large mouthful of water and continued to carefully study the map. This is a map drawn from the memory of the sweeper, because the memories are so long ago, plus the sweeper tends to forget things. So after years of repeated confirmations, as well as a variety of interrogation techniques such as pouring alcohol, luring seemingly questions, Li Xuanxiao flagged the 3 most suspicious locations. The poison scripture he was looking for was probably among these 3 locations. Li Xuanxiao sucked in a mouthful of water, put the ice patch on his head, and sprayed another layer of isolation spray on his body before resuming his journey. There is no need to mention the dangers involved in this journey. On the one hand, you have to watch out for the big sandstorms in the desert, and on the other hand, You have to watch out for the poisonous snakes and scorpions and all kinds of poisonous insects in the desert. Not to mention all the mercenary groups that were slashing their way through the desert. It was good that Li Xuanxiao was completely prepared. So half a month later, this should be it. Li Xuanxiao burrowed out of the sand and arrived on top of a small sandy slope. Chapter 97, A Trip to the Thousand Lakes Desert. Li Xuanxiao drew a big cross at an area marked on the map. This place did not have the poisonous scripture he was looking for. He put away the map and looked again at the sandy slope in front of him. Only after making sure the surrounding area was safe did he begin his excavation work. According to Master Sweeper, the location where he discovered the poisonous scripture was in the middle of a desert catacomb. Li Xuanxiao had the golem begin to perform drilling. It got dark quickly. In the darkness, Li Xuanxiao's ears suddenly perked up. Something is rapidly approaching. Only when the other side got closer did they reveal their true colors. A camel? The camel spat. Which little grave robber dares to take liberties in my territory? There are many tombs under the desert, and as a result, many practitioners who make a living by robbing tombs have been born, longing to find in the graveyard the elixir that is enough to change one's life against all odds. A moment later, two figures emerged from the ground. Run! Those two figures raced through the desert, only to see that camel suddenly raise its head, open its mouth, and let out a long whistling sound. Roar! It was in this moment that the jaw-dropping scene took place. A camel of unimaginable size emerged abruptly. These giant camels were covered with thick fur, as if they were a layer of impenetrable armor. The huge herd of camels ran furiously toward the two tiny figures at an astonishing speed. Wherever they passed, the wind howled and the sand and dust flew in the sky, forming a giant wave of rolling yellow dust. And before those two poor men had time to react, they were already swamped by the surging herd of camels. Only a few mournful screams were instantly covered by the rising and falling hoofbeats, followed by a series of creepy bone-breaking and blood-squeezing sounds. In the blink of an eye, those two had been turned into a blurry mess of flesh and mud, miserably scattered on the ground. That's how two grave robbers died. The lead camel snorted coldly, not even looking at the two corpses. Only a long time after the camel had left did Li Xuanxiao's head emerge from the ground and look towards the two grave robbers who had died horribly in the distance. City Lord, 3 orders have been issued to punish grave robbers with capital punishment, and these guys still don't remember. Gee, that's scary. Li Xuanxiao set up another layer of breath-isolating shield. Then, turning his head, he continued to start digging on his own. The excavation lasted 2 days and nights. Finally passing through the puppets that were in the ground, Li Xuanxiao saw the tomb door that had been destroyed. That's the gate the sweeper had destroyed earlier. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but be a little happy. Finally found it. Li Xuanxiao drilled in, while at the same time quickly cleaning up the traces on it. The golem was the first to go through the tomb door. After the puppet comes the doppelganger, then still the doppelganger, and finally the real body. According to the sweeper, there was nothing dangerous in that tomb. It was safe. Of course, Li Xuanxiao's feeling that the tomb was safe was most likely only directed at the sweeper grandpa. Some things are not enough for the sweeping Moncler outlet store, but for yourself that is a deadly general existence. The path of the tomb passage wasn't long. It was only a distance of more than 5 feet, yet Li Xuanxiao had walked for as much as 2 hours, careful and wary all the way, trying and trying again. The platoon minds were not as vigilant as Li Xuanxiao. In the end, Li Xuanxiao stood in the middle of the main tomb. The puppet, the doppelganger were unharmed. The isolation gloves prepared by myself. The antidote. Everything is not missing a single bit. Li Xuanxiao looked at the gold and silver jewelry in the tomb without the slightest interest. His gaze fell straight on top of the ancient book in the center. Perimeter security, floor security, ceiling security. Everything is safe. It seemed to be just as safe as the sweeper had said. Very safe, with no danger whatsoever. The sweeper said that at that time, he saw that there was no danger inside, and he thought it was just an ordinary cemetery, so only casually took some gold and silver treasures, and then took a closer look and realized that those gold and silver treasures are extremely extraordinary. Li Xuanxiao put on the poison isolation gloves, put on the protective clothing, empty shouting body protection Dan, A2 antidote Dan in advance, and put on the anti-poison jade pendant. He first tested the poisonous scripture with another object, and there was no problem or any toxicity detected. Finally, only then did Li Xuanxiao reach out and carefully cup the poison scripture. Just a moment. Li Xuanxiao's face changed. From life to death was only this instant. The body fell straight to the ground. Dead. Full text, end. Li Xuanxiao crouched in the corner and drew a period with a pen. It's too menacing. He looked to his disappearing doppelganger. Not even a crumb was left behind. And all the various antivirus measures he had set up had lost their effect. Death is only a moment away. The safety of what lies ahead never fails to let one's guard down, with the goal of making one ignore the real menace. Li Xuanxiao had the other doppelganger clip the poisonous scripture with 2 wooden sticks. It doesn't hurt to do so, and it looks like the poison is only triggered by human contact. Li Xuanxiao again with a wooden stick to try to turn a page. Nothing, a blank. After a few attempts, Li Xuanxiao roughly understood the poison. No storage magic treasure could collect this poison scripture. Otherwise not only would the storage ring be damaged, things in storage rings can also be poisoned. In the end, Li Xuanxiao thought of a good way to let his doppelganger keep holding the poison scripture with his chopsticks and wait until after he arrived at Shushan to study it carefully. This trip to the Thousand Lakes Desert went much smoother than one would expect. Li Xuanxiao collected the poison scripture and swept a glance at the gold and silver jewelry inside the cave. Suddenly, he noticed the stone tablet placed in the corner. I have loved poison in my life, and I have entered the way because of it. Kills and saves, and at the end of the day is all alone and no one dares to get close. All my life I have saved up treasures. If I meet someone who has a destiny, please disperse the treasures on my behalf. The old man will be grateful. These treasures were truly stirring, and Li Xuanxiao swept a glance. None of them were mundane gold and silver treasures, and they were indeed moving for cultivators. Fearing that no one would even do anything that didn't make sense to them just because of a few words on a stone tablet. Thousand Lakes Desert. The ancient armor tribe, which had just suffered heavy losses from a storm, unexpectedly picked up a fortune. In Xuanxiao City, the people who didn't wait for the Lord's relief food waited for one batch of caravans after another. A certain monk who saved a village of people woke up from a nap to find many treasures placed around him. Months later, right after Li Xuanxiao finished handing out all of his treasures, he was surprised to find that the poison on that poison scripture had disappeared. The words also reappeared on the poison scripture where it had been blank. Chapter 98, Is This Destiny? Cough cough cough. Empress Phoenix coughed violently. She gritted her teeth and cursed. This old turtle still has some skills. What has this pressed on me? What has been done to my old lady? Why can't my old lady use any mana? Let old me out, or else old me will slaughter this Blackwater city of yours later. Emperor Phoenix's little mouth isn't very clean, but no matter how much she cursed, it was all black around her. Empress Phoenix closed her eyes and felt it, feeling as if she had turned into an ordinary person, and it was as if all the magic treasures were disconnected from themselves at the moment. Only one. Empress Phoenix took a deep breath, closed her eyes and sat with her legs crossed, trying to mobilize the last trace of her spiritual energy. This thread of spiritual power was as weak as a candle in the wind, but it was a crucial lifesaver for her in her predicament. As time passed minute by minute, fine beads of sweat gradually seeped out of Empress Phoenix's forehead, but she still clenched her teeth and held on, not daring to slacken off in the slightest. After a long time, the hairpin on the Imperial Maiden's Phoenix head gently moved. It's a done deal. Empress Phoenix was overjoyed. The hairpin gently slashed through the air, tearing an extremely deep crack in the middle of space. It tore right through another dimension, trying to trap my old lady. No way. Empress Phoenix's body was trembling slightly, and she was going to be unable to hold on. Finally, open. The crack grew wider and wider, and a bright light penetrated through it. Empress Phoenix suddenly froze. At this moment, Li Xuanxiao, who was walking swiftly in the desert, had completed his last wealth dispersal not long ago, and he had finally obtained the right to use the second half of the poison scripture. Li Xuanxiao hid his happiness in his heart. The dust hasn't settled yet. Now grab back to Shushan and then study and research the poison scripture. It wouldn't be good if the great joy turned into great sorrow. Right at this moment, Li Xuanxiao felt that his back was cold, as if something was about to happen, so he subconsciously turned his head. Then he saw a face he never dreamed of seeing. Imperial Phoenix. Li Xuanxiao hadn't counted on the fact that he would meet Empress Phoenix here. In an instant, Li Xuanxiao thought of countless possibilities. Could it be that Empress Phoenix and Master Sweeper had joined forces and Master Sweeper had sold himself out? But soon enough, Li Xuanxiao denied this idea. This was because he realized that Empress Phoenix's expression was also filled with surprise when she saw him. The two of them looked at each other in all directions. The next one turned and ran without the slightest hesitation. One, again without the slightest hesitation, reached out and yanked the other straight in. Where to run? The moment she revealed the space, Empress Phoenix felt that she had regained her strength. However, she clearly made the wrong decision. Instead of escaping at the first opportunity, she pulled in Li Xuanxiao, who was outside, at the first opportunity. And so the most crucial moment of escape was missed. The jade hairpin, a space magic treasure that she had powered with her last ounce of mana, also let out a crunching sound and snapped apart. Empress Phoenix once again spat out a mouthful of blood, and the spatial passageway closed. Li Xuanxiao, Omega Omega. Empress Phoenix exhaled heavily, coming up for air. Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao stared at Empress Phoenix, with 1,000 precautions. Beating Li Xuanxiao to death did not prevent this situation. Walking by himself, he was suddenly robbed by the Imperial Female Phoenix. Could it be that there was some thread of destiny between himself and the Imperial Phoenix? The two were bound together? How else would we meet so coincidentally every time? Mana can't be used. There's no aura here. The aura is cut off and no magic puppet can be manipulated. Xuanxiao quickly sensed the abnormal situation here. Looking at Empress Phoenix again, the situation seemed to be similar to his own. Then, you are welcome, Xuanxiao, Empress Phoenix shouted angrily. Empress Phoenix was currently wearing a rose-purple Lucien dress with green silk coiled with beads and emeralds, with jade hairpins inserted diagonally at her temples. The dress was stained with blood and the skirt looked more like torn linen. However, it looks more of a broken-winded beauty and sexier, showing where it should and not showing where it shouldn't. Coupled with this face of Goddess Phoenix and this body, a deep color of resentment covered the top of Empress Phoenix's absolutely beautiful face. Her eyes that were as deep as autumn water stared deathly at Xuanxiao in front of her, as if she wanted to eat him alive. And Xuanxiao blared back at Empress Phoenix without showing any weakness. The two just stared at each other in silence, and the air around them seemed to freeze. They were in a closed environment, surrounded by cold, hard walls, and there was no way to find any cracks or passages to escape out. There was only one of them, a man and a woman, in this narrow space, and the atmosphere seemed extraordinarily oppressive and tense, and permeated with unknown emotions. On one side was Xuanxiao, a disciple of the righteous path who represented justice and light. On the other hand, there's the fearsome and ruthless leader of the demon cult, Phoenix. Enclosed space where there is no escape. A man and a woman. Put aside your grudges for the time being and work together to get through the difficulties at hand. In the process, feelings arise and fall in love with each other. Xuanxiao moved. The sword in the sword box could no longer be pulled out, and he himself seemed to have become immortal now, incapable of pulling the flying sword out again. So without hesitation, Xuanxiao directly rushed towards Empress Phoenix with only the desire to fight in his eyes. Eat my foot! A kick struck Emperor Girl Phoenix's stunningly beautiful face squarely. Empress Phoenix's body flew backwards. Xuanxiao, come on, it's done. There's no point in complaining about God's dogma anymore. Kneeling down and begging for forgiveness and making false pretenses won't help. With the character of the Empress Phoenix, she would never stop until she killed herself. Xuanxiao quickly accepted the situation at hand and chose to strike first. Without a moment's hesitation, it's either you die or you die. Xuanxiao rode on top of Empress Phoenix and just threw a messy punch. There is drama. Empress Phoenix was seriously injured, and this strange place had different effects on different cultivators in terms of suppression. It's like a forced matching mechanism. Seal all the skills of a full-level player and then adjust their values to a level equal to Xuanxiao's. Empress Phoenix was also not willing to show weakness and raised her foot to kick under Xuanxiao's crotch. Xuanxiao ate the pain. The Emperor's daughter Phoenix multiplied her victory. Don't you dare punch me in the face. Before he could finish his words, he was punched in the teeth by Xuanxiao. Empress Phoenix's punch also struck the left side of Xuanxiao's face. Empress Phoenix had never received such an insult in her life. Never before had I felt so powerless, as if all my strength had been lost. Xuanxiao kicked the heart of Empress Phoenix. Empress Phoenix drew in a breath of cold air in pain. In terms of mana, in terms of physical body, in terms of magic treasure, in terms of cultivation, Xuanxiao was inferior to Empress Phoenix in every single way. But here, all that has been lost. The only thing you can rely on seems to be only fighting skills. And on fighting skills alone, Empress Phoenix had long forgotten that she needed any fighting skills when she fought. The Great Tao was simple, and only juniors in the early stages of cultivation would be obsessed with any stances. Cultivating to the level of the Empress Phoenix was nothing more than a punch or a kick. Chapter 99. Empress Phoenix had long forgotten what fighting meant, but this old six across from her would not forget. Monkey picking peaches, crows in airplanes, tornado destroys parking lot, the divine dragon swings its tail. Xuanxiao unleashed his own moves on Empress Phoenix unceasingly. Empress Phoenix was quickly beaten without any power to fight back. Xuanxiao clasped Emperor Phoenix's neck before slamming her head to the ground. Used the jaw crush kick again. Finally cast a guillotine. Looking again, Empress Phoenix found an opportunity to poke Xuanxiao's eyeballs violently with both hands. Empress Phoenix had taken so many hits. If Xuanxiao had probably hiccuped a long time ago. But the Emperor's female Phoenix still had the strength left to resist. Both of them laid down dead. Xuanxiao wants to kill Empress Phoenix before he loses his sight. Empress Phoenix, on the other hand, wanted to poke out Xuanxiao's eyeballs before she was killed. Dead. Empress Phoenix, you go to hell. Xuanxiao soon realized that Empress Phoenix's strength was increasing. No, it seemed that one could not kill the Imperial Female Phoenix, although she was fully suppressed here. Empress Phoenix's body was too much stronger than her own. Right now, he was only relying on his fists and feet to have an advantage. And later on, His physical strength would definitely not be a match for Empress Phoenix. With this thought in mind, Xuanxiao kicked the Empress Phoenix out, rubbed his eyes vigorously. He subconsciously tried to use poison. But suddenly, I remembered that the last time I was in the middle of the cave, using the poison herself was instead causing Emperor Girl Phoenix's injuries to accelerate and become better. No poison. Xuanxiao wanted to pull out his sword, but the sword simply could not be pulled out at this moment. It was as if one lost all mana at that point. Even the contents of the storage ring could not be taken out. Thus, Xuanxiao reached out to unbuckle his belt. The pants slipped down. Seeing this scene, Empress Phoenix's face changed slightly. Beast, what are you doing? Xuanxiao kicked Empress Phoenix back against the wall with a big flying kick. Then he removed the water pouch at his waist to wet his belt, and used his own belt to tie up the Empress Phoenix. Reaching out, he went to rip off Emperor Phoenix's skirt again. Empress Phoenix was completely flustered this time, and her panic was visible to the naked eye. Her body began to tremble uncontrollably, and her eyes showed unprecedented terror and helplessness. That stunningly beautiful face was reddened at the moment due to extreme panic, as if it was a ripe apple that was generally alluring, and a pair of beautiful and moving eyes had also lost their previous charisma, and were lowered, full of pleading colors, which made people feel compassionate. Don't, you, what are you doing? Don't, Demonis, suffer death. In the next moment, Xuanxiao raised his sword case and slammed it down towards his opponent's head. Boom boom boom. Successive thumps of dull sounds came out. Emperor's daughter Phoenix. Empress Phoenix only felt her brain buzzing. Asshole, what are you doing? Empress Phoenix hits Xuanxiao's chin with a kick. Empress Phoenix struggled to get up. Coincidentally, it was at this moment that the gaze inadvertently passed over the tiny pool on the ground, clearly reflecting his own self at this very moment. The original gorgeous clothes on the body have now become broken, but even so, it is still difficult to cover up the innate appearance of a beautiful country. The exposed skin is fine and moist, like warm jade with a soft glow. Especially at this moment, that shy and reddened little face was endearing to the extreme. I feel sorry for you. It was as if just one look could make one's heart instantly melt into a puddle of spring water. Empress Phoenix couldn't help but want to revel in her beauty for a second. Why only 1 second? Because the next second, Xuanxiao's flying kick landed on her face. Die. Lines, Empress Phoenix felt insulted. Although Xuanxiao hadn't insulted her, this was the biggest insult to her. Bastard! How dare you humiliate me like this? I swear not to wear heaven with you. Xuanxiao also didn't expect Empress Phoenix to suddenly become so capable of fighting all of a sudden. With her thick flesh, Empress Phoenix went straight into Xuanxiao's arms. Then he opened his mouth and bit, letting Xuanxiao tug and beat without any effect. So Xuanxiao crossed his heart and went to bite her as well. Just as the two were dueling to the death, several figures began to slowly approach the duo. Xuanxiao quickly spotted them and his heart tightened. Done. There's help on the other side? Nope. Wait for the other side to emerge from the darkness. Xuanxiao and Empress Phoenix coincidentally stopped fighting. It was a group of ferocious beasts that had been sealed here. At this moment, they gathered around, their greedy gazes fixed on Xuanxiao and the Empress Phoenix. A ferocious wolf with all black fur and not a single stray hair was the first to move. Towards Xuanxiao he lunged, even though it was all sealed with everything. But the sharp claws and teeth of that ferocious wolf were not sealed. I'm afraid I'll lose half my leg if I take this bite. Xuanxiao's eyes lit up. Eat my Emperor's daughter Phoenix. Xuanxiao copied Empress Phoenix's legs and directly used her to fend off the ferocious wolf's attack. Not dead? Xuanxiao couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. As expected, Emperor Girl Phoenix's body was still as hard as ever. Bastard! Let go of my father. My father will kill you by 1,000 cuts and will kill your entire family. The Empress Phoenix roared. Xuanxiao simply ignored it and grabbed her to concentrate on the surrounding ferocious beasts. Nay, Empress Phoenix did not cooperate and struggled to kill Xuanxiao. The odds were that these ferocious beasts wouldn't be able to kill themselves anyway. Empress Phoenix was now broken. Seeing this, Xuanxiao busily said, "This should be a place like the Demon Locking Tower, where all the ferocious beasts are imprisoned. Do you know that among the ferocious beasts there is a type of ape demon type of ferocious beasts that specializes in preferring women? Like to put women." At those words, Empress Phoenix's face changed drastically. Might as well be dead then. Sure enough, Emperor Girl Phoenix stopped struggling. Xuanxiao grabbed the Emperor's daughter Phoenix weapon and fended off more of the ferocious beasts that rushed over. By this point the ferocious beasts were similar to ordinary beasts. The corpses of ferocious beasts were everywhere, and blood was flowing. Xuanxiao leaned against the corner, catching his breath quickly. The Empress Phoenix that he had used as a weapon was currently in a bear's head with the upper half of her body. Xuanxiao looked around, and it was only then that he finally paid attention. What the hell is this place? Where exactly has the Emperor's daughter Phoenix taken herself? How can one predict the progress of the story in this abstraction? Xuanxiao suddenly felt so tired. The Empress Phoenix shook herself and pulled her head out of the bear's head to stand shakily. He stared angrily at Xuanxiao before taking a step towards him. Xuanxiao glanced at her, his face a little odd. Your clothes. Empress Phoenix looked down, and only then did she notice that her clothes had been dissolved by the acid. She immediately hid behind a stone pillar, only poking her head out and screaming angrily. You wait for me, Xuanxiao. I will not rest in death with you. Resumes bursting. Chapter 100 Extreme Dao Imperial Soldier. Empress Phoenix's beautiful eyes were rounded, her angry flames burning as she stared intently at Xuanxiao in front of her, as if she was about to spew out fire. Her stunningly beautiful face looked a little twisted at the moment due to her extreme anger. Her teeth were clenched tightly, and a chillingly fierce aura emanated from her body. The humiliation in her heart surged like a tidal wave, making her almost unable to breathe. Thinking back to all the injustices and bullying he had suffered before, it was all thanks to this Xuanxiao. If she couldn't break this abominable person into pieces and grind his bones into ashes, it would be difficult to resolve the hatred in her heart. This strong emotion filled her entire body, causing her to tremble involuntarily. In the very next instant, Empress Phoenix suddenly turned her head violently as if she had sensed something. However, when she looked at the scene in front of her, that stunningly beautiful face instantly became stiff, only to see a pair of eyes emitting a strange red light gradually emerge in the endless darkness. As these eyes became clearer and clearer, a huge, thickly furred ape demon slowly stepped out of the darkness. A sickening, fishy odor emanated from the bodies of these ape devils, and their eyes were filled with wildness and a desire to kill as they stared deathly at Empress Phoenix. After a slight hesitation between the ape demon and Xuanxiao, Empress Phoenix lunged straight at Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao likewise didn't hesitate, and as he grabbed Emperor Girl Phoenix's legs, Extreme Imperial Soldier Emperor's daughter Phoenix, eat me an Extreme Dao Emperor's soldier, die. Xuanxiao was holding the Extreme Dao Emperor's soldier and was chopping and retreating. Put a dress on my mother or we'll all die together, Empress Phoenix exclaimed with a shy red face. Xuanxiao didn't panic and quickly undid his own clothes before winding his way down Emperor Girl Phoenix's head. Swish! Xuanxiao wrapped the Empress Phoenix like a mummy. Emperor's daughter Phoenix. Xuanxiao quickly escaped after repelling a wave of ape demons. Head on, he met another white-haired ape demon that was several times larger than the previous ape demon. The body is tall, powerful, and muscular. Back mountain apes. The mountain back ape has been moving mountains since ancient times, and can carry any mountain no matter how heavy it is. Looking at this back mountain ape, placed outside it had at least a cultivation level of the transformation god stage. It was an existence that could kill Xuanxiao with a slap. However, at this point, Xuanxiao dodged the back mountain ape's strike and stomped on his opponent's landing fist, his body leaping high into the air, holding the Extreme Dao Imperial armament. A blow to the head of his opponent. So hard, and the other guy's head is so hard. However, the other party had clearly underestimated the power of this Extreme Dao Emperor soldier. Empress Phoenix's little head burrowed out of her clothes and bit down on her opponent's neck. I have to admit, the Emperor's daughter Phoenix has great teeth. The bite made the white ape's neck bleed like a fountain. Empress Phoenix lay down on the white ape's neck and bit down dead. Xuanxiao stored up his strength and kicked the white ape to the ground. A white ape at the god transformation stage was killed so easily. As soon as the white ape died, the rest of the ape devils chasing after him scattered and fled. Xuanxiao strained to hold onto the wall, panting like a cow. Empress Phoenix was no better than Xuanxiao. She wiped a handful of blood from the corner of her mouth and glanced at Xuanxiao. The two looked at each other and both tacitly decided to call a truce for now. GGGGGGG. Empress Phoenix laughed coldly in her heart. She fell for it. She had just inadvertently drank the blood of this white ape and realized that there was a hot current flowing through her body, and her originally weak body felt better and regained a bit of strength. But it's not enough. Allow yourself to digest it for a while. This kid is definitely no match for himself. Empress Phoenix sneered. Xuanxiao flying kick. Fall for it. Xuanxiao lands a flying leg kick. #Sigma. He had gotten used to hiding himself, and the party's panting like a cow was all an act. In fact, Xuanxiao had still preserved a great deal of his physical strength. It was to wait for the moment when the Emperor's daughter Phoenix would relax. Imperial Phoenix is despicable. War trampling. Hoo. I don't know how much later. Xuanxiao was lying in the corner, while Empress Phoenix was tied up by him, struggling on the ground. Xuanxiao sucked the white ape's blood. The stench was awful, but after it was in the belly, the heat cut through it. It made Xuanxiao comfortable. This was a ferocious beast at the god transformation stage. Xuanxiao wiped a handful of blood from the corner of his mouth. You can't draw on the aura of heaven and earth here. Xuanxiao pulled out the fire folders from his arms. The water bladder. But any normal chi refiner wouldn't have these two things on him, because it's completely useless for the alchemist. Even if you bring it, you'll put it in a storage ring. But fortunately, Xuanxiao was not normal. His storage ring was so full that he could no longer fit anything in it. Xuanxiao took out the poison bottle on his body and sprinkled it on the white ape's body and lit it with a fire refractor. Within moments the flames were burning and the aroma was coming out. Xuanxiao ate the white ape meat and drank a large amount of water. The mind ponders, what should we do now? Where's the point? One doesn't even know where this is. Xuanxiao suddenly turned his head and saw Empress Phoenix lying on the ground, her mouth rising slightly, her expression grudgingly staring at herself. Xuanxiao ignored it and continued to concentrate on eating the meat. Here is that old turtle's original treasure. A turtle shell that has been cultivated for tens of thousands of years. Will be suppressed to death straight here. Empress Phoenix said quietly. Xuanxiao froze. Old turtle? The divine turtle from Blackwater City? Empress Phoenix hummed. Xuanxiao held his forehead. It's hard to do. The old turtle of Blackwater City was a demon king known far and wide. He has killed countless people in his life and slaughtered cities several times. The living beings of this Thousand Lakes desert have gone extinct several times because of it. The reason why the old turtle was not exterminated by the righteous later. It's because it's so strong. It wasn't easy to kill it. The cost was too great. And the other side had gathered many forces. It just so happens that the old turtle is a little tired of fighting as he gets older. Moreover, it was stained with too much karma, causing the old turtle to suppress its own realm all the time, not daring to cross the threshold. So now the old turtle guards a side of Blackwater City. Those who burned and looted became Buddhas on the ground by chanting Amitba Buddha. And those who were ungrateful sat in the temple. It is the way of the world that those who are kind and good at heart lose their lives. Why are you messing with this old man when you're fine? Xuanxiao asked in a puzzled manner. For that black water pearl, the black water beads of eternal youth? Well, of course, but also by the way to avenge my men. That old turtle killed my men, so I wanted to steal its treasure. I did not expect this old turtle this powerful. If only I could regain my mana, even if only for a moment, I could break this shell. Empress Phoenix said hatefully, not forgetting to glance at Xuanxiao. Xuanxiao was certain that it wasn't certain if the other party could break through this turtle shell after recovering their mana, but it will definitely get itself killed. Chapter 101, The Great Tao Oath. Xuanxiao, give my father something to eat. My father can't say that I can have the strength to break open this heaven and earth, and the matter between you and I will be forgiven. Speaking of which, Emperor Girl Phoenix sighed. Forget it, I can't make it up. You're quite honest. Xuanxiao ignored her, holding the poison scripture and continuing to study it. I don't know how long it's been. Xuanxiao's eyes narrowed slightly and he suddenly hissed. It seems to be. There is a drama. He looked to the imperial daughter Phoenix. Empress Phoenix couldn't help but transform into a stubborn fish and tried to run outside. What kind of underhanded tricks did this Xuanxiao think of to deal with himself? Xuanxiao grabbed Emperor Girl Phoenix back. You let go of me. Let go of me. You animal. Empress Phoenix struggled haphazardly, but soon she realized it was of little use. She cried out angrily. Can you not hit my honor in the face? I have a way to get you and me out. Oh, Empress Phoenix raised her pretty eyebrows. I have a way to help you regain your strength for a short time. Can you break open this heaven and earth? You? Empress Phoenix looked at Xuanxiao with disdain. You're just a little foundation stage cultivator? However, seeing Xuanxiao's serious look, Empress Phoenix hesitated and nodded her head. I can do it. I'll help you regain your strength and you break open this place. But before you do that you have to make an oath of the great Tao that you can't kill me. Empress Phoenix clenched her silver teeth. Fine. Anyway, let's get out of here first. Not kill you? Then I can always cripple you. Cure it. Then cripple it. Then cured. Then crippled. Xuanxiao coughed lightly. Now please remember the following vows. 1. You are not allowed to harm Shushan disciple Xuanxiao, that is, myself, by any means. Empress Phoenix raised her eyebrows slightly. Harming neither. Then I'll arrest you and have my men beat you. 2. It is forbidden to act against Xuanxiao's own will in any form. Empress Phoenix frowned again, and her little face bulged slightly. Damn it. He guessed it. But it's okay. I've still got it. There will always be holes. Xuanxiao continued. 3rd, you are not allowed to abet others to harm Xuanxiao himself. 4th, you are not allowed to threaten Xuanxiao himself with the lives of his friends and family. 5. No cursing Xuanxiao himself. Article 1356. Do not save Xuanxiao from death. Emperor's daughter Phoenix. Oh, Xuanxiao took a deep breath, always feeling that he was still a bit uneasy. Forget it. That's all there is to it. Please make the oath of the way. Imperial Nymph Phoenix roared. This father can't remember. So Xuanxiao repeated it again in its original form. When he said a word, Empress Phoenix followed. Finally, he read, If you violate this oath, heaven and earth will destroy you, and you will not die a good death. The great Tao will witness this, and heaven and earth will witness it. Well, what's to be done now? Xuanxiao grabbed the Empress Phoenix, extreme Tao Emperor soldier, and said in a deep voice, gather the materials. If there are no corresponding materials here, you and I will have to wait for death here. Now we can only ask for the blessing of the Lord of Heaven. This space was vast and boundless, as if there was no end to it, and its vastness far exceeded Xuanxiao's previous expectations. Moreover, what was even more astonishing was that this space actually had as many as 9 layers. Under careful observation, Xuanxiao found that the turtle shell refined by this old turtle and the Shu Mountain 9-layer demon-suppressing pagoda actually have the same thing. Each layer was separated from the other by a mysterious and powerful force, forming a separate area. Within these regions, countless living beings were sealed. Spirit beasts, ferocious beasts, enemies of the old turtle. Enemies. They were trapped here, unable to escape the old turtle. Thinking back to that year, the old turtle was at the height of his killing nature. This turtle shell could be packed to the brim with so many living beings that every corner was filled with the scent of life and the resentment of grudges. Tai essence gold, Xianbing prana, 1000-year copper essence, 100-foot silkworm, 3-star stone, water spirit pearl flower. Originally, Xuanxiao was still worried about the materials to be collected, but as he made his way along, he realized that he had just purely overthought things. The old turtle has lived for an unknown number of years. I don't know how many living beings have been sealed with it, this original magic treasure. And as these living beings died in the turtle shell, these magic treasures and all kinds of elixirs have also been retained. Within a few days of work, Xuanxiao had already collected more than half of the required materials. In addition, he had packed a few extra things he needed. I just hate that the storage ring can't be driven nowadays, or else all of these things would fit in their pockets. Now all that's missing is the morning glory. It was just that this flower was extremely difficult to find, and Xuanxiao had taken the Empress Phoenix around inside the turtle shell for more than half a month without being able to locate the whereabouts. Watching Empress Phoenix take a large gulp of water violently, Xuanxiao heartily snatched the water bag back. You drink less. I have just a little bit of water left. This time before moving to the Thousand Lakes Desert, Xuanxiao had made a special outfit. The seemingly ordinary hat on top of his head was actually a hidden secret. Its interior is cleverly designed as a water bladder, which is so perfectly integrated with the cap that it is hard to notice unless you look closely. The clothes and linings he wore and the shoes he stepped on were not a single water bladder with an extremely large storage capacity. It doesn't detract from the appearance and provides ample water storage. When water is needed, simply unscrew the hidden switch on the cool water will then flow in a steady stream. With such a subtle design, it will no doubt allow him to navigate long distances or when faced with water shortages. Of course, this was not counting the water storage talisman in his storage ring. Nowadays, these water storage charms cannot be used, relying on the water resources on their own. Maintaining vital signs will probably only last about 6 months. Cheapskate, Empress Phoenix muttered. Starflowers, which absorb the light of the stars to grow, are extremely rare. 2 more months later, Empress Phoenix was on the verge of losing her patience. These 2 months, they first met 2 harmonization stage cultivators, a close and tragic backstabbing. However, it was good that Xuanxiao backstabbed them in advance. Another dozens of god transformation stage spider demons were encountered, dueling with the corpse eaters, being chased by a blood-tusked boar. Bad news, didn't find the starflower. Good news, Xuanxiao's cooperation with Empress Phoenix was becoming more and more skillful, to achieve the realm of human sword unity. On this day, Xuanxiao was again fighting amongst the enemies, and fight and retreat. Eat my axe. Xuanxiao wielded the extreme Tao Emperor soldier in defense. Underneath the rag-wrapped extreme Tao Emperor soldier, a shocking face was revealed. The Empress Phoenix bit off the enemy's weapon with a single bite. The cultivator holding the stone axe was confused. What the hell? Aren't spells not allowed here? Why is your weapon in human form? Xuanxiao suddenly stopped in his tracks. With a glint in his eye, he noticed a strangely colored flower on the edge of the cliff. Starflower. Found it. Chapter 102 Starflower. Starflower. Xuanxiao's eyes lit up. Found it. He quickly calmed the excitement in his mind and, turning back, he cast the extreme Tao Imperial armament and fought the enemy. The only weapons these cultivators could use here were stone axes made of stone, or the claws and teeth of ferocious beasts, bones from their bodies, and so on. Here, all living beings reverted to their most primitive fighting state. However, these weapons of theirs were completely inadequate in the face of Xuanxiao's extreme Tao Imperial armament. Descending strike. Not in the slightest bit like the earthlings facing the water droplets of the Tritons. Xuanxiao swiftly disposed of the enemy with the extreme Tao Emperor soldier in hand. A few steps ran towards the top of the cliff where the starflower was located. There was no danger in the surroundings. so Li Xianxiao immediately threw out the Empress Phoenix. Go you! Nowadays, although there were no more doppelgangers and puppets to detect the thunder for themselves, but Li Xianxiao found a better alternative. Emperor's daughter Phoenix. As soon as Empress Phoenix approached the starflower, she was about to reach out and take it. Suddenly there was a rumbling sound from the cliff at his feet. Immediately afterward the whole cliff fell. Now without any powers, Empress Phoenix could only watch herself slide down towards the abyss. Li Xuanxiao's quick eyes and hands quickly grabbed the Empress Phoenix. Catch me! Li Xianxiao shouted. Empress Phoenix looked at Li Xuanxiao's anxious expression that didn't look like a fake, and her slender jade hand slipped a little. I can't hold on much longer. Stop talking nonsense and give me your other hand too. Li Xianxiao could barely hold it up either. Having just gone through a chase and kill, he was physically exhausted. Moreover, just now, because he was in a hurry, he didn't find a good point of focus, and at this moment, it was also very likely that he would fall down together with Empress Phoenix. I can't. Forget it, this is my fate. Don't mind me. Empress Phoenix suddenly sighed. Don't say anything stupid, just give me your other hand. It was as if these few words were squeezed out of Li Xuanxiao's teeth. He really can't hold out much longer. Empress Phoenix raised her other hand. Li Xuanxiao's body was shaking at the last moment. He finally grabbed the starflower in Empress Phoenix's hand. Li Xianxiao sat on his butt on the ground and exhaled loudly. So close. Emperor's daughter Phoenix. Li Xianxiao wiped the sweat from his head and confirmed that the starflower was intact. It was really close. Hey, where's Emperor Phoenix? Li Xianxiao glanced downwards. It was too deep. Emperor Phoenix won't be killed by the fall, will she? If the Emperor's daughter Phoenix is dropped dead, Li Xianxiao could also seek cooperation from other chi practitioners with high cultivation levels who were trapped in this place. But if the starflower is gone, there's a good chance you'll never find it again. The lesser of the two is obvious at a glance. The bottom of the cliff. Li Xianxiao ran over. Empress Phoenix? Empress Phoenix? The imperial nymph Phoenix lay pensively on the ground. Li Xianxiao picked up a wooden stick and poked her. I'll bite you to death. The Empress Phoenix suddenly stormed out. First, the bones of the ferocious beasts were put into a blazing fire and roasted until the bones gradually melted and became soft. The baked bones are then reshaped and kneaded so that they end up as a uniquely shaped and sturdy crucible. In addition, there is a wide variety of experimental equipment made from locally available materials. There are stills for separating liquid mixtures, and there are calciners that specialize in calcining substances at high temperatures. The main one is a localized one. Empress Phoenix sat on a chair made from human skeleton, her eyes streaming as she stared at Li Xianxiao. This little guy knows a lot. Following the proportions on the poison scripture, Li Xianxiao carefully controlled the entire process. That's the advantage of making poisons. You don't need to use up countless amounts of aura like alchemy. Li Xianxiao removed the silver needles and inserted them one by one into the corresponding acupoints of the Imperial Maiden Phoenix. After a long time, everything was done. Empress Phoenix was almost covered in silver needles at this point, in an upside-down position. Are you sure you're not just messing with me? Without any nonsense, Li Xianxiao poured the medicine into Empress Phoenix's mouth. Li Xianxiao took a deep breath. Here we go. Pay attention to the meridian positions I told you about and channel this power. Empress Phoenix closed her eyes and guided this power into the right place, opening all the barriers within herself. Let it pass smoothly all the way through. Time passes by. Li Xianxiao couldn't help but clench his fists nervously. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At first the air around them only fluctuated in a small way, but soon, the fluctuations became more and more pronounced and intense. Empress Phoenix slowly opened her eyes, which seemed to be reflecting fiery red flames. The familiar power was back again. Without the slightest hesitation, Empress Phoenix closed her hands. Radiant lotus blossoms bloomed from beneath her, and the true fire catalyzed. Though for a split second, the Empress Phoenix quickly regained her power again. But the lotus had already been offered and kept spinning, and the true fire rolled bigger and bigger. Blazing true fire swept around. At the same time the old turtle outside also felt the violent vibration in the magic treasure. He looked appalled and only felt hot and dry. Soon, the old turtle couldn't help but let out a shriek. He hurriedly used his power to suppress the turtle shell. However, it only lasted for a short while. At this moment, the entire turtle shell had been burned red, and the originally sturdy and incomparable turtle shell, at this moment also could not withstand such a powerful impact, and high temperature burning began to appear a crack, and quickly spread. As the true fire continued to rage, these cracks grew larger and larger. The old turtle yelled, "I'll let you out. Stop this fire." Empress Phoenix sneered, "It's too late." The moment the words had just fallen, there was a sudden deafening roar. Rumble dash. In the end, the entire turtle shell crumbled into countless fragments, splattering everywhere. The old turtle spat out a mouthful of blood. Resurfacing. It's back. Everything is back. The imperial nymph Phoenix's delicate body was lightly trembling, with only a few thin wisps of silk on her body, and that hidden skin exuded a fascinating luster. A ball of burning fiery red flames swept towards Empress Phoenix as if it was alive, and instantly wrapped her attractive body tightly. In an instant, the fiery flame seemed to have transformed into a gorgeous and incomparable piece of clothing that fit the delicate curves of the Empress Phoenix, flickering with a dazzling and glittering light. Months of dirt and grime also dissipated under the scorching flames. Immediately afterward, Empress Phoenix slightly opened her vermilion lips and gently spat out a mouthful of blazing fire breath. This mouth of fire was like a fire dragon, whistling and rushing towards the sky. Wherever it passed, the air was burned and twisted out of shape, emitting crackling and popping sounds. The corner of her eye twitched slightly as she looked toward Xuanxiao, who was not far away. Xuanxiao was rapidly escaping, not forgetting to look back at her. The two looked at each other distantly. Empress Phoenix turned her head. Old turtle, suffer death. Chapter 103, Am I moved? I can't believe you won't kill me? Xuanxiao was quite confused. Originally thought that with the character of the Emperor's female Phoenix, even after making the Great Tao Oath, she would first kill herself to relieve her anger, and as for the future, she would talk about it later. Compared to Lu Qiushui, Imperial Phoenix doesn't have much heart. It's also more blunt and does things without thinking about the consequences. Xuanxiao recalled the contacts of these days in dribs and drabs. In his mind, he couldn't help but see the face of the Empress Phoenix again. Although they are in the devil's religion, but there is no lack of frank and lovely. Xuanxiao was also a normal male. It was normal to be interested in the opposite sex. He didn't tie a Taoist couple simply because the matter was too troublesome, smaller than the risk to be taken. What's the point of enjoying a moment's pleasure? Enjoying it and then dealing with all the trouble that can come with it. At the very least, one should accomplish the ultimate great goal of living a long life with heaven and earth, and have no more enemies in the world that could threaten one's life. Fulfill the old man's long-cherished dream of a world at peace and people living in contentment. At that time, Xuanxiao didn't mind enjoying himself. Obviously, that's not something to think about right now. However, at this time, Xuanxiao was considered to truly understand. No wonder it's in the novels and TV shows. Those protagonists will fall in love with enemies of different powers. Speaking of which, one wouldn't really have any karma with Empress Phoenix, would one? The heart was beating so fast, and not from the nervousness of coming back from the dead. I'm moved. I seem to have really moved on. With this thought, Xuanxiao took out a black mysterious pill and gently crushed it. At that very same moment, the Empress Phoenix, who was in a deadly fight with that old turtle with a huge body, suddenly turned white and her throat became sweet. Sprayed out a large mouthful of scarlet piercing blood. This mist of blood filled the air, as if a poignant flower had bloomed and withered in an instant, and her originally delicate face had become as pale as paper at the moment, with no blood color to speak of. Soon, the meridians in the Emperor's female Phoenix body even seemed to be reversed by an invisible force, and the chi and blood flowed upwards against the current, crazily impacting her fragile tendons and acupoints. This pain was like a million ants eating her heart, causing her to let out a mournful scream and her body to tremble involuntarily. What's going on? This is me. Poisoned? How is it possible? How is it not possible? Empress Phoenix suddenly remembered an old sixth. Li, Xuan, Xiao, you're counting on me again. Empress Phoenix roared up to the sky. Although that old turtle was uncertain, it was keenly aware of the fact that Empress Phoenix was seriously injured. Seeing a rare opportunity, the old turtle did not hesitate to attack, only to see its huge incomparable body violently moved forward, thick as a pillar of the sky like a giant foot raised high, and then with a thunderous momentum fiercely towards the Emperor girl Phoenix slammed down. At the same time, a forbidding pressure so powerful that it was suffocating suddenly erupted from the old turtle's body, as if it wanted to suppress everything around it to death. This pressure was as if it was substantial, rapidly spreading in all directions, and wherever it passed, space was twisted and distorted. Xuanxiao, who was rapidly escaping, did not lose a single bit of speed, even faster, without looking back. Instead, the mind pondered. I seem to be genuinely heartened. I've got a crush on Empress Phoenix? It's just good looking, but it's not like there's more to one's liking than just the other person's good looks. Now that I think about it, the only one who could compare their face value with Empress Phoenix was Lu Qiushui. Objectively evaluating Empress Phoenix and Lu Qiushui, the two were no match for each other. But it seemed that the Emperor's daughter Phoenix was a bit prettier in her own eyes, compared to the sophisticated Lu Qiushui. The straightforward and big-hearted Empress Phoenix made Xuanxiao more comfortable to get along with. I'm still not strong enough. Thinking of this, Xuanxiao crushed another black ball. In the far distance, the voice of the Empress Phoenix greeting Xuanxiao's mother came from the far distance. Xuanxiao automatically ignored it. This was the preparation made by Xuanxiao when he was refining the poison. He anticipated that after Empress Phoenix recovered her strength, she would kill herself regardless. That's why some special ingredients have been added to the Emperor's female Phoenix's poison. It's a little more trouble than it's worth, but it works. Together with the deliberate guidance of Empress Phoenix herself, the gates of the city within were wide open, so it worked out smoothly, but whether or not it could kill the Emperor's daughter Phoenix was a toss-up. After all, Empress Phoenix's cultivation was at least at the transitional stage, and it was even possible that she had reached the Mahayana stage. Scary as hell. Xuanxiao sighed silently. Have to admit, I seem to be should probably be moved. Is this God's way of robbing himself? Or rather, a test. I've had enough trials. He gazed off into the distance, as if he was looking at something he couldn't see. Casually, he crushed another black dan. Would it work better if all three were pinched together? Destiny long. This river is not in the past, not in the present, not in the future, not within the sea of the mind, not between the eyes. Up and down the four directions there is no trace of the past or the present. Misty, vague, illusory, and seemingly unimaginable. The river of destiny concerns the workings of heaven. Every drop of its river contains the fate of a person, from birth to present to death, and its destiny is all included in it. And countless drops of water are the destiny of countless individuals. And between every drop of water, there are threads of cause and effect intertwined. The fate of these drops, of these people, intertwined, is destiny. At this very moment, a karmic thread connects two drops of river water. As the saying goes, there is an end to everything and an end to everything. And you reap what you sow, and you reap what you sow. This is the thread that represents the entanglement of karma, which destines these two to be entangled in this life and the next. And yet, at this very moment, one of the river drops is beating the other one wildly. This drop of river water transformed into a villain and made all sorts of moves for inhuman beatings. Another drop of river water finally couldn't take it anymore and started to fight back. So, soon the two drops of river water evolved into an exchange of blows. This drop of river water is clearly an anomaly. Because of it, it has reshifted the karmic threads of many drops of river water in another direction. Even the drops of water that should have continued to exist disappeared into the river of destiny out of nowhere. Under this intervention of cause and effect, Xuanxiao managed to save the lives of Shushan, himself, and all beings, but unbeknownst to him, he also ushered in the foolishness of heaven. Continues to explode. Thanks to readers Bianca Misty Trace, Cursed. Thanks to the two God certification. Touched beyond words can only be to explode more repayment. Chapter 104, Two Birds with One Stone. Mount Shu, Silver Sword Peak. Zhao Lu paced back and forth anxiously. Something happened to Silver Sword Peak. A junior elder of Silver Sword Peak was caught in love with a horse demon today. Although it did not make a big mistake, and that little elder woke up in time. But the matter is in the air. That young elder seemed to be depressed as he hid in his cave. This would be the emergency that Sifu was talking about. Thus, Zhao Lu decided to go comfort and console the young elder. As senior brother's most favored senior sister, she was also the one who had followed senior brother for the longest time. Zhao Lu thought she had learned the essence of her senior brother. In the case of a young elder like this one, no shots, no pills, just sitting here talking to you, talking your way to healing. Soon enough, Zhao Lu arrived in this young elder's cave with his condolences. At this moment, the little elder was as if his soul had been drained away, and his entire person presented an extremely disheveled state. The beard and hair were as disheveled and lifelessly drooping over his face and shoulders. His spine was also no longer straight, but slightly hunched, as if 1,000 pounds of weight was pressing on his back, making it difficult for him to bear this enormous pressure. Looking from afar, it seems to have aged a dozen years overnight, and the once gleaming eyes have lost their luster, becoming dull and full of fatigue. It looks like it was hurt by the gossip. I feel that all the people of Shu Mountain are talking about me, all laughing at me. They're all mocking me behind my back. I have no face to see anyone. They crickets me behind my back. Honestly, I don't even want to live. What's the point of me living? Zhao Lu persuaded. Don't worry, elder. In fact, everyone is living their own lives. No disciple has that kind of leisure to worry about other people's matters. Really? Of course it's true, Zhao Lu said with certainty. The young elder nodded, looking as if it had some effect. Zhao Lu coughed lightly, then prepared to start unfolding the talk therapy. I just wanted to ask, to satisfy my curiosity, if you two had a baby, would it be a horse-headed man, or a horse-headed man? Zhao Lu imagined that image. I was just really curious from what I heard. Do you eat horse meat? Never mind. Sorry, I'll ask one last time. Is it flirting if you run around on it? And if another man rides him, is that marital infidelity? Does he get jealous when you ride another filly? Will he think you like the same sex if you ride a male horse? Would you ride your own child if it were born? Does she stomp on you when you hold her from behind? Little elder. _____. You and her are usually. What position? Can you describe it for me? Hey. Elder, don't get excited. Elder, don't hit people. Hands, don't advocate. It's over. Things are serious. After his own words of healing, the little elder seemed to be even more depressed. Zhao Lu grabbed her hair anxiously. If this were to wait for elder brother to return, he would definitely complain that he was not doing his job properly. You won't be able to hurt yourself later. Thinking of this, Zhao Lu had no choice but to take out the brocade bag of tricks that his senior brother had left behind when he was on his way out. Open one of them. When I was on my way out, the young elder of Silver Sword Peak had already fallen in love with a horse demon. And this matter could not be hidden for long. This horse demon has a good heart and has not done any evil. One man and one horse came together and didn't cause any trouble. It's just that people's words are fearful. And this little elder is extremely good at keeping his face. So one thing can be done to distract the Shushan crowd by drawing out a bigger story. Zhao Lu opened her mouth slightly. Elder brother really did anticipate things like a god. But what kind of even bigger news should be brought out to cover up the gossip about this young elder? Zhao Lu flipped over the back of the brocade bag. Only 9 large letters are visible. If you are undecided, you can pit Brother Lu. Silver Sword Peak. The night was dark and windy. Lu Ziyin quietly arrived in the middle of the medicinal garden at the back of Silver Sword Peak. Is choosing herbs for himself? It was strange to say that he was a god transformation stage cultivator who had hemorrhoids. This was still the aftermath of his own fight with the enemy in the early years, when he was victimized by the other party's schemes. As a result, it still comes back from time to time and has never been completely eradicated. If you let others know this secret, your own Silver Sword Peak master's skin is still to be lost? Lu Ziyin squatted in the middle of the medicinal garden with a somewhat pained expression. On the following day, Lu Ziyin walked on the way to Tongtian Peak, and along the way, he felt that the many Shushan disciples were looking at him strangely. What's going on? Did I get something on my face? From time to time, there were also disciples who let out light laughter. Lu Ziyin was puzzled in his heart. Could it be that the secret of his hemorrhoids had been discovered? Along the way, Lu Ziyin became even more certain. Damn! One secret must have been discovered. Otherwise why would someone be pointing at one's ass? Lu Ziyin clenched his fists. Who the hell is it? Lu Ziyin thought so and then bought a copy of the Shu Mountain tabloid. On the tabloid was a picture of Lu Ziyin himself. The image showed Lu Ziyin crouching in the middle of the back mountain of Silver Sword Peak with a pained expression. Lu Ziyin's eyes were also deliberately covered in order to respect privacy. The title is, A Certain Shushan Silver Sword Peak Master Doesn't Know the Nodes and Urinates and Defecates Anywhere in Shushan. For privacy reasons, names will not be mentioned here. I hope all the elders and disciples of Mount Shushan will behave themselves and take care of Mount Shushan. Lu Ziyin. Good news, the hemorrhoids went undetected. Bad news, a bigger rumor was created. The sky is falling. Privacy? No names will be mentioned. A certain Silver Sword Peak Master? Is there anyone else besides me? The Silver Sword Peak Master. It's not pure pantsless farting. Fong Lioli walked head-on. Lu Ziyin raised his head. Fong Lioli saw Lu Ziyin's silky smooth turn around and deliberately said to herself, "Oops, forgot there was something else to take care of." The corner of Lu Ziyin's mouth twitched slightly. This is clearly avoiding me. Cream. Lu Ziyin heard the sound of his heart breaking. To be honest, he was carrying a trace of impure feelings for Fong Lioli. I don't know why I always want to get close to Fong Lioli. Thinking of the other party messes with my mind. Only every time it happens. Lu Ziyin clenched his ass and headed for his cave. Ever since I came to this Silver Sword Peak, in addition to the growth of my cultivation, never met a good thing. I'm not going to resign the position of Master of the Silver Sword Peak. Chapter 105, The Great Stage of Shu Mountain. Come if you have the life. I wonder how Shushan is doing after being away for so long. Counting the days. It had been more than a year since he had left Mount Shu. Xuanxiao thought as he walked. I don't know how Shushan is doing. Are there any alive? Little sister, master, and brother Lu. After all, Shushan had put up a good fight just by staying alive. Xuanxiao rode his sword and broke through the clouds in front of him and saw Mount Shu. Xuanxiao suddenly paused and stared incredulously, his body trembling slightly. Marshmallow, the once towering, cloudy Mount Shu was now engulfed in a blazing fire. The 7 peaks that were originally lofty and magnificent were now completely different, and some of them had even collapsed and turned into ruins. Rolls of thick smoke went straight up into the sky, covering the sky as if the end had come. And in the midst of this sky of fire and smoke, there were constantly figures of Shushan disciples falling from high in the sky. Their bodies were like kites with broken strings, fluttering feebly and eventually smashing heavily into the ground. Some of these Shushan disciples were still in the same posture they had fought in their lifetime, holding long swords or magic treasures tightly in their hands. Some were filled with horror and despair, seemingly unprepared for the sudden disaster. Blood dyed the earth red, intertwining with the burning flames to form a picture of unparalleled gruesomeness. What's going on? Although Xuanxiao had expected that Mount Shu would be destroyed, but never did I expect this day to happen so quickly, so suddenly. Senior. Xuanxiao looked at the completely different person in front of him and froze for a moment before recognizing that this was his lively, cute, and cheap senior sister Zhao Lu. Senior brother. Save me. Xuanxiao raised his head. Who in the world destroyed Shushan? Xuanxiao woke up with a jolt and exhaled thickly. He covered his head. Nightmare. Having nightmares about myself again. This nightmare of Shushan being destroyed had appeared in Xuanxiao's dreams time and time again many years ago. Even while cultivating, at one point, it made Xuanxiao feel that this was his own heart demon. He sat down in the middle of the crypt and recited the clear heart mantra several times, rubbing the tip of his nose again with his own homemade clearing incense. He took a long, hard inhale and let out another long breath. That's what made me feel much more comfortable. After a moment's reprieve, he felt his strength return to its peak once again. Only then did Xuanxiao continue to rush. As his divine sense swept through, Xuanxiao intentionally avoided other sense. At this moment, Xuanxiao suddenly froze. The divine sense detected a familiar aura. Xuanxiao's body was in a lurch. Sweetheart Chang? Xuanxiao was surprised to see the living Zhang sweetheart. Zhang sweetheart should have finished reincarnating by now. At this moment, one could see that Zhang sweetheart was currently skimming in a direction with a few cultivators. Escaped from the hands of the Emperor's daughter Phoenix for the second time? Xuanxiao was somewhat incredulous. You guys go this way, I'll go this way, Zhang sweetheart said to the remaining few cultivators. The few cultivators arched their hands and said, I will follow the orders of the hall master. Master of the hall? Xuanxiao raised his eyebrows in confusion. Isn't Zhang sweetheart a disciple of the Golden Thunder sect? How come she's the head of the hall? Sounds like a big brother in some gang. Seeing that he was still alive, Xuanxiao had wanted to walk away. But after thinking about it, I still feel a little uneasy. After those few cultivators left, Xuanxiao transmitted his voice to Zhang sweetheart. Fellow Daoist Zhang. Fellow Daoist Zhang. Zhang sweetheart froze and looked around. Who? It's me. Oh, it's fellow Daoist Xuanxiao. Zhang sweetheart responded. Where are you? It's inconvenient for me to show myself now. I already know about you being captured by Empress Phoenix and have sent a message to the Golden Thunder sect. Could it be that the Golden Thunder sect saved you? Zhang sweetheart said. No, I'm now under Heavenly Fate Hall's imperial daughter, Supreme Phoenix, Xuanxiao. Ha? Xuanxiao's brain went down for a second and said, Fellow Daoist Zhang, could it be that you've been poisoned by that Empress Phoenix? Forced to follow her orders? Zhang sweetheart huffed. Daring, how can you call our honored one by his name? Xuanxiao, confused-faced? Fellow Daoist Xuanxiao doesn't have to worry about me. I've already realized how wrong I was in the first half of my life. Now that I've found a new path, I'm going to vow to follow your holiness to the death, and open up a brand new path for the human chi practitioners, Zhang sweetheart said with great pride. Fellow Daoist Xuanxiao? Fellow Daoist Xuanxiao? Zhang sweetheart called out a few times, but got no response. After waiting for a while longer, he confirmed that Xuanxiao had left. Chang sweetheart sighed. I was thinking of persuading Daoist Xuanxiao to abandon the light and turn to the dark side. Xuanxiao went all the way back to Mount Shu. Luckily, Shushan was still there, and there was no scene from his dream. Xuanxiao is seriously overdue this time. As a rule, a detailed written report must be written down and there must also be a complete roadmap of what was seen and heard along the way. Shushan would have a specialized department that would take a disciple's report for inspection from time to time, travel the route described by the disciple once, and if something is found to be incorrect in it, the next stage of the investigation is immediately initiated. Xuanxiao was just about to spit out this annoying rule in his heart. It was only when he turned his head that he remembered that he had suggested this rule to the sect leader. It was hard to land on Silver Sword Peak and stand in front of his hut. Xuanxiao crossed his arms and exhaled a long deep breath. It's always a relief to be able to breathe. This trip to the Thousand Lakes Desert always felt like a lifetime. When he turned his head, he saw his senior sister Zhao Lu, and his junior sister Fong Lioli, as well as senior sister Su Wan, and Jiang Luoshui. The four sisters stood side by side. Each of the four has a different look. In layman's terms, there are Lolitas, imperial sisters, sweet types, sultry types, and high-flying types. Xuanxiao's smile was a bit stiff, and he couldn't wait to headbutt here on the spot. If this was in any other novel, all four of these girls should be their own harem. This is the place where you will always have a gentle harbor. He himself sleeps with one wife a day and a whole bunch of kids all over the place, despite his own philandering, despite his many women. But all these women don't mind and all love only themselves forever. And these women's identities and strengths were all extremely extraordinary. Center yourself and rotate around yourself. Gentle laughter. However, the reality is, Shushan stage, come if you dare. Still, there is no haven for crossing. Fearing the Een don't enter the land of Shushan. Chapter 106, Tougher on Yourself. This trip to the Thousand Lakes was a dangerous one, though it took many twists and turns. However, it allowed Li Xuanxiao to reap the rewards. Within the old turtle's shell, Li Xuanxiao had gathered many heavenly materials beforehand. After the Imperial Maiden Phoenix broke open the turtle shell and sensed that he could use his mana, Li Xuanxiao quickly put the surrounding heavenly treasures into his storage ring. The old turtle shell is not filled with small characters, and the cultivation level is at the minimum of the yuaning stage. However, this kind of thing was too thrilling and exciting for baby Li Xuanxiao's physique. It's easy to die of fright, so it's better not to have a next time. Li Xuanxiao categorized and grouped the treasures he brought back one by one. These treasures have other great uses. Li Xuanxiao took out the poison scripture again. The biggest gain this time was obtaining the second half of the volume of this poison scripture. One's comprehension of the poison Tao could be improved by another big step. This feeling of getting a little bit stronger is so reassuring. Li Xuanxiao was small and happy for a moment. But soon, his face was grave again. It wasn't that Li Xuanxiao wanted to keep himself in a tight state all the time. It was really because of the situation. First of all, that traveler hidden in the depths of the Dasha Palace, the old emperor, plotting against his fellow travelers. Note, it is highly probable that the All-Soul streamer is in the hands of this person. Secondly, there's the threat lurking in Shushan. Fong Lioli, Lu Ziyin, Su Wan, Zhao Lu, and the missing eldest brother. Wait, at any moment, he could be the culprit for the destruction of Mount Shu. That dream of his own that Shushan was destroyed would never have been done for nothing. And then, there was the fact that one inexplicably would have the face of Empress Phoenix floating in one's mind from time to time. And even automatically began to fantasize about the scene where the Empress Phoenix was snuggled in her arms. What's happening to me? Li Xuanxiao was a bit puzzled. He recited the mantra for clearing the heart, but he felt that it had no effect even after reciting it several times in a row. Li Xuanxiao shook his head vigorously. It was as if he himself was possessed. I can't. It's time to use the bottom card. He pulled out a gold brick. This is a Buddhist treasure. The clear mind and quiet brick. A brick to the side of his head and there was a loud buzz. Soothing. Clear your mind. All the images of the Emperor's female phoenixes disappeared at once. Li Xuanxiao, tough on others, tougher on yourself. In the midst of the long river of destiny, seeing the karmic threads bound tighter and tighter, it was impossible to bind them, and the causal threads began to have a tendency to spread around, targeting the rest of the droplets. It had the appearance of entangling its fate with the fate of all the water droplets around it. Seeing this, the drop then began to mutilate itself, beating itself frantically, so much so, that this finally slowed down the spread of the causal threads. I am by and large really sick. Li Xuanxiao sat in front of the Dan furnace, controlling the fire while checking his senior sister's homework. Every time after leaving Shushan for a longer period of time, Li Xuanxiao will check his sister's Dao heart once again for fear of making a mistake and letting himself be undone. The principal body is practicing alchemy. The doppelganger, meanwhile, was looking at the replay in the surveillance system, making sure that no dangerous situations had arisen for the few people he had focused on during the time he had been gone. He also learned that Zhao Lu had already utilized a brocade pouch to smoothly resolve the trouble that the young elder had caused due to the gossip. And then Li Xuanxiao arranged for the tabloids to re-report the matter of Silver Sword Peak Master Lu urinating and defecating in the middle of the night. The truth of the content was that the Peak Master of the Silver Sword Peak, who had gone out of his way to look for elixirs in the middle of the night for disciples who had failed to break through. The thought of the injured Silver Sword Peak disciples is why the expression is so painful. The title is shocking. The truth of the matter of the Silver Sword Peak Master urinating and defecating in the open is surprisingly like this. 99% of Shushan disciples cried after watching, sort of writing Lu Ziyin and preventing the other party from blackening. The sweeper came to visit Li Xuanxiao once after he knew that Li Xuanxiao had returned. He also helped him improve the formation. It was obvious that his relationship with the cafeteria lady was progressing at a rapid pace. Ever since returning from the Thousand Lakes desert, Li Xuanxiao on the other hand had been studying the poison scriptures behind closed doors. The door is not open. This poison scripture was so profound that it would be impossible to learn it all in one moment. I'm afraid, waiting for the research feels like it has reached the limit of what you can understand. Li Xuanxiao then didn't continue to look at it, instead digesting what he had learned before and applying what he had learned. When it's all eaten up, you can continue studying when you want. Cultivation. poison scripture without delaying both. Idle around Silver Sword Peak, teasing the little sister, jerking the octopus Hachi. Life is joyful. This was the cultivation life that Li Xuanxiao had dreamed of. There's just too much ego and too much crap in reality. The heart is tired. Li Xuanxiao was half lying on a rocking chair, lightly shaking his fan. There was a cup of tea next to it. He was checking his little sister Zhao Lu's homework. Zhao Lu gently tilted her head and stared at her senior brother. I don't know why elder brother is clearly not as handsome as many others, and is even somewhat mediocre, but it was just charming, inexplicably attractive, and left her defenseless. Ouch! Li Xuanxiao hit Zhao Lu's head with his fan. Punish you for copying Curtain Love for Sale 20 times. Well, got it, senior brother. After junior sister Zhao Lu left, Li Xuanxiao picked up a cultivation tome and continued today's comprehension. How come the little sister is always thinking of rating herself? It's hard to be taught. Just then, a voice entered his ears. Soul Elder, are you there? Xiao Ran's voice rang out. What? Just by virtue of him being worthy of senior sister Su Wan, and wants to come to Mount Shu to challenge senior sister Su Wan. Jiang Luoshui had just learned about Xiao Ran not long ago. After knowing that Xiao Ran put down the cruel words to wait until the cultivation is accomplished, he will go to Shushan Mountain to challenge Su Wan, and will replace the shame back. Jiang Luoshui burst into a rage. What is he? He came to challenge Su Wan. So what am I in Su Wan's mind? Doesn't he become the enemy she cares about the most? What about me? I can't. This son must not be kept. I'm going to go down and kill him. Jiang Luoshui paced back and forth in the cave, muttering continuously. Finally came up with a good idea. But where should I look for Xiao Ran? There it is. I'll just kidnap his family and put the word out to make him show up. Li Xuanxiao, who was in front of the two-handed shadow retaining stone, crossed his arms on his chin. This ninny is so twisted and unchanged. It was worthy of being able to withstand an existence at the level of an abstraction like Su Wan. What kind of feelings does she have for Su Wan? It's baffling. However, although the Xiao family was in decline, with Jiang Luoshui's cultivation, he was not yet a danger to the Xiao family. And I really don't know where she got the courage to go and face the Xiao family alone. The odds are that they'll get their asses kicked by the Xiao family, right? But I am afraid that it will affect the reputation of Shu Mountain. And if Xiao Ran knows, Shu Mountain disciples once went to his home and tried to make a move. Li Xuanxiao hesitated for a moment, but still decided to send an alter ego to follow him up and take a look. Chapter 107, The Crisis of the Xiao Family. This girl Su Wan is really getting more and more disobedient. She even hid from me to go to the Xiao family to withdraw from the marriage. I have acted honorably and openly. Where is my credibility after this matter? The contemporary head of the Su family, Su Wan's grandfather, Su Tong, was filled with anger. He had also just learned of the withdrawal not long ago. Su Wan's father, Su Chunlai, carefully glanced at Su Tong. Father, now is not the time to blame Xiao Wan. It's not too late to teach her a lesson later. I've heard about it. There's been a lot of commotion about it. Moreover, that Xiao Ran had stabbed his own chest with a sword in the middle of it and made an oath. If the heavens would let him live, he would one day return the humiliation of that day. Biased, this Xiao Ran also really survived. This teenager so hard, if you really let him. Su Tong said angrily, Xiao family lineage has no one who is a wimp. Suffer this humiliation one day to gain power will surely be doubled back. Father, things have come to this point and the damage is done, so we might as well do it early to end the future. Su Tong's eyes widened angrily. I, Su Tong, have been open and honest all my life, not to mention that I am sworn brothers with that Xiao family's old ancestor. What do you want me to do? Su Chunlai wanted to say something. I was thinking of killing that Xiao Ran and eradicating the scourge. Numerous Su family members threw glances at Su Chunlai in unison. Su Chunlai's face was red with shame. I feel a little bad about this approach myself. Su Tong said in a deep voice. Killing Xiao Ran? Will it solve the scourge? It's better to exterminate the entire Xiao family and burn more paper money for them in the coming year as compensation. Su Chunlai, huh? Don't do it yet. Yes. Panlong City, Xiao family. After Jiang Luoshui arrived at Panlong City, he didn't choose to directly go up recklessly. Instead, he waited until the night was dark and the wind was high before he was ready to sneak into the Xiao family. She contained the chi closing pill and was preparing a swallow flip to fall into the Xiao family. Just rolled over and the next second there was nothing. The whole man lost all consciousness. A pair of ruthless iron hands reached out from the ground and grabbed Jiang Luoshui as soon as they could, dragging him underground. The ecstasy Li Xuanxiao had given her was enough for Jiang Luoshui to sleep for 3 months. What a way to get me in trouble if I'm not paying attention. Li Xuanxiao directly buried Jiang Luoshui into the ground as a lesson to the other party. Saves her from being always inspired. Li Xuanxiao put away the shadow retaining stone and made up excuses from how Jiang Luoshui left Shushan and secretly traveled to Panlong City. Then to trying to sneak into the Xiao family, The entire process had been recorded by Li Xuanxiao, seriously violating the guidelines of Shu Mountain. Jiang Luoshui was designated to be punished when he returned. After doing this, Li Xuanxiao was about to leave. Suddenly his spiritual sense detected several powerful auras approaching in the distant darkness. What's the situation? Under the cover of the moonlight as well as the magic treasure, 3 Yuaning cultivators and 6 Jindan cultivators went straight to the Shao family. Exterminate! Not a single one left. The Shao family has long since withered, and the strongest fighting force of the Shao family is the Shao family head, Shao Ran's father, Shao Chungshan Yuaning cultivation. It looked like this time, the Shao family was in trouble. Hiss! The underground Li Xuanxiao took a mouthful of ramen backwards. Scary as hell. Surprisingly, there were enough 3 Yuaning cultivators to see that the target was running towards the Shao family? Li Xuanxiao thought in surprise. Where did Jiang Luoshui find so many powerful helpers? However, soon enough, Li Xuanxiao denied himself of this idea. There's no way Kong Luoshui could have done all that. There are other people who want to slaughter the Shao family. After confirming this idea, Li Xuanxiao could not help but feel a bit anxious. What he was using at the moment was a doppelganger, and didn't have the same combat power as his main body. If the other party really wanted to slaughter the Shao family, it wouldn't be easy to stop himself. The family sacrifices to the heavens with unlimited mana. In the future, Shao Ran was afraid that he was going to ride on the road to blackness. What kind of Taoist friend? Visiting my Shao family in the middle of the night. From the Shao family's ancestral mansion, a drinking voice came. A figure rushed into midair immediately afterward. Shao Changshan, head of the Shao family. Shao Qingshan's heart tightened as he felt the pressure. 3 Yuaning stage. A few of you have taken the liberty of coming here. I wonder what is so important. Cut the crap. Shao Changshan quickly suffered death. The Yuaning cultivator in the lead looked at Shao Changshan with a cold gaze. He simply did not want to speak a word of nonsense with the other party. His right hand waved and a cold light instantly flew out from his sleeve. In the blink of an eye, an incomparably sharp flying sword that flashed with a cold aura appeared in the air, stabbing straight towards Shao Changshan. In the face of this sudden attack, Shao Changshan did not look the slightest bit flustered. His eyes widened as he let out a roar from his mouth. Lion's Roar Kung Fu. The Shao family's ancestral technique. The Lion's Roar. In an instant, a powerful sound wave spread out in all directions with Shao Changshan as the center. The sound wave was as if it was substantial, and wherever it passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, emitting ear-piercing whistling sounds. These people had obviously come prepared, and the 2 Yuaning cultivators were responsible for dealing with Shao Changshan. At the same time, another Yuaning stage cultivator was as ghostly as a ghost, bringing 6 stern figures with him as he descended from the sky and fell straight into the Shao family. These 6 people were all Jindan stage powerhouses, exuding chilling killing intent, wanting to go on a killing spree here. When the several elders of the Shao family saw this, their faces suddenly changed, but they were, after all, people who had been in the battlefield for a long time, and they quickly reacted, only to see the leading Grand Elder let out a furious cry. His figure stormed up, and the long sword in his hand transformed into a cold light, stabbing straight at that Yuaning cultivator. The rest of the elders were also not willing to show weakness, and they all performed their own stunts. For a time, all sorts of magic treasures shone brightly, and the sound of spells roaring was endless. The two sides met each other briefly, and a fierce fight began. Blade light and sword shadow interlaced and sprawled. The energy overflowed. Wherever it passed, houses collapsed, grass and trees were destroyed. Yuaning cultivators and Jindan cultivators each show their skills, or manipulate flying swords to chop across the sky, or drive the magic trick to trigger the power of heaven and earth. At this time, Li Xuanxiao, who was hiding in the shadows, did not panic, but quickly prepared a strategy to deal with it. This alter ego of his own didn't quite have enough battle power. It can only play a supporting role. No matter what, the Shao family must be preserved. At the very least, he had to protect Shao Ran's father. Fortunately, the doppelganger had brought 3 crane silver needles with him this time. Li Xuanxiao executed Earth Escape to quickly traverse in the direction of the Shao family. At this moment, the Yuaning powerhouse that landed in the middle of the Shao family was fighting alone against the 4 elders of the Shao family. Although these 4 elders of the Shao family were all at the Yuaning stage as well, they were simply too old. Longevity was approaching, and there was no hope of a breakthrough. It's like a leaf in the wind and a candle in the rain. That Yuaning powerhouse quickly beat the 4 Shao family elders back. Another one flashed by. The Yuaning cultivator dodged it easily. The sword move was full of breaks. And so on. Why doesn't the sword's aura feel right? It's poison. Ridiculous. A Yuaning cultivator can still be poisoned not. Chapter 108 for Love and Peace. A sword sweep. What was released, however, was not sword chi, but poison. The sword was instantly dispersed. The sword was also fake. In fact, The sword body was a vine magic treasure transformed by Li Xuanxiao. It was a modification of the magic treasure accidentally obtained from the hands of the 2 tiger demons in the Weihu mountain that day. Once this magic treasure was formed, no Jindan stage great perfection cultivator would be able to break it open. After Li Xuanxiao formed the Jindan, he improved this magic treasure. The vines instantly wrapped around the Yuaning cultivator as the poisonous gas invaded. The Yuaning cultivator didn't care, but he soon realized the difference in the vine. Self-forming formation. Good baby. In the next moment, the Yuaning cultivator's face changed as he took a false step, hurriedly using his energy to regulate his breathing. He quickly took out an antidote to poison and took it for himself. This poison even has a total of 2 layers. Despicable brat. The first layer of poison was the cover, and the second layer was delivered under the cover of the first. Clumsy. The Yuaning cultivator fixed his mind. The 2 scorpion puppets were underground, and the location where that Yuaning cultivator stood was silently releasing a poisonous gas wrapped in mana, colorless and tasteless, into the aura. The first layer of poison was a cover, and the second layer of poison was to make the Yuaning cultivator think that he had discovered the poison. The third layer of poison made the Yuaning cultivator think that he had uncovered the illusion of the first layer and discovered the truth. In reality, all 3 layers of poison are false moves. The real poison was actually released a long time ago. By the time that Yuaning cultivator reacted, he was already deeply poisoned. 2 crane-topped silver needles pierced the soles of the Yuaning cultivator's feet. The poisonous scorpion puppet threw out its tail and wrapped around the Yuaning cultivator's legs, yanking him into the ground. The moment the other party fell into the ground, the 2 poisonous scorpion puppets disintegrated and wrapped the Yuaning cultivator in them. The 2 golems synthesized into a larger one and fled into the distance. Li Xuanxiao took the lead in resolving a Yuaning cultivator and vanished into the distance. At this point, only Jindan cultivators were left who had fallen into the Xiao family. Facing a few Jindan cultivators, the Xiao family was not defenseless. Li Xuanxiao drilled out from outside the courtyard wall of the Xiao family along with the puppet. That Yuaning cultivator was already limp at this time, obviously due to being hit by Li Xuanxiao's soft immortal scatter. Talk back without killing. Li Xuanxiao's voice came from the ground. You, who are you? How dare you assassinate me? Who sent you? Oh, don't even think about asking anything out of me. Just kill me. I won't say anything. I'm not going to kill you, but I'm going to make it so you can't stand up for the rest of your life. The Yuaning cultivator snorted coldly. Can't stand up for the rest of your life? This is nothing. What's there to fear in death? I'm not even afraid of death. I'm still afraid of this. I'm not talking about the legs. That Yuaning cultivator was silent for half a second and immediately said, I'm from the Su family, and it was our family patriarch who told us to come and exterminate the Xiao family. The Su family? Su Wan's family? From the mouth of this Yuaning cultivator, Li Xuanxiao quickly learned what happened. This Su family is ruthless enough. Li Xuanxiao immediately vanished. The Yuaning cultivator breathed a sigh of relief. He won't kill me? Who is this man? Secretly protecting the Xiao family without making a move to kill. Damn! What a powerful poison! The Yuaning cultivator struggled to stand up, but found that he couldn't use any of his strength. It was the first time since becoming a Yuaning that I felt this way. It's true that there are people beyond the sky. I am fortunate that I have met people who are pure of heart. Hey, where's my storage ring? Where's my vestments? Where are my Dengyan jade shoes? Where are my lotus silk step cloud socks? 2 Yuaning cultivators? I'm afraid it's a bit difficult to deal with. Li Xuanxiao checked the equipment he was carrying. 3 poisonous scorpion puppets. 3 cranky silver needles. There are also a number of poison bottles. 2 rune seals. A refined Jindan level artifact. At this moment, Silver Sword Peak. The principal Li Xuanxiao stopped refining pills, bit through his middle finger, and quickly wrote on the rune seal, manipulating the heavenly Tao, transforming the 2 yin and yang, giving birth to yin and yang, turning Qian Kuan, and responding to the pardon. The doppelganger, Li Xuanxiao, echoed from afar. Feeling the enhancement of power within his body, Li Xuanxiao raised his head and looked at the 3 Yuaning cultivators who were fighting furiously in the air. Note, try not to cause a kill yourself during the fight. If you go for karma instead because you want to avoid it, that would be putting the cart before the horse. Quickly think of a battle strategy. Li Xuanxiao then began to line up the action. First in the Xiao family's several Jindan stage. Dealing with them could be much simpler than dealing with the Yuaning stage. Still, one could not be careless. After all, one's natural talent was foolish, and one did not have enough experience against the enemy, nor did one have enough cards. No one knew what kind of undercard would exist in the other party's hand. As such, Li Xuanxiao almost always took advantage of his opponent's fights to release poison first, fainted everyone in the Xiao family, just in case, while you're releasing the poison. If the Xiao family killed these Jindan cultivators again, wouldn't they still have to blame themselves? For love and peace, God knows how much I've given. Xuanxiao, the head of the Xiao family, faced 2 yuaning stages and was beaten back. There are 3 yuaning stages here. Is it possible that today is the day my Xiao family will be destroyed? Xuanxiao thought so and looked down. This look couldn't help but be startled. The entire Xiao family had been lying on the ground in a heap. Dead. Dead. No, not dead. There's still breath. It's fainting. The 2 yuaning stage that were tangling with Xuanxiao were also confused at this moment. The Xia family has fainted. Where are their people? It's soft tendon powder. The 2 yuaning stages finally reacted after being poisoned for half a quarter of an hour. Still reacting a little fast, Xuanxiao said in his heart. Xuanxiao was uncertain, but he knew that the 2 yuaning cultivators in front of him had experienced some sort of change in their bodies. Good chance. Xuanxiao was overjoyed and hurriedly transported his energy. Well, Xuanxiao's face was suffocatingly blue as he staggered down from the air, just as if he was drunk. The 2 yuaning cultivators forced themselves to endure the discomfort in their bodies and raised the swords and knives in their hands in order to finish Xuanxiao. At this time, a pair of iron hands suddenly emerged from the ground and grabbed the 2 yuaning cultivators in. Xuanxiao looked at this scene with a face full of questions. What's the situation? The Su family's old man, Su Tong, was a little worried in his heart. Why hadn't this exterminator returned yet? He was just thinking about it, when he suddenly heard his subordinate come to report in a hurry, and his face changed greatly. When Su Tong arrived, he saw the people he had sent out. At the moment, they were tied together with a pair of pants over their entire body. Chapter 109, Shu Mountain Wandering Plan. Su Tong's forehead was filled with black lines. These people all know nothing about it, and only say that they have been tricked and recruited by others. As for who exactly it is, whether it's a member of the Xia family or not is completely unknown. However, Su Tong was the one who discovered what the other party had left behind. A Shushan sword order. With a note, the grudges of the juniors will be left to the juniors, so let them be spared. And the next one will not be an example. Su Tong's face became extremely ugly. There's a sense of doing something bad and getting caught. It's not right. It's just getting caught doing something bad. And it's still from Shushan. It looks like it's for the sake of this granddaughter of mine, Su Wan, letting our Su family off the hook. Thinking of this, Su Tong waved his hand for people to hurriedly drag these useless things back to detoxify the poison. Come man, prepare a horse to go to the Xiao family. Su Chunlai, who was on the side, said, Father, to slaughter the Xiao family. Do you want to go personally? Su Tong slapped a big mouth over. All day long is fighting and killing. I, Su Tong, have been open and honest all my life. Not to mention that I am a sworn brother with that Xiao family's old ancestor. Look at what you have done. Su Chunlai covered her cheeks, her face full of aggravation. Remember, this matter will be treated as if it never happened, and we'll go warm up the Xiao family. Su Tong said. Xuanxiao, who was hiding in the shadows, nodded. The principal body, Xuanxiao, also nodded. Carrying out love and peace, I am the embodiment of justice. This was already the best solution Xuanxiao could think of. Of course it's normal for the embodiment of justice to receive some payment after an action. The entire fortune of the 3 yuaning stage, as well as the 6 Jindan cultivators were all in Xuanxiao's hands at the moment. This one incident had given Xuanxiao a wake-up call. He still hadn't thought it through well, and hadn't expected the Su family to come down so hard. And the doppelganger is slightly weaker in combat. Subduing 3 yuaning as well as 6 Jindan relied on sneak attacks and surprise. If they were to face each other head-on, their own doppelgangers did not have a full grasp of the situation. Xuanxiao picked up a small notebook to summarize this time's experience. Soul Elder, the territory of the Great Sway in the eastern part of the central state. Xiao Ran exhaled heavily. Soul Elder, I feel like I've already succeeded in conjugating the Dan right away. Xiao Ran had just absorbed a 1,000-year portion of the Karma Fire crystal not long ago. His fire attribute technique went even further. Xuanxiao's voice came from the pendant. Well, that's good. Inside, I'll fight you geniuses. After all these years of tracking, Xuanxiao was even more certain. This Xiao Ran was completely the son of Qi, and wherever he went, the strange encounters came to him. Relying on eating the edges behind him, Xuanxiao was making a fortune. Every time Xiao Ran passed by a place, after discovering something special, Xuanxiao sent his doppelganger to go there, and he was always able to find unexpected treasures once again. Xuanxiao is going to publish a book tomorrow. I'm invincible following the son of Qi luck to pick up babies. Xiao Ran was currently standing on top of a mountain peak that was so high that he was somewhat staggered. No one can be seen for 800 miles around. This place sits on dozens of peaks all located in the Great Sway. It's just that because of the many ferocious beasts, it's not suitable for human habitation. The Great Sway has also not been able to fully clear it, and has sent troops to suppress it on several occasions. but this ferocious beast just multiplies wave after wave. Soul Elder, this mountain is so beautiful. Xiaoran sat quietly at the top of a towering mountain peak as he narrowed his eyes slightly, overlooking the dreamlike scene below. Only the clouds rose like a light veil between the valleys. These clouds were sometimes as thick as cotton wool, covering the entire valley. At times it was thin as wisps of smoke, leaving the valley floor hidden from view. With the gentle breeze, the clouds began to flow slowly. Xiaoran took a deep breath. Xiaoran suddenly slapped himself. I can't believe I slacked off. Is this the time to enjoy the scenery? I'm going to get back all that I've lost. After saying that, Xiaoran continued to embark on his journey. Li Xuanxiao nodded, rather like a teacher. Xiaoran, Master is going to be asleep for a while. You follow the route that Master gave you and remember to be careful with everything. Soul Old Man's voice came from the pendant. Xiaoran had long since gotten used to the setting that Soul Elder would have to pass out from time to time. According to Soul Elder, it was that he needed to warm up his soul. Shingrass Mountain. This was the name of the mountain Xiaoran had just ascended. Shingrass Mountain is located in the territory of Disui. The area was almost deserted within a radius of 800 miles, because the influence of the earth veins had led to a large number of ferocious beasts in this place, making it unsuitable for survival. The Great Sway is also clueless. Coupled with this mountain, there is a lack of resources, so there wasn't really any cultivation powerhouse who was willing to buy the Divine Herb Mountain. Several of the surrounding peaks faced the same situation, only, they fell into Li Xuanxiao's eyes. Earlier, he had amassed a bunch of treasure and wealth. The goal is to pick a hill, or several hills. Convenient to start your own future plans of wandering in Shushan. Li Xuanxiao's grand plan had a total of 2. A program called Shushan Defense. Literally, it is a strict defense. To eliminate the scourge. To protect Shushan. To build the Shushan Grand Formation. The other is the Marshmallow Wanderer program. If Shushan is destroyed and the mountain gate is broken, then the Shushan crowd would have nowhere to go. Not even a place to land. You have to be a parasite and always be on the lookout for backstabbing from others. So prepare yourself in advance. Once Shushan was destroyed, one would be able to receive the many Shushan disciples to Shushan too. Consolidate the power of Shushan. Over the years, Li Xuanxiao had been sifting through the mountains and accumulating treasure and wealth, but there weren't many suitable places, and the price wasn't within Li Xuanxiao's reach. Now by mistake, I didn't expect to meet the right mountain on Shaw's journey. The Great Sway. Li Xuanxiao confirmed the location he was going to. You have to contact the Ministry of Rights for things like buying a mountain. This is a bit of a distance, so I'm afraid I'm going to have to use my own body. Li Xuanxiao quickly made his plans. Buying a mountain is a big deal. You have to hide your identity, but also make sure that the journey from Shushan to Sui is safe enough, and also make sure that you don't get punked by others. Anyway, it's still a good idea to visit the Great Sui and learn about its internal ecology. Judge the stability of the Disui court and come up with another feasible plan. Just as Li Xuanxiao was thinking, Zhao Lu ran in. Senior brother. Have the sect's great disciples from all peaks head to Tongtian Peak to deliberate. What does the sect's eldest disciple have to do with me? You have forgotten that the first brother left home for love, and the second brother was hurt by love, and his Taoist heart was clouded. The third senior sister Lin Wanxing went down the mountain to look for Fan Yu without knowing where she was, and the fourth senior sister went down the mountain to travel for the time being and did not return to the clan. The fifth senior brother was in the sect, but it was just that his Taoist wife was going to have a baby and was about to go into labor, so he had to be by his side. Sixth sister is raising her child alone because she was abandoned by a scumbag and the child can't leave her. Seventh senior brother is not busy. Only some time ago he traveled down the mountain and fell in love with a woman and made a private marriage. Locked up in the cliffs of confinement, Li Xuanxiao looked up to the sky and sighed. I really can't stay in this Shushan for another day. I'm still a kid. I'm a junior brother. Now I've become a senior brother. Chapter 110, A Little Lie. This gathering of disciples was for the demon removal conference held by the four forces of Daxia and Shushan, Sui, and Xiantian Sword Sect. Originally, the previous demon removal conference was a joint effort by all four parties to eliminate demons and devils. Later, the world has been settled. The demon removal conference has gradually evolved into a competition for the new generation of disciples of the four powers to compete. These included, among others, the sons and daughters of the imperial family of the Great Sui and the imperial family of the Great Xia, as well as the disciples of Mount Shu and the Xiantian Sword Sect. This year's location is in the capital city of Daxia. Hearing the words Great Summer Capital, Li Xuanxiao's heart tightened slightly. This demon removal conference, if he were to go, he was afraid that he would have to face the old emperor, who was also a traveler, directly. It doesn't seem like the right time yet. However, with his cultivation at the foundation establishment stage, there shouldn't be any people with a missing string who would choose him. Thinking of this, Li Xuanxiao took his body back a step once again. Yes, inconspicuous is my protective color. As expected, the peak masters, as well as the elders of the peaks continuously ordered several disciples, but none of them had Li Xuanxiao. Li Xuanxiao, Lu Ziyin said. Good. The man with the missing string in his head has been found. Li Xuanxiao glanced slyly at Lu Ziyin, as Lu Ziyin shouted out Li Xuanxiao's name in a loud voice. The many disciples in the hall as well as the elders and peak masters all cast their gazes at Li Xuanxiao. Him? Li Xuanxiao felt his scalp go numb. Hiss. It had been a long time since I had experienced this feeling of being in the limelight. There was a limit to the number of disciple places for this demon removal conference. There are only 5 disciples. Why did you choose Li Xuanxiao? Who had poor talent, no cultivation, and was somewhat of a passerby? Li Xuanxiao's heart twitched slightly as he hurriedly said, Senior brother Lu. Senior brother Xuanxiao's cultivation is weak. He doesn't have a lot of experience against the enemy, and his means are too shallow, with too few cards, and does not have the qualifications to travel to the demon removal conference. The law enforcement elder on the side nodded, deeply impressed. Lu Ziyin raised his eyebrows. Senior brother Xuanxiao, don't be presumptuous. Senior brother, I'm optimistic about you. Humph. At this time, one of the elders of Little Cheon Peak coldly snorted. Sending a pre-construction realm. Those who don't know would think that we have no one left in Shushan. Not to mention that over the years we at Mount Shu have not lost a single game in the demon removal conference. I don't mean to look down on your Silver Sword Peak disciples. It's just that in case if we lose, wouldn't that cause Mount Shu to lose face? Li Xuanxiao inwardly nodded furiously. That's right. That's right. I think he's absolutely right. Sending me over there wouldn't be a disgrace to Shushan, so it's better not to let me go. Lu Ziyin's face immediately changed as he glanced at the elder who had spoken. Another glance at senior brother Xuanxiao's cowering appearance. Senior Xuanxiao is actually a very hardworking and intelligent person. It's just that he has too much of an inferiority complex, resulting in a tendency to hide himself all the time. All because of the cultivation. Senior Xuanxiao must be very helpless at the moment. As the Silver Sword Peak master himself, all he had to do was to build up his self-confidence. Immediately, Lu Ziyin got up and said aloud, Who says that senior brother Xuanxiao can't? Looks like I'm going to tell the truth. You guys still don't know, don't you, that the last time I went on a mission to Panlong City, it was senior brother Xuanxiao who was the first to realize that there was something wrong with the city lord of Panlong City, and only then did he inform me of the matter. And after that, when I was fighting with the 5 god transformation stages, senior brother Xuanxiao also assisted with me many times. Just him? How can a foundation stage assist you? Senior brother Xuanxiao controls the entire Panlong City Grand Formation, and he had already made plans beforehand to use the Panlong City Grand Formation to assist me. That's what gave me the silver lining. And the reason why senior sister Zhao Lu was able to just so coincidentally arrive with the golden armored guards of the Grand Xia Imperial Palace was because senior brother Xuanxiao had informed senior sister Zhao Lu in advance. That's why senior sister Zhao Lu sent a message to Shushan for help. And that's why she arrived with the golden armored guards of Xia, saving the people of Panlong City just in time. The corner of Lu Ziyin's mouth hooked up. Thank me, Master Xuanxiao. What a big lie I told for you. One is so smart to come up with such outrageous lies in just a moment. Senior Xuanxiao controls the Panlong City Grand Formation. He also knew one step ahead of himself that the city lord of Panlong City was the real culprit behind the scene. It even had the foresight to ask senior sister Zhao Lu to ask for help. Making it up myself seems to be a bit of a departure. Lu Ziyin pondered in his mind. But the words had been spoken, so naturally there was no reason to take them back. Lu Ziyin's expression was firm. His aura was like a rainbow, and he didn't look like he was lying in the slightest. The crowd was stunned by his words and looked at Li Xuanxiao with very complicated gazes. Li Xuanxiao, Omega Omega. Big dumb Lu. What are you doing? You installed the twin shadow stone on me, didn't you? Where did you hide it? How do you know everything? I've done this, and you're letting it all hang out. All of these things were done by Li Xuanxiao? The peak master of Little Cheon Peak asked incredulously. Of course, 1,000 times over. Lu Ziyin said with great certainty. Master Xuanxiao is a steady worker. He just lacks a chance to prove himself. Good. In that case, let's give Xuanxiao a chance. Xuanxiao, you will go forward for this demon removal conference. Li Xuanxiao's forehead was covered in fine beads of sweat as he arched his hand. Senior uncle. Disciple is really worried about losing the trust of Shu Mountain. Disciple's strength is not enough. Please choose another one. Senior brother Xuanxiao. Don't worry. We're here. Someone gently patted Li Xuanxiao's shoulder. That's right, senior brother Xuanxiao. Be confident. Senior brother Xuanxiao. We'll be behind you. Senior brother Xuanxiao. Don't worry. Boldly move forward. Numerous disciples said one thing to you and one thing to me. Li Xuanxiao, confused face? This scene is kind of like when the hero of a hot-blooded anime is getting ready to head off to war. Am I going and not coming back? Xuanxiao only felt his chi and blood pouring out, and almost didn't vomit blood and die. Mr. Lu, I'm still too soft on you. Junior brother, I didn't expect you to be so powerful. Yes, junior brother really underestimated you before. How did you manipulate the great formation of Panlong City? The corner of Li Xuanxiao's mouth twitched slightly. In the end, under Lu Ziyin's strong push, as well as the encouragement of many disciples, Li Xuanxiao was very reluctantly included as a member of this demon removal conference. Li Xuanxiao returned to Silver Sword Peak with a lifeless face. He looked at Lu Ziyin's back and resisted the urge to activate the Shu Mountain Sword formation. Lu Ziyin crossed his arms and said indifferently, Senior brother Xuanxiao, there are some things that you know and I know just fine. Don't ask me why I'm telling such a lie today. The reason why elder brother is sharing the credit with you is so that you can boldly take this step. Lu Ziyin slowly turned his head, his face full of spring. You understand? Senior brother. I understand perfectly. Lu Ziyin blinked. Why did he feel that this was said with a bit of gnashing of teeth? Everyone's at work, right? The author's going to work too. Thanks to Baba Blade, Bianca Misty Trace, MYKM, Cursed Dut, and appointed as 5 for their great certifications. I forgot to thank them yesterday. What can I say? The author will not fail you all. Chapter 111, The Sacred Grass Mountain. Silver Sword Peak. Li Xuanxiao lay on the ground and slowed down for a while. It was only then that I finally mustered up the courage to get up slowly. In fact, sometimes he wants to go dark. There were still 3 years to go before the demon removal conference. On the bright side, at least one could be able to have a legitimate reason to know the same traveler's Xia Emperor positively. One is in the dark and the other is in the light. Advantage on me. Li Xuanxiao nodded thoughtfully. And there are still 3 years left to prepare yourself. There's no rush. There were many ways to retreat on one's own. If one really didn't want to go, the big deal was to get oneself injured. It couldn't be that senior brother Lu Ziyin could carry oneself. Li Xuanxiao first finalized the prototype of the Shushan wandering plan. Take advantage of this time to take a trip to the Great Sway to personally inspect the Divine Grass Mountain. If it's feasible, pocket the Sacred Herb Mountain. The benefits of acquiring a mountain can be more than just as a Shushan wandering program. With a mountain, if it can be operated properly, the harvest is very considerable. There are many other benefits as well. Take it a step further and it feeds itself. Of course, this all presupposes that one has the ability to do so. One must also have enough treasure and wealth. Otherwise you can't keep the hill even if you buy it. Li Xuanxiao wasn't in a hurry either. If you are in a hurry, you will easily make a mistake. And if you make a mistake, you will easily die. There is an old saying, plan and then 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 plan. Seek and then move. The only way to do this is to be foolproof. You can't go out too often yourself. It's easy to arouse the suspicion of others. Thus, Li Xuanxiao stayed in Mount Shu for more than a year. This year or so, the main thing was to practice and cultivate the poison scripture. Help the sweeper woo the cafeteria lady, and then the sweeper will help himself consolidate the big formation. Address some of the finer points. A year or so later, it looked like it was about time. It was only then that Li Xuanxiao found a suitable reason to prepare to depart for the Great Sway. Shushan Ancestor Idol. Li Xuanxiao knelt in front of the idol. The elder guarding the gate couldn't help but nod his head as he looked at him. This had been kneeling for a day and a night. It had been a long time since any Shu Mountain disciple could be this pious. Ancestor Master in the heavens, bless disciple to go out this time and don't meet characters like Empress Phoenix, Lu Qiushui and so on. Disciple's little heart really can't stand this kind of stimulation. And don't meet any accidents. Bless yourself with a safe and uneventful journey. After a day and a night of prayer was completed, only then did Li Xuanxiao leave Mount Shu alone and dive into the sea of clouds with a jerk. Floating clouds and willow flakes have no roots, and the world is wide and far away. Soaring with them, the Great Sway. The mountains were rough and it was snowing. Heavy snowfalls have eliminated all bird sightings. Several horse thieves in wolf skins blocked the road with their horses. From a distance, he watched a man walk by with a horse. I opened this mountain. I planted this tree. If you want to cross this road, leave your money behind. Dare to say a word of no, kill or bury. The man hastily bent down and handed over his hand to offer the money. A set of moves that flowed like water. The horse thieves nodded, understanding. Get lost. The man was about to lead his horse away. The horse thief added, leave the horse. The man hesitated and decided to let it go. Left the horse again. Goons. The horse thief let out a laugh. Young master, shall we carry the master out on our backs? What? You're scared. No, it's just that young master. We have plenty to play with. Why do we have to play horse thief here in the freezing cold? I just love the feeling of playing a role. The young horse thief laughed. I got tired of playing the part a long time ago. This has a fresh feel to it. The man who had just walked past gave them a sly look back. What's wrong? I've never heard of a rich kid who likes to pretend to be a horse bandit. It's a thrill to be pursued. 3 more days later, the group of horse thieves blocked another couple with a child, kill the men and take the women. Although the couple paid the money, they could not help that the young man was horny and had his eye on the woman. As soon as the words fell, a pair of iron hands emerged from the ground, grabbing all these people dressed as horse thieves and disappearing into the middle of the icy sky and snow. The couple, who had been bloodless with fear just moments before, stayed where they were. It was a while before he reacted and rushed off. I've been putting up with you guys for a long time. Underground, Li Xuanxiao was in the middle of an inhumane beating. The principal body, Li Xuanxiao, walked swiftly around the divine grass mountain. Li Xuanxiao cupped his hand to perform a magic trick. Go! The puppets and doppelgangers dispersed in all directions to field trip the divine grass mountain. Shingrass Mountain is a vast area with varied terrain and landscapes within it, both the majestic and imposing Grand Canyon. There are also lofty peaks that tower high into the sky. It would be nice to simply come for sightseeing. There were many ferocious beasts in this place, and they had encountered countless ferocious beasts along the way. But having ferocious beasts also indicates one thing. This place is quite deep in spirituality. Walking around the entire divine grass mountain, Li Xuanxiao avoided those powerful ferocious beasts, got to the top of the hill with a scare. The more he walked, the more strangely Xuanxiao felt that the bottom of the mountain was littered with ferocious beasts with the mountain. However, this mountain top was missing a few ferocious beasts, and the few that were occasionally seen were all spirit beasts that were not aggressive. Li Xuanxiao walked all the way and observed carefully. Several spiritual springs were found. The spirit spring water glowed with a faint spiritual light, as if it contained endless aura and vitality. In addition to the spiritual springs, there were many ancient trees of thousands of years old. These ancient trees are tall and straight, with lush foliage and a canopy that looks like a huge green umbrella shading the sky, and their value is self-evident. Spiritual medicines and herbs are also numerous. Strange. Li Xuanxiao stood still with his arms crossed looking around. Didn't the information say that this divine grass mountain is lacking in resources? Now it seems that no matter which way you look at it, this sacred grass mountain is all the best choice. Could it be the favor of heaven? Li Xuanxiao rubbed his chin with his fingers. The odds are that there is something fishy going on here. Thus, Li Xuanxiao uneasily examined it for another 3 months. After 3 months of detailed evaluation, Li Xuanxiao finally made the decision to buy. After descending the mountain, Li Xuanxiao immediately arrived at a city in the Great Sway that was closest to the Divine Grass Mountain. Find the official of the Ministry of Rights in charge of landscaping matters in the city, alias, Jia Sadeo. The official of the Ministry of Rights was lazily sipping tea and looking at today's tabloid. He saw an old Taoist, holding Buddhist dust, enter the hall. The official of the Ministry of Rights looked up and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. I saw that the other party was 8 feet tall, with good looks, good eyes and kind eyebrows and lips like Dan. The ear of Yuan Bao is hanging down on both shoulders, and 5 locks of beard are floating in front of his chest. Mixed bun on his head, with a jade hairpin inserted horizontally, a pair of hands, 10 fingertips, ponytail whisk on the top end of the palm, mouth the Dharma name, Infinite Heavenly Father. Chapter 112. Who is testing who in this case? Shingrass Mountain. There is a bridge named Hanging Cane Bridge. Folklore has it that there is a dragon sword hanging in the middle of the bridge to prevent the bridge from being damaged when the scaly dragon walks through the water, the so-called scaly dragon. This bridge existed in the ancient times. The dragon sword has a sword spirit in it. The sacred herb mountain is not unattended. On the contrary, there were many people who looked at the divine grass mountain and wanted to take it for themselves. It was just that none of these people had passed the test set by the sword spirit. The sword spirit then drove all these people away. Not a single person who could look at it for 10,000 years. The white-clothed woman transformed by the sword spirit sighed softly by the river. This term is truly the worst human cultivator I've ever seen. And so it went on year after year. No one can pass the test of the sword spirit. That year, a young man came to Shingrass Mountain. Sword spirit looked at the young man who was holding various receipts, certificates. In fact, the sword spirit had already paid attention to the other party earlier and had seen through their disguise. It was just that the other party didn't buy the mountain at that time, so the sword spirit didn't care. Now that the other party has bought the mountain, they will have to be tested by themselves. That said, it's not often that you have to buy a mountain at this age. Come on, let this sword spirit see just how solid your Tao heart is. The sword spirit waved a big hand. The sky and earth changed color at once, and Li Xuanxiao, who was walking in the middle of it, was unaware of it. The sword spirit raised its head and looked into the air. She had beheaded the Tao hearts of countless people here. In this realm, the Taoist heart will be transformed into stone. the more stable the Dao heart is, the harder and larger the stone it transforms into, the more difficult it was for the sword spirit to decapitate. It was just that in these 10,000 years, the sword spirit had never seen a Dao heart that he couldn't cut through. This is the first test. So far, no one has passed the first hurdle. The most common situation the sword spirit had seen was being trapped by love. 7 emotions and 6 desires. So what if they are in the practice? Even if that monk who breaks his love and forgets his desires. So what? At this moment, the sword spirit stretched lazily, thinking about where in the mountains he would go to sneak around later. She looked up and muttered under her breath. Hey, where is this man's moral heart? How invisible. Could it be that it's too small? Ha! The sword spirit narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but smile. Just as quickly, her smile froze on her face, because she realized the sky was falling. It's not right. It's not the sky that's falling. Rather, it was the boulder that the other party's Dao heart had transformed into that covered the sky. It's too big, so it looks like the sky is falling. Sword spirit, Omega. Not good. The sword spirit raised the sword in his hand in a panic. The boulder came crashing down. I decapitate. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After a long time, the sword spirit grimaced as it departed from the realm. Cough cough cough. Good boy. So big and hard. Of the Dao heart. The sword spirit looked at the sword that he had transformed into in his hands all shattered into 2 halves, and then looked at the Dao heart that smashed into him intact. The sword spirit's gaze towards the young man changed. It was not bad. But this second level. I don't know if you'll make it through. The sword spirit waved his hand again. Then let me play with you. Li Xuanxiao, who was walking on the road, sensed that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell exactly where it was wrong. In the next instant, Li Xuanxiao seemed to have fallen into the middle of some domain space. Falling into it, he had lost all memory of having been there. Where am I from? Who am I? Why am I here? Li Xuanxiao looked at everything around him with an uncertain expression. He just walked aimlessly, until he meets a little girl being chased by a vicious wolf. Come and help me. The little girl was none other than the sword spirit transformed. The little sword spirit cried as he ran. Oh hoo! Help! Help! And he was always observing Li Xuanxiao's movements. When Li Xuanxiao saw this scene, he drew in a breath of cold air and subconsciously hid behind a rock, muttering under his breath. This vicious wolf can't be a heaven-swallowing demon wolf, can it? Scary as hell. Hey, why would I think that? Li Xuanxiao was acting completely out of instinct. After determining that the little girl would not be caught up by the vicious wolves for a while, Li Xuanxiao began his own trial and error, constantly prowling around. Little sword spirit, confused face? Are you going to save us or not? If you don't, make room for the good guys. In the end, Li Xuanxiao made his move. A few vicious wolves were killed in an instant. Looking at the carcass of a vicious wolf, Li Xuanxiao raised his hand and it was a ball of flame. The little sword spirit let out a breath and rebloomed into a smile. She lifted her head up and clamped her throat. Thank you, big brother. As soon as the words fell, the little sword spirit was clamped under the armpit of the other party and ran wildly with his legs spread out. Little sword spirit, big brother, what are you doing? It's likely that there are even more powerful ferocious beasts arriving. We need to hurry and escape from this place. This kid is quite cautious. How afraid of death is that? The little sword spirit rolled his eyes. Both of them are strangers, without father or mother, without relatives or friends. So since then the two of them have been walking together in the Jianghu, traveling 10,000 miles of winding mountain roads, treading mountains and rivers through rivers, dilapidated in stops and wanders with the speeding carriage. It reaches across thousands of mountains and rivers and lakes with a single scoop of water. The landscape is long, and the winds are also windy. Li Xuanxiao felt that little sword spirit was too young, and it wasn't a good idea to keep wandering around the world with himself. So she began to teach her to read. The steel Dao heart is forged in fire and sudden cold. Only then can it become hard and fear nothing. It may be windy and rainy in our practice, but we can have our own ray of sunshine in our hearts. In the midst of the long run of cultivation, it is not in the instantaneous outburst, but in the perseverance along the way. Oftentimes, success is just holding on for one more minute. So don't stop so easily, even when you're tired, because what we're giving up is not just a career, it's a dream. Little sword spirit, oh, big brother, shall we go fly a kite? The little sword spirit said weakly. Otherwise, teach me something else. That's a bit strange to teach, isn't it? Pa! Li Xuanxiao smashed his opponent's head with a book. Catch up on your memorization. Next we're going to study how the steel Dao heart is made to consolidate your Dao heart. And then you have to study don't bully the young. Don't bully the middle-aged. Don't bully the elderly to teach you how to deal with people in the world. And try not to offend others. What are these books? I made it up myself. After saying that, Li Xuanxiao muttered under his breath. I don't know why I always feel like writing these things. but my thoughts are always flowing. Little sword spirit. Who is testing who in this case? Chapter 113, Completely Lost. The little sword spirit and Li Xuanxiao were just like this. The two spent a day and a night. Li Xuanxiao and the little sword spirit worshipped the immortal sect together. The little sword spirit gradually grew up to be as beautiful as a flower. There were countless suitors, many of whom were gifted. But the little sword spirit only likes her brother Xuanxiao. Together they cut down demons, traveled the rivers and lakes, and experienced all kinds of. Everyone knew that they were a match made in heaven, and that they were a good match for each other. It's destiny. Until the end, the true identity of the little sword spirit is revealed. It turned out that she had long since become one with the magic pearl. If she doesn't die, the demon pearl will destroy the world if it explodes. The clan knew the news and did their best to suppress it. But the magic beads suddenly erupted. The little sword spirit slaughtered the clan full of people. Looking at Li Xuanxiao, who had returned from his outing, the little sword spirit took a step towards him. Brother Xuanxiao. Brother Xuanxiao. As she looked at Li Xuanxiao's shocked expression, she couldn't help but feel sadness rise in her heart. Done. Getting in too deep. Kenshin wiped a tear from the corner of his eye. She looked towards Li Xuanxiao. I don't know what's wrong. What's happening to me? Brother Xuanxiao. Save me. Senior brothers and sisters are all dead. Killed by me. Come on, Li Xuanxiao. What's your choice this time? It's the pursuit of your justice. It's still better to lose the world than to lose me. The sword spirit couldn't help but recall that 10,000 years ago there was likewise a person who had broken through the first level. It's just a shame that on the second pass, it's hard to be ruthless in any way. Indeed, people are not grass and trees. All have emotions, and cultivators are naturally no exception. The young girl who has been with you since childhood, who has grown up with you, and who has always stood firmly by your side, no matter what difficulties or dangers have befallen her. She has accompanied you in every sunrise and moonrise and witnessed your journey from ignorance to gradual maturity. Those long days when the sunlight poured down on you, reflecting each other's laughter and playfulness. And on quiet nights, the moonlight gently envelopes you like water, listening to your deepest secrets and longings. How can you be so heartless as to strike out at her with such deep affection, even if she was considered a demon by the world? So what? Even if this results in carrying the accusations and scorn of the world, what harm can it do? With love in your heart, all obstacles seem insignificant, because this relationship has long transcended the world's vision and judgment standards, and has become the most precious existence in your life. After experiencing those, it took 100 years for the sword spirits to even slightly slow down. I didn't realize that you would have to go through it all over again today. That's just cruel. Pust. The little sword spirit blinked and looked at the long sword that was stabbing into his body. Slowly raising his head again, he looked at Li Xuanxiao incredulously. The other side is crying. Yes, the other person was also crying. Tears kept falling down. Go in peace, and I will remember having you with me. The words were spoken with the utmost affection. Of course, if only he had swung his sword a little slower. With a sword, the little sword spirit's head landed on the ground. Until his head hit the ground, the little sword spirit hadn't reacted. She blinked. I'm dead? Just die. The little sword spirit's tears retracted at once. He himself was still crying here in Baba, and the other party had already chopped down with a sword. You asshole, negative man. Didn't you promise to protect me for the rest of my life? How can you be so selfish? Can you stand up to me, you asshole? Anger had overtaken the sword spirit's mind and she felt as if she had been betrayed. Nope, one is betrayed. A ruthless, selfish, cold-blooded man. I can forgive you even if you say a few more words. I can understand you. Now you're satisfied. I'll never forgive you. Start over. The sword spirit shouted. This time, I'll betray you too, so that you can experience what it's like to be stabbed to death by your beloved with a sword. The field recluses. The story rewinds and starts over. This time, it turned out that Li Xuanxiao became the child that was picked up. The sword spirit saved him, and since then he has followed the sword spirit as they traveled the rivers and lakes together, experiencing all sorts of things together. It's basically the last experience all over again. Only, this time the two sides swapped identities, until Li Xuanxiao's internal demonic bead erupted and slaughtered the clan's entire family in an unconscious manner. Li Xuanxiao walked out of the sect covered in blood. The sword spirit hugged his sword and looked at him triumphantly. Hey, finally, it's my turn. I've been waiting for this moment for a long time. Come on, let's also show you what it's like to be betrayed by the one you love the most. Are you confused now? Isn't the brain buzzing? If I stab you again, how should you react? Sword spirit, Omega. The great revenge was avenged. She slowly raised her head and her gaze fell on Li Xuanxiao, who was standing not far away. However, in this very moment, She suddenly noticed how calmly Xuanxiao's deep eyes were, as if they were rippling like a pool of stagnant water. Only Xuanxiao gently tugged at the corner of his mouth. The movement was so slight that it was almost imperceptible, but the words that came out of his mouth were clear and firm. Do it, kill me. Just 5 simple words, but like a heavy hammer, they hit the sword spirit's heart hard. It left her whole body frozen in place, not knowing what to do. Lost, completely lost. In reality, the sword spirit fell straight to the ground. The man is not only hard on others, he's even harder on himself. What a firm heart of the word this is, seeking immortality for dozens of years. Along the way, disillusioned, happy, and also once lost, and also thought of giving up. The sky wears its pale, the earth walks in its yellow. There are thousands of ages and 8 wastelands. The future looks like the sea, and the days to come are long. But all of these can be decided to be shed in this instant. And even then, can it remain true? You guys, you're horrible. Xuanxiao took a deep breath and rubbed his brows. How do you feel? As if you've been through a lot, he hissed, probably because he had spent a bit too much treasure to buy this sacred herb mountain, making his heart ache. Just then, a figure suddenly landed in front of him. Xuanxiao was startled. I'm always at my most vigilant. It's impossible for someone to approach oneself for no reason, unless this person's cultivation level was too much higher than his own. Lu Qiushui? Phoenix? Xuanxiao's heart tightened, and he was immediately about to cast Earth Escape to escape. The sword spirit pays homage to the mountain master. The woman in white arched her hand and bent over, speaking aloud. The mountain. Lord of the mountain? Sword spirit. Xuanxiao sized up the white-clothed woman who suddenly appeared in front of him with a suspicious gaze. What the hell? Chapter 114. Everything waits for the time of day. Daxia Palace. The sound of the old emperor's violent coughing came. Lure's marriage to that Desui prince has been finalized? The eunuch below was busy saying, it's finalized. Everything is ready. The eunuch had returned from the Great Sui only a short while ago, and felt sure that he was going to receive a reward. It's good that it's finalized. Now you take the people and go to Desui to tell Desui that their marriage to my daughter is cancelled. Eunuchs, playing around? You're becoming too fast. The marriage was finalized not long ago. It's cancelled now. The eunuch was filled with confusion. Master, the slave has the audacity to ask a question. Don't do it yet. Yes. Noticing that his lordship's tone had cooled a few points, the eunuch hurriedly said yes. He hurriedly ran out of the palace, cursing angrily in his heart. Isn't that a pure tosser? The old emperor picked up a delicate porcelain vase and poured all the dan grains in it into his mouth. His gaze fell on the woman in a red dress sitting on the futon across from him, suppressing the restlessness within him. The woman in red slowly spoke. Didn't you say you wanted to start a war? What do you mean by going back on your word and withdrawing from the marriage? Is it possible that you want Sui to use this as an excuse to start a war with you? Daxia, with the 5 great immortal sects holding the central state, countries will not easily move against each other. Why is it so hard for Sui to be weaker than Daxia? And even if it were humiliated in this way, it would not really move its swords. And what do you mean by this hand? The woman in red asked. The demon removal conference is just around the corner, and I'm going to make the Great Sui and the Great Xia cross swords over this matter. Have someone tell that Desui emperor that it is my daughter Zhao Lu who does not look up to him, and it is my daughter Zhao Lu who looks down on him as the Desui emperor. This humiliation is something that an individual would not be able to resist. When the time comes after the demon removal conference, I'll arrange a duel between my daughter, Zhao Lu, and her. Swords have no eyes. You said that if my daughter, the princess of Daxia, is killed in the ring, or after the end of the ring, on the way back to Shushan, he was killed by the people of Sui secretly, then as a disciple of Mount Shu, as well as a princess of Daxia. Wouldn't it be justified for me to raise the nation's power again to avenge my daughter? The woman in red let out a cold laugh. Even your own daughter can lay hands on you. You're really ruthless. I don't know if it's a wise move to cooperate with you. You don't have any other choices now. Your Shurahal had even its base camp destroyed by Mount Shu, the old emperor said with slight mockery. Lu Qiushui's eyes turned even colder. Shushan, Xuanxiao. Sooner or later I will make them pay for their blood. Xuanxiao? A disciple of Mount Shu? Yes, it's him who counts. Remembering me. Lu Qiushui clenched his fists, his eyes filled with angry fire. I will slowly settle this account with him. The Great Sui, the mountain of divine grass. Xuanxiao looked at the sword spirit standing in front of him. So you listen to me now? Only the order, the sword spirit said without hesitation. Xuanxiao nodded thoughtfully. Blessed by the elder Tao of heaven, and blessed by the generations of ancestors in Shushan, I can't believe I'm going to have this kind of encounter again. Could it be that the heavenly Tao knew that it owed itself too much, so it had come to make amends at this time? Xuanxiao searched like this. He looked at the sword spirit in front of him. And the sword spirit was also looking at Li Xuanxiao. It was just that Li Xuanxiao always felt that the other party had a strange look in his eyes, as if the letter was looking at a god of worship. Li Xuanxiao tried probing the other party's aura. Can't detect it. It's too powerful. Then, led by the sword spirit, he went to the hanging sword bridge to have a look at the other's body. Is that the legendary dragon sword? Li Xuanxiao looked at the rusty iron sword hanging under the bridge. From a distance, it wouldn't even be recognized as a sword. It had already birthed a sword spirit and was even able to transform into a solid body. This treasure. Make sure you are really earning your keep. It's like when you go to the grocery store to buy eggs and you happen to raise enough points to redeem them for prizes. Redeemed a lottery ticket which scratched out $5 million. Li Xuanxiao inwardly rejoiced in a small way, but on his face, he did not move. It was a kung fu he had developed long ago over the years. Sect Master. What is the name of our sect? For the time being, let's call it the Nine-Stream Sect for now. Li Xuanxiao didn't tell the sword spirit about his plan. After all, he had just met not long ago, and the hearts of people were unpredictable. No, it's sword heart undetectable. Good name. Then may I ask the mountain master what our next plan is? The current plan. Li Xuanxiao quickly thought for a moment. The current plan is to clear the surrounding ferocious beasts first. After saying that, Li Xuanxiao glanced at the sword spirit. Can you do it? The presence of these ferocious beasts doomed the surrounding area to be unpopulated, because the people around here were eaten clean a long time ago. The disciples of the sect had to be careful within the mountain gate, worrying about whether or not a powerful strong ferocious beast would suddenly leap out from nowhere. This little sesame seed-sized matter, naturally, is not something the mountain lord should bother about. Sect Master, just put your heart in the brine. In this mountain, I am an invincible existence. Only a deafening roar could be heard suddenly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The entire mountain peak trembled violently with it, as if a terrifying earthquake had occurred. The originally quiet and peaceful Divine Grass Mountain suddenly became abnormally noisy. One could only see countless heads of ferocious beasts with huge bodies and fierce faces running wildly out from the depths of the mountains and forests like a tidal wave. They were obviously frightened by some kind of extremely terrifying power, so much so that they completely lost their usual might and dominance, and only focused on frantically fleeing in all directions by instinct. For a while, the entire forest was in chaos, with trees being knocked down and dust flying up to cover the sky. This sudden chaos wasn't just limited to one spot on Divine Grass Mountain. Even several of its neighboring peaks were affected. Li Xuanxiao hurriedly shouted loudly, "Slow down! Don't drive all the ferocious beasts to extinction. And please be merciful to those spirit beasts that are not harmful and have a gentle nature. If we killed them all, it would be bad for Divine Grass Mountain instead." Hearing Li Xuanxiao's shout, the sword spirit nodded slightly, indicating that it understood what he meant. The sword spirit flashed away. Li Xuanxiao wiped the beads of sweat that emerged on his forehead. What a powerful sword chi! Within a short time, the entire Divine Grass Mountain's ferocious beasts were swept away by the sword spirit. The sword spirit caught a bunch of gophers along the way. Sect Master, I think these gophers will be of great use in the next construction of the mountain gate. Li Xuanxiao nodded and couldn't help but praise the sword spirit for thinking meticulously. Li Xuanxiao looked towards the group of gophers that were trembling in fear. Which one of you is the head? I. A somewhat frosty voice rang out. I'm the only one who can talk. Li Xuanxiao couldn't help but reach out and poke it. It was quite soft and cute. Would you guys like to stay here? The gopher glanced at the sword spirit, clearly afraid of the other. Li Xuanxiao said, "It doesn't matter. Say what you really think." Unwillingly. Mouse, we will never be slaves. Food and lodging are included. And there's a monthly wage. Gopher, but then again, I think it's promising to follow you. Li Xuanxiao nodded. Those who know what they're doing are the ones who know what they're doing. So grasping at straws, Li Xuanxiao made drawings and the gophers did the helping. Modeled after Mt. Shushan, several contiguous houses were simply erected. This is the residence of the outer disciples. Subsequently, Li Xuanxiao set up some simple formations in the mountain. There's not much time left, so I'll just have to wait until the next time I return to perfect it. Ancestor Shrine. One of the first gates to be built on a mountain is this, but at this time, the Ancestor's Shrine had not a single portrait, and it was empty. Even from the outside it looks like a thatched cottage. Li Xuanxiao also had no intention of placing the portrait. Everything waits for the time of day. He himself is a landlord with a hill from today. Li Xuanxiao thought somewhat smugly. After doing this, Li Xuanxiao instructed some sword spirit matters and left the Divine Grass Mountain. This demon removal conference. He was still debating whether to go or not. There are many reasons to go. There are plenty of reasons not to go. It made it somewhat difficult for Li Xuanxiao to choose. For explosive shifts. Worked, but no work. 10 o'clock at work to play games until 2 o'clock. Finally decided that it would be better to write a novel.